Chapter 301 Only routines can win people's hearts. White Rock City is an important town in the southern part of the Thailand Kingdom, and has very important economic and strategic value. It is precisely for this reason that Abelson married his eldest daughter Lana to the Otto family, just to win over this family, and completely tie it to the chariot of the Kingdom of Thailand. At present, it seems that this choice is not wrong. When rebellions occur in many southern territories, White Rock City has always stood firmly on the side of the kingdom, preventing those rebellions from spreading to the interior of the Kingdom of Thailand, and controlling the situation to an acceptable level, within the extent. In addition, the standing of White Rock City also prevented the troops of the Holy Kingdom of Guntur from advancing forward. At most, they were active near the border, and did not dare to cross the border to launch a real attack on the Kingdom of Thailand. So, this time, His Majesty the King will personally lead the main army of the Kingdom of Thailand, as well as the coalition forces brought by many lords, to go south to White Rock City. After Rosie left with her two sons, David, Floyd, Laura, Sylvanus and others looked at the map and discussed the possible war that would follow. Floyd pointed to the map and introduced the importance of White Rock City to his lord. If there is a real armed confrontation or even a direct war between the two sides, the battlefield will most likely be on the plain southwest of White Rock City. The terrain there is open and flat enough to facilitate both sides. Phong will deploy all its military strength. This kind of armed confrontation does not involve any tactical strategies, such as intervening and attacking in the east. Considering the strategic significance of White Rock City, if the Holy Kingdom of Guntur really wants to start a war, it must break through and occupy White Rock City. I heard that White Rock City is very lively. I really want to see it. Sophia didn't care much about battlefields or the situation of big countries. She has already learned from David that this war has little to do with Winter City, and it is not even certain whether the main army of the Thailand Kingdom will actually fight. Most likely, they will just go out for a walk, have a confrontation or exchange curses for a few days. Even if a fight does begin, the coalition formed by other lords will be the main force in the initial stage. There are only 10 soldiers in Winter City, and there is a high probability that they will all stay behind to protect their lord, the Earl of Glamorgan. In this case, Sophia had nothing to worry about. Instead, her focus was on White Rock City itself, and she could also visit her sister whom she had not seen for several years. If you want to go, just go together. Anyway, with the Quinjet and RC here, Sophia doesn't have to follow the large forces, and can just fly directly to White Rock City. Even if she deliberately controlled her speed and followed the large army slowly south, Sophia would not feel any hardship while traveling in a fighter plane, and there would be no safety issues. After listening to David's words, Sophia also began to seriously think about whether to go to White Rock City. She was going to say hello to her parents later. If they didn't object strongly, she would go by herself. Compared to Sophia, David may have a harder time. As a lord, he is also a lord that His Majesty the King values very much. This time when he goes south, he will most likely move with a large army and ride behind His Majesty the King. If you're going to ride with a large army, where's the Winter Knight? Of course we will continue to fly in the Quinjet. Are you going to let the Winter Knight ride a horse in a blizzard-powered armor? That war horse is too miserable. David knew that there were many very strong war horses in the Kingdom of Thailand, and the load-bearing capacity of these war horses was no better than that of A's. Rath's top horse is poor, but no matter how exaggerated it is, it's not enough to be able to carry a Winter Knight wearing a full set of blizzard power armor for a long distance. Right? After hesitating for a few seconds, David realized that it wasn't impossible. However, he still believes that it is better for the Winter Knight to continue flying in the Quinjet, as the war horse will limit the Winter Knight's combat effectiveness. Your Majesty, don't you keep a few knights with you? Floyd is not worried about David's safety. David, who is with His Majesty the King, cannot have any safety issues. The reason for asking his lord to bring a few knights is to support the scene. There is no need. I'm not wearing the blizzard-powered armor. I'll follow David. Sylvanus thinks the blizzard-powered armor is a very good piece of equipment, but she has her own fighting habits, so she will wear her own unless there are special circumstances. Armor. Use bow and arrow to fight. Her outfit does not affect horseback riding, nor is it suitable for airborne operations from a Quinjet. She is more suitable for operating with David. The same situation was with Jaina, but the female mage had no interest in riding a horse. When everyone looked at her, she decisively stated that she preferred to fly. Why don't I follow you? Sir? It won't matter if the armor is placed on the fighter plane. As for the combat command, to be honest, Bullock is more suitable for commanding this kind of airborne combat than me. David nodded. In this case, the etiquette officer Elias Parker, the bodyguard Knight Floyd, and the temporary guard Sylvanus were following him. As a man who did not bring many soldiers, he, the Lord, with 3 cronies by his side, is already quite a few. The remaining people continue to operate in Quinjet aircraft. If Sophia also wanted to go south, RC would follow Sophia to ensure the princess's personal safety. Let's arrange it this way. David checked the time. Sutton Stewart had previously asked him to go out of the city to see the conditions of the camps established by the soldiers who were arriving one after another. David didn't want to miss such an opportunity to learn about the strength of other lords of the Tilan Kingdom. So he accepted Sutton's invitation, riding on the tall war horses specially arranged for him. David and Sutton led a few guards and left the royal capital unimpeded. The camp arranged by His Majesty the King for many lords is located in the open area in the southwest corner of the royal capital. This place was chosen to facilitate the subsequent gathering of the army to move south. So David and Sutton rode out of the south gate of the royal capital, turned west and ran for a while, and soon saw a specially surrounded temporary military camp. The guards of the military camp are currently guarded by the royal guards of King Tylan. These soldiers not only protect the military camp, but also take care of the soldiers from all over the country. But their tasks are not complicated. The soldiers in the camp are not allowed to leave the camp without reasonable reasons and orders. As for what the soldiers from the south and the north are doing in the camp these days, they don't care. Even if conflicts broke out between these soldiers from different places, or even started fighting directly, as long as the fighting did not reach outside the camp, the guard soldiers would not pay attention at all, and would even watch the fun and cheer. Under such circumstances, it is entirely possible to guess how chaotic the temporary military camp would be. After riding his war horse into the military camp, David looked at the messy, disorderly and random tents and bonfires around him. He seriously doubted whether this coalition army was a ragtag army, that the lords from various places randomly recruited a few strong men to make up the numbers. Can this kind of army have combat effectiveness? David felt that for this kind of trash, the 10 winter knights he brought could kill them all without even shooting. These are indeed miscellaneous troops, and the real elite will occupy a better position. Sutton has more experience in this situation. The Tilan Kingdom has recruited lords many times, and he has experienced it many times personally. The more you see, the more you understand. It also has something to do with the lord's own status. When the big lord receives the summons, he will continue to convey the order to the smaller lords below. After recruiting manpower level by level, it will become a small joint force in itself. Such troops will have various differences in material distribution and treatment. After arriving in the royal capital, they will divide the territory according to the lord's strength, title, etc., and arrange their trusted troops in the best positions, and then consider those at lower levels. Generally speaking, the most peripheral ones are those lords who are not strong enough themselves and whose superiors have little strength. What they bring is indeed a mixed army. In addition to adding numbers to support the scene, these soldiers can only do auxiliary work such as setting up camps and patrolling, stand guard, look for food, water, etc. Continuing to move inside, the surrounding camps gradually become clean, tidy and orderly. You can also see some strong soldiers training spontaneously or maintaining their weapons and armor. These soldiers look okay. David was riding a tall war horse. Although he did not wear armor or formal earl attire, his gorgeous daily attire still revealed his aristocratic status, coupled with his handsome young face. He looked like he was an aristocratic son who came to watch the fun out of curiosity. Facing such a noble prince, these soldiers had different reactions. Some were working harder, while others were calmly continuing to do their own thing. David glanced around, but he didn't see anyone showing disdain or looking down on them. Then he realized that this situation was normal. In the hearts of people in this world, it is natural for nobles to be superior. What's more, these soldiers in the camp are also vested interests in the aristocratic system, and there are even many knights among them. These people are also part of the aristocracy. They will be envious, jealous, and want to be a part of it, but they will not look down on it with disdain. Just as David continued to look around, there was a sudden noise in front of him. This situation is not unusual here. It caught David's attention because it was a female voice who shouted angrily, "Go away, you bastard full of disgusting things!" David followed the sound and looked over. Before he asked Sutton beside him, "Whose generals are over there?" I saw that Sutton had already rushed his horse to watch the fun, following him on horseback. David didn't have to worry about not being able to see. The guards who followed the two of them had already stepped forward to drive away the onlookers, clearing a passage for Earl Sutton Stewart and David Guerra. Earl Morgan can ride into the circle and see clearly what is happening. A red-haired female knight in armor was confronting a strong man. Chapter 302 The army marches south. Confrontation. Confrontation. Fighting! What a standard process. David looked at it for a while, and found that the red-haired female warrior had good skills. She could fight as beautifully as she wanted. She could spin, jump, and raise her legs in various ways. The armor on her body did not affect her at all. Actions. The strongman she was fighting with also cooperated with her fists, punches and falls. When she was kicked, she would put more force on her feet to make herself fly farther and more embarrassingly. Not only that, David also found that the people around him were also very cooperative. While cheering and cheering, they also did not forget to educate the people around him about various information about this red-haired female warrior. It is said that this red-haired female warrior is a soldier from a town called Salt Lake in the west of the Kingdom of Thailand, named Queenie, because of his good figure and gorgeous face. He is quite famous in the local and surrounding areas, and is often harassed. But Queenie didn't like people paying too much attention to her figure and appearance. Instead, she worked hard to hone her martial arts, and became an excellent warrior. She has now become a squad leader of the Salt Lake Corps, and is very likely to become a soldier in the future. Excellent female knight Bala 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 Bala. All kinds of intelligence information were very detailed. David just stood aside and watched the excitement for a while, and he almost understood all the 18 generations of Queenie's family. Regarding this situation, David looked at the excitement of Earl Sutton Stewart with a purely spectatorial mentality. This routine is obviously not directed at me, because everyone in the royal capital now knows that Earl Sutton Stewart has recently been particularly fond of female warriors and knights with strong bodies and beautiful looks. For this reason, he has received a warning from His Majesty the King not to allow him to attack the tyrant knights and the guards. The female knight of the knights took action. In the few days since David came to the capital, Sutton also captured a female mercenary who happened to come to the capital of Thailand. As for yourself, his reputation in the royal capital as Earl David Glamorgan is that he is the luckiest man since the founding of the Kingdom of Thailand, the fiancé of Her Royal Highness Princess Sophia. Only people with mental problems would use the label in the royal capital of Thailand. His Majesty the Kingdom and Her Majesty is using beauty against herself right under her nose. It's a bit boring. Do you want to continue visiting the camp? Sutton was a little curious at first, but immediately felt bored after finding out that it was all a routine. He was not interested in this kind of initiative that came to his door, and he didn't need to bother with the strategy at all. Target will make him lose a lot of fun. As for the beauty, the Earl of Sutton Stewart is not a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. What kind of beauty has he not seen before? At this time, the red-haired beauty in the field had completely knocked down the strong man on the opposite side. After a few operations, she had demonstrated her ability well. However, when she observed the target with her peripheral vision, she found that the Earl didn't look at him at all, but was talking to another young noble next to him. Who is this guy? Seeing that the other party was sizing her up, the red-haired beauty Queenie immediately put on a cold face that said she would not let strangers in, and continued to maintain her hard-working persona of not wanting to rely on face. Although the identity of the other party was unclear, since he was able to be with Earl Sutton Stewart, he must not be an ordinary person. In addition, with that face, Queenie felt that it would be good to attract this young nobleman, since she failed to attract Earl Sutton Stewart. But when she glanced over there expectantly, she saw the young man and the Earl of Sutton Stewart turning their horses and leaving. It seemed that the plan failed. Queenie bit her lower lip lightly. She was originally very confident in her appearance and figure, but the lustful Earl didn't even look at her. The young noble next to her only looked at her twice. Just eyes. She didn't think it was because she wasn't pretty enough. Queenie thought the problem might lie with the person who made the plan, although everyone in the royal capital knew that Earl Stewart liked to find female warriors and knights recently. But after so long, maybe Earl Stewart already tired of it. As for the other person, maybe the young nobleman doesn't like this style. I feel recently that ordinary female knights are a bit boring. Sutton looked at David next to him. Your visit to the capital this time has given me new inspiration. David had a question mark on his face. When he came to the royal capital this time, he was talking about business most of the time. Right? Even if Sutton showed off to himself that he had conquered another female mercenary, he would just deal with it casually. and then talk about more serious topics. Sutton suddenly said this. What inspiration did he give him? I suddenly feel that the target should not be limited to humans. David scratched his head with his fingers. And he could only say, as long as you like it, Lord Count. He didn't express too many opinions on this topic. Speaking of which, David, your Winter City seems to have many races. I have also seen dark elves in Winter City. Sutton thought it was amazing when he thought of this. David's Winter City not only has humans and elves, even magical races like the Cybertronians, and dark elves, a race that is almost never seen in the human kingdom. You should really bring the dark elves to the royal capital. David was speechless. Why did he bring the dark elves to the capital? Is it convenient for Sutton Stewart to visit Enid? If you bring the dark elves here, the people of the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt will surely be even more unhappy. Oh? Don't you know that there are many conflicts between the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt and the Dark Elves? Among the several major human kingdoms, only the territory of the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt is adjacent to the Wild Land, where the Dark Elves live. Sutton didn't know that the Dark Elf in Winter City came from the Eternal Night Empire further west. And when the people of the Holy Gauntra Kingdom see the Dark Elves appearing on our side, they will most likely think that the Tylan Kingdom and the Dark Elves have reached an alliance agreement. And it is not impossible to withdraw their troops directly. David felt it was amazing. How did the Earl manage to switch seamlessly from an informal topic to such a serious military matter in an instant? After coming out of the temporary camp, I met a female knight who wanted to show off her charm. Unfortunately, this female knight's script was obviously not as refined and thoughtful as the one named Queenie, and there were not enough extras around her to cooperate. So she was directly Earl Sutton Stewart ignored it. David looked at it for a few times and found that his appearance was ordinary. So he ignored it. After returning to his old home, David has a relatively free period of time. He has enough time to talk to Winter City every day to understand the situation in his territory. According to Eva's report, everything in the Northern Plains is developing steadily according to the original plan. Fewer and fewer orcs have been eliminated, and there are no longer gathering points for orcs such as villages, towns, or factories on the Northern Plains, as it became increasingly difficult for the orcs to find a place to live in the Northern Plains. They began to flee to the hills and mountains further north in the eastern part of the plains. After entering those areas, due to the complex terrain, the clearing of the Spartan heavy infantry regiments was difficult. The payment speed has also begun to decrease. It is said that some orcs built ships and prepared to escape from the Northern Plains by sea. As for whether these orcs were going back to their home island of Asigos, or heading south along the coastline to find other new homes, David didn't know. And the Cybertronian Legion didn't investigate it in detail. For the rest, the first semester of Winter College is still in progress, and it will take several years to train this group of students. Roads, transportation, and factories were gradually improved, and the increase in population allowed various industries in Winter City to begin to develop rapidly. They finally no longer had to worry about not being able to find people. In comparison, the minor security problems are completely within the acceptable level. In addition, Cecil returned to Winter City. After spreading many traces of his activities in the Savage Land, the Lost Land, he also tried to invite the tribesmen there to live in Winter City. But unfortunately they were all rejected. These Dark Elves who ran to the Lost Land more or less knew some of the grudges between humans and Dark Elves. I didn't know it at first. And because of the frequent conflicts and frictions with the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt, I had new hatred and a general distrust of humans. So naturally, I would not live in a city with a human lord. In response, David could only shrug his shoulders and said, I won't be the one who regrets it in the future anyway, and threw the group of Dark Elves into a corner. Time passed like this day by day. Most of the lords who had received the summoning order had already arrived at the royal capital. After a small number of lords who did not respond had been identified as having different thoughts, King Abelson specially sent someone to come, notify David and prepare him to follow the army south to White Rock City. Well, the leisurely days are over. The army gathered and David, who put on the Lightbringer suit, finally saw the Tyrant Knights, whom he had heard about countless times but had never really seen. Gareth Stanton and Floyd said, Sir, are you? Didn't you forget us? The armor is bright and shiny, with gorgeous, complicated patterns and inlaid gems containing energy fluctuations. David knew that these armors were all new equipment from the Kingdom of Tiran. They had a lot of enchanting effects such as strength enhancement, speed enhancement, reaction enhancement, defense enhancement, etc., making the knights wearing the armor more powerful. To put it bluntly, This is a magical version of power armor. However, the surrounding lords did not know this. They only felt that the armor of the Thailand knights was becoming more and more flashy. Has His Majesty King Abelson finally reached the age to pursue magnificence and extravagance? David discovered that a small number of knights of the guards were also wearing new equipment. These knights were responsible for protecting the safety of His Majesty the King and his important ministers. Compared to the Tiran Knights and the Guards Knights, that group of joint troops wearing colorful clothes and holding various flags were really a motley army in every sense of the word. Chapter 303 Lana. The army assembled, and David got a rough idea. The army heading south this time included 400 knights from the Tiran Knights, 100 knights from the Guards Knights, 1,000 fully equipped elite soldiers, and 2,000 auxiliary soldiers. This is the main force of the Kingdom of Tiran, and only obeys the orders of His Majesty King Abelson. In addition, the specific arms of the coalition brought by many lords are not easy to count. There are knights, cavalry, fully equipped infantry, and ordinary infantry with only weapons. There are also auxiliary soldiers, but it is difficult to distinguish between the soldiers under many lords and the auxiliary soldiers. It can only be roughly determined that the number of the lords' coalition forces is close to 4,000. Judging from the numbers alone, the number of the lords' coalition forces is about the same as the main army assembled in the royal capital. However, if there is a war with the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt, the main force will still be the 400 knights of the Tiran Knights. David, riding on horseback among the large group. David looked like many other lords around him, following His Majesty the King southward with 3 or 5 cronies. Even though David's armor was very gorgeous, his shoulders exuded a soft golden halo, and there was an elf beside him. Everyone was still too lazy to pay too much attention to him. They were all going about their own way, and at most they whispered, "Say a few words to your confidant, His Majesty the King." Shh. David raised his finger in an unspoken gesture, and then nodded to Sylvanas, indicating that he knew what was going on. When Sylvanas saw it, she took back her words and continued to pretend to be a guard quietly. It turned out that after traveling together for a while, Sylvanas keenly noticed that something was wrong with His Majesty King Abelson in front of him. Although there seemed to be no problem on the surface, some of the auras were still a bit strange, which aroused Hill's suspicion. The attention of Vanas, the Ranger General. As a hunter, tracking ability is what he is good at. How to identify the correct target is naturally an ability that must be mastered. Although she couldn't see any flaws, Sylvanas still noticed something was wrong. As for David, he also discovered a problem. After all, he is also a hunter, and his increased strength has greatly improved his perception. He even noticed abnormalities earlier than Sylvanas. This is not to say that David's ability and talent as a hunter are better than Sylvanas's. The key is that Sylvanas has never met Abelson before, and only had the opportunity to see the king during the past few days. In comparison, David often chatted, and even had meals with His Majesty the King during this period. They had met more often, so they were naturally more familiar with each other. Therefore, when Abelson in front was replaced by a substitute, David immediately noticed it. "I wonder if the real king is rushing directly to Baiyin City, or is he mixed in with the army?" David didn't know. But Nan went for several days and didn't see His Majesty the King out for activities at night for several nights. David guessed that Abelson might have secretly left the army. "What can I do if I go to Baiyin City in advance?" "I don't know. Are you looking for information? To appease Marquis Otto? Or maybe you want to quickly find out what the purpose of the Holy Kingdom of God is?" David chatted casually with Sylvanas, Laura, and Jaina during the break. Their small circle was very conspicuous at night, because the Quinjet was parked nearby, which would attract curiosity from other lords and knights from time to time. Look! A few people didn't pay attention to these looks and continued to discuss whether they should also go south in advance. With the Quinjet, they could reach White Rock City quickly. If they followed the large army, the speed would be too slow. "Why are you going so early?" David was not in a hurry. He thought it was better to go slowly. "The Winter Knights will not enter the battlefield early, even if a war breaks out with the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt. The early stage will rely on the troops brought by these lords. Next is the performance stage of the Thailand Knights. And it's not our turn to play. If you go early, should you let the Winter Knight drive away the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt in advance?" If he really did that, Abelson would not only not be grateful to him, but might also blame David for ruining his plan. After all, Abelson didn't even hint to David. It was simply a clear indication that David should not participate in the battle early. "Just think of it as an outing. It's so grand to go on an outing with so many people. But most people don't get to enjoy this kind of pomp. David's mentality was very good. And he was just watching the excitement throughout the whole process. Especially after he found that many lords were rejecting him. This mentality of watching other people's excitement became even more abundant. He could understand these lords' rejection of him. After all, he had almost become His Majesty the King's son-in-law. The lords and David really had nothing in common to talk about. If he spoke too much, he might be feared by the king. No contact would be the best option. Okay. They don't know that they may have missed the last life-saving straw. If they can take advantage of this period to establish a relationship with David, maybe David will help him a little. Now, no one can stop David's desire to watch the excitement. Continuing on their way, the army drove for many days, and finally arrived at Bayan City, the southern important town of Thailand Kingdom. When White Rock City, with its entire city wall covered in snow-white color, appeared in sight, David also felt a little shocked. Wow! It's not that White Rock City is so spectacular and majestic, but this pure white city has very distinctive characteristics. The city and various buildings are entirely made of local white rock mixed with other materials, plus a little bit of the Kingdom of Thailand. The slightly different architectural styles in most areas make White Rock City unique. The army did not enter the city, but still camped in the open space outside the city. The lords began to arrange various matters, and David was summoned alone, together with several important ministers who came with the army. They followed His Majesty the King into the city. Even the people around David did not need to stay outside the city, which was a perfect display. The difference from other lords. David didn't care about the envy, jealousy, and hatred that were poured into him, and he followed His Majesty the King into White Rock City on horseback. Arriving at the Lord's castle in White Rock City, David was not surprised to see another His Majesty Abelson here. The king who was originally in front disappeared at some point. But no one was surprised by this situation. It was obvious that everyone here knew that His Majesty the King left the group first. Earl David Glamorgan, just let your fighter planes land in the open space over there. An open space was specially cleared inside the main entrance of the castle. It was probably Abelson, who ordered someone to clear it out specifically for David. This order also made other people pay more attention to this young earl, who rose to power very quickly. The soldiers in White Rock City were curious, not only about David, but also about the slowly landing Quinjets. If His Majesty the King hadn't said low in advance, they would have launched an attack on the monster that had been hovering in the sky for a while. As the Quinjet landed steadily, Princess Sophia ran out of the fighter plane and embraced the young woman standing next to Abelson passionately. Only then did David confirm that the woman who looked to be in her mid-20s was indeed Sophia, sister, Abelson's eldest daughter Lana Thailand. Today, she is also the wife of Marquis Otto of White Rock City. David took a quick look around and saw no man who looked like Marquis Otto. Soon, his question was answered. Lana welcomed the nobles and ministers from the royal capital on behalf of her husband, and explained the reason why her husband did not show up. Marquis Prior Otto has been unwell recently and has been unable to see guests. I have no choice but to welcome His Majesty the King and everyone on his behalf. After a brief chat, everyone dispersed to do their own things, investigate the surrounding environment, observe the weather conditions, formulate and file various combat plans, and even formulate possible retreat and escape plans. David and Sutton were left together to get to know Lana Thailand. This is Earl David Glamorgan, Sophia's fiancé. The Lord of Winter City in the Northern Plains had already been introduced in advance, and with a previous forced population relocation order from the Kingdom of Thailand, everyone in the country was know where Winter City is. As Abelson's daughter, Lana naturally knows more details. Compared with the simple greeting before, Lana looked David carefully up and down at this time. A very outstanding young man. He is a good match for Sophia. As for the female elf, female mage, and female archaeologist who were following her, Lana simply ignored them. Perhaps in the princess's heart, as long as David, the young earl, had no problem with his mind, he would know how to choose. A simple family banquet ended quickly. Lana arranged a separate residence for David and his men. It was a manor not far from the castle. It originally belonged to an aristocratic official in White Rock City. Not long ago, this man was executed for a felony. The house was sorted out just for him. David, this group of people live. The Earl of Sutton Stuart and his cronies are also arranged here. As for other important ministers and nobles, they live directly in the military camp and do not have such special treatment. I don't know why, but I think Sophia's sister is a bit weird. After arriving at the residence and making sure there were no outsiders, Sylvanas frowned and revealed her findings. I always feel that there seems to be something about her. A strange power. I have this feeling too. But if it is there or not, I even suspected it was an illusion. Jaina had the same view. But because she only took a few glances, she was not sure whether her judgment was accurate. Finally, everyone focused on David. David had been in contact with the Marquise for the longest time and was close to her, so he should be able to make a more accurate judgment. Your feeling is correct. The fluctuation in Lana's body should be the power of a certain god in the temple. Chapter 304 Thunder. David was so sure because he had been exposed to this kind of energy fluctuation before. At that time, Winter City was still a winter village, with only a few wooden houses. When he was doing daily exercises on the edge of the winter forest, he was attacked by an assassin. The energy fluctuations contained in the power used by the assassin and the small prop found on him were basically the same as the fluctuations emitted by Sophia's sister Lana. After listening to David's words, several people looked at each other and realized that the situation in Baiyun City seemed to be more complicated than originally expected. With the support of the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt, several surrounding lords rebelled. The army of the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt is stationed on the other side of the border and can enter the territory of the Kingdom of Tehran at any time. The Lord of White Rock City, Marquis Priorado, was ill and unable to handle official duties. He could not even welcome His Majesty the King who came to the south to supervise the war. He could only let his wife, His Majesty the King's eldest daughter Princess Lana, handle various affairs. On the surface, Princess Lana represents the Thailand royal family and is responsible for all affairs of White Rock City. It seems that she can ensure that White Rock City, a strategic location, will not be instigated by the Holy Kingdom of Gunter to rebel. As a result, Lana Thailand, the Princess of Thailand Kingdom, has the power fluctuation of a certain god in the temple. What does this mean? Even the princess was instigated by the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt? Perhaps Princess Lana was cursed by the wizards and warlocks of the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt? Jaina's guess is not impossible, considering that Marquis Otto has a physical problem. This possibility also exists. What are you going to do? Help Sophia's sister get some treatment? Laura turned her head and looked at David, and found that David seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, or maybe meditating. But from the fingers that David kept tapping his thighs, we could tell that David was actually thinking. After taking David's hand and placing it back on his lap, David opened his eyes again. During this time, no one should act alone. David didn't think about how to deal with this matter. If it was really a conspiracy, then the matter would be easy to handle. Helping to solve the curse or something like that would not be a big deal. But if Lana was not cursed, but actually sided with the temple, the matter would be complicated. Her rash statement, "I noticed traces of the temple on your body," was simply a reminder. The other party quickly took action. The most practical way is to continue to observe. If Princess Lana is in bad health, there is a high probability that she has been plotted. On the other hand, if Princess Lana is always alive and kicking without any abnormality, then there is a high probability that she has fallen to the side of the temple. Although David didn't know what kind of bargaining chip the temple offered to actually make the Princess of Thailand Kingdom turn to him, he didn't think it was difficult to understand. The prince and princess backhanded him for various reasons. It's not unusual for his father to be stabbed. But isn't this the same person who was stabbed in front of him? If it weren't for her self-infording, Jaina would have tricked her own father to death by now. However, in the days that followed, David never saw Princess Lana again. The Lord's wife, who was currently handling various affairs on behalf of her husband, was too busy to see anyone at all. In addition, His Majesty the King is constantly mobilizing troops, and David often has to follow His Majesty the King to increase his knowledge. So he does not know the specific situation of Princess Lana. However, as the army left Baiyun City and headed for the plains not far from Baiyun City, David's attention was completely attracted by the overwhelming two armies. This scene is so spectacular! On a hillside some distance away from the battlefield, David was still sitting on his horse, looking at the army that was gradually arranging in the distance, and the army of the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt that was vaguely visible in the distance. The two armies faced each other on the plains. This scene was much more shocking in reality than it looked on TV or computer screens. Knights kept shouting and shouting among the array, constantly adjusting the formation. Although they are a coalition, the lords also have capable people, including knights with rich combat experience. When they actually go to the battlefield, these knights will be recognized by all the soldiers and carry out every order seriously, because it is related to whether you can go home alive. and no one wants to sleep in a place so far away from home forever. In addition, some members of the Tehran Knights appeared on the battlefield to protect several nobles. These senior officials of Tehran will first have a dialogue with the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt, or they may be angry. In short, even though the two sides have already set up their positions, it is still unknown whether they can start a fight. After David sat on the horse and watched for a while, Abelson in front suddenly motioned for him to come forward and come to his side. His Majesty, if you lead the Winter City army to take charge of this battle, can you win this war? The Kingdom of Thailand will definitely win. In fact, David wanted to call Winter City invincible, but in the end, he held it back. Your Majesty, you think this war is inevitable? Abelson was silent for a few seconds before confirming David's guess. I came to White Rock City in advance to investigate. This war is inevitable. The determination of the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt exceeded my expectations. He rushed over in advance just to understand the specific situation earlier. In fact, after issuing a summons to the lords across the country, Abelson sent the best investigators and intelligence personnel of Thailand Shadow Guard to various regions in the south to collect intelligence information. I rushed here in advance because I wanted to take over the intelligence information earlier and make some arrangements in advance. The information received made Abelson very alarmed. Currently, many territories in the south of the Kingdom of Thailand have been seriously infiltrated by the temple. Some territories have even openly put the interests of the temple before the interests of the Kingdom of Thailand. The most unacceptable thing for him was that his own daughter actually ran to the temple. Abelson already knew that his daughter Lana was in cahoots with the temple, and he sneered at his daughter's naive ideas. Why is she using the power of the temple to control the Otto family? Everything is just for the sake of the Kingdom of Thailand. The temple is just a tool for her to control White Rock City. Lana, who can say such things, was identified by Abelson as stupid and unaware. Now, Lana has been controlled by the Knights of the Guard under him, and White Rock City is also controlled by Abelson's trusted nobles. However, Lana still adjudicates and handles various affairs in the name of Marquise Lana to ensure that there will be no outsiders know the real inside story. After doing all this, Abelson was sure that the war with the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt was simply unavoidable. He no longer considered weakening the nobles and lords in the country. A war broke out between the two countries. As king, what we have to consider now is how to lead our country to victory. To this end, he will use all the power he can mobilize. He originally only brought Earl David Glamorgan with him to familiarize himself with the situation on the mainland and experience the real war. But he was also included in his consideration. The Knights of Winter were very strong, but their numbers were too small, and Abelson did not expect any heroic performance. But those Quinjets, as well as Ursi, who can transform into a pink fighter, may be able to play a huge role. Sure enough, the conversation made no sense. While David and Abelson were talking, the envoy sent out to communicate with the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt had already returned to his army's formation on horseback. When the knight commander at the front of the battle formation raised the flag symbolizing the Kingdom of Tehran and issued a semaphore to prepare for battle, the war was inevitable. Order the Tyrant Knights! Attack! Seeing this situation, Abelson decisively issued a war order, and instead of ordering the coalition of lords to launch an attack, they directly asked the most elite Tyrant Knights to launch a surprise attack. Just as the order was issued, the roaring sound of thousands of horses galloping came from the direction of the battlefield. A cavalry team exuding golden brilliance suddenly appeared on the battlefield out of thin air, and then the bodies of these knights kept flashing. All kinds of brilliance arose, and the team's sprint speed became faster visibly to the naked eye, launching a charge towards Tehran's army from the side. It's the Knights Templar! Where did these guys come from? Damn it! It must be a magical spell cast by a believer in the God of Shadows. Amber! When did Umber Shadow magic become so powerful? Just when the Lord's coalition forces urgently adjusted their formations to prepare for the impact of the Templar Knights, the knights and cavalry were still adjusting their formations and wanted to launch an offensive from the flanks. The Tehran Knights, who had received the order to attack, suddenly came out. The Tehran Knights received the order to attack, and the commander of the Knights decisively gave up the original target based on the situation on the battlefield and aimed at the sudden appearance of the Templar Knights. The Tyrant Knights who came out from the side and rear wore gorgeous armor that also exuded magical brilliance and rushed towards the Templar Knights. In the name of the gods! For Thailand's greatness! The sound of slogans, the sound of horse hooves, and the collision of armor and weapons resounded throughout the sky. As the two knights were completely strangled together, The Lord Coalition also responded quickly, gradually surrounding the two knights who were fighting from the outside. Prepare to cooperate with the Tehran Knights to strangle the Templar Knights. As the coalition forces gradually surrounded the two knights, the Templars were like food that they put themselves into the enemy's mouth. This made Abelson in the distance smell a conspiracy. Something's wrong. Just when Abelson was thinking about whether to order some adjustments, the cloudless sky suddenly became overcast, and thunder continued to flash in the thick black clouds, as if some kind of terror was brewing. The power of. After being stunned for just a few seconds, a violent thunderbolt of unknown thickness struck straight down towards Abelson's position. David. Chapter 305. Even though he has little skills, he still dares to do the same thing. David wanted to shout, "You hit him! Don't hit me!" But it was too late to shout at this time. And in the eyes of the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt, there might be no difference between himself and Abelson. Neither of them were from the temple anyway. Without any movement, the holy light formed a huge shield around him in one thought, protecting everyone around him. Boom! Boom! Thick and dazzling thunder and lightning accurately struck the golden shield, causing ripples of light. Countless thunder and lightning thicker than a human body spattered around, and countless smoking black marks instantly appeared on the ground. The number is still increasing. Abelson raised his head and glanced at this miraculous situation, then turned to look at his guard. The mage and alchemist in the guard stared at the shield above their heads in surprise. The energy in the alchemist's hand was slowly dissipating. The spell he had launched in a hurry was not released at all, and he forgot in his surprise. If you continue to maintain it, the magic power you just mobilized will collapse and dissipate. Abelson realized that it was not his own guard who had released the shield. He was also surprised when he guessed the truth. He stared at Earl David Glamorgan beside him. Compared to Abelson, Sutton Stewart guessed the truth earlier. He also looked at David with disbelief. He had no idea that this young newly appointed Earl and his niece's fiancée had such a terrifying personality. Strength. Judging from the fact that he released such a powerful shield quietly and lightly, his strength seemed to be beyond the understanding of Earl Sutton Stewart. David knew that His Majesty the King and Earl Stewart were looking at him, but he had no time to pay attention to these two people now. After raising his head and observing for a few seconds, he discovered that this was an attack magic with a very wide range. Not only was the place where King Abelson and his important ministers were being attacked by thunder, but the troops of the Kingdom of Thailand were also attacked on the battlefield. A devastating blow. Wouldn't this kind of indiscriminate attack kill all the Templar Knights? Do they have any means to make the Templar Knights gain magic immunity? David thought of the god of magic enshrined in the temple. Since it is the magic system established by the god of magic, it seems that it is not that difficult to distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. After a few careful observations, David discovered that the Knights of the Templar Order were not only immune to being hurt by this terrifying thunder, but they were even positioning devices themselves. It is precisely because they are mixed with Tehran's army that these thunders can lock the attack within a small range. So, there's a traitor around. David was blasted by thunder for more than 10 seconds, and the holy light shield had already withstood countless thunder bombardments. Although the shield showed no signs of collapse, David was not prepared to keep getting hit here until the magic was over. He raised his left hand and made a slight upward fist movement. The surrounding holy light energy immediately received the order, and the golden holy light became more solid and thicker. Finally, it was concentrated and emitted directly upward, turning into a straight and thick pillar of sacred light, blasting away the thick black clouds in the sky. A huge round hole emerged. Sunlight shone through the large hole, allowing David and the group of people around him to bathe in sunlight again. When the layers of dark clouds were pierced by the holy light, the huge magic power contained in them was also dispersed. The surrounding dark clouds began to gradually collapse and disappear. The thunder and lightning in the black clouds became weaker and weaker until they completely disappeared. As the clouds dissipated, the sunlight gradually diffused from where David stood to the surroundings, and soon the area returned to its previous cloudless, sunny state. David had long since withdrawn his gaze. This situation was doomed from the moment he decided to take action. You dare to do anything in front of me even if you are a trivial person. The common language of Brindia is profound and profound. This is not David's original words, but the translation is almost the same. Looking in the direction of the battlefield, although it was only a dozen seconds of indiscriminate bombardment, the army of the Kingdom of Thailand suffered heavy losses. Even the soldiers who were not directly killed by the terrifying thunder were mostly injured. Many soldiers' weapons were damaged just now. It was damaged in that horrific magic attack, especially the new equipment of the Thailand Knights. There were more or less problems in this round of horrific attacks. On the other hand, the enemy Templars on the opposite side were all bright and energetic, waving their weapons and killing them. Perhaps in the eyes of the Knights Templar, everything around them is just a bunch of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Their resistance is destined to be in vain. The great god of magic will bring a brilliant victory to the temple. Welcome the judgment from God! While the Templars were roaring and admiring evil enemies falling one after another under the boundless thunder, they found that the weather had become clear again and the thunder had disappeared. Although I don't know what happened. The situation on the opposite side is very bad. Even without Thunder's attack, these guys in front of them cannot be the opponents of the Templar Knights. This is an opportunity given to us by the god of magic. Let us personally destroy these evil Tiran people. The commander of the Knights Templar reacted quickly. In his opinion, the enemy on the opposite side had lost their combat effectiveness, and the Knights Templar were about to usher in a free victory. While they were thinking this, the Templars suddenly felt that the sunlight in the sky seemed to become more intense. Then they noticed that wisps of golden silk seemed to be floating down from the sky. These golden strands were falling like snowflakes. When the thin thread touches the enemy in front, it will sink directly into it. Then, something happened that the Templars found incomprehensible. The seriously injured people who were illuminated by the golden light and touched by silk fabrics all returned to normal. Because this scene was so shocking, the battlefield suddenly fell into a strange silence. The Knights Templar were full of question marks. This power seemed to be the magic of the god of light, Lumiere. But the god of light was not on their side. Why do priests of the god of light unleash magical spells on enemies? Clicked on the wrong target when releasing? Or is this actually an indiscriminate healing magic? It's just that I wasn't injured on my side, so I didn't feel the effect. But he and others were not injured. So why did he release the healing magic? The Kingdom of Thailand had no idea what was going on. Even the Knights of the Thailand Knights had seen this situation for the first time. Compared to the soldiers on the battlefield, the people around David reacted faster. Don't let him continue casting spells! Several nobles drew their weapons and pounced on David in front. They had already realized that the magical scene on the battlefield was caused by the spell released by the Earl of Glamorgan. Although they don't understand why the Earl of Glamorgan can use a spell that is suspected of being Lumiere's thunder magic. They know that if David Glamorgan interferes like this, the originally perfect battle plan will fall short. The Holy Kingdom of Gaunt wants to the goal of completely destroying the main combat power of the Kingdom of Thailand in the First World War could not be achieved at all. Destroy these traitors! Abelson reacted quickly. He had known that many people around him were untrustworthy. He was not surprised by what was happening at the moment, and made the right response immediately. Earl Sutton Stewart stood behind David immediately. He knew that the Kingdom of Thailand had lost today's battle. But David gave Thailand's army a glimmer of hope. As long as he was not involved in this battle. If the entire army is wiped out, the Kingdom of Thailand can continue to confront the Kingdom of Holy Gaunt. If all the troops below are wiped out, even if the Kingdom of Thailand can survive in the end, the losses will be extremely heavy, even in the best outcome. A large area of the Kingdom of Thailand in the south will be occupied by the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt. How many more lords will be instigated to rebel? Therefore, David is very important now. Although Sutton is not serious at ordinary times, he has never been confused when he should be serious. Sutton drew out his long sword and took a stance. Sutton also chanted a few spells, and the long sword in his hand glowed with light. But before he had time to show his real strength, a strong wind passed by his ears, and then Sutton saw a strange pink hammer, which accurately hit an enemy's head wrapped in golden light. Boom! Brilliant holy light exploded together with red and white sticky substances, and 4 of these coquettish flowers bloomed in succession, which exactly corresponded to the number of nobles rushing toward David. In the blink of an eye, these nobles who said, "No more pretending. I'll show my cards," fell to the ground forever. The people around them, who were covering them, didn't last a few more seconds. Under the siege of other loyal nobles and guards who worked together, they fell to the ground forever. They fell down one after another. The few people who were highly skilled in martial arts and could survive the siege did not have any effective defense against David's sneak attack, and fell to David's hammer of judgment one after another. The pink one-handed hammer wrapped in golden holy light flew straight back to David's hand after successfully killing the last enemy. The holy light gradually dissipated, and only then did Sutton see clearly what the hammer in David's hand looked like. He had seen this thing many times, but only today did he know that this one-handed hammer was so powerful. What kind of weapon is this? Hammer of judgment! David gently threw down the one-handed hammer in his hand, then suddenly raised his left hand and took out the holy light hunter and pointed it at Abelson. Don't move! Boom! Abelson didn't even realize what was going on. There was a sound of falling to the ground behind him. When he looked back, he found a man wearing a knight's armor lying behind him. Abelson did not suspect that there was something wrong with David, but realized that even the knights of the guard had been infiltrated, and his face immediately became the same color as the surrounding ground struck by lightning. The knights of the guards assembled to attack and repel the Knights Templar. Chapter 306 Blizzard and Metal Storm. Abelson is very clear-headed. He cannot question the loyalty of the entire guard's knights at this time. But he cannot continue to keep these guards knights by his side. It happened that the situation on the battlefield was not conducive to the kingdom of Thailand. So sending the guards knights to the rescue was a very suitable reason. The commander of the guards knights also knows the current situation. It is the best choice to lead his men out to perform meritorious services. As for investigating the mole, we will talk about it later. The commander with the same dark face led the guards knights away. Although Abelson didn't say anything, he not only stayed away from the guards knights, but even stayed away from the original all guards. At this time, Sutton Stewart also stood beside Abelson in time, separating His Majesty the King from the remaining guards. In this way, the Earl of Sutton Stewart and the Earl of David Glamorgan were placed at the right and left of His Majesty the King. On the surface, there seemed to be no problem. Earl of Glamorgan, can your Knights of Winter come here now? Okay. In fact, when he took action, the Winter Knights had already been dispatched. Does your Majesty want the Winter Knights to join the battle? Or, there is no need to say anything at all. It is obvious. Abelson looked around him. One was his wife's brother Sutton Stewart, and the other was his daughter's fiancé. These were all people he could trust. After he breathed a sigh of relief, he turned to look at placed on the battlefield. Although David had cracked the terrible attack magic, Tiran's army had been severely damaged. Even with David's subsequent holy light spell for treatment, Tiran's army was still at a disadvantage. The Tiran Knights, who originally had new equipment and were supposed to shine in the war, were affected by the violent magic attacks. The enchantments on the equipment were affected. Most people's equipment was affected, and they were unable to use their full capabilities. Strength. A small number of people who were not affected are working hard to help their comrades and try to stabilize the war situation. But the magical blessings on the Templars seem to have been upgraded, showing far greater combat effectiveness than before. Even if this group of Templar Knights is surrounded by layers of siege, they can still charge and kill freely. If this situation continues, the Knights Templar will soon be able to break out of the encirclement. After a short adjustment, they will attack Tiran's army, launch a new round of charge. In the distance, the army of the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt is already advancing here. Given the current state of the Tiran army, when the army comes into contact, there is a high probability that it will suffer a disastrous defeat. Knights of Winter. Abelson knew that the Knights of Winter were very powerful, although he had not seen it with his own eyes. Sutton's words were still credible. He regrets a little now. If he had known earlier, he would have asked Earl David Glamorgan to bring all the Knights of the Knights of Winter here. At this time, he would be able to use more trump cards. Can the Quinjet launch an attack on the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt's army in the distance? All we need to do is slow down their advance. Well, David thought for a while. With 3 Quinjets, RC, and 10 Winter Knights wearing blizzard-powered armor, he felt that the opposing army should be enough to fight for a while. But he thought of another way. If it's against the army in the distance, I have another way. Oh! Abelson has no good solution now. After all, he only has so many cards in hand, and he has almost played them all. Now if you want to reverse the situation, you can only rely on David Glamorgan, your prospective son-in-law. Judging from David Glamorgan's series of performances just now, this prospective son-in-law is trustworthy. If you have a better way, go for it. David nodded, took out the communicator, and contacted everyone on the Quinjet. Gianna! I am here. It's time for you to perform. Jaina did not reply immediately. She was silent for a few seconds before saying, I have located your location, and will be there immediately. After hearing Jaina's reply, David immediately motioned to the people in front of him to disperse and make way for an open space. At the same time, he should not be overly nervous or attack. Almost at the same time he finished speaking these words, a dazzling magical light appeared in the open space in front of him. With a flash of light, Jaina Proudmoore, wearing a mage's robe and holding a magic staff, appeared in front of everyone. After looking at the people around her, Jaina only nodded slightly to Abelson, the king of the Kingdom of Tilan, and ignored everyone else. As for Earl Sutton Stewart, whom she had met several times in the royal capital, but had a very bad reputation. She simply ignored him, and regarded him as a transparent person. "You want me to use powerful attack spells?" Jaina took a few steps forward, stood next to David and glanced at the battlefield in the distance. She immediately understood what David had asked her to do. "The target is far away." "That army?" "Yes." David didn't ask Gianna if she could do it. He knew how powerful this female mage was. Even if she hadn't reached her peak yet, she was no ordinary mage. As for the various restrictions on arcane magic in this world, he didn't believe that Jaina had been researching for so long without any results. Seeing that she could use teleportation spells so freely, he knew that Jaina had already found a way to bypass the restrictions. After all, even the alchemists on the continent of Brunia can find ways to mobilize arcane energy. There is no reason why a talented mage like Jaina can't figure it out. "Give it to me!" After observing for a moment, Jaina immediately started preparing to cast the spell. A magic circle formed by condensed arcane energy appeared at the feet of Jaina, who was standing on the high ground, and her whole body was entangled with a raging arcane torrent. I don't know what kind of magic it is, but just by looking at the momentum of this move, everyone around me knows that this must be a very powerful magic. The energy fluctuations released by the surging arcane torrent made everyone around him take several steps back involuntarily. Only Abelson stood firmly on the spot and looked at the female mage, who was casting a spell not far away in surprise. He knew that there was a female mage beside David, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. At that time, what he thought in his mind was that as long as David didn't go too far, he wouldn't care about these private matters. Now it seems that I made a huge mistake in my judgment. This female mage was taken by Earl David Glamorgan, and it may not be because of her outstanding appearance and figure. With the mobilization of magic power, an extremely huge magic circle slowly appeared in the blue sky in the distance, located diagonally above the army of the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt. Immediately afterwards, a blue-white meteor condensed by frost and cold air rushed out from the huge magic circle at high speed and hit the army of the Holy Kingdom of Gunter. Snowstorm. This is one of the signature spells of an Azeroth mage. But most people don't know that Blizzard is actually not a power building or frost magic as many people think. Blizzard is actually a summoning magic. Summons a large amount of cold air and ice and snow crystals from the cold polar regions, condenses them, and launches them towards the enemy. The terrifying freezing air and huge impact will cause huge damage to the enemy. The blizzard that Jaina cast this time was naturally unable to summon cold air and ice crystals from Northrend, the polar region of Azeroth. She summoned ice and snow crystals from the top of the mountain north of Winter City, known as the Pillar of the World. Just as Jaina used blizzard to bombard the army of the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt, 3 Quinjet fighters also arrived above the battlefield. After being surprised by the terrifying power of Archmage Jaina, Abelson felt shocked again. This time, he was amazed by the way the Winter Knights fought and the combat power they displayed. While the 3 Quinjet fighters slowed down slightly, one Winter Knight jumped directly from the fighter plane one after another. Under the gaze of His Majesty the King of the Kingdom of Tiran and many nobles, they fell straight towards the group of Knights Templar. Middle. This, Abelson and many Tiran nobles thought that the Knights of Winter had made a mistake and regarded the Knights Templar as their own. But when these Winter Knights, who were still in midair, launched a large number of small iron pieces that were spitting fire, blasting an open area in the area where they were about to land, they realized these Winter Knights were aiming a jump down from the area with the most enemies. Boo! 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 Although they were very far away, the moment the Winter Knights landed on the ground one after another, everyone seemed to hear a heavy landing sound. Next, they watched helplessly as these 10 Winter Knights massacred each other in the center of the Templar Knights formation, surrounded by countless enemies. What a brave way to fight! The nobles present had fought countless battles, and this was the first time they had seen such a fierce and brave fighting method. It's not just jumping down from a high altitude and falling into the battlefield. You also have to jump into the area with the densest enemies, and then fight multiple enemies surrounded by countless enemies. How crazy does one have to be to come up with such a crazy way of fighting? But it has to be said that the appearance of the Winter Knights immediately turned the tide of the battle, because the Templars were overwhelmed by the center. The overall formation was completely disrupted, and there was no way to continue to move as a whole to break out of the encirclement. The battlefield completely turned into a chaotic strangulation battle. Under this situation, the Winter Knights performed more and more eye-catchingly, and the weapons in their hands that kept spitting out tongues of fire almost never stopped. Although the Templars have various magical blessings, They will not be harmed by rifle bullets. But the protection of divine magic is not invincible. When the Winter Knight fires wildly at a target and pours ammunition, the only thing waiting for the Templar is to explode into blood. As more and more Templars were shot into blood, the morale of the Templars dropped rapidly, and the situation on the battlefield began to reverse. Chapter 307 Candidates for the new king of Thailand Kingdom. The Winter Knights were still killing each other, but Jaina had stopped using her blizzard spell. As the last few rounds of frost meteors fell, the army of the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt fell into a state of huge chaos. Although the specific casualties were unclear, in this state, it would not take more than half a day to regroup and continue to advance. Kung Fu cannot be completed. This spell can no longer be used. Jaina sighed. She had indeed found a way to bypass the restrictions on using familiar magic. But the disadvantage was that once many magics were used, they would most likely attract the attention of the authority managers, who would then the permission to use this magic is locked. And this magic is included in the current management system. In other words, I can't use it anymore until I find another way. Jaina had expected this situation, but she didn't care much. Anyway, she knew a lot of spells, as long as she didn't use them indiscriminately. Even if they could only be used once, she could solve many problems. By the time all spells are locked, she may have figured out a way to completely bypass the restrictions. We have successfully stopped the advance of the Holy Kingdom of Gunter's army, and our goal has been achieved. David looked into the distance. The army could not continue to advance. The Templar Knights were trapped in a heavy siege. They were encircled and suppressed by the Winter Knights, the Tyrant Knights, and the Guards Knights, who had just rushed into the battlefield, playing soy sauce next to them. They blocked the escape route of the Knights Templar very well. If the fight continues like this, even if the Knights Templar are not completely wiped out, they will suffer heavy losses. Under this situation, even if the Tiran Knights and the coalition of lords were severely damaged, the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt could not continue to maintain this war. Just when David was about to watch the fun, the blue sky seemed to be dyed with a layer of golden light, and then dots of light like raindrops landed on the battlefield. Bathed in the golden rain, the Templar Knights regained their strongest combat power. Their physical strength and energy were all restored to their peak state. Even the blessing magic on their bodies became more powerful. In addition to the originally strong armor, covered with a thick layer of brilliance, the Piccolo assault rifle of the Winter Knights kept pouring ammunition onto it, splashing out countless spots of light. But it could no longer break through the protection and kill the enemy as easily as before. Get closer to the nearest comrade. Noticing the changes in the battlefield situation, Brock Rumlow immediately issued new instructions. The Winter Knights changed from fighting individually to gathering nearby, and continued to approach their comrades. During this period, flash shock bombs, smoke bombs, and small missiles were continuously launched, and explosions were heard one after another on the battlefield. Soon the Winter Knights got together and formed a suitable formation with the surrounding Tiran army to ensure that they would not be besieged by enemies from all directions. According to the mark, attack in groups of 3. After special training, the Winter Knights quickly formed a combat team of 3, with Crossbones Rumlow in the middle to support several groups of comrades according to the situation. Then, the blood flower that had just disappeared for a moment reappeared on the battlefield. The commander of the Knights Templar thought that he could counterattack the enemy after seeing his priests use more powerful protective powers. Now he realized that counterattack was impossible, and what he had to do now was to take his men out safely. The Templars began to retreat, and they chose a direction that was not blocked by the Winter Knights to attack. The Tiran army was unable to stop this group of Templar Knights, who were protected by powerful magic. They could not even stop the other side. They could only watch the Templar Knights break out and quickly run away into the distance. A pursuit? Laura stayed on top of the Quinjet, observing the entire battle. No. Let those guys leave. The weapons on the Quinjet are still not strong enough, and they cannot cause a devastating blow to the Templar Knights, who are covered in protective spells. At most, a few unlucky guys will be killed. This kind of pursuit is meaningless. Get our people away from the battlefield. As for morale, the morale of the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt has dropped enough after encountering a defeat despite all the traps and advantages. What will the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt do next? Insist on going to war with the Kingdom of Tiran? Keep fighting? Or will the battlefield be transferred to the negotiation table and start a new round of another kind of war? At this time, Abelson was also constantly giving orders. Assemble the troops. Treat the wounded. Clear the battlefield and slowly evacuate. The Knights of the Guard should stay behind. and let the severely damaged knights of Tyran and the Lord's coalition withdraw first, etc. The nobles around them also dispersed and were busy with various matters, counting casualties, weapon losses, etc. They also had to figure out the situation in the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt and predict the choices the enemy might make. The war that has only lasted for half a day has still resulted in too many things to count. And Abelson has already foreseen that tonight will be a sleepless night. But all kinds of things are inferior to winning over Earl David Glamorgan. This prospective son-in-law was the key factor in the Tylan Kingdom being able to reverse this war. He found that he overestimated this young man as much as possible again and again, but still underestimated the other party. What is David's origin? What kind of existence is standing behind him? This question has appeared in Abelson's mind many times, but he can't ask it now. The Kingdom of Tylan still needs the Earl of Glamorgan to stabilize the front. Not to mention that the Earl of Glamorgan is currently very loyal to the Kingdom of Tylan and himself. Even if he really has different intentions, he must find a way to stabilize it now. It can even be said that even if David is disobedient, Abelson can tolerate it, as long as he can maintain the superficial relationship between king and minister. He can even allow Winter City to become a de facto independent kingdom. Of course, it wasn't a case of necessity. He didn't want this to happen. Now he is eager to complete the wedding between David and Sophia as soon as possible, and then give birth to offspring as soon as possible. If he can persist until then, he can directly make the offspring of David and Sophia the new king of the Kingdom of Tylan. David didn't know that his descendants had been clearly arranged by His Majesty King Abelson. In fact, he didn't think so much or complicated at all, including when he took action. If His Majesty the King died in battle, would he be a good person? Can achieve greater benefits? It wasn't until the battle was over and everyone around him left to do various things that David had free time to think about this issue. The final answer is, there is no difference. My future plans will not change significantly depending on whether Abelson is killed in action. Setting goals and moving steadily towards the goals. This is the current state of Winter City. If it continues to develop, it is inevitable that it will become a huge advanced city. By that time, whether Abelson is still in power or not, it is inevitable that Winter City will become the Winter Kingdom. Even David himself has a hard time preventing this from happening, even if he doesn't want to. When his strength reaches that level, people around him will ask him to do it. By that time, David was representing more than just his own interests. Returning to White Rock City, Abelson did not let David go back to rest, but took him to discuss a series of matters such as the war and diplomacy with the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt. In order to show the importance to Lord David Glamorgan, even the Mage Jaina Proudmoore was invited. As for the Earl of Sutton Stewart, he has a more important task, rectifying the Knights of the Guards. Before the traitors in the Knights of the Guards are completely eliminated, His Majesty the King no longer dares to let the Knights of the Guards be responsible for his security work. In comparison, Earl David Glamorgan seems to be safer by his side. Maybe he should let the Winter Knights be responsible for his own protection next. Because business matters always have to be talked about, and many matters are being investigated and handled by others. Abelson can only change the topic to things that have nothing to do with the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt. For example, where does the Mage Jaina Proudmoore come from? Mage Jaina Proudmoore is the daughter of the leader of the island city of Kul Tiras. She is actually a guest in Winter City. This time she came out to see the customs of various parts of the Brainian continent. Oh! Abelson was surprised. He did not ask where Kul Tiras was. Since it is an island city, it must not be on the continent of Brunia. It was not surprising that he had not heard of it. But Abelson was a little surprised by Gianna's identity. The leader's daughter. Isn't she a princess? No wonder his appearance, temperament and knowledge are all so outstanding. In fact, David's introduction and Abelson's speculation are both inaccurate. Kul Tiras is not a kingdom in the strict sense. Although Dalen Proudmoore is the leader of Kul Tiras, he is not a kingdom. A king in the true sense of the word. However, Jaina would not explain it in such detail. In her eyes, the king in front of her was just a passerby on her journey, and there was no need to understand it in such detail. So, Master Proudmoore came out to travel around the continent and gain more experience. Yes, Mage Proudmoore must introduce Kul Tiras to me the next time he goes to the capital of Tiran. I think more connections can be made between the kingdom of Tiran and Kul Tiras. Jaina smiled and dealt with this. She was very familiar with this kind of work. After seeing Jaina's performance, Abelson also realized that the princess of Kul Tiras was very good at handling such situations. Such an outstanding performance made Abelson start to worry. Can his silly daughter, who only knows about eating, Drinking and having fun compete with this female mage? Chapter 308. Do you understand what high technology is? Sophia, who was thought by Abelson to only be interested in eating, drinking and having fun, was currently chatting with her sister, or telling her sister about the various magics in Winter City. Cybertronians, high elves, holy light, cars, airplanes, steel battleships, etc. There are many delicious foods. Winter City stores many types of food, and with its small original population, a small amount of breeding can ensure the basic needs of the people in the city for meat, in addition to the various resources that can be purchased and replenished from other worlds. Sophia even feels that the food in Winter City is richer than that in King Tiran's capital. Sophia also found that the aquatic products in the Winter River were particularly delicious. She already fell in love with the aquatic products there, although Winter City did not yet have a complete aquatic product industry chain. As a princess, she wanted to eat some fish and shrimp. Naturally, some people go there specifically for fishing. It is said that in summer and autumn, there will be various fruits. I can taste them when I return to Winter City this time. When Sophia arrived in Winter City, the fruit-eating season had passed, and there were only a few fruits that could be preserved for a long time. In fact, with the establishment of a stable channel of communication between Winter City and Sparta, and various grains and fruit seeds being sent to Sparta in the future, in addition to growing their own crops, Winter City can also obtain them from Sparta. Fresh fruits. Not to mention that with the advancement of various technologies, it is not difficult to grow fresh fruits in winter. But it was not necessary before. David also promised to help me make a set of equipment that can move freely on the water like Miss Hood. Who is Miss Hood? Miss Hood is a humanoid battleship. How do you explain it? It is a battleship, but he looks the same as us. Listening to Sophia's various introductions, Lana felt that her sister might be crazy. Otherwise, why would she keep talking nonsense? What is this? If we follow Sophia's description, Winter City is simply a city in another world, with clean water that can be delivered to every household, electric lights that can make the house at night as bright as daytime. Let's not talk about whether these magical things exist. How great a person must a lord be to make his subjects live so comfortably? Moreover, in Sophia's description, the streets of Winter City are cleaner than the palace. How is this possible? How can those untouchables clean up the garbage properly? They can't even clean up after themselves. But is it necessary for his sister to lie to him, and make up these lies to deceive him? Could it be that Sophia liked the young earl named David Glamorgan very much, so she hoped that she could accept this brother-in-law even if she talked nonsense? Many questions popped up in her head, but on the surface, she responded with a smile and nod. Soon Lana discovered that her sister seemed angry. What's wrong? You're dealing with me casually again. How could it be? Sophia is so cute. Lana reached out and touched her sister's hair, and directly brought the topic to her sister. If you want the Earl of Glamorgan to focus on you, then you should eat less and see how fat you have become. I'm not fat. The angry Sophia's face became even rounder, but after expressing her dissatisfaction, she pinched her waist worriedly. Have you really gained a lot of weight? Not a lot. After successfully shifting her sister's attention to other things, Lana began to educate her sister on various tips for maintaining her figure and skin, in addition to not eating indiscriminately and controlling her mouth. She also said she could introduce some people who are good at maintaining her figure. The female official of the figure gave Sophia a lesson and taught her how to maintain a good figure through exercise. I don't want it. The female officers won't let you do this or that all day long. It's really annoying. As for how to maintain a good figure, Sophia thought she could go back to Winter City and ask Helen, Eva, Gwen and others about there. They all have good figures. Maybe there is a secret? When you and the Earl of Glamorgan get married, even if you don't have a female officer with you, there will still be many things you can't do as you please. Lana helped her sister tidy up the hair that she had messed up. She didn't know whether she was sighing or reminding herself. Sister, let her be mentally prepared in advance. Besides, you will live in Winter City at that time, and you will not be able to chat with me or your mother at any time. How could it be? It's very fast to fly from Winter City to the royal capital by plane. You can get there in just half a day. Sophia didn't think that would happen. She liked Winter City more and more, and she was sure that David didn't want to looking for other people is because living in Winter City is very comfortable and convenient. And it is even convenient to go home. I can go back to talk to my father, mother, and brother at any time. However, it will take more time to come to White Rock City. But it won't be long. Lana blinked. She thought of those vehicles called Quinjets. She was amazed at these vehicles that could fly in the air. But she didn't take them too seriously. After all, this thing was nothing like the army. Arriving at Baiyan City at the same time. Only then did I realize that this vehicle seemed to be flying very fast. So, all the magical things Sophia said before are true? Is there really such a magical place as Winter City in the north of Thailand Kingdom? Lana was very curious and even wanted to go and see it in person. At this moment, Lana noticed a person suddenly appeared in the corner of the room. This person was covered in gray robes. His entire body was covered by a hood and robe. And his face was also shrouded in shadow. Even if the man in gray robe faced Lana directly, he still couldn't see his face. Only the deep darkness that seemed to be able to swallow everything. The sudden appearance of such a strange person did not frighten Lana. Instead, it aroused strong dissatisfaction from the Marquise of White Rock City. "I've told you before. Don't show up in front of me without my permission. Especially in my room." While Lana yelled angrily, she blocked Sophia, who had also discovered the weirdo and looked surprised. Behind her, and looked in the direction of the door. There were 2 knights of the guard standing there. They were ordered by King Abelson to guard the Marchioness here. In fact, they were also guarding her to prevent the princess from running around. But at this time, the 2 knights of the guard continued to stand at the door, as if they had not seen anything, completely ignoring the man in gray robe. Lana narrowed her eyes slightly. These 2 guard knights were not soldiers from White Rock City, but were brought by her father from the royal capital. What does that mean? Even the knights of the royal capital have been infiltrated by these temple guys? At this moment, Lana Thailand suddenly understood why her father was so dissatisfied with her behavior. The temple was indeed a very dangerous enemy, as her father said. And she actually naively regarded the other party as a tool that she could play with at will. "I'm sorry for coming to visit so presumptuously. Please forgive me for my rudeness. Marquise Otto and Her Royal Highness Princess Sophia." The man in gray robe raised his hand and bowed slightly, as if he apologized politely. But also that's all. Soon he showed his true attitude. Because there were some twists and turns in the original plan, I had to activate the backup plan. What's the plan? Lana realized something was wrong. She just wanted to delay it as long as possible so that others could detect some abnormalities. "No need to struggle. These little tricks of yours are useless." The man in gray robe gently waved his hand, and the 2 knights of the guard walked directly to the door after receiving the instructions, and closed the originally open door tightly. Immediately, the man in gray robe released a silent barrier. No matter how loud the noise was in the room, no one outside could hear the slightest sound. Of course, Lana knew the silent barrier. Almost every noble knew about it, because noble officials often used this barrier to discuss secret matters. Seeing that things were developing for the worst, Lana immediately rushed to the corner of the house and took off the long sword from the heavy armor that was used as a decoration. Lana Thailand, who was holding a sword in both hands, took advantage of the situation and slashed the side of her skirt, cutting the hem of the skirt to facilitate her movement. She then took a stance with the sword in both hands, ready to face the enemy. "I said that your struggle is meaningless. From the day you accepted the blessing of our Lord Amber, everything was doomed." The man in gray robe stretched out his hand and pointed it at Lana. The Marchioness of White Rock City suddenly felt that her body was no longer her own and was completely out of her control. "What are you going to do?" Lana tried hard to regain control of her body, but no matter how hard she tried, her body was still out of control, as if she had turned into a puppet, frozen in place. "Don't struggle. You will make the most important contribution to the great cause of the temple. Now! First of all, get rid of this little princess who is getting in the way." "What are you doing?" The man in gray robe had never looked at the little princess directly from beginning to end. In her eyes, she was just a little girl who appeared in the wrong place at the wrong time. Even if she is the little princess of Thailand Kingdom, she doesn't have much value in the eyes of the gray-robed man. However, the young princess stared with big round eyes, and did not show any panic or even fear. Instead, she calmly took out a strange thing from somewhere, and poked it a few times with her fingers. Finally, he took it to his ear. "Hey David, a strange guy appeared in my sister's room. What else did he control my sister for?" "Oh, I know." The man in gray robe realized something was wrong when he heard the first sentence. He raised his left hand and immediately released an energy arrow that looked like smoke and gray streamer, and shot it at Princess Sophia. However, after this energy arrow approached Princess Sophia, it was directly deflected by the golden light released from Princess Sophia. "Amulet of the God of Light? Just when the man in gray robe was depressed that his spell was blocked by his own amulet, the roof suddenly exploded, and then a golden light with waves of sound pierced out of the smoke and went straight to his heart. Chapter 309. It's not a pity at all. There is no such thing as a spear that shoots out like a dragon, that shakes the world, or that shoots through the sky with one shot. From the appearance of the Sea King's spear to the moment it penetrated the gray-robed man's heart, everything happened in an instant. When the smoke dissipated and the gravel fell to the ground, the gray-robed man had already hung on the spear and made no sound. He could still stand there at this time. Completely. David, who was holding the spear at the other end, used his strength. David quietly studied the gray-robed man in front of him. As his life was cut off, the gray-robed man's true appearance gradually emerged under his hood. To David's surprise, this gray-robed man turned out to be a pretty young woman with a pretty good appearance. Huh? I seem to have seen this person somewhere. When she asked David for help, Sophia knew that the crisis had been resolved. She did not think that David would be too late to save her. He has the amulet David gave him before setting off, which is enough to support him until David rushes to his side. As for his sister, Sophia saw clearly that the man in gray robe wanted to control her sister to do something, so she would not hurt her, and she did not have to worry about her sister Lana's safety at all. Sure enough, things were exactly as she thought. As soon as she called for help, David arrived, and quickly and easily eliminated the enemy and eliminated the crisis. The happy Sophia ran to David to give him a big hug, and happened to see the true appearance of the man in gray robe opposite. She seems to be a maid in the castle. She is my maid. With the death of the gray robe man, Lana returned to normal and regained control of her body. But her face was still ugly. What happened today was like slapping her in the face. The true identity of the man in gray robe in front of her made her even more angry. The people closest to her had been infiltrated, and there were still people in Baiyun City. Is there anyone you can trust? David had already withdrawn the spear, and after being washed by the water, making sure that no trace of blood remained on the golden spear, he put the spear away. This person should not be the real mastermind behind the scenes. I know. It's the temple. No. What I mean is that this maid is controlled by someone's spell just like you. After a few observations, David figured out the situation. The energy fluctuations in the maid's body dissipated too quickly, and she was not strong enough to control others at will. All circumstances pointed to the fact that this maid, in fact, he is also a victim. Is that so? Lana's face looked a little better when she heard that the maid was also being controlled. It seemed that White Rock City had not been completely infiltrated. The bastards in the temple still needed to use some means to get in front of her. By the way, there are 2 guards knights outside the door. Lana suddenly remembered that there were 2 traitors guarding the door, and immediately reminded David not to let those 2 guys go. Don't worry. They have been subdued. The door opened, and Sylvanus threw the 2 heavily armored knights to the ground with one hand. Judging from their condition, although they were not in good condition, they were still breathing. What are we going to do with these 2 guys? The former ranger general came to the castle pretending to be a guard. After David received Sophia's request for help, David called out to Sylvanus. Compared with Jaina, this situation makes it more appropriate for Sylvanus to take action. Jaina's attack spell that is locked after being used once is better to be used when it is more important. These 2 are knights of the guards. Just leave it to His Majesty the King. Interrogating spies and other tasks have nothing to do with David, and he does not want to get involved in the internal affairs of the Knights of the Guards. Lana did not object to David's decision, although she wanted to personally concoct these 2 traitors and spies. The identity of the opponent's Knight Guards gave her no reason to intervene. After such a delay, Abelson arrived with a large number of guards. Looking at the 2 Knights of the Guard who fell on the ground, and the corpse of a maid in a gray robe, Abelson's face turned dark again. The mood that had eased while chatting with David just now fell into the abyss again. The temple's infiltration into the Tiling Kingdom has actually reached this level? He originally thought that he was already very vigilant, but he didn't expect that these guys would do so many things secretly. After he listened to David, Sophia and Lana's explanations and learned the specific process, his face seemed to turn into the Lord of the Abyss and swallow up everything. Then he thought of a terrible possibility. No! The royal capital! Why is the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt so determined to launch an attack on the Kingdom of Tiran? As various situations continue to occur, Abelson has guessed part of the truth. Baiyun City has been infiltrated into a sieve by the opponent. So what about the royal capital? Just by looking at the spies and traitors that appear one after another around you, you can know that the situation in the royal capital is definitely not much better than that in White Rock City. After all, even the Knights of the Guards have been infiltrated by the other side. And other places are not. Will it be harder to infiltrate than the Knights of the Guards? At this moment, Abelson faced a choice: return to the capital immediately, stabilize the core of the kingdom, and then slowly deal with the Holy Kingdom of Gunter, or sit in White Rock City. First, severely damage the army of the Holy Kingdom of Gunter, cutting off the possibility of them continuing to move north, and then return to the royal capital to clean up the mess? He didn't hesitate for long. 2 seconds were enough for him to make a decision. The royal capital was the key to Abelson's rule over the entire Tiran kingdom. He could not watch the Tiran kingdom fall into chaos in any case. In that case, this king has only a false reputation. When that time comes, he will even have to rely on his daughter and son-in-law, which is absolutely unacceptable to him. David, I might need to borrow your Quinjet. No problem. Of course, David would not refuse. He had a premonition that the Tilan kingdom would be completely in chaos. He was also considering whether to find a reason to return to his winter city, and then quietly wait for a group of people to beat people's brains to pieces. After the dog's brain is lost, he will leave the winter nights out to clean up the mess. Although I had agreed to return to the royal capital, under the current circumstances, there were many things that needed to be arranged. Abelson asked David to make preparations for returning to the royal capital first, while he made various instructions and arrangements, leaving his troops, including the Knights of the Guards, in White Rock City, and handing them over to Earl Sutton Stewart. His wife's brother has now become the commander-in-chief of the southern front of the Kingdom of Tilan. Even Marquis Otto of White Rock City and his daughter Lana must obey the orders of Earl Sutton Stewart. Due to his special status and the recent series of rebellious incidents, no one objected to His Majesty Abelson's decision. The Earl of Sutton Stewart had been an idle nobleman for many years, spending his time doing nothing but eating, drinking, having fun and shooting girls. After doing nothing outside, he finally reached his peak moment in career. This seems to prove once again that no matter how hard you work, you can't compare to having a good background. I don't ask you to completely defeat the army of the Holy Kingdom of Gunter. I only ask you to stabilize the southern front of the kingdom and prevent the troops of the Holy Kingdom of Gunter from entering the kingdom. Abelson's demands for the Earl of Sutton Stewart were modest. As long as we can defend White Rock City. What if there is another rebellion in the surrounding territories? Abelson allowed the Earl of Sutton Stewart to ignore the rebellion and only focus on dealing with the army of the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt. He planned to completely organize the royal capital before going back to deal with the invasion of the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt and the rebellious lords. After making various arrangements, the dark sky was already turning white. Looking at the rising sun in the distance, Abelson felt that this might be a good sign. It might mean that the darkest moment of the Kingdom of Tilan was about to pass, and light would soon come. At the same time, he comforted himself in his heart. The temple's attack this time might be a good thing for him. He had been carefully guarding against the infiltration of the temple, but he had not been very clear about how the temple had infiltrated King Tilan's capital before this. Now as the war breaks out, the temple has come up with various hidden methods, which also gives Abelson the opportunity to clean it up completely. As long as it can survive this time, the Kingdom of Tilan will have a brighter future. Heaving a sigh of relief, Abelson would not back down because of such a small problem. He was full of fighting spirit and looked forward to the Kingdom of Tilan reaching a new peak under his governance. Abelson, who was full of fighting spirit, walked to the open space at the main entrance of the castle, where David's 3 Quinjets were parked. Looking at the 3 giant gray metal birds in front of him, Abelson suddenly had a strong impulse. He should go to Winter City to have a good look in person. After he has solved all the troubles in the royal capital, he will take his wife and 2 sons with him to have a look. Lana, who was not far behind him, also had similar thoughts. She was ready to wait until the war was over and everything was back on track to go to the northern plains to see for herself. She was very curious about the magical place Sophia described and what kind of city it was. The giant gray metal bird and the winter knight wearing heavy black armor that covered his whole body without revealing any trace of it all made Lana curious. Especially last night. She saw with her own eyes that Sophia could take out a small object and call for help from people outside the barrier. Afterwards, she also heard about the details of the previous war and knew about this group of people wearing black heavy armor. After the Winter Knight's amazing performance on the battlefield, she hoped that her bodyguard knight could also have such powerful combat power. For a moment, she was a little envious of her sister Sophia. It would have been better if she had not married so early. Now it seems that the Lord of Winter City, Earl of Glamorgan, has greater development potential than Marquis Otto of White Rock City. If Winter City is really as powerful as Sophia described, and Lana even thinks that she can consider that position. Pity. Chapter 3:10, that extremely tempting position. The Quinjet flew through the sky at high speed, and the scenery on the ground kept changing. Abelson stood in the cabin, just like Sophia, who was heading to the royal capital from Winterfell. Looking out through the glass window at the front of the cabin, he knew that the Quinjet could fly at high speeds in the air and was very comfortable to ride. But he never expected that it would be so comfortable, apart from some bumps during takeoff, which made him a little flustered. There were no other abnormalities. When the flight reached a stable stage, he even felt that he was in a slightly narrow room. If he hadn't seen the changes in the scenery through the glass, he would even suspect that the Quinjet had not moved at all. After looking around for a while, perhaps realizing that this posture was really unsightly and would seriously damage his majesty as a king, Abelson quickly withdrew his gaze and carefully observed the inside of the Quinjet. He had seen it once when he first boarded the fighter plane, but at that time it was only a cursory look, and only now did he start to observe it seriously. Then he looked at the woman sitting in the driving position again. He knew that the driver's name was Michaela, who was a logistics staff member of the Winter City Army. He followed David out this time, and was mainly responsible for the power armor used by the Winter Knights to ensure that they can be used normally. In addition to Michaela, the pilot, there were two members of the family, Earl David Glamorgan and Her Royal Highness Princess Sophia, on the same Quinjet as His Majesty the King. Laura Crawford, the Abelson, was still the person whose specific identity is unknown is Jaina Proudmoore, the mage, and Sylvanas Windrunner, the High Elf Hunter. David's ceremonial officer Elias Parker and bodyguard Knight Floyd were not on the plane. They were on two other Quinjets with the Winter Knight and the new priest Cassius. There were many people in the cabin, but no one was wearing Abelson's most curious blizzard-powered armor. What a pity. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to take a closer look at the heavy armor. But after carefully observing the inside of the Quinjet, he realized that even if he could observe the blizzard-powered armor up close, it would be difficult to see it. What? There are too many unfamiliar things inside the Quinjet. Abelson has always felt that he is a very diligent and studious person. Even if he cannot fully master all kinds of knowledge, he must have enough understanding to ensure that he can make decisions on various matters. Good judgment. But after boarding the Quinjet, he found that he couldn't understand most of the things. He only understood that what Michaela was holding was the control device used to control the fighter. As for the various data, instruments and buttons above, what are they for? What's the use? He couldn't understand it at all. The smart Abelson immediately realized the crux of the problem. Even if Earl David Glamorgan was extremely loyal to the kingdom, and was willing to dedicate this advanced Quinjet fighter to His Majesty the King, he did not have anyone who knew how to fly a fighter plane. Just looking at the complicated driving position, he knew that pilots of this kind of fighter plane were not easy to train. There wouldn't be too many such talents in Winter City. Right? Abelson guessed correctly. Winter City is currently in dire need of fighter pilots. And even Michaela in front of him is a fake. That's why David asked Megatron to build mass-produced Quinjet Decepticons. These 3 Quinjets are actually mass-produced Decepticons. Although they are not as good as the real Cybertronians in all aspects, they are solved at least. Driver's problem. How many soldiers are there in Winter City now? After looking back and forth several times, Abelson and David chatted about the Winter Army. He suddenly wondered how many soldiers there were in Winter City. The Knights of Winter currently have less than 100 members, and are still expanding. Your goal is to fill up to 100 people? This number does not sound exaggerated. After all, the Iron Tree Knights and Iron Tree Fort have 300 people. But considering the terrifying fighting power of the Winter Knights, Abelson felt that if he had 100 Winter Knights at hand, he could kill all the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt's army today, kill all the troublemakers. Yes! David likes to round up the numbers. He will not continue to expand the Winter Knights until all 100 Winter Knights have been trained and formed into combat effectiveness. At that time, whether to expand to 300 people or 500 people, it depends on what the specific situation was at that time. In addition, there is one thing that David did not explain to Abelson. That is, the Winter Knights he has seen are still not complete. David, as well as the Knights leader Gareth Stanton and Deputy Leader Floyd. The Winter Knights they really want to cultivate is a Knights Order composed entirely of paladins and hunters. Each Knight of the Order must master some supernatural power. At present, the Knights of Winter have been working hard in this direction, and all members are learning Holy Light or Arcane Magic. It is foreseeable that in the future, If there are winter knights who are unable to master extraordinary abilities, it is inevitable that they will be eliminated from the knights. After all members become extraordinary professionals, one of the thresholds for joining the Winter Knights in the future is to become a paladin or a hunter. As for Holy Light priests, they don't need to be trained by the Knights of Winter. The Holy Light Cathedral is the training base for Holy Light priests. As for the army that wants to recruit priests, just say Lo to Liadrin directly. What about the infantry? The Spartan heavy infantry currently has 800 soldiers, but more than half of them have just completed recruit training not long ago. David still didn't lie. Among them, the Spartan 3 had indeed just completed recruit training not long ago. Of course, strictly speaking, the entire Spartan heavy infantry regiment had just completed recruit training, and all their combat experience was accumulated through battles with orcs. The fact that the Spartan heavy infantry regiment was able to enter the battlefield so quickly is also related to the fact that David's requirements for them are not as high as those of the Winter Knights. As long as you can skillfully use the weapons and equipment provided by Winter City, your physical fitness reaches the standard, and you can perform battlefield duties according to orders. You will be considered qualified. At present, the Spartan heavy infantry regiment is able to crush the orcs on the battlefield. It is not so much the strength of the soldiers, but the strength of Winter City's weapons and equipment. It crushes the orcs on the opposite side with its dimensionality reduction strikes that are many generations ahead. Army. Abelson listened to David's introduction and nodded slightly. Generally speaking, Winter City's military strength is a little more than I guessed, but not too much. There are actually very few professional soldiers who are responsible for the vast land of the Northern Plains. Presumably the number of troops in Winter City is severely limited by the population. But it may be precisely because of this reason that David focuses on improving the personal combat power of the soldiers. Coupled with the emergence of the Cybertronians, the Winter Knights have strong combat effectiveness with powerful equipment such as Blizzard Power Armor. So, how many troops can be mobilized to the royal capital without affecting Winter City's defense against the orcs' counterattack? The Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment has been dispersed throughout the Northern Plains. Even if it is recruited immediately, it will take a lot of time. David touched his smooth chin. He didn't need to ask the people in Winter City this question. The answer can be given. The Knights of Winter can be transferred to the royal capital at any time. David glanced at Abelson, and after receiving a positive reply, he contacted Winter City directly in front of His Majesty the King. Gareth, what are your orders? Sir? Order all members of the Winter Knights to assemble. Be ready to set off at any time, and then wait for my order. Yes, sir. Gareth did not ask what specific mission David had, nor whether he wanted the Cybertronian Legion to send fighter planes to escort him. Since the Lord did not mention it, it was not necessary. He knew that David went on an expedition with His Majesty the King and suddenly summoned the Winter Knights. It might be that the war situation had changed in some way that was unfavorable to the Kingdom of Telan. Gareth went to recruit the Winter Knights. In addition to the 10 Winter Knights who followed David out of Winter City, there are currently 73 Winter Knights in Winter City. With the current combat effectiveness of the Winter Knights, if a few special beings are added, destroying the city and the country will not be a difficult task for the Winter Knights. When Gareth Stanton recruited the Knights of Winter, Abelson finally returned to the capital of Tyron. The Quinjet was indeed very fast. Seeing the fighter landing smoothly at the door of his castle, Abelson suddenly realized that he should formulate some air defense plans for his castle. These things can wait until later. The most important thing right now is to eliminate the hidden dangers that may break out in the capital first. What is Granville doing now? Looking at the guard knight, who was originally on guard but hurriedly saluted after seeing him, Abelson directly asked about his eldest son's current location. When he left the royal capital, he handed over the management of the royal capital to his eldest son Granville. He believed that Granville could ensure the stability of the entire royal capital when he left for White Rock City. Abelson was a little worried at the moment, because he knew that his eldest son's adaptability was not very good. Originally, he thought that he could leave his son a relatively stable Tylan kingdom before his death, or that a better heir would appear in the next generation. So he did not worry too much about his son not being good enough. Now, he is worried that Granville is not good enough to deal with a sudden crisis. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness the Prince is ill and has been recuperating recently. Initially, when he saw that everything seemed calm in the royal capital, Abelson thought that things had not developed to an irreversible level, but he never expected to hear such news the next second. Frowning at the knight in front of him, Abelson immediately asked about his wife. Her Royal Highness the Queen has been taking care of the eldest prince recently. Who is in charge of governing the royal capital now? It's His Highness the Second Prince Felix. Chapter 3:11 Giving birth to a daughter is a good thing. After hearing the report from the Knights of the Guard, Abelson realized that it was not that the changes had not happened yet in the royal capital, but that the changes were coming to an end, no matter what. He never expected that his second son, who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun all day long, would actually give him such a huge surprise. He did not rush to confront his second son, nor did he directly lead people to rescue his wife and eldest son. Abelson calmly issued a series of orders, summoning several of his important ministers who had stayed in the royal capital, as well as all the soldiers from the Knights of the Guards and the Tiran Knights who had stayed in the royal capital. Then Abelson walked into the meeting hall and sat on the throne on the steps, meditating quietly. David was invited by His Majesty the King and stood directly next to the throne. But he didn't think there was anything special about this position. It was just that he was standing a little higher. Jaina, Laura, Sylvanus and others who came with David were all standing under the steps. The Winter Knights were arranged in 2 rows, holding piccolo assault rifles in their hands. They looked like they were covered in weapons. Murderous look. Not long after, people who had received the summons order from His Majesty the King rushed to the meeting hall. The first to arrive was Alberto, the deputy commander of the Knights of the Guards, because Sean Cowell, the leader of the Knights of the Guards, previously followed His Majesty the King to White Rock City. The remaining Knights of the Guards are currently under the command of Alberto. At the same time, Alberto is also the defense commander of the capital of Tiran. At the moment when His Majesty the King and countless high-ranking officials and nobles are heading to the south, Alberto is the highest military officer of the capital. Therefore, when he learned that His Majesty the King had suddenly returned and summoned him, Alberto rushed over immediately. And then he noticed these strangers in the meeting hall, especially the 11 knights wearing heavy black armor. "Who are you?" Alberto glanced around the meeting hall and noticed that His Majesty the King was sitting on the throne. And beside the throne stood the Earl of Glamorgan. Several speculations immediately flashed through his mind, wondering whether the Earl of Glamorgan had held His Majesty the King hostage when he was considering whether to recruit his men to rescue the king. He saw His Majesty the King gently waving his hand to him, indicating that he should stand aside first. "Deputy Captain Alberto, please go aside and wait for a moment." The hand that was about to touch the hilt of the sword stopped where it was. From His Majesty the King's words, we could tell that he must have guessed wrong. "Yes, Your Majesty." Since the Earl of Glamorgan did not hold the king hostage, what happened? Generally speaking, there will be no soldiers in the meeting hall. Even if His Majesty the King wants to talk to someone about something particularly important, he will only let the knights guard the door and prevent people from approaching at will. Now these black-armored knights were directly in the meeting hall. This was the first time Alberto had seen this situation. Just as Alberto was looking at it, Sanford, the deputy leader of the Tiran Knights, also arrived. Similar to the situation when Alberto first entered the meeting hall, Sanford's first reaction, when he saw a dozen black-armored knights in heavy armor, was to touch weapons. It was His Majesty King Abelson, who also spoke to appease the deputy head of the Tiran Knights. And then Sanford saw Alberto, who was already standing aside. Walking over, Sanford winked at Alberto, and received only a slight shake of his head in reply. Similar to Alberto's situation, but a little different. Most of the Tiran Knights went to the south, while a small number stayed in the royal capital. The deputy captain is also responsible for guarding the house, but the specific details are slightly different. The Tiran Knights were the main force in the expedition, so leader Scott Kelsey led the team. The Knights of the Guards are a small number who go on expeditions with the army. Mainly His Majesty the King goes to the battlefield in person, so the leader of the regiment, Sean Cowell, goes with His Majesty the King. As a result, both captains stayed in Bayan City and did not return with His Majesty the King. Moreover, His Majesty the King came back too soon. Right after waiting for a while, people came one after another, but Abelson's expression became worse and worse. Not only did the people he recruited not arrive quickly, but more importantly, David whispered a situation in his ear. "The chamber is surrounded. Which army is surrounding the chamber?" David couldn't answer this question. He couldn't identify all the troops of the kingdom of Tilan at all. Fortunately, there was Floyd, the former teaching knight of the Knights of Tilan. Beside him, he could accurately identify the kingdom of Tilan, various internal units. "I saw the Tiran Knights, the Knights of the Guards, the Heavy Infantry Regiment, the Light Infantry Regiment, the Noble Guards, the Royal City Guards, and the personal guards of some nobles." David and the others did not deliberately install cameras or release drones before entering, because the Quinjet was parked at the castle gate. If they wanted to lead troops in to surround the meeting hall, they had to pass through the gate. These Quinjet fighters are mass-produced Decepticons. Although their combat power is not top-notch and their IQ is average, they can still complete such a simple task very well. As for how Floyd saw the picture, just transmit the image information directly to the Blizzard Power Armor. The Kingdom's Mage Group is also here. Following Floyd's last words, Abelson couldn't sit still at all and stood up directly. Shouldn't the Kingdom Mage Group and the others have gone to the east to defend the Sotaruma Empire long ago? Floyd looked at the furious His Majesty the King and said nothing. He didn't know how to answer, so he could only look at his lord. David had no intention of explaining His Majesty the King's doubts. He knew that Abelson would definitely be able to figure out why. His intervention at this time was just pouring another bucket of oil on the burning anger. Sure enough, Abelson had already thought of the answer without asking anyone. His eyes swept over the people who came to the meeting hall one after another, and he saw various reactions from these people. Doubt, confusion, disdain, joy, anger. Various emotions seemed to represent the positions of these people. Abelson found that he could easily tell which ones were loyalists and which ones were traitors just by looking at their expressions. Did he feel that things had reached this level and some people no longer bothered to hide? His eyes rested on Alberto and Sanford. These two deputy captains of the Knights seemed to be loyal ministers? This surprised Abelson when he learned that the king's capital had undergone such a big change without a word, and that the Knights of the Guards and the Knights of Tehran had come to surround him. He thought that the two deputy captains had already betrayed him. David. Yes, Your Majesty. Kill all the traitors outside, leaving no one behind. As you wish, Your Majesty. David nodded to Floyd beside him. There was no need to give any orders at all. Floyd knew what to do. After receiving the order, Floyd immediately took out his two-handed épée from the storage item. This is a melee weapon specially made for the Blizzard Power Armor. The huge two-handed épée was stood upright in front of Floyd, and then a halo of light spread out at his feet. The next second, a blue-white halo flashed under the feet of the Winter Knights in the meeting hall, and then disappeared. After Floyd used the Piety Aura to increase the defense of the Winter Knights around him, he took the 10 Winter Knights straight out of the meeting hall with his heavy sword. The Winter Knight, wearing Blizzard-powered armor, made every step very heavy and making a dull sound. The people in the meeting hall watched these black human-shaped iron cans take heavy steps and walk firmly towards the outside of the meeting hall. The reactions are also different. There were worries and ridicules, but no one thought anything could be changed with just 11 heavily armored knights. Alberto and Sanford stood observing for a while and understood what was happening at this time. What's more, when Floyd reported to His Majesty King Abelson earlier, his voice was not loud, but he did not lower it deliberately, and everyone in the hall could hear it clearly. The faces of the two deputy captains at that time were extremely ugly. At this time, they did not expect to make any achievements, but only hoped to prove their loyalty and innocence. Your Majesty, please allow me to fight alongside these knights. The two deputy captains' request for a fight was directly rejected by Abelson, and he used the reason: there will be a lot of more important work that you need to do later, to appease the two deputy captains, and then looked at Dimension. Knights of Winter, the gathering has been completed. Do you want to recruit the Winter Knights to the royal capital? Let the Knights of Winter set off. I'm afraid this is the only force I can trust. Abelson only expressed his feelings, but it made the two deputy commanders, who had previously requested the battle, particularly embarrassed. However, they had no way to express their dissatisfaction. Their subordinates rebelled. As commanders, they had unshirkable responsibilities. Not to mention that His Majesty the King just cursed a few words, or even pointed his nose at them and called them trash. They could only accept the evaluation of trash unconditionally. At this moment, explosions and gunshots continued to sound, mixed with short, dense screams. Everyone in the meeting hall was frightened by the sudden sound, and everyone once again showed different reactions. Abelson looked at those people with proud expressions, and was too lazy to control his emotions anymore. He started taunting mode on the spot. David, do you think that when these idiots realize that it is actually their troops who are being slaughtered outside, can you still laugh? You can still laugh. Seeing the strange look in His Majesty's eyes, David added, they have to pretend to be happy for His Majesty's victory, so that they can save their own lives. Ha 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 ha. Abelson laughed very happily after hearing David's words. Although he was at an absolute disadvantage this time through all kinds of strategies and calculations, he was still the one who won in the end. Those bastards in the temple would never have imagined that all this was just because he had a daughter. Chapter 3:12 let everything turn into nothingness. Gunshots, explosions, and screams kept ringing out. In the meeting hall, some people felt nervous because of the conversation between Abelson and David. They waited quietly for a while. The screams outside never stopped, and no knights came in. These people began to realize that something is wrong. Such intensive screams should have killed many people. But only 11 knights walked out just now. If these 11 knights were killed under the siege of countless soldiers, they would all have died long ago. Even if these 11 people had terrifying fighting prowess and killed many soldiers and knights, they should have fallen by now. Right? But no one ever stepped through the door of the chamber. And the screams and explosions outside also meant that the battle was never over. What does that mean? It means that the 11 black-armored knights are still fighting the army outside. Can 11 knights really fight against so many soldiers? You must know that those outside are not ordinary light infantry, nor the temporarily armed auxiliaries, nor the militiamen under ordinary lords, but the elites of the Tiran kingdom. The Tiran knights and guards knights equipped with the latest equipment. Group. What happened to those 11 heavily armored knights? His Majesty the King's secret weapon? What's going on outside? Could it be that those 11 knights could not destroy all those armies? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Everyone was telling themselves this in their hearts. But looking at His Majesty the King, who looked relaxed, and the Earl of Glamorgan, whom everyone was not very familiar with, their uneasiness gradually intensified. In fact, compared to the soldiers outside, they are lucky enough. At least they don't have to face the violent firepower output of the Winter Knights. Floyd didn't have many opportunities to swing the big sword in his hand. He could only stand in the center of the team and watch the excitement at close range. He didn't even have many opportunities to use missiles for fire support. Here he watched his knights, under the command of Crossbones Rumlow, continue to slaughter the Tiran soldiers who appeared in front of everyone. Whether they are light infantry, heavy infantry, or Tiran knights and guards knights wearing enchanted armor, they will all be equally blown into extremely beautiful blood in front of the Piccolo assault rifle of the Winter Knights. The only difference is that knights wearing enchanted armor can take more shots. But this does not mean that they have better luck. Because once this happens, this knight will immediately attract the attacks of the Winter Knights. Concentrated fire shooting. According to the training method, the firearm and aiming system of the team leader responsible for marking will synchronize the target to the display screen of the knights in the same group, reminding them which target has been marked by the team leader and requires their own fire support. Therefore, the Winter Knights do not need to use language to communicate at all. As long as they determine their combat partners in advance, they can coordinate perfectly during battle. And you can call in Decepticon support at any time. Quencher Decepticon. Attack! Floyd didn't feel that his men couldn't withstand it anymore. But he noticed that a group of mages had gathered behind the enemy, seemingly preparing to launch a magic attack on him and others. These unlucky guys chose the wrong location by mistake. It happened to be not far from the landing point of the Quinjet. These people may have thought that there were soldiers guarding them, and there were no people on the vehicles. They just had to be careful that no one would board them and activate them. No problem. No matter what. They never imagined that the Winter Knights only needed to use communication equipment to communicate with these Quinjet fighters at any time. And with one command, the Quinjet fighters transformed by these Decepticons could enter combat status. After a burst of transformation sounds that were very unfamiliar to the Tiran people, in the astonished eyes of all the mages and knights, the 3 Quinjet fighters transformed into 3 metal giants, and then poured some ammunition crazily towards the area where the mages gathered. In the blink of an eye, the Kung Fu mage they were engulfed in huge explosions of flames and smoke. Before the knight in charge could shout anything, he was blown into the sky, then fell heavily in front of a Quinjet Decepticon, and was crushed by a kick. Looking at all this, Felix, the second prince of the Kingdom of Thailand, was filled with disbelief. Impossible! This is impossible! Where did these guys come from? Your Highness, these are the soldiers of Winter City! Of course Felix knew that these were people from Winter City. He also knew that those black heavy armored knights were the Knights of Winter, and that the 3 metal giants were Quinjet fighters. The process of those 3 fighters turning into giants just now. He see clearly. He just couldn't accept that everything he had finally obtained was slipping away from his hands in such a confused way. Felix was not the only one to find it difficult to accept. The faces of the people around him were full of pain. In any case, they never expected that things would develop like this. He thought that he had the eldest prince and queen under control. His Majesty the King was trapped in White Rock City by the war in the south, and could not escape. It was very likely that he would never be able to return to the royal capital. It was a matter of course for the second prince to become the king of Thailand Kingdom. As for the United Temple thing, this won't be a big deal until he officially takes over. As long as His Royal Highness the second prince sits on the throne for a few more years, cleans up some stubborn guys, and the rest are those who support His Majesty Felix. Then who will care about such trivial matters? The civilians down there? When did the throne of the Thailand Kingdom change? When did the common people be allowed to express their opinions? Bloody Davy Glamorgan! Felix gritted his teeth angrily. He felt that he had never hated anyone so much in his life. Even his father, who was unwilling to pass the throne to his father, and his brother Granville, who had long been determined to inherit the throne. He had never hated anyone so strongly. Meaning, after all, Felix had not really touched the throne at that time. The situation was completely different from the current situation. But everything he had just gained was destroyed by Earl David Glamorgan. Your Highness, maybe we should consider leaving here. Leave? Yes. If this situation continues, Thailand soldiers will not be able to resist the winter nights at all. And all the soldiers supporting us will soon be killed by the other side. Felix looked at the tragic battle in the distance and knew that his men were right. It was not a battle at all, but a one-sided massacre. Let's go! Felix was very decisive. He knew that there was no place for him in the Thailand Kingdom. It was the right choice to leave here quickly while there were still enough soldiers to attract attention to him. But when he turned around and was about to leave the Kingdom of Thailand with his cronies, he found that the cronies beside him had fallen to the ground. This is your country and your city. How could you give up and leave so easily? A mage in gorgeous robes held a dagger stained with blood in his hand, his eyes emitting a strange light, staring at Felix. Felix and the mage only looked at each other. He felt that his whole body became light and airy, as if his soul had been pulled out of his body. His consciousness began to become blurred, but he vaguely felt that his body was starting to lose control of himself. Controlled? Go ahead. Since you can't get it, let it be destroyed with you. The strange mage handed Felix the gorgeous dagger still stained with blood, and then took a few steps back. As he stepped back, the whole person gradually disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Felix, who was holding the dagger, went from being confused to being determined. Then he held the dagger behind his back and walked straight forward. Soon he came to the fierce battlefield and shouted, "Stop!" Tehran's army stopped attacking. In fact, they no longer wanted to continue fighting. Even if His Highness Prince Felix did not give the order, they were ready to retreat. This is not a fight at all, but a simple death. So when Felix gave the order to stop, both knights and soldiers immediately left the battle. But the unlucky ones at the front still died under the terrifying firepower from the opposite side. I am Felix, Prince of Thailand Kingdom, and I want to see His Majesty the King. Felix asked the soldiers to step aside and make way for himself, then walked straight towards the group of terrifying black heavy armored knights in front. Now, these winter knights wearing heavy black armor have become the nightmare of countless people. They feel that there can be no more terrifying existence in the world than the winter knights. Originally, they had a lot of resentment towards the second prince who put them through this hellish experience. But seeing His Highness the second prince walking toward the group of demons without changing his expression, they admired His Highness's courage. Not everyone could face these black armored knights at this time. The appearance of Felix made Freud hesitate. Although the king ordered to kill all traitors before he came out, this was the king's biological son after all. Perhaps the king wanted to take care of his father and son and was willing to do so. Give this son a chance to live? But he quickly made a decision. As long as the second prince died, now that the eldest prince and the eldest princess had made big mistakes, his lord would have a chance to legally sit on the throne. So he resolutely executed His Majesty the King's order. Crossbones Rumlow, who was in charge of the front command, immediately raised the rifle in his hand according to Floyd's order and pointed it at Felix in front. His Highness firmly pulled the trigger. Chug tug tug. The powerful firepower of the Piccolo assault rifle directly hit the unprotected body of His Highness the second prince, instantly turning him into a bloody mist. Dang rang. A gorgeous dagger fell to the ground from the blood mist, and the winter knights suddenly saw a high-energy alert flashing on the screen in front of them. Danger! Floyd immediately mobilized the Holy Light and wanted to add the Holy Shield technique to his men. But his Holy Light was not that powerful and could not achieve that level at all. At this moment, Floyd found that he, the Winter Knight, the Quinjet Decepticon, and the castle behind him were all protected by the golden holy light. The next second, the sky and the earth were filled with blue and white, and the entire King Tylan was enveloped in a blue and white light. Chapter 3:13 Super powerful version of the Soul of Redemption. David stood in the meeting hall and looked at the people around him. Most people, including Abelson, looked gravely frightened. After all, not anyone could watch someone explode in front of them and still remain calm. After the huge brilliance, explosion and vibration, Abelson had not yet recovered from the aftermath of the disaster, and it took him a long time to return to normal. At this time, David had finished observing everyone present, except for his own people who were protected by the Holy Shield. There were only a few people present who were not affected. The two deputy captains of the knights were both killed in the explosion just now. It wasn't that David couldn't protect them, but these people, or more specifically the equipment and accessories they wore, were the cause of the explosion. What exactly is going on? The new equipment produced by the Kingdom of Tylan for the knights has become a weapon for the enemy. David looked at those who had exposed their true position before. There are also those nobles who have taken refuge in the temple, and they have also been made became a weapon. In fact, it was not just these. David also sensed several particularly powerful energy fluctuations at that moment, located in various locations in the capital city of King Tylan. When he told these approximate locations, Abelson's face turned pale. He suddenly thought of something and rushed straight out of the castle. David did not stop him. When he saw Laura and others looking at him, he nodded helplessly, answering their questions. Although everyone had some guesses in their minds, they were still shocked when they got the accurate answer. How could the temple be so insane? They all walked out of the conference hall, which was blasted with many cracks, and dust and gravel kept falling. Everyone came outside. There was no need to go far forward. All you had to do was stand at the gate and look into the distance. You could see Tylan. The current tragic situation in the royal capital. Thick smoke and dust almost enveloped the entire castle, surrounded by holy light. And what would happen to King Tylan in such a horrific explosion? The answer is already obvious. The Kingdom of Tylan is dead. Abelson stood there blankly, looking at the thick smoke and dust covering the sky around him, as if he had already seen the Kingdom of Tylan in ruins. He did not expect that the temple would actually go to such an extent. If the Kingdom of Tylan could not be turned into its own people, then it would be completely wiped out. As long as the Kingdom of Tylan does not have its capital, the entire kingdom will become a piece of scattered sand, facing the invasion of the Holy Kingdom of Gunter. These lords will have no ability to resist. What's more, after something like this happens, how many lords will dare to continue fighting with the temple? Good, very good. Abelson, who was extremely angry, quickly regained his composure. At this moment, he thought about many things. Free mages who don't believe in the temple are all bullshit. The group of mages has always been under the control of the temple, and the equipment manufactured by these mages can naturally be turned into weapons used by the temple to deal with anyone at any time. Most of the alchemist group, which is extremely hated by the temple mages, is under the control of the temple. I thought that I could check and balance the mage group by reusing alchemists. Now it seems that my idea is too naive. Magic defense devices, anti-magic devices, alchemy workshops, magic workshops, etc., were all built under his own leadership, and turned out to be important tools for the destruction of the Kingdom of Tylan. In comparison, this was more painful to him than the betrayal of countless nobles, officials, and even his own son, because it was equivalent to him personally pushing the Kingdom of Tylan into the abyss of destruction. Sitting on the ground, Abelson's always upright back also bent, and he just stared blankly at the smoke and dust outside the golden light. The huge plume of smoke and dust still has not completely settled. If you look at this terrifying scene from outside, you may think it is very spectacular, and even the people in the temple will feel extremely proud. But people in it don't think so. Laura has always looked very happy, since she was able to travel to different worlds as she pleased. At this time, his face was full of seriousness, looking up at the smoke and dust covering the sky around him. David looked around. Laura knew that in such a terrifying explosion, most of the residents of Tylan Kingdom, outside the protection of the holy light, were likely to die. But she still asked, as if she wanted to hear some miracles. The man on the outside. There's no one outside. David is now very perceptive, especially when it comes to determining the presence of life around him. Even within this protective barrier, there are only these people standing here. The Knights of Winter and 3 mass-produced Quinjet Decepticons were not far ahead. When they arrived to join David, Floyd had already reported what had just happened to David. Freud blamed himself. He believed that it was his reckless decision that led to such terrible consequences. Of course, David didn't think so, but believed that Freud's decision at the time was correct. It was obvious that whether it was Prince Felix's own thoughts or that he was controlled by the temple, he was preparing to attack after approaching His Majesty the King, possibly to ensure that the King Abelson could be completely eliminated. Floyd killed Felix early, but bought David time to react. Otherwise, if Felix walked up to him and launched an attack, David might not be able to react, even if he himself was fine at that time. It would be hard to say that those around him would be fine. There were some words that were inappropriate to say at this time. But David was still very happy in his heart. It was great that such a terrible explosion did not hurt any of his own people. David. Sophia's voice sounded next to David. The little princess, who had been laughing and being happier than Laura every day, now had a cry in her voice. She had never thought that such a terrible thing would happen. Even in nightmares. She had never dreamed of such a scene. She had been in a daze since just now. And it was only now that she came back to her senses. Faced with this situation, she had no idea what to do. And the only thing she could think of was to ask David for help. "You have a way to change this, right?" Night Magnolia, who had always been a transparent person since leaving Winter City, stepped forward and wanted to comfort the princess. In her opinion, Her Royal Highness the Princess was greatly stimulated and lost her mind. In this situation, what can Earl David Glamorgan do? Could it be that he could bring back all the Tehran people who died in the explosion? That is not something that humans can do. Only gods can reverse life and death. Unfortunately, the gods are standing on the opposite side. And the ones who caused all this are the followers of the gods. Your Highness, please. Please what? Be more sensible? Magnolia found that she could not speak at all. Her words of comfort were just the beginning, but had no follow-up. At this moment, Earl David Glamorgan in front frowned and said, "I can give it a try." What? David's gentle words frightened everyone present. Even Laura, who was most familiar with him, wondered if David was also stimulated by this tragic scene. Maybe I shouldn't ask that question. Abelson, who was sitting in a daze not far away, was also shocked. He turned around and looked at David with a face full of surprise. He no longer cared whether his image damaged the majesty of the king. In addition to surprise and disbelief, his face also showed a look of surprise. With a bit of expectation, David could feel the eyes of everyone around him, including the 10 winter knights. They also heard his words, and were also suspicious of his master's words. Crazy? Unconsciousness? Or bragging? No one raised any questions, because the people around him were either David's subordinates or close friends and associates with him. Even Abelson, the king of Tilan Kingdom, could not be completely regarded as an outsider. There were only a few nobles from the royal capital of Tehran, but they were not qualified to speak at all at this time. At most, they suspected in their hearts that the Earl of Glamorgan had injured his head in the explosion just now. Amidst everyone's doubts, surprises and expectations, David slowly squatted down and put his hands on the ground. This action made everyone confused. But in the next second, they had no time to think about why David would do this action, because the surrounding holy light barrier shrank suddenly and concentrated on David. Just a few seconds later, before the surrounding smoke and dust had time to engulf everyone due to the shrinkage of the barrier, the holy light condensed on David suddenly burst out, and a golden light beam slightly thicker than ordinary people rushed straight into the sky, lighting up the people above. Smoke and dust whole. Immediately afterwards, the holy light on David spread directly to the surroundings. The sacred ripples were continuously released, blowing away all the surrounding smoke and dust, revealing the ruins after the big explosion. No one paid attention to the tragic ruins, because David slowly floated up under everyone's gaze. This was just the beginning. Something even more unbelievable happened, as David floated into the air. One after another, translucent figures with huge wings flew out of David's body. That is, there were question marks on everyone's heads, and they didn't know what these winged translucent figures were. But when one of the figures flew to the body of a Tehran light infantry, he released the holy light and resurrected the soldier. Finally, everyone suddenly understood. Can the dead really be resurrected? Sophia looked at David in midair in surprise. At this time, David's whole body was wrapped in the holy light, and there were still figures flying out of the golden light. The sacred light pillar that shot straight into the sky also exploded at this time, bathing the entire king city of Thailand in a golden rain of sacred light, allowing those who were still weak and had just been resurrected by the translucent figure with wings to regain their strength, return to normal state. Chapter 3:14 A Thailand fell. The royal capital of Thailand was in ruins. And the only thing that was still intact was the core castle, making it the most conspicuous target. Countless people stood up again in a daze, feeling the golden light rain falling on their bodies. After the feeling of weakness gradually subsided, they all habitually looked towards the most conspicuous place. Although the translucent figures with large wings that kept passing by were very eye-catching, they still focused on the ball of light in the distance. What is that? What just happened? What happened to me? What happened to my home? What happened? I remember that I seemed to be killed? Is this all an illusion? One after another, people stood up, including those killed by the winter nights. They were still wearing tattered protective gear, holding damaged or intact weapons, and stood there with dull faces, looking at the terrifying black heavy-armored knights not far away. The first reaction was to throw away the weapon in his hand. The clanging noises joined together and woke up many people who were still confused. Those who were resurrected first soon saw a scene that subverted their three views: countless translucent figures flying in the air, flying around. Stop at a certain position, then spread your hands to release a golden light, and then a big living person will stand there. No matter how miserable this person looks, as long as he stands there and bathes in the golden light rain for a moment, he will soon become energetic and healthy. There was even an old man who was obviously very old. After bathing in the light rain for a few seconds, he threw away the crutches in his hands. He ran and jumped in surprise, shouting, "I can run! I can also jump!" Got it. Various bizarre scenes occurred from time to time, but they did not make the unbelievable scene any less magical, but made it even more unbelievable. Many people who realized what was happening even pinched themselves secretly, wondering if they were dreaming. Abelson is one of them. His Majesty the King had straightened his back again. He felt that in the shower of golden light, his body had returned to the state of his youth. But compared to everything happening around him, this change in himself is nothing worth mentioning. The true God appears? Seeing the light group not far ahead gradually fading, with David still suspended in midair, Abelson began to suspect that the true identity of the young Earl, David Glamorgan, was actually a man who came to the world and played in the world. God? Otherwise, there is really no way to explain what is happening now. Is this kind of thing of resurrecting the dead really something that humans can do? Even the high priests of the temple can't do this kind of thing with the help of the power of gods. Right. When David landed again, the golden light and the rain of light in the sky disappeared, and those translucent figures with large wings had long since disappeared. Abelson still had not recovered. When he came to his senses, he vaguely saw that many people were already kneeling on the ground praying. The pious look was what he had hated the most before, but at this time, he could understand the behavior of these people. David landed smoothly, and the strong feeling of weakness he had experienced not long ago came back again. However, the holy light in his body was not completely exhausted like last time. He even felt that his holy light could be improved a lot after this time. Without worrying about why this happened, David looked at Sophia beside him, whose eyes were round and her mouth was wide open. He touched her head with his hand. I couldn't save everyone, but I tried my best. There were many people standing densely on the surrounding ruins, but these were not all the residents of King Thailand. There were many people among whom he could not resurrect, because their souls no longer existed, and there was no one to resurrect, including the second Prince Felix. The souls of these people seemed to be detonated as part of the magic bomb. This was also an important factor in why the capital of the Kingdom of Thailand was so completely blown up. Not only the facilities, equipment, and some accessories, but even some of the people who had been infiltrated by them were all part of the bomb. As a result, almost every area of the entire royal capital was covered, which was also an important reason why only David and the people around him survived in the end. Ah! No! This is incredible! You actually saved everyone! After coming back to her senses, Sophia covered her mouth with both hands, and her face was full of disbelief. Just as her personal guard Magnolia judged, Sophia was indeed frightened by the shocking tragedy. She just instinctively asked David for help. The remaining rationality in her mind actually reminded her that this was simply impossible. Unexpectedly, David actually resurrected all or most of the people. In fact, not only Sophia was shocked, but also several people who were familiar with David were also shocked. Even Sylvanus, who had personally seen David, the incarnation of the holy light, had no idea of David's true strength. Able to do this, although the holy light has very powerful healing power, resurrection is on another level. Even in Azeroth, where all kinds of magical events occur in an endless stream. Such things are extremely rare, and the occasional examples seem to emphasize how difficult it is to truly resurrect a dead person. As for the Holy Light sect since its birth, she has not heard of any Holy Light user who has truly resurrected the dead. P.S. What we are talking about here is resurrection, not Lightforged undead or turning into Lightforged creatures. In the official plot, it seems that Anduin is the only one who actually uses the Holy Light to resurrect the dead, even if there were a few successful examples of resurrection. David's performance today was still too amazing, because David resurrected most of the dead in a city. This kind of power may not be enough to describe even the incarnation of the Holy Light. Maybe David is the original light of the Holy Light, or even a greater existence that surpasses the Holy Light? Sylvanas felt that she should not refuse the suggestion Laura made to her. At present, staying in Winter City for a long time is definitely more promising than returning to Quel'Thalas and becoming an ordinary ranger general. Gianna is also thinking about David's true identity. She doesn't think David is a human anyway. It's just that she is not a believer in the Holy Light. So it is impossible for her to kneel on the ground and pray, like the paladin Floyd and the Holy Light priest Cassius next to her. Turning to look to the side, he happened to look at Laura and said, "You are not shocked by the miracle created by the Holy Light? If I remember correctly, isn't Lara Croft a light hunter? As a believer of the Holy Light, she actually behaves so calmly? Are you a fake believer of the Holy Light?" In fact, Laura was shocked. But her experience was quite special. She had seen too many things that broke her three views, and she was not a loyal believer in the Holy Light. So she quickly recovered. On the contrary, the reactions of the people around her made her feel even more interesting. For example, Sylvanas could clearly see her regret at that moment, and she shouldn't be bored for a while in the future. Maybe I'm used to it. After dealing with Jaina casually, Laura looked around and saw the residents of King Tylan gradually gathering around. These people had all identities, including civilians from the outer city, free farmers, small traders, merchants from the inner city, and servants of nobles. Servants, real nobles, and many soldiers from the kingdom of Tylan. More and more people gathered, but no one made any noise. As time passed, these people gradually understood what was going on, even if they couldn't understand it themselves. They heard it from the mouths of the people next to them. After experiencing such a miraculous thing like resurrection from the dead, everyone is still in a state of fragmented outlook on life. At this time, they desperately hope that someone can give them some clear instructions on what they should do. Everyone unanimously focused their attention on David, the God who resurrected them. Now, how are you going to handle this situation? David looked around. In fact, he had many ideas, but at the moment, he didn't know whether to get rid of His Majesty the King Abelson first. Unexpectedly, David was still thinking about saving some face for His Majesty the King. But His Majesty the King of Tylan Kingdom had already figured out many things on his own. Do it the way you want! Abelson had been in intrigues with nobles and officials for decades. He had grown up in this environment since he was a child, so he was naturally aware of David's thoughts. What's more, he felt that David didn't want to hide it at all. This special being might not care about the rules of the game between humans at all. The other party didn't announce anything directly, and already gave him the respect of the king. This may be because of Sophia. If he is still entangled in the identity of the king, his ministers, and the majesty of the king at this time, he is not only ignorant of good and evil, but simply ignorant of life and death. He believed that even if David didn't take action himself, as long as he slightly offended this god, there would be people around him who would be willing to do it for him, killing even one person on the spot as the king who brought the entire kingdom into the abyss and caused all the people in the city to be bombed. Just picking up a random rock and throwing it at him would be enough to smash him into a pulp. Tyran no longer exists. Although it is not clear what a being like David wants to do. But Abelson doesn't care about this at all now. He is ready to provide David with all the support he can provide, and quietly expects David to kill the temple and avenge Tylan. Seeing that His Majesty Abelson had expressed his views so straightforwardly, David did not need to continue to pretend to be polite. Looking at the dense crowd around him, he was ready to pack everyone here and take them back to Winter City. As for how to move so many people to Winter City without any supplies, this little thing is not a problem for Mage Jaina Proudmoore, who is good at large-scale teleportation magic. Although Tylan is dead, winter is coming. Chapter 3:15, The Winter Soil is formed. When he first left Winter City and headed to the royal capital to respond to His Majesty the King's summons, David was simply doing some errands. King Abelson did not force David to send many troops. So at that time, David thought that he would take a few winter knights and companions to join in the fun, and then return to the winter when the fun was almost over. The city continues to wait for the population to increase. I never expected that the temple would actually give me such a great gift. Although not all the residents of the royal capital of Thailand were resurrected. This solved one of the problems. The noble forces in the royal capital of Thailand were complex. These nobles had their own territories and industries, and most of these assets were concentrated near the royal capital. David wanted to catch everyone in the royal capital and bring them to Winter City. But this group of people was actually a huge obstacle. However, it happens to be this group of people who can be valued and bribed by the temple. Now this group of people have all become part of the bomb. Their souls have completely disappeared, and David has no way to resurrect them. They will no longer cause trouble to David for various reasons. The remaining people looked at their homes that had been turned into ruins around them. Although there was a lot of reluctance to give up, the vast majority of people did not have that strong resistance to moving to the God who resurrected them and gave them new life. Especially the civilians. When they learned that after going to Winter City, they could cultivate fields with their own hands and obtain their own land. These civilians were the quickest to accept going to Winter City. This is because land annexation around the royal capital of Thailand is serious, and there are not many free farmers, most of whom are contract farmers working for the nobles. As for the members of the nobles and knights, seeing that His Majesty Abelson did not speak, they were not prepared to express their opinions. I'll have to trouble you next. David knew that bringing everyone back to Winter City would inevitably cause some problems in the future. But compared to the benefits gained, those problems could be solved slowly. Moreover, as long as you have absolute force, even if a few people do something inappropriate, they won't be able to cause too much trouble. Jaina looked at the large groups of people around her and rubbed her temples with a headache. There is no way to teleport so many people back to Winter City at once. Send the civilians over first. Civilians are relatively easy to manage and will not cause trouble. After David finished giving instructions to Gianna, he contacted Eva and Weatherby and asked them to be prepared to receive a large number of people. When they heard that the Lord was planning to send all the people from King Thailand to Winter City, Eva and Weatherby were confused at first and had no idea what was going on. The two reacted quickly and immediately got into work mode. It was not important why the people from Thailand capital wanted to move to Winter City. What was important was that Winter City should come up with a resettlement plan as soon as possible. The simplest way is to set up camps and first ensure that everyone has shelter from the wind and rain. Laura will follow the first group of people back. Just tell Laura how much camp supplies you need, and Laura can go to her own world to purchase them. In fact, given the situation of most civilians in this world, even if Winter City does not provide them with accommodation, the civilians will not have any complaints or dissatisfaction. As long as the Lord allows the commoners to settle near Winter City and allow them to reclaim wasteland, then even if they have nothing, they can build a new home on their own. But David didn't want the Winter City built according to his plans to end up in a situation similar to King Tiran. Anyway, as long as they live in the temporary camp for a period of time, the diggers and the craftsmen in Winter City will soon be able to build a large number of houses, maybe a batch of apartment buildings. Detailed plans for temporary camps. New residential areas. Whether to continue to expand the current agricultural area or open up new agricultural areas will be made as soon as possible. After giving Weatherby a new job, David asked Eva and Elizabeth to say hello. The arrival of a large number of new residents will definitely have a severe impact on the existing public security. Elizabeth, the sheriff, will face huge challenges in the future. Challenges. After some arrangements, David turned his head and looked around. Because of the full support of Abelson, some local nobles in the capital of Tiran, and soldiers of the Tiran Knights and Guards Knights, who are responsible for executing the orders issued by David. The resurrected people are ready, and have chosen the first people to teleport. At this time, the Knights of Winter, who had been ordered to fly on a Quinjet, also arrived at the capital. Although they arrived a little late, the arrival of the Knights of Winter shocked the entire audience, especially the soldiers of Thailand Knights, Guards Knights and other troops, who had been severely educated by the Winter Knights before. Seeing that there are so many terrifying black heavy armor knights, they really don't dare to be dissatisfied at all. Rising. After talking to Gareth Stanton for a few words and ordering the Winter Knights to maintain order, David went to find Abelson. Abelson used David's efforts to arrange various things to find his wife, Rosie Stewart, and learned of very bad news. His eldest son Granville was not resurrected. It was not that David deliberately failed to resurrect the prince. After David's previous explanation, Abelson already knew the root cause of the big explosion. It was not surprising that his second son colluded with the temple and became part of the bomb, but his eldest son was actually involved with the temple, which he did not expect. Of course, it is also possible that the eldest son's illness was caused by the temple and was implicated. The eldest son also became part of the bomb, and his wife was indeed taking care of Granville, who was sick and bedridden at the time, and died as a result. Compared to Abelson, who quickly straightened up her mood, Rosie Stewart was not overly happy even though she had regained her life. She was still immersed in the sadness of completely losing her two sons. Sophia was staying with her mother. While comforting her mother, she was also telling her the next arrangements. Everyone would go to Winter City, and Sophia could stay with her mother for a long time. This also relieved Rosie's mood a little. Next, everyone kept busy with their own things, and the number of people around them continued to decrease. Not only was Archmage Jaina Proudmoore's power of teleportation magic astonishingly powerful, but her own magic reserve was also astonishing. She did not receive any damage when using teleportation magic continuously. She exerted no pressure at all, and David didn't even notice she showed signs of fatigue until the last group of people gathered, including His Majesty the King and the last remaining knights and soldiers. They were the last group of people. This time Jaina not only wanted to teleport people back, but also wrapped up the Quinjets parked around her. If you feel tired, the Winter Knights and I can go back in the Quinjet. It's just a few teleports and it's not overwhelming. In that case, let's go back to Winter City. Before David could finish his words, blue-purple magic light appeared all around. Soon the light emitted by the arcane energy engulfed everyone. When all the arcane light disappeared from everyone's sight, they could see their surroundings clearly again. When things happened, they had returned to Winter City. He's back! David looked around and saw that he and others were on the east side of Winter City, with the highway leading to Snowfield Castle under their feet. At this time, an area has been circled as a temporary camp in the open space to the north of the road. Not only the residents of Tiran Kingdom who arrive first are busy, but also many Cybertronian and Winter City craftsmen are busy to establish temporary shelter for these people. Weatherby Swan personally came to supervise the work and was waiting here for the return of Lord David. However, before Weatherby had the chance to come up and report the situation, Abelson, who was beside David, had already raised the question. This is Winter City! Looking at the flat and clean solid road under his feet, Abelson looked back curiously and found that the road continued to a place that he could not see and still had no end. He asked curiously, This road leads to where? Snowfield Castle. Oh! Snowfield Fort is a fortress located in the central area of the Northern Plains. It was originally a multi-purpose fortress town built by Iron Tree Fort to control the entire Northern Plains. But it soon became the border fortress of Winter City. And now it should have resumed its function as an important transportation hub in the Northern Plains. Right? Whether it is an important border fortress or a transportation hub in the Northern Plains, it is normal to build a road to connect with Winter City. What amazed Abelson was how spacious, smooth and strong the road was. He didn't even know what materials the road was made of. But compared to the Winter City in front of him, he felt that this road was nothing. Is this Winter City? Abelson looked ahead and saw that there was no city wall surrounding it. Countless houses stood neatly in rows. It was much wider than the road under his feet. And there were beautiful roads on both sides specially designed for people to walk, only seeing a small part of the city from a distance. Combined with the reports he had heard earlier, Abelson already had a preliminary understanding of Winter City. Winter City is a city completely different from all places on the Brinian continent. City. No matter how detailed the report is, and how vivid the stories told by his subordinates are, nothing is as shocking as seeing it with one's own eyes. In comparison, the vehicles traveling through the city and the giant Cybertronians were not as big an impact as this city on Abelson. Vehicles that are not pulled by livestock are not that rare compared to airplanes. And the giant Cybertronians are just a relatively unique race. For the continent of Brunia where mysterious powers and various intelligent life exist, it is not at all what kind of. If you want to manage the city into such a beautiful appearance, you can't do it just by relying on magical races and some magical mysterious powers. Abelson began to look forward to his life in Winterfell. Chapter 316 Industrial Zone. Turning on the faucet and looking at the clear water flowing out of it, Abelson said it was not the first time he had used this thing. But he still sighed that this thing called tap water was really convenient. It is said that Winter City has installed running water in every household. This is really a luxury. Water plant, power plant, military camp. Abelson, who came to Winter City, is currently living in the top suite of the Winter Hotel. The servants and guards in the palace are currently arranged to live in the hotel, while the Tehran Knights and the Guards Knights are in temporary camps. A separate military camp was established on the periphery. David didn't care about the differences between nobles and civilians, but the nobles were not willing to crowd into the camp with the civilians. These nobles all had some wealth, which gave birth to a new business. That is, the nobles of Tehran capital hired workers from Winterfell and Cybertronians, and then paid the great wizard Jaina Proudmoore to teleport them back to Tehran capital, and then buried them in the ruins. Dig out the family property. The workers, Cybertronians, and Archmage Jaina, who are responsible for the teleportation, will all receive a generous reward. The nobles who have regained part of their family property will directly purchase real estate in Winter City. After all, Winter City has prepared many new houses in advance. But there has never been a situation where nobles have money but cannot buy houses. Even King Abelson approached David, hoping that he could send some Cybertronians to help transfer various assets in his castle. This also reminded David that many high-ranking noble families were completely killed in the explosion in King Tylan's capital. All those assets became ownerless. This was a windfall that was picked up for nothing. There was no reason to let it go. So the relatively idle Decepticons were arranged by David to dig money, while the better-tempered Autobots were sent to work as assistants to Sheriff Elizabeth. Although the civilians who came from King Tylan are still living under centralized management in temporary camps, the wealthy nobles already have their own houses and have officially lived in Winter City. This group of people is also interested in Winter City's knowing nothing about rules. They will cause an impact on public order, because there are too many people. Has the population been counted? Sitting in the office. Sitting opposite is Weatherby Swan, the political officer of Winter City. Currently, Weatherby's main job is to settle the new residents who have just moved here. Still counting. I think Winter City's government affairs department needs to recruit some extra people. Weatherby looked a little tired, but he didn't seem dissatisfied. Instead, he looked very energetic. But for now, judging from the data, the number of people migrating from the royal capital of Tylan will not be less than 80,000. The arrival of a large population gave him the feeling of governing a real city. Previously, the population of Winter City was too small. For Weatherby, there was no challenge at all in governing a town with such a small population. With the arrival of the population of King Tylan, the population of Winter City has increased sharply many times, and the workload of various departments has also increased. Several departments in Winter City indeed need to increase their manpower. David not only approved the Government Affairs Department's proposal to increase staff, but also approved the Public Security Department's recruitment plan. In addition, David also ordered an expansion plan for the water plant. There is no need to worry about the power plant. There is no need to expand the power plant using the arc reactor in the short term. By the time the power plant needs to be expanded, perhaps Winter City has entered the interstellar age. The real question is how to solve the livelihood problems of these nearly 100,000 people, all going to farm. It's not impossible. But if so many people open up wasteland for farming, Winter City must carry out diversified planting, and cannot all plant the same crops in a swarm. In this regard, Winter City officials need to intervene. Otherwise, if farmers are allowed to choose by themselves, they will definitely give priority to crops they are familiar with. In addition to various grains and vegetables, a group of fruit farmers can be developed, followed by cotton planting and other industries. Also, with enough population, the industrial zone plan can start to be implemented. It's not that David doesn't want to vigorously develop industry in Winter City, but he really didn't have the conditions before. With so few people, even the production line of the arsenal can barely be filled. What kind of factory do you expect to be able to open? Now that there are people, various factories can be opened. These factories not only allow Winter City to produce a variety of goods, but also create a lot of jobs, provide income for a large number of civilians, ensure their income needs, and ensure that they can live a normal life in Winter City. Sir, in addition to the steel plant, what other factories should be built? The steel plant has always been on the plan, and there is no need to ask additional questions. Clothes, shoes, socks, beds and bedding. At present, Winter City's clothing, bedding and other products are still in the relatively primitive handmade customization era. In earlier times, they were distributed uniformly, and all kinds of materials were purchased from other worlds. As for whether existing shops will be affected, in fact, no, because the products produced by the factory are mass-produced on the premise of ensuring the basic quality of the products. This kind of large-scale mass-produced clothing is likely to be looked down upon by nobles. It is produced to meet the needs of ordinary people. The price of the product will not be too high to ensure that everyone can afford it. The same goes for bedding and other items. In this way, coupled with sufficient food and comfortable and warm houses, the residents' basic life is guaranteed. At that time, we can consider building more factories to meet other needs of the people, such as bicycle factories or even car factories. After chatting with Weatherby for a long time, before David even had time to get up and leave his chair, Gareth Stanton came to find him again. "What's the matter?" The search for Gareth was naturally a military matter, but there have been no military operations in Winter City recently. Right? Although the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment was still mopping up the orcs on the northern plains, it was Megatron who was responsible for this work, not Gareth Stanton. After going out for a walk, the Winter Knights continued their slow expansion work. By the way, they also kept an eye on the soldiers who came from the capital of Thailand to ensure that they did not cause trouble. Thinking of this, David suddenly guessed why Gareth was looking for him. "Sir, what should we do with the Tehran capital army, including the Tehran Knights?" It sounds like they are dealing with prisoners of war. Although the Tehran Knights and the Guards Knights are not prisoners of war, the current situation seems to be no different, especially the private guards of the nobles. This group of troops was directly controlled. Even if some nobles expressed dissatisfaction, David had no intention of giving in. Either take your guards and get out of Winter City. If you want to fight in the winter, if you live in the city, you must abide by the rules here. What are the specific rules? Of course, whatever the Lord says, there are rules. Then, there are those rules. Since the Lord of Winter City is the God who resurrected them and gave them new life, these nobles are not stupid enough to dare to challenge David. This is why the private guards of the nobles accept the vaccination management honestly. But this is not a long-term solution. There are also the Thailand Knights and the Guards Knights. They can't be left outside the city to look after them. Right? Do you have any ideas? Reorganize into a winter army. These are the most elite soldiers of the Kingdom of Thailand, especially the Knights of Thailand. These knights have received various trainings from a very young age, using potions and spells to ensure that they can continue to break through the limits. So their physical fitness all very strong. In addition, they know various combat skills and have extremely high military literacy and obedience. As long as they learn to use Winter City's weapons and equipment with a little training, they can immediately become another powerful legion. Although the other troops are not as good as the two major knights, they are still stronger than ordinary civilians. Gareth doesn't want to watch such a large group of high-quality soldiers being wasted. But it may be difficult to obtain permission for the reorganization of the Tyrant Knights and the Guards Knights. I will have dinner with His Majesty later, and I will mention this matter to him then. David thought for a while. The situation of the Thailand Knights and the Guards Knights was relatively special. But the Noble Guards and the Royal Guards troops, ordinary light and heavy infantry regiment soldiers can be reorganized directly. Ignore the Thailand Knights and the Guards Knights for now. The other troops will be brought to the military camp for reorganization. What if there are people who are unwilling to accept the reorganization? They are soldiers and must obey orders. David will not spoil these guys, especially now that they have come to Winter City collectively. Those who do not meet the needs, but have good character and conduct will be sent to Elizabeth Swan the sheriff's place. As for being unable to meet needs, personality and professionalism, what's wrong with that? David will still give these people a chance. They can choose a new career on their own. And the official will also provide some help. As long as they work hard, they can still live well in Winter City. If David had to come out on time, he would build an industrial zone next. Even if there were diggers, he wouldn't mind more coolies on the construction site. I understand what to do. Gareth left with the order. He and Floyd would be responsible for the reorganization work. As for the numbers of the reorganized troops, if there were no accidents, they would be directly named the Winter Legion. This should be the largest legion in Winter City. And if things go well, it will also become the force responsible for most military tasks. After all, both the Winter Knights and the Spartan Heavy Infantry are the ace troops of Winter City, and will only appear on important battlefields in the future. Gareth was full of expectations for the future, and after leaving Fort Glamorgan, he approached Floyd to discuss the reorganization plan. However, as soon as he and Floyd started discussing, he was summoned by the Lord and received a task to lead a team of Winter Knights to the south to identify the Marquise Lana Tillan and the Earl of Sutton Stewart. Case. Chapter 317. Holding the Emperor hostage to order the princes. Although many nobles and officials died in the Tehran Kingdom, The important officials of the Thailand kingdom were not completely wiped out. Most of them were stranded in White Rock City due to the war with the Holy Kingdom of Gunter. Abelson had not forgotten this matter, so he specifically mentioned it to David during dinner. In addition, he is also worried about the situation in Bayan City. The royal capital of Thailand was in ruins, and everyone in the city died. Abelson was not sure how the ministers and nobles would react after the news reached White Rock City. But no matter how you look at it, it seems that White Rock City cannot be defended. Even if Earl Sutton Stewart is still loyal to the Kingdom of Tilan and can still control the Tiran Knights, Guards, Knights, and Infantry Regiment at hand. This kind of thing, it will also cause a devastating blow to the morale of the army. Now Abelson no longer worries about whether the border can be defended or whether the southern land will be occupied by the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt. He doesn't even care about those ministers and nobles. The only thing he worries about is his daughter. And he also worries about the Earl of Sutton Stewart. This is not a difficult task. I asked Gareth to take a team of Winter Knights to White Rock City to check the situation. If the situation is critical, they will be brought to Winter City. So Gareth took over a temporary mission and led a small team of Winter Knights to the south. Seeing David simply sending someone to protect his daughter, Abelson mentioned another thing. How are you going to arrange the knights and soldiers who came to Winter City together? Except for the Tyrant Knights and the Guards Knights. I have ordered Gareth and Floyd to reorganize the other soldiers. Those who perform well will become soldiers of Winter City. David's answer was very direct. Now that Abelson had made his attitude clear, David was not prepared to be polite to him. As for the Knights of Tyran and the Knights of the Guards, Abelson understood what David meant. The other party respected him enough for asking him. So he expressed his position very happily. Let's reorganize it together. He saw the current situation very clearly. As a king, he only had a false name. His power and army were of no use to him now. Giving them all to David was the best choice. In this case, why not keep the designation of the Tiran Knights and integrate all the Guards Knights into the Tiran Knights? Abelson acted so cheerfully that David was a little embarrassed. The entire population of King Tylan was packed up and taken in, and the king was also kidnapped back. And even his ace knights and guards were included. Unknowingly, he seems to have done something similar to a certain prime minister. Will he be able to do many things in the name of the Thailand kingdom in the future? The development of things was pretty much what David thought. Abelson directly took out the appointment letter written in advance and made David Glamorgan the Archduke of Winter, whose territory included the entire northern plains. The territory of David Glamorgan, the Archduke of Winter, is a completely independent principality and is only nominally part of the Kingdom of Tiran. As Abelson personally handed the appointment letter to David, the Duke of Winter officially took office, and then an announcement would be issued to spread the news to the entire Tiran kingdom. Another order and announcement was issued at the same time. The capital of King Tylan was severely damaged by a conspiracy attack by the temple. His Majesty the King had to go to Winter City in the north to temporarily reside. Winter City is the Kingdom of Tylan, temporary royal capital. Due to the temple conspiracy, His Majesty the King was ill and unable to handle government and military affairs. The Archduke of Winter, David Glamorgan, had full authority to handle all military and government affairs of the Kingdom of Tilan on behalf of His Majesty the King. With a few orders and proclamations, David has become the de facto ruler of the Kingdom of Tylan. Except that he has not been crowned king. David also accepted Abelson's series of appointments simply and neatly. In just one meal, his identity had undergone earth-shaking changes, and even he was a little confused. It wasn't until he returned to his office in Fort Glamorgan that he gradually understood. Abelson understood that it was impossible for the Tylan kingdom to come back to life, and it was impossible for him to take power in Winter City and lead the Winter City army back to the old site of the royal capital to rebuild a new city. More importantly, he knew that his direct army could not defeat the Winter Knights at all, and even the Knights of the Tylan Knights and the Guards Knights could no longer fight for him. They had already been killed once by the Knights of Winter and knew that they were no match. What's more, these nearly 100,000 people were resurrected by David. These people's impression of David was countless times better than that of his king. Let these people choose, and they will definitely choose David instead of themselves. In this case, it is better to arrange everything that can be arranged while one's fame is still of some use. Abelson no longer even urged David and Sophia to get married as soon as possible. He did not think that a special existence like David could be bound by a marriage. Therefore, it no longer matters whether he marries his daughter or not. Even if David wants the position of king immediately today, Abelson can immediately write the abdication document. In fact, it is almost the same now. Winter City has become the Principality of Winter, which has gained absolute legal independence and will be recognized by all forces on the mainland. The Principality of Winter can be changed to the Kingdom of Winter at any time in the future. It all depends on when David wants to wear the crown. He is quietly retiring in Winter City. For Sophia's sake, David should not treat him badly. He may still have a chance to see the day when the Holy Kingdom of Gaunt and the Temple are completely wiped out by Winter City. So, you are now the Duke of Winter? After listening to David finish the matter, Laura was still looking at the appointment documents. Although the appointments and announcements were all issued in the name of King Tylan, the specific sending and posting had to be done by the people of Winter City themselves. Therefore, although David was promoted to Grand Duke and Winter City became the Principality of Winter, this matter always had a strange flavor. It feels like you blackmailed the king and then forced him to make the appointment. David wanted to say that he had similar feelings, but it was impossible for him to admit it. He waved his hands and said, "You are overthinking. Anyway, congratulations." Laura put the appointment letter in her hand back on David's desk. "You are one step closer to your goal, and it is a very critical step." Laura originally thought it would take David several years to get to this point. Even so, it will not be easy to finally take this step, and it may be accompanied by continuous wars to succeed. I didn't expect that by a strange combination of circumstances, I could cross the most important step so easily. Principality. The transformation of a principality into a kingdom was just a matter of David's idea. Under the current situation, it is impossible for the Tiran kingdom to attack David's Winter City again. However, Laura felt that it would be better to keep Winter City as a principality for a while, because using the Principality of Winter as a bridge can well absorb the legacy of the Kingdom of Tylan, which is much more reliable than directly claiming to build a country. After all, the signboard of the Tylan Kingdom has been erected for hundreds of years, and everyone living in this land recognizes it. When the entire Tylan Kingdom falls into a state of war, the people of Tylan will habitually go to other parts of the Tylan Kingdom, escape within the territory instead of running directly abroad. In this case, the Principality of Winter, which is still affiliated with the Kingdom of Tylan, can receive more people. After receiving the population from all over the Kingdom of Tylan, it can regain the land that originally belonged to them for the people, expanding the territory of the Principality of Winter to other areas. Not only is it irrefutable in legal terms, this kind of expansion can also win the absolute support of its own people. When that time comes, it will be a matter of course to change the name to a kingdom. Right. Laura originally wanted to leave to do her own thing, because she knew that David would have a lot of things to deal with next. But before leaving, she suddenly remembered, "Are your abilities going to be improved again? Maybe." He was directly promoted from Earl to Grand Duke, and his territory also changed from Winter City to the Principality of Winter. His golden finger will definitely be upgraded. It is unclear what changes will happen this time. I will observe and test it later. Putting aside everything else, the output of crystal mines and the energy contained in them may usher in another round of enhancement, even if there are no other changes. This alone is enough to satisfy David. Watching Laura leave, David originally wanted to ask Eva to deal with the announcement. Unexpectedly, Edwin Van Cleef came to him. This man must have something important to come to him, so David had to deal with the announcement first. Set aside. What's wrong? Concerning the confession of Missionary Rains. So fast? After David returned to Winter City, he ordered the intelligence department to arrest Missionary Rains and screen the people who came into contact with Missionary Rains to find out the spies sent by the temple. The arrest went smoothly, and David didn't need to worry too much about this kind of thing. He could just wait quietly for the results of the interrogation. Unexpectedly, it ended on the second day. He thought that the missionary from the temple could last 10 days and a half. Speaking of this matter, Edwin Van Cleef also behaved very strangely. The missionary from the temple may have abandoned his original faith. What's the meaning? This Missionary Rains seems to be ready to believe in the Holy Light. So after we arrested him, we didn't use any punishment at all. Basically, he would happily answer all the questions we asked. Listening to Edwin Van Cleef's report, David didn't know how to evaluate the missionary. He could only ask cautiously, "Is it possible he behaved like this deliberately in order to truly break into Winter City? Internal? This possibility cannot be ruled out." Chapter 318 New Flying Vehicle. David asked the intelligence community to continue interrogating Rains, while continuing to screen everyone who came into contact with Rains. In addition, based on the newly obtained information, we also searched for some enchanted accessories that are not many in Winter City. These items flowed into Winter City with caravans and some individual traders, and were never widely circulated, so it didn't attract any attention. But the lesson of King Tylan lies there. It is impossible for David not to pay attention to these things. He does not hope that one day it will suddenly come and Winter City will disappear in a blue and white light. In addition to Rains, who is clearly from the temple, David also needs to conduct a thorough inspection of the alchemy workshop in Winter City. He didn't suspect that Pierre Newton was also an undercover agent sent by the temple. He suspected that alchemy itself had some kind of backdoor, being taken advantage of by the people in the temple. When it comes to mysterious powers, he is going to call Medivh back, who is wandering around outside, and join forces with Jaina and Steve Rogers, the current Supreme Mage, to conduct a thorough sorting and inspection. If you simply examine a mystical system and knowledge like this, it will be difficult to determine some things. However, David was able to obtain the enchanted equipment of the Tiran Knights, plus some of the enchanted jewelry collected, and he knew what kind of scenarios might occur. Combining them, he should be able to make a relatively accurate judgment. After arranging these things, David remembered to make an announcement and told everyone that he had become the Grand Duke of Winter, and that Winter City had become the Principality of Winter. "You are already a Grand Duke? Congratulations!" Tony Stark has been living a very comfortable life recently. If he wants to tinker with new energy, wastewater and garbage treatment technology, he can stay at Marvel. If he wants to study occult knowledge, various strange materials in the Brainian continent, or hammer and create new weapons, come to Winter City. As for dating, he never delayed, and from time to time, he would take Pepper to the Stark Manor in Winter City to rest and relax. "I guess it won't be long before I can become His Majesty the King." David shrugged his shoulders, thinking it wouldn't take long. "By the way, I heard that you are planning to build an industrial zone?" "Yes. According to the original scale, the industrial zone of Winter City will be built on the west bank of the Winter River, with the two sides connected by bridges." David even considered building a Golden Gate Bridge, but that was just a casual thought. He was not prepared to give his bridge such an unlucky name. If you really want to give your own bridge such a name, what will you do if Magneto comes as soon as it is built? Directly expel Magneto? It doesn't seem impossible. Tony Stark didn't know that David was thinking about the bridge. He was still asking David what plans he had for the industrial area. "In addition to building a steel plant and a basic clothing and quilt factory, I am also a little unsure about the subsequent layout." Under normal circumstances, all kinds of heavy industries must be developed, especially those related to military industry, which are the top priority. Only in this way can we truly participate in the struggle for hegemony. But the situation here is abnormal for David. The addition of Tony Stark and the Cybertronians has made Winter City's technology tree a bit confusing, and he doesn't know how to plan the basic military industry system. "I knew you would be troubled by this problem, so I thought of several plans in my free time." David knew that Tony would not mention this matter for no reason. It seemed that he had thought about this problem for a long time, and even thought of a solution. As for why he is so keen on these things, it is because while helping David solve these problems, he is also satisfying his own spiritual needs, trying out various ideas that he keeps popping up in Winter City, and transforming some of them into real thing. Compared with being subject to all kinds of surveillance and restrictions in the Marvel Universe, he is much freer here in Winter City, which is why Tony particularly likes to stay here now. "My personal suggestion is to establish an industrial chain with a Blizzard Power Armor manufacturing factory as the core." Tony suggested that David use the Blizzard Power Armor as the core, and then extend it outwards to build various factories according to its needs. For example, armor alloys, various parts for internal needs, missile launchers, display devices, etc. After various corresponding factories are established, what do these factories need? Then go down level by level. When the entire industrial chain is established, Winter City's basic military industry system has also taken shape. At this time, it can begin to expand new businesses and produce other weapons and equipment besides power armor. Hearing this, David suddenly guessed what Tony wanted to do after saying so much. "Do you have any new plans? But it's not convenient to do them in your hometown? I'm also thinking about you. Sooner or later you will have to set foot in this field. What project do you want to do?" David didn't care about Tony's words, but was curious about what Tony wanted to do. "Don't you think the Quinjet is already a bit small?" Tony did not answer directly, but mentioned the Quinjet. "Maybe we can build a larger one that can carry more soldiers wearing Blizzard-powered armor." Flying vehicle. Before Tony finished speaking, David understood what Tony was thinking. It would be best to have a spaceship that can fly higher and have the ability to land freely and leave the planet. Right? You really understand me. Tony pointed at David, not minding his words being interrupted. How is it? Isn't it exciting? Of course, David felt that something was wrong. In fact, he also felt that the Quinjet was a bit unable to meet the demand, and it was not particularly suitable for carrying knights wearing blizzard-powered armor. The Quinjet can only be regarded as a small and medium-sized transport aircraft, and its efficiency for battlefield delivery is still too low. At least one large transport aircraft must be obtained to meet future needs. Moreover, large enough transportation vehicles can also allow Autobots to better join the battle. Currently, there are no flying vehicles suitable for Autobots in Winter City, which limits the range of activities of Autobots. This is huge. Of waste. So, what do you think of this? Tony directly used the holographic projection device he carried with him to release the holographic image on the palm of his hand. David looked at the holographic image held in Tony's hand, and looked at the guy in front of him speechlessly. This thing looks like an aircraft carrier. Right? That's why we can carry enough soldiers wearing blizzard-powered armor and Cybertronian warriors. Tony made a magnifying gesture with his hand so that David could see more details. In addition, the ones on this battleship are not what you thought was an open deck. Although it looks flat, it is not a runway for planes to take off. While listening to Tony's introduction, David looked at the various details that were constantly displayed in front of him. Originally, he thought this was the new space carrier Tony modified from S.H.I.E.L.D. space carrier. But now it seems that this thing is more close to a real spaceship. And the more he looked at it, the more he felt that the shape of this spaceship looked like the Punishment. A lot of Cybertronian technology was used in the design of your battleship? Of course. Otherwise, how could we build such a large spaceship? Tony looked very proud when he said this. He felt that ordinary people would not be able to digest Cybertron's advanced technology so quickly like him. In addition, this battleship can fly freely in the atmosphere. Once it is built, it can be used as the flagship and mobile headquarters of the Winter Legion. It sounded really attractive. David originally had some expectations, but now he hopes that the ship can be built as soon as possible. When the time comes, the Winter Army will fly directly to the Holy Kingdom of God on the warship. He wants to see what other methods those gods will use. It is indeed a good design. But how long will it take to build such a large warship from scratch? With the Cybertronians in charge of building it, it shouldn't take too long. The Cybertronians are really a perfect labor force. Whether they are Autobots or Decepticons, their work efficiency is amazingly high. When a small group of Cybertronians devote themselves to their work, they can build something in a very short time. Build a large-scale high-tech equipment, such as a space transmission device. However, it will take some time before the construction of this battleship actually starts. Tony has been staying in Winter City for too long recently, and needs to go back to the Marvel Universe for a while to deal with some things. By the way, are you almost done with things here? Do you want to go to my place for a vacation or something? Good suggestion. David thinks this suggestion is good. The Marvel Universe is a very lively world, and it doesn't need to be limited to the Earth. You can even go to alien planets. The more he thought about it, the more tempted he became. Before saying goodbye to Tony and leaving Stark Manor, he had decided to go to the Marvel Universe for a while. However, before setting off, you must first take care of the matters at hand. At least eliminate possible hidden dangers, and confirm the safety of Princess Lana and Earl Sutton Stewart before going out. I also have to ask who wants to go with me. This time I should take Eva with me, because he was thinking about something in his mind. David did not release the sports car or plane and return directly to Fort Glamorgan. Instead, he strolled back along the road. As a result, not long after walking out of the forest, I saw a handsome muscular man, turning his neck and looking around, and walking towards him with a puzzled look on his face. He is very familiar with this state of the opponent. Newcomers who have just arrived in Winter City are basically in this state, coupled with a face that was once nicknamed the God of War in the toilet. David has determined that the other party is a new visitor from another world. But he just doesn't know who the specific identity is. David stood there and waited for the other party to come up to him and greeted him in English. Can I help you? Chapter 319, Max Level Elite Farmer. Hearing the familiar language, the man opposite showed an obvious look of surprise. It seemed that he was having a headache about the current situation. Now that he finally met someone who could communicate with him, he could figure out what strange thing he had encountered. Hello. May I ask where this is? This is Winter City. David was still sizing up the man in front of him. He felt an energy from him, which almost revealed his identity. He was the toilet god of war, who was almost beaten to death in the toilet. My name is David Glamorgan. Welcome to Winterfell. Clark Kent. Just call me Clark. Clark shook hands with David, the confusion on his face not fading much. Where is Winter City? Winter City is located in the northern plains of Brynia continent. It is a new city that was just established not long ago. As David told it, Clark finally understood that he had come to another world in a daze. Although it sounded incredible, he quickly accepted the situation and did not find what David said to be difficult. Confidence. Especially when David told him that there were many people like him in Winter City who came here from various worlds. Clark understood that he was just one of the many unlucky ones, lucky ones. At the same time, Clark also guessed that the young man he met named David had an unusual identity. Otherwise, how could he know so much and explain various situations to himself so enthusiastically? Maybe the other party was aware of his arrival and came specifically to find him. But no matter what, Clark never guessed that David Glamorgan in front of him was actually the master of Winter City. While learning about the wonders of Winter City with David, he followed him into the city and soon came to Fort Glamorgan. When he learned that the core of Winter City was called Fort Glamorgan, he guessed something arrived. However, the truth was even more outrageous than his guess. When he followed David into the somewhat familiar building and sat down in the living room, he realized that the young man in front of him was not the younger generation of the city lord, but the city lord himself. So, you are the lord of this place? Yes. Should I call you Lord? David didn't say anything directly. He just made a gesture of whatever you want. However, he was surprised to find that Clark in front of him actually showed a bit of embarrassment. This scene was quite rare. After chatting for a few words, David understood why Clark behaved this way. Because the Clark Kent in front of him has not yet put on the blue tights and red cape and become the Superman that countless people are familiar with. He left his hometown and wandered around aimlessly, not knowing where he should go. Not sure if you can find what you are looking for? Don't know what to do. Although he already possesses strength that exceeds that of ordinary people, it is nothing compared to what will come later. He has not even learned to fly yet. Apart from his abilities, Clark at this time was just a simple country boy. He had never seen much of the world, let alone come into contact with any big people. He didn't know how to communicate with the big people, so he behaved like this. If you don't have anywhere you want to go, you can consider staying here in Winter City for a while. This, Clark was a little moved. Deep down in his heart, he had been struggling with his difference. He didn't know how he should deal with this situation. Do you want to hide your abilities all your life and just be an ordinary person? Or use your own power to do something? Various ideas kept colliding. So he wandered around not only looking for clues about his life experience, but he also felt in his heart that if he looked in more places, he might be able to get more accurate answers. But after unexpectedly coming to the strange place of Winter City, he suddenly felt that the problems he was struggling with were no longer important. In this magical world, his abilities would not make him look very weird. After all, according to this lord, as the adult said, there are many magical powers in this world. And there are even gods. There are many visitors from other worlds here in Winter City. And these people also possess various magical powers. Although it was not quite appropriate, Clark suddenly had a strange feeling that he had found a fellow. There is no need to make a decision in a hurry. You can freely travel back and forth between your own world and Winter City in the future. David was suddenly curious. What kind of young Clark would he become in the future if he came into contact with these people in Winter City? What kind of Superman? Especially considering that the person in front of him is not a sunny version of Superman. There is a high chance that the person in the movie universe will turn dark. But before that, you need to learn the language here. After asking Eva to send a headgear for language learning, Clark took it and looked at it curiously for a long time. Although I have heard David speak a lot and know that there are many magical powers in this world, it still feels amazing to see that such an inconspicuous headgear can allow people to easily learn a new language. Curious, he put the headdress on and took it off after a few seconds. Is this Brainian? Brain human lingua franca to be precise. Although it has long been known that Superman has a super brain, it is not surprising that he can perfectly receive knowledge in an instant that ordinary people need to spend a period of time to instill. However, being able to speak so well immediately still shows the strength of Superman. So, do I still need to learn other languages? Clark looked at the headdress in his hand again. He felt that if this was the way to learn, it wouldn't matter how many languages he wanted to learn. Oh, That's not necessary. And I don't have a quick learning device for other languages here. He briefly explained to Clark. Although there are various languages such as Elf, Dark Elf, Orc, etc. on the continent of Brunia. But for now, knowing Brunian human common language is enough. Since the continent of Brunia is currently in the human era, even other intelligent races understand human lingua franca. Not to mention that Winter City is a city dominated by humans. Knowing that there was no need to learn another language, Clark handed the tiara back to Eva and curiously asked what jobs were available in Winter City. He decided to live in Winter City for a while, but he didn't have the city's coins, and he didn't have anything valuable on him. Even if he could sleep in the wild with his strong physique, he had to eat. Right? There are many job options here in Winter City. You can reclaim wasteland and become a farmer. You can also apply for jobs in some shops and restaurants, or you can wait until several factories are established to become a worker. In addition to these, you can also follow the craftsmen to learn to become apprentices and assistants. Next, Winter City will continue to build houses, and the craftsmen will be very busy, and they will also be happy to recruit some helpers or apprentices. It can be said that as long as you are willing to work hard, you will not be unable to find a job in Winter City. With so many positions waiting to be chosen, not having a job can only prove that this person does not want to work at all. Clark was not such a lazy guy. Even if he couldn't afford new clothes when he was wandering around, he still kept working to earn living expenses. Compared with the options here in Winter City, he even felt that being an ordinary farmer in Winter City is also a good choice. David felt that Clark might be reluctant to let go of his mother, but he didn't know that Clark in front of him had already begun to consider whether to take his mother over. Of course, the premise is that Winter City is really as good as David described. Then I won't bother you anymore. Clark still didn't know how to chat with David. After figuring out various situations, he sat there and perfectly explained what it meant to be on pins and needles. After continuing to chat for a while, he said that he wanted to see if there was any suitable job for him, and at least solve his accommodation and food problems for today. You can first go to the Winter Hotel to find Jonah Maava, and he will arrange some part-time jobs for you. Thank you so much. After Clark thanked him again, he left Fort Glamorgan. David stood by the window and watched Clark walk to the gate of Fort Glamorgan. Then he looked left and right for a while before he remembered to ask the guard at the door for directions. That awkward, green look makes it difficult for people to connect him with the most powerful superhero. Interesting. Originally, David felt that there were already a lot of visitors from other worlds in Winter City, and his strength, status, and territory were constantly developing. He no longer looked forward to visitors from other worlds as much as he did at first. I even feel that even if no new people show up, I won't feel so disappointed. The appearance of Clark made him realize that his previous thoughts were not correct, and he was still looking forward to the appearance of new faces. Even without considering the various rewards he received from these people, he still hoped to see more once familiar faces truly appear in front of him. By the way, Winter City is connected to a new world. From a certain perspective, this also means the resources of an entire world. Forget about Superman's world. If you want to collect resources across dimensions, it's better to find a safer world. How is my world? David was just saying casually, but Eva next to him suddenly answered. If Winter City starts to develop various industries, it will definitely require a lot of resources. If we only rely on the northern plains, I'm afraid it will be difficult to meet the development needs of Winter City. As long as the obstructive home is cleared away, there will be a whole world of resources waiting to be mined by Winter City. Chapter 321 After another. The idea of collecting resources from other worlds to supply Winter City and ensure the rapid development of Winter City did not come out of nowhere. As he gradually figured out the function of Goldfinger, David thought of this possibility, but he didn't think too much about it at that time. Because at that time, the strength of Winter City was not enough to carry out such a large number of crossings. Plain resource plundering. Now Winter City has initially gained some strength, but David has only targeted the world where Helen's hometown, the Kingdom of Sparta, is located, and the world of the Walking Dead where Rick is. The former is still in the backward era BC. As long as he provides some help to the Kingdom of Sparta, the Kingdom of Sparta will help him find various useful resources. Later, as the industrial capabilities of Winter City improve, David some advanced machinery will also be sent to the Kingdom of Sparta. The latter is a purely doomsday world. If you want to collect various resources in this world, David needs to send people to collect various resources in person. With the fighting power of Winter City soldiers, they can be easily crushed in that world without any danger. As for Eva's Red Alert world, No rush. Eva's world is the world line, where the Empire of the Rising Sun wins. If he leads his army there, can he be regarded as the savior? However, the Empire of the Rising Sun is quite powerful, and the current combat power of Winter City is not enough to completely wipe out this force in one go. In particular, the focus of Winter City's development is on the Brunia continent, and it is impossible to send all the power to another dimension to fight the war. If you just fight back and forth, it will take a long time without saying anything, and you may even make a wedding dress for someone else, which will be a big loss. Walking back to his office, he asked about the progress of various affairs in Winter City. Eva did not mention the previous topic again. She also realized that the strength of Winter City was not strong enough now. If she wanted to save her world, she could only rely on hundreds of Spartan heavy infantry and dozens of winter soldiers. Winter Knight is not nearly enough. Putting this matter aside for now, Eva began to report on the specific progress of several current tasks in Winter City. Generally speaking, everything was going according to plan. The announcement that David has become the Grand Duke of Winter has been sent out. As for the announcements in other parts of the Kingdom of Tilan, the nobles of the Kingdom of Tilan need to serve as envoys and take Quinjet fighter jets to various places to make notifications. These matters do not require David's attention, and his subordinates will take care of them naturally. In fact, many things do not require David to keep an eye on every day. He went out with His Majesty the King for a while, and Winter City is still developing steadily. This is the normal state after everything is on track. Unless there is an emergency, David, the Lord, will be more and more leisurely on weekdays. If this situation continues, when Winter City develops to a certain scale and various departments are gradually improved, David, the Lord, may not encounter a few matters that need to be handled personally in a few years. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye, and the temporary camp was gradually completed. The ordinary people who moved from the capital of Tilan had a place to shelter from the wind and rain. In addition, Winter City has provided various choices for these people, and many people have already started working in Winter City. For ordinary civilians, they are still very satisfied with the arrangements of the Grand Duke of Glamorgan, especially after seeing beautiful houses being built one after another. The Grand Duke of Glamorgan personally promised that these houses will be at a lower price when selling and renting to civilians to ensure that every civilian has a warm house to live in. They are full of expectations for their new life in Winter City. Apart from anything else, when I lived in the royal capital of Tilan, it was impossible for commoners to buy such a beautiful house even if they had money. This alone is enough to make many civilians happy. When these people understand the approximate prices of goods in Winter City and the benefits of most jobs, they will be even happier. They found that they could indeed afford these houses without carrying a heavy burden. The temptation of houses also brought unexpected surprises. That is, many people chose to engage in various jobs in the hope of earning money and buying a new house as soon as possible, instead of swarming to reclaim wasteland and obtain their own land. As David speculated, the proportion of free farmers in the capital of Tilan is very low. So these people are used to working for others and don't think there is anything wrong with living like this. At the same time, these civilians are worried that the number of these beautiful new houses is limited. If they cannot buy their own house as soon as possible, they will not have the opportunity to live in such a beautiful house in the future, especially now that many nobles are waving gold coins to buy houses. Compared with the common people who have to work and save money, the nobles have basically moved into new homes in Winter City. Some wealthy nobles are not even satisfied with this. After figuring out the situation in Winter City, they will wander around the city, looking for a favorite homestead, and then buy the land that has not yet started to build a house. Came down, wanting to build a larger and more beautiful estate. In the words of these nobles, only in this way can they show their extraordinariness. Of course, there are also many nobles who are dissatisfied with the fact that they and civilians live together on the same street. They strongly suggest that the Duke of Glamorgan divide a separate living area for the nobles and only allow nobles to buy houses and live in this area. It stands to reason that the aristocratic district should be relatively close to the Archduke's castle of Glamorgan, and then surrounded by walls to isolate the lowly common people. David didn't bother to pay attention to this. It was impossible for the development of Winter City to proceed according to these people's ideas. Even if they went to Abelson, David would still not agree. However, pure high-end living areas will still appear. Abelson has already settled in Winter City and cannot stay in a hotel forever. While David is dealing with various trivial matters, Abelson has selected a piece of land and plans to build his own manor there. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be his new home for the rest of his life. Although Abelson's new manor has not yet started construction, the surrounding land has been bought up by nobles, and it will definitely become the most high-end residential area in Winter City. The resettlement of the new residents went smoothly, and the army's reorganization also faced little resistance, even though Abelson didn't say anything to the two major knights. When the members of the two major knights learned that they were about to undergo reorganization and training from Winter City, they did not show any resistance and even looked forward to it. Appearance. This made Floyd, who stayed in Winter City to take charge of the reorganization work, feel very happy, especially when facing his former colleagues, to say that the only thing that went wrong in the past half-month was probably Gareth's side. White Rock City cannot be defended anymore. The coalition formed by the Lords has completely collapsed. The Lords from all over the country have no intention of fighting anymore. More than half of the Lords have left White Rock City with their men and returned to their own territories. The situation in the royal capital of Thailand has been known to the entire Kingdom of Thailand due to the high-speed transmission of the announcement issued by His Majesty the King. Everyone already knows that the capital of King Thailand was destroyed, and His Majesty the King moved the capital to Winter City. Although the Kingdom of Thailand was not destroyed, and the King, Queen, and little princess were all there, the capital was bombed into ruins, and the Holy Kingdom of Gunter's various insidious methods continued to emerge, which still brought the morale of the army to a freezing point. The lords each had their own little thoughts, and there were also countless people who secretly defected to the temple. Many of them were worried about backstabbing from behind. This kind of thing happened one after another, which was one of the reasons for the complete collapse of the Lord's coalition. Even the Tiran Knights and the Guards Knights have spies and assassins appearing from time to time, and no one knows who to trust. Under so many unfavorable conditions, Earl Sutton Stewart was able to hold on for half a month, which is already a very strong performance. You guys should withdraw too, since they were evacuating White Rock City proactively rather than escaping from the city. They had to bring more people with them, and they couldn't bring everyone back with the help of the Quinjet. Still, Archmage Jaina Proudmoore was asked to take action to bring this group of people plus many soldiers to Winter City. Unfortunately, the residents of White Rock City did not come to Winter City with their lord, Marquis Prior Otto, which disappointed David, who was looking forward to the continued growth of Winter City. The Temple's propaganda war in White Rock City has achieved very good results. The residents of White Rock City feel that as long as the Lord gets out, then the Holy Kingdom of Gunter can successfully take over White Rock City. The war will be over, and they can continue to live their ordinary lives. In the end, only their close servants and guards followed Marquis Otto and his wife to Winter City, and even several uncles and relatives of Marquis Otto stayed in White Rock City. The rest are all the officials, nobles, and troops of the Thailand Kingdom that Abelson brought to White Rock City. This group of people is different from the people from King Thailand who were previously accepted. Everyone coming from White Rock City this time must undergo strict inspections. Before the inspection results are available, everyone is isolated in a camp outside Winter City. In the royal capital of Thailand, the explosion caused by the temple helped to screen out those who were controlled by it and instigated rebellion. This time, David didn't know if there were spies and assassins from the temple among this group of people. If these people brought magic bombs and detonated them in Winter City, even if they didn't hurt anyone, they would only blow up a few bombs. He couldn't accept flowers and plants. After looking back and forth, David thought someone would jump out to express dissatisfaction, feeling that David's order had seriously humiliated them. Unexpectedly, he stood here waiting for a long time, and no one jumped out to protest. Not only did no one express dissatisfaction, David also noticed that some people had expressions on their faces that could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that they were fed up with the spies and assassins hiding around them. Chapter 321 The Princess's New Clothes. Screening, inspection, and then put into the military camp for reorganization. Marquis Prior Otto did not express anything about some of his guards being taken away by Winter City for reorganization, but his wife Lana Thailand was slightly dissatisfied. But she didn't say too much. After realizing the current situation, she soberly chose to shut up and follow Winter City's instructions. After all, even her father Abelson chose to step aside. And she, the Marchioness of White Rock City and the eldest princess of the Thailand Kingdom, was nothing. In comparison, the Duke of David Glamorgan in front of him can be considered a member of his own family. Living in Winter City, he should not have to worry about trivial matters in life. At most, he will not be able to control power and express some of his ambitions. However, maybe this is not absolute, including the soldiers from White Rock City. The Thailand Knights and the Guards Knights currently undergoing reorganization total 424 people. These are knights with rich combat experience and strong physical fitness. If there are no accidents, these people can quickly form a new Tiran Knights and form a fighting force. The original Thailand Kingdom's light and heavy infantry regiment, Royal Capital Garrison, Noble Guards and Nobles Personal Guards totaled 1,663 people. Although their quality is not as good as that of the two major knights, they are still better than many ordinary soldiers. They have learned a lot, and regardless of their character or conduct, these soldiers should all be able to become qualified Winter City soldiers. There were still many wounded soldiers among the soldiers who came from White Rock City. But after these wounded soldiers arrived at Winter City, they soon ceased to be wounded soldiers. Liadrin, Sally Whitemane, Rainer Mograine, Tyron Fordring and other priests and paladins worked together to restore health to these wounded soldiers. Because of this operation, Liadrin attracted a group of believers to her Cathedral of Holy Light. Apart from these soldiers, there are no mages or alchemists. Now David dare not recruit mages and alchemists casually, for fear that his hometown will be bombed by mistake. Fortunately, after a period of exploration, Steve Rogers and Jaina Proudmore gave a somewhat reassuring answer. There is nothing wrong with alchemy itself. The key lies in the user. In other words, as long as the alchemist himself is not an undercover agent of the temple, Winter City can continue to use various products made by alchemy. During this period, Pierre Newton cooperated very well with various investigations in Winter City and proved his innocence. He was indeed a very pure alchemist, and not a member of the temple. In this case, Winter City can continue to cultivate and train Winter City's own alchemists, even if spies infiltrate in the future. As long as there are trustworthy people to control the quality inspection, problems will not occur. A tragedy like that in Lan Wangdu. As for the mage, there are currently only 3 mages in Winter City. One of them is resident in the Marvel Universe, and the other one came back to do a favor and then ran out to travel the mainland. Only Jaina Proudmore stays in Winter City. Cassius and Mordo can no longer be regarded as the magicians of Karma Taj, but are authentic Holy Light priests. Winter Legion, Spartan Heavy Infantry, Tiran Knights, Winter Knights. After reorganization, Winter's military power mainly consists of these legions plus the Cybertron Legion. In fact, the Cybertron Legion is a legion on the surface, and more of them temporarily transfer a few Cybertronian warriors to cooperate with other troops in the winter. James Norrington's navy has now begun to take shape. Is it time to prepare a suitable warship for Norrington? Listening to Eva's inquiry, David was thinking, should he wait for the industrial area to get on the right track and then build a new ship by himself? Or should we get a ready-made battleship and let Norrington drive it first? It didn't take long for him to make a decision. The Walking Dead is an apocalyptic world, and there are a lot of ownerless battleships. Can't you choose just by yourself? Get a suitable ship for Norrington to drive first, which can be regarded as further training for his group of sailors. After all, there are still warships that can reach the sky waiting for them to sail in the future. To understand the water ships first is to lay a foundation. After all, once in the sky, the difficulty is several times higher than that of flat navigation. How to bring the battleship over? Well, considering the size of the battleship, it was really not an easy task to take it to Winter City. He suddenly thought that he really had to go to the Marvel Universe. It would be much easier with Ant-Man's help. In addition to using PIM particles, maybe the diggers can directly carry the battleship back after being combined into Hercules? David was not sure. Hercules was very powerful, but there were cases where he was directly crushed to the ground after being transformed into an aircraft carrier by the Psi cannon. If Optimus Prime has been upgraded to Super Optimus Prime, we can let him and the diggers go to Rick's world to fight back the battleship. The probability of success will be sufficient. If Optimus Prime is successfully upgraded, not only will his combat power be greatly increased, but his size will also be comparable to that of Combinator. It shouldn't be too difficult for 2 large Kongs to carry a battleship back. However, before setting off, Rick and the others need to find a suitable ship first. They cannot waste time searching, selecting, and rushing. This will not delay the current important work of the diggers, building the Winter Bridge to connect the land west of the Winter River with the current area of Winter City. I'll talk to James Norrington later and see if he goes to Rick's world to make the selection himself, or if he chooses a representative who is proficient in this knowledge. Eva recorded the matter first, and we will meet again later. Deal with. How's Clark doing? That's Superman? Although Eva comes from another world, she has been in contact with Laura. Mark and others for a long time. So she will naturally know a lot of messy knowledge. Especially Superman not only has comics, but also has his own in addition to his film and television works. He has also been mentioned in many works. Naturally, Eva got to know Superman. He was working part-time in a hotel, and at the same time, he applied to reclaim Wasteland and became a farmer. When Superman Clark reclaims Wasteland, he must be extremely efficient. Maybe soon, he will be able to reclaim a large area of land and become a farmer. I'd really like to see how Superman plows the land. The land he chose is located in the northeast of Winter City. Don't go south, as a large area of land in the south has been reclaimed into farmland. David has decided not to continue to expand the farmland area to the south, but to open up a new farmland area on the northeast side of Winter City. People who newly applied to become farmers will be here, while searching for the land you like. New. By the way, aren't you going to meet that Miss Stark? Miss Stark? David thought for 2 seconds before realizing that Eva was talking about Sansa Stark, the girl who happened to come to Winter City just in time for him to go out. She is doing it here. What happened? That's not true. She comes here from time to time and wanders around the city. Apart from being familiar with the Shirley brought by Leon, she is also a little familiar with Shirley's neighbors. She doesn't come into contact with too many people. Eva actually wants to remind David that this is also a visitor from another world, who has the freedom to travel to and from Winter City. Are you not going to have more contact with him? David also thought of this. And when he was stimulated by Clark's appearance, he began to look forward to more things. After being reminded by Eva, he realized that he should meet Sansa Stark. But little girl, I have always had a headache with children. And in my impression Sansa is not a very smart child. She's in town now? I'll go see her later. In fact, David could have someone call Sansa to Glamorgan Castle. But he was just about to go out and have a look. With a large number of people pouring into Winter City, he also wanted to see for himself whether there were any problems in his territory. And by the way, he could also use it as a daily relaxation. After talking for a while, Eva suddenly said before leaving, Sophia said she has a surprise for you. Remember to go find Sophia before you go out. I see. Watching Eva leave the office, David sat in a chair and was silent for a moment. After thinking about it, he took out the blue Rubik's Cube and the Mind Stone he had obtained previously from the drawer and put them into his storage bracelet. Then he got up and walked out of the office, heading towards Sophia's room. After knocking twice, David revealed his identity and immediately heard Sophia's obviously excited voice. The door is unlocked. I opened the door, and as soon as I stepped into the room, I saw Sophia in uniform standing in front of me. She spread her hands and shouted to David with a smile. Chong Chong. How's it going? Does it look good? David scratched his head a little. Sophia's surprise really surprised him. Of course, the appearance in front of him couldn't be said to be unattractive, although it made him involuntarily think of Cha-Cha-Cha Women's College. College girls, after class, etc. Although this outfit is suitable for Sophia's age. Where did Sophia get this outfit? It's very beautiful. David looked up and down. Laura gave it to you? After thinking about it, only Laura would do such a thing. It couldn't be Gwen who gave her old uniform to Sophia. Right? Although Laura bought it for me. I personally selected the style myself. After Sophia finished speaking, she pointed to a lot of bags next to her. In addition to the suit she is wearing, there are also skirts of various colors. Shirt. Small tie. Looking at the pile of clothes, David expressed his gratitude to Laura in his heart. Unfortunately, Sophia only showed the outfit she was wearing and had no idea of performing a live dress-up show for David. Even after learning that David was going to go out for a walk, he went directly to the changing room and changed back into his usual clothes, not intending to go out dressed as before. Chapter 322 Thaddeus Holiday. My name is Thaddeus, a Spartan currently serving in the Knights of Winter. Because of the frequent dispatches some time ago, and not long ago, he was sent to White Rock City in the south of the Kingdom of Tillan to protect the eldest princess of the Kingdom of Tillan and the man named Earl Sutton Stewart. So after the mission, the team leader Gareth Stanton gave a group of us a holiday so that we could do some things we wanted to do and relax. Some comrades from Sparta like me invited me to go back to Sparta to visit, but I refused. I just wanted to stay in Winter City. The longer I live in Winter City, the less willing I am to go back to Sparta. Anyway, I don't have any family to worry about, and I don't want to go back to that backward place. I sat up from the soft and comfortable bed and looked at the alarm clock on the bedside. I deliberately turned off the alarm clock before going to bed. But I still woke up at this time. Habits that have been formed for a long time are not easy to change. Even though I have a day off today and can sleep until any time, I don't feel sleepy at all now. Get up, get dressed, and wash up. This is my home in Winterfell. The Earl of Glamorgan, who should be the Duke of Glamorgan now, is very generous to the soldiers. In addition to the normal salary, there are additional bonuses for each battle. Since I was usually in the military camp and had no place to spend money, I quickly saved a deposit and then used the money to buy this house. This made me feel like a real winter person. Many Spartans who came to Winter City with me didn't know that I had made my home here. Good morning, Mr. Thaddeus. Good morning, Marianne. The person who greeted me was my tenant, Marianne, and her husband, the boss, who came from a small village southeast of Iron Tree Castle and came to Winter City after seeing the announcement issued by the Kingdom of Tylan. The middle-aged couple and their 10-year-old son, Lanny, live on the first floor. In addition to paying me a small rent, they help me clean and look after the house when I'm not home. Good morning, Lord Thaddeus. Good morning. Boss, I have already told you. There is no need to call me sir. Lord Thaddeus is a knight of the Knights of Winter. So of course I will call you Lord. I'm just an ordinary soldier. Not a knight yet. It will be soon. Having lived in Winter City for so long, I know what the title knight means. But there are rumors that the Duke is planning to make some adjustments to these titles. And I don't know what the situation will be. Lanny, aren't you up yet? Even Lord Thaddeus has already gotten up. And you are still sleeping in. Do you want to go to school without breakfast again? Listening to a boss roaring at his son, I tore off a piece of bread in front of me and stuffed it into my mouth. Then forked some scrambled eggs. While chewing slowly, he cut off a piece of bacon and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed it for a few mouthfuls and swallowed it before taking a sip of juice. There is no need to rush to train. And there is no need to worry about sudden tasks to be performed. I want to completely relax today. Okay? Why is the meat gone? I think I only took 2 or 3 bites. Looking at the small bit of bread left in my hand, I sighed again. Habits that have been formed for a long time are not so easy to change. After breakfast, I left the restaurant and went to the back door. The front entrance of this house faces the street, but there is a completely private yard behind the house. When entering the yard from the back door, the verdant green makes me feel good. I started to think about whether I should make a cup of tea, bask in the sun, and read a book in the yard. Just let the day go by? Just as I was thinking this, I suddenly noticed a young girl standing in the yard next door. She had outstanding height and beautiful red hair. Looking at this girl's outstanding physique, I feel that she will definitely give birth to a very healthy and strong Spartan warrior. Should I take the initiative to say hello to her? Maybe my son will have a good enough mother. Hello! Before I could speak, the red-haired girl opposite had already greeted me. Although she had a slight accent, it was nothing. Many people in Winter City had accents, and they would slowly disappear after living there for a while. Hello! My name is Thaddeus. My name is Sansa Stark. Stark? This last name is so familiar. I seem to hear it somewhere often. I thought about it for a few seconds and didn't think about it anymore. I was too lazy to continue to dwell on this question. Have you just arrived in Winter City? I just came here not long ago. The girl named Sansa was only halfway through her words when another blonde girl walked out of the house next door. She looked at me with a surprised look on her face. You are? My name is Thaddeus. Oh, you are the master of this family. I heard Marianne mention you. The blonde girl immediately put on a bright smile. It seemed that she was doubting my identity just now. I didn't care about it. It's a good thing for young girls to be a little wary. Winter City has not been very peaceful recently. My name is Shirley Birkin. I just moved here and am your neighbor. So this is how you welcome to Winter City. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to say this. Seeing Shirley smiling and thanking me, I felt more and more like a real winter person. I chatted a few more words with the 2 neighbors across the low wall. I really wanted to introduce this beautiful city to the 2 newcomers as a host. But when I was about to speak, I realized that, in fact, I didn't know much about Winter City. I don't know much about what interesting places there are. After all, I spend most of my time in the military camp, and Winter City is developing very fast. During this holiday, I found that there are more houses and many new shops in the whole city. But it doesn't matter. I can act as the flower protector. No matter where the 2 girls want to go, I just go with them. Sansa wants to visit the school. School? I thought for a moment. The only real school in Winter City is Winter Academy. Winter Academy? Yes. Shirley nodded, confirming my guess. Sansa wants to know what people of the same age here in Winter City usually do. Peer? Yes. Sansa is only 13. I looked at Shirley, and then at Sansa. I seriously suspected that Shirley was deceiving me. How could she look like she was only 13 years old? But if you think about it from another direction, you already have such a good physique at the age of 13. And you will definitely grow into a very good mother in the future. But the surname Stark makes me a little concerned. It seems to be a big deal. The chief advisor of Winter City seems to be named Stark. Could this Sansa Stark be the daughter of that advisor? Bar? I felt a little panicked, and kept thinking about my behavior just now. Whether I had offended this girl named Sansa. Because I gradually remembered that the consultant didn't seem to be an easy person to get in touch with. If I provoked him for no reason, would my beautiful life in Winter City end here? I have a headache. Do you want to apologize first? Fortunately, I soon learned that Sansa Stark had nothing to do with that advisor. It seemed that I didn't have to worry about being troubled by the chief advisor. At the same time, I also learned that Shirley currently worked for the sheriff's department and had recently become a patrol officer. What a surprise! SHLY and Sansa sided together. I thought Sansa was the more powerful one. But the actual situation was completely opposite. I know a boss works for Marty and Diogo's farm. Marion works at the corner grocery store. Thaddeus. What do you do? I serve in the Knights of Winter. Holding my head high, I am very proud of my identity. But I didn't see surprise or admiration in the two girls. Shirley showed a little surprise. But what was going on was Sansa's expression of not knowing what the Knights of Winter were. I remembered that Sansa said that she had just arrived in Winter City not long ago. So it didn't seem strange that she didn't know what the Knights of Winter meant. Seeing Shirley whispering a few words in Sansa's ear, Sansa suddenly sighed. It turns out he is a knight. Although he acted surprised, it was completely different from the reaction I wanted. I took the public bus to Winter College in Depression. During the rest of the visit, I barely had a chance to talk. When we learned that Shirley was bringing Sansa to visit the school directly sent someone to take us on a tour, introduce all aspects of the school throughout the process, and answer various questions raised by Sansa and Shirley at any time. There are also 2 soldiers from the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment accompanying him to protect him in case of any emergencies. Looking at these 2 unlucky guys, I was once again glad that I had joined the Knights of Winter. Otherwise, I would have been assigned to come to school on rotation, which would have been too uncomfortable. With this thought in mind, I finally waited until the end of the visit. But before I could leave the academy, I saw a familiar figure waiting there and stopped Sansa Stark directly. Lord David of Winterfell, Duke of Glamorgan, actually came to see Sansa specifically? What's happening here? And judging from the expression and content of the conversation between the Duke and Shirley, it seems that this neighbor is not an ordinary person. What are the identities of these 2 girls? Just when I kept guessing about the true identities of Shirley and Sansa, the Duke of Glamorgan, who was worshipped as a god in Sparta, suddenly walked up to me. You are Thaddeus, a Spartan 2 student, currently serving in the Knights of Winter. Yes, my lord. Looking at the Duke of Glamorgan right in front of me, I was very excited. The Duke knows my name. Does this mean that I have been noticed by the Duke? Maybe soon I will be able to get a promotion and raise my salary, become the leader of the Knights of Winter, married by Zhuangmei, and reach the pinnacle of my life. Thinking about it, I'm a little excited. As for what Sansa is? Chapter 323 Sunshine Big Boy. David looked at the young Spartan in front of him, smiled and encouraged him, and then let him go about his business. Of course, David had learned about the members of the Knights of Winter in detail. Thaddeus, as the first Spartan to join the Knights of Winter, indeed left a deep impression on David. Even if there is no special impression, David can still remember the other party's name, because the Winter Knights has less than 100 people, and his memory is getting better and better, and he can remember most things after reading them once. Looking back, he continued to chat with Shirley. It was actually the first time for Shirley Birkin to meet David, the Lord of Winter City. After looking at him curiously, he discovered that the legendary Duke of Glamorgan was a handsome young man not much older than herself, which surprised her a little. She couldn't understand why such a normal-looking person was disliked by Leon, as if he was wary of a scourge. Shirley had a question mark on her head, but David was already chatting with Sansa. Hello! I was supposed to meet you earlier, but was delayed by some things. First time meeting you. My name is David. Hello! Sansa looked at David, knowing that the person in front of her was the master of Winter City, David Glamorgan, who had just been promoted to the Grand Duke of Winter. She seemed a little nervous, but the education she received since childhood allowed her to respond appropriately immediately. I am Sansa Stark. Welcome to Winter City. After a brief greeting and self-introduction, David also asked Sansa if she already knew some basic common sense. For example, the way to get there and back, various basic conditions in Winter City, etc. Sansa said that she already knew these things, but she was not very familiar with the situation in Winterfell, and only knew a small amount of it through Shirley. I only have a vague idea of the continent of Brunia, the Kingdom of Tyrion, Winter City, Irontree Castle, etc. But I don't understand anything about Azeroth, Cybertron, Holy Light, etc. at all. What is the Holy Light? Don't know. Why do metal boats float on water? Not understand. There are also those things called cars that run in Winter City. She has no idea how they do it. She only knows that the ones called public buses are very convenient. She has been to Winterfell a few times. But what she really cares about is that the food in Winterfell is delicious. Everywhere in Winterfell is very clean. And compared to her own Winterfell, it is even worse than the garbage dumps here. There are many strange and beautiful clothes and shoes in Winter City. She seems to buy some back, but she has no money. After chatting for a while, David found that Sansa Stark's performance was very suitable for her age, and she still came from a backward world. Even if she was an aristocratic class who could receive education, her vision was just that. No matter what happens, I don't care about any family and country affairs. She has never thought about whether the various things here in Winter City can bring any help to her homeland. The most complicated question that comes to mind is probably how to make some change and buy some beautiful clothes back home. Of course, such a young child doesn't have any bad intentions. Sansa has never considered bringing her father or soldiers over. She doesn't even know that she can bring people back and forth between the two worlds. Think about Gwen. When David first met Gwen, Gwen was several years older than Sansa at that time. At that time, Gwen also didn't think about any big things. All she could think about was how to take down Dimension. I hope you enjoy your stay in Winter City. That's pretty much it. After knowing that Sansa was very fond of Winter City, would come here often, and would not cause any harm to Winter City, he didn't know what else to talk about. Are you asking Sansa if she wants to become stronger? Have you ever considered helping your father unify Westeros? Or go a step further and become a queen yourself? Sansa doesn't care about these things at all. Maybe David allows her to enter Winter Academy and be classmates with a group of peers, which will attract Sansa more. Finally, David reminded Sansa, Winter City may use new identity certificates after a while. If you haven't come here during this time, remember to ask if the new identity certificates have started when you come next time. Or, just go to take photos and apply in advance these days, and then go directly to pick up the new ID when you come next time. Winter City's special identity certificate was something David had thought about for a long time. At the beginning, Winter City lacked sufficient technology, but now it no longer lacks relevant technology. Servers have been set up, and a large number of people have recently moved in order to make it easier to manage residents in the territory. A new version of the ID card must start to be issued. During this period of time, Sheldon, who was solely responsible for the compilation of the population data of the Principality of Winter, was very happy. He was doing relevant work every day. If there were no accidents, the first batch of completed new certificates would be issued recently. The new ID card is a card with simple personal information and photos, and a built-in chip, which allows Winter City officials to use specialized equipment to scan and retrieve relevant information about the person. In addition, identity documents such as Azeroth Immigrant, Azeroth Diplomat, and other temporary residents of other worlds will not be marked on the identity document. However, after officials, such as public security and law enforcement officers, scan, they will obtain different levels of information based on their own levels to facilitate decisions on how to handle possible incidents. In fact, David's ultimate idea is for everyone to carry a portable terminal. This terminal can be an accessory like a watch or bracelet. The best option is to implant it into the body and attach it to one's own bones. This terminal can integrate many functions such as communication, internet access, payment, etc., but it will take some time to develop to that extent. Now, the physical ID card is enough for the current situation. After telling Sansa about the ID card, everyone didn't stop. Sansa and Shirley also followed David and others to the new agricultural area northeast of Winter City. Countless free farmers have gathered here, wielding farm tools, and competing against the wasteland where nothing but weeds grows. Where is Clark? After each free farmer applies to the Winter City official, he will receive some preferential treatment from the Winter City Government Affairs Department, such as providing farm tools, seeds, low-cost rentals, etc. At the same time, the land applied for development by the farmer will be recorded to avoid land disputes between farmers. Generally, after free farmers select the wasteland they want to reclaim, they must first file a report and have it reviewed by the authorities. Only after confirming that the land can be developed can they start reclaiming the land. So just by checking the records, we can find out where the land Clark chose is located, along with David. In addition to Sophia and her bodyguard knights, there was also Elias Parker, the etiquette officer who accompanied the Lord most of the time. Elias can not only remind the new Duke not to be impolite in public, but he can also be used as an assistant. Before setting off, when he determined David's purpose, he had already checked all kinds of information that might be used. So when David asked, he immediately pointed out Clark's location. Following the direction Elias pointed, David also saw Clark, who was sweating profusely. It can only be said that Superman is indeed a Superman, even if he only develops a small part of his own abilities. It is not comparable to ordinary people. Clark applied for a large swath of wild land, nearly 4 times the size of several surrounding farmers. If he didn't want to be too exaggerated, he could have applied for more land, and it would definitely be reclaimed, and it would not be taken back because it had been left idle for too long. Good afternoon, Clark. Good afternoon, Your Majesty the Duke. Clark wiped the sweat from his forehead and greeted David with a smile. From the first time he saw Clark Kent, coupled with his own memories, David found that it might be the first time he saw Clark Kent smiling so happily, and his white teeth were shining in the sun. His posture is not quite like the always frowning Superman in the movie universe, but more like the sunny Superman in the comics. Could it be that by giving him a piece of wasteland to cultivate, the darkness in this Superman's heart disappeared? What emotional Superman is really struggling with is not Darkseid and Lois Lane, but the land? Just call me David. Clark smiled and did not answer, but looked at the people around David. He couldn't regard David as an ordinary person just because they were carrying their entourage and bodyguards when they went out. Who are these young girls? Could it be a noble lady from Winter City? But why did the noble lady come to the wasteland? Is this enough land? David looked around. Although there was no fence or anything to encircle the land, there were still obvious markers to identify who this wasteland belonged to. There are signs all around Clark's wasteland that say Clark Kent. That's enough. And I found that the land here is very fertile, and we should be able to grow a lot of crops. Clark felt that these lands were already quite large. In addition, when he was cultivating these lands, he did not delay returning to his original world. Continue wandering, looking for clues related to his life experience. After being able to travel freely between the two worlds, he no longer has to continue to find odd jobs in his own world to earn living expenses along the way. He can eat, rest, buy some daily necessities in Winter City, and return to that world to wander around in his free time. Maybe, without having to worry about food and accommodation, he can help those in need? Although he has been struggling in his heart whether he should really pretend to be an ordinary person and live. But in fact, he has been helping those who are in trouble. His brain is still struggling, but his heart and body have actually made a choice. Chapter 324 Flying Free. Clark is bound to become Superman. He just needs the right opportunity to figure it out. And David knew that the opportunity for Clark to become Superman would inevitably arise. After all, General Zod would definitely find the Earth. At that time, Clark would not be able to sit back and watch Zod completely destroy his home just to find him. So he still will stand up. Once he stood in front of the stage, the entanglement in his heart was meaningless, and he could let go and do what he had always wanted to do. I just don't know. Will Clark continue to keep the farmland in Winter City at that time and come to live there often? Or completely return to the original world and stay there as a superhero ready to help those in need anytime and anywhere? From David's point of view, he hopes Clark can stay. But considering Superman's character, he should eventually go back and become the Superman wearing a blue tights and a red cape. Can I give him a pair of red pants then? This version of Superman does not have red pants. Do you want to add them back? If David were to be a superhero, he would never wear a tights to go around doing heroic things. Compared with Superman's tights, he feels that Zod's armor is more aesthetically pleasing. Thinking of Zod, David suddenly had an idea. Can he take over those Kryptonians? However, General Zod is a Kryptonian supremacist, And he certainly cannot accept that he and the Kryptonians become a minority under the rule of others. The greater possibility is to overthrow David's rule, and then take over Winter City, or even the continent of Brunia, if he really comes to this world. What if we don't want Zod and just recruit his subordinates? It seems like Zod's men are all Kryptonian soldiers, but except for the female adjutant who beat up Clark. The strong man left a little impression on David, and the rest were not even as good as the background board. He didn't know what the specific situation was. We'll make a decision based on the situation then. It should be quite some time. After chatting with Clark for a while, David deliberately changed the topic to Clark's abilities. There's no need to hide it. The first time I saw you, I noticed that you contain powerful energy. That power is not something ordinary people can possess. Clark didn't expect that his secret would be seen out early, but he was not as nervous as he was in his own world. After all, he already knew that there were many magical powers in Winter City, and there were many people with extraordinary powers. Compared to he doesn't seem to be a special guy. I'm just stronger and a little more durable. Clark feels that his ability is nothing special. It can cure injuries and diseases, make people stronger, and can directly attack the enemy's holy light, as well as various abilities. Compared to arcane magic with magical effects, it is not unusual at all. Too modest. I don't think your ability is that simple. Yeah. Clark was a little suspicious. He didn't suspect that David was lying to him. After all, he had nothing worth worrying about as a duke. Did he doubt that his power was really as magical as the other party said? If you are interested in trying to develop your own abilities, you can come to me at any time or go to Winter Military Camp or Holy Light Cathedral. I will. Thank you. You are welcome. The chat ended here. When he shook hands with Clark and said goodbye, David clearly felt that he seemed to have mastered a new ability. It felt weird. Completely different from the previous times I'd received the reward. Because he was thinking about this matter in his heart. He did not continue to wander around the Winter City. After saying goodbye to Shirley and Sansa, he went straight back to Glamorgan Castle. Sophia followed him around the whole time. And when she returned to Fort Glamorgan, she didn't even have time to ask anything. She saw David walking straight through Fort Glamorgan and coming to the backyard. Why did you come back suddenly? Sophia actually wanted to see more there, seeing many people sweating profusely on the wasteland, but looking happy and satisfied. That scene attracted her. But when David was coming back, she didn't rush to ask. It wasn't until she returned to her home territory that she asked David if he had suddenly remembered something. It's nothing. I just suddenly realized something. I want to come back and give it a try. Oh. Sophia didn't understand what David meant. But that didn't stop her from watching the fun. After asking the servants of Fort Glamorgan to bring tables, chairs, snacks, and juice, Sophia sat directly there, watching David standing quietly on the lawn not far away, with the holy light constantly emerging and disappearing from his body. This state lasted for a long time, and Sophia began to feel bored. Her eyes began to wander around, and she kept stuffing snacks into her mouth. As a lady, you can't eat like this. Hood's voice suddenly sounded, and Sophia's hands immediately slowed down a lot, and she hurriedly swallowed the food in her mouth. Miss Hood, who obviously looks young and speaks very kindly, often puts great pressure on Sophia, because when she gets along with Hood, she always thinks of the people in the palace who taught and urged her to do everything. A female official with etiquette. Good afternoon, Miss Hood. Good afternoon, Princess Sophia. After Hood said low to Sophia, he looked curiously at David, who could not see far away. What is the Duke doing? He said he suddenly realized something, and he might be trying something. Oh! Although he couldn't understand what David was doing, the flickering holy light on his body could let anyone understand that he was not standing there in a daze. After hearing that this was the case, Hood did not ask loudly, nor did he go up to disturb David. Instead, he sat down at the table with Sophia and looked at David quietly. At this moment, the holy light on David's body disappeared and did not appear again. At the same time, David finally no longer stood there upright, but half crouched down, while gently stroking the ground and left arm with his right hand, lifting back slightly. This posture looks like starting to run or preparing to jump. Just when the two women were confused, something strange suddenly appeared around David. Some dust floated up without warning. Then when David straightened his body again, his whole body was suspended directly in midair. Ah! It's flying! Sophia blinked. This scene seemed familiar. David seemed to have done something similar when he was in the royal capital of Thailand. She didn't know that that time David released a huge amount of holy light, and the huge energy pushed him into the air. This time, it was through the rewards he had just received that he was able to fly. The reward given by Clark was actually an ability similar to the biological force field possessed by Superman, which surprised David a little. Superman has many abilities, such as energy absorption, storage and amplification, power, incredible speed, physical strength, and recovery, thermal sight, microscopic sight, perspective and more. Among them, abilities such as flying are actually a way of using biological force fields. Superman can use the biological force field to fly freely, including flying in the universe. At the same time, he can also use the biological force field to protect people or objects he comes into contact with. This is why Superman can save people in various high-speed conditions, and an important reason for being able to successfully rescue a malfunctioning aircraft or something else completely. What David acquired this time was such a skill, an ability that allowed him to transform into a propeller or a fighter jet without transforming into a Cybertronian body. He could still fly freely while maintaining his human form. Gradually rising, David fumbled for a while, and gradually found the trick to use his flying ability correctly. Then he aimed in a direction and accelerated violently. Boom! Instantly switching from stillness to high-speed flight. The sonic boom still seemed to echo in his ears. David had flown out of the city limits of Winter City, and in the blink of an eye he had flown above the winter forest. The high-speed flight did not cause him any discomfort. The biological force field perfectly protected him. David felt that it was not much different from his usual running feeling. He could not even feel the strong wind blowing on his face. After flying for a while and making a beautiful turn in the air, David flew back to Fort Glamorgan, then stopped the car perfectly before landing, and finally landed gently on the spot where he was standing before. It's quite interesting. It will be more convenient to go out in the future. He was quite satisfied with the reward he received this time. Although he could fly originally, the feeling was different. In the future, he could choose different flying methods according to the situation. In this case, can I pretend to be a Kryptonian? As for heat vision, he can condense the holy light into a beam and shoot it out. But it feels weird to release the beam with his eyes. And if he really fights, he will be surrounded by golden holy light, and he may look more like Captain Marvel than a Kryptonian. He turned to look at Sophia and Hood, who had already stood up next to him. They looked like they wanted to ask, but didn't dare to speak for fear of disturbing him. If you have anything to ask, just ask. Hearing what David said, Sophia immediately asked, What did you do when you flew out just now? David thought Sophia would ask, What's it like to fly? Such words. I don't know that in Sophia's heart. He can actually fly. Trying out my new abilities. After roughly describing things like biological force fields and flying, the two of them realized that David's sudden flight, just now, was actually a test of his newly realized abilities. So this is all. Sophia nodded, as if that was the case. But her expression betrayed her, and she clearly didn't understand a word. Chapter 325 Tony's Space Adventure Plan. The construction speed of the Winter Bridge was as fast as ever. Because the speed was so fast, David even began to consider whether to build more bridges to connect the northwest and southwest areas of Winter City. Because the Winter River flows from north to south and turns west next to Winter City, and the Iron River flows from south to north and finally merges into the Winter City. Winter City and two undeveloped lands are separated by a vast river into three parts. Now that the Winter Bridge connects Winter City to the land in the northwest and is planning to be built into an industrial zone, it seems that the area in the southwest shouldn't be so empty. New agricultural area? Residential area? David thought about it and began to ponder a question. Is it really necessary to cross the Cold Winter River and the Iron River to build a city and turn the Cold Winter River into an inland river? In terms of land, the entire northern plain is large enough and flat, so there is no need to worry about lack of room for urban development. Normally, there is no need to spend a huge amount of time and resources doing such troublesome things. But David's Winter City is not an ordinary situation. A bridge spanning a particularly wide river will not cause any trouble to Winter City, nor will there be a waste of resources. So it would actually be beneficial to Winter City to include the land on the other side of the river into its own territory. If nothing else, he could build the Navy Pier further to the west and set up a waterway defense line in a safer location to prevent the battle from spreading to the city. In addition, after detection, it was found that the lower reaches of the Winter River, that is, the part of the river that turns to the west, is wide and surprisingly deep. Basically, the large warships that I know can sail on this river normally without worrying about it. Stranded? It will also be more convenient for the Navy to go to sea and explore the western seas in the future. Speaking of Navy, how did James finally decide? James hopes to invite Miss Hood to go with him to Rick's world and pick out some suitable battleships. Let Hood help. David felt that this seemed to be a more correct choice. Perhaps the person who knew the most about the Navy in Winter City was Miss Hood. Tony Stark should also understand. But James Norrington doesn't think he can invite this great master. But if Hood helps, she won't find a bunch of World War II battleships. Right. There are still many meritorious battleships from World War II that remain in modern times. And they are all docked in specific places as museums. For example, the light cruiser USS Belfast is docked in the Thames River, the battleship USS Missouri is docked in Pearl Harbor, and the USS New Jersey is docked in New Jersey. Camden, State, Essex-class Yorktown, Hornet, etc. Hood must be very familiar with these battleships. And the probability of being selected is not small. But David doesn't think there is any problem. As for the situation in Winter City, these warships can still play a huge role after they come over and undergo some modifications. As for the spaceship Tony wants to build, it's still early. That thing is currently on paper. And Tony seems to want to further modify and improve the design. I don't know when it will actually start manufacturing. As soon as he thought of Tony came running to find him. Is something wrong? I heard that the famous Superman came to Winter City. You mean Clark? Yes, that's him. Tony was busy with his own affairs some time ago. And a lot of people came to Winter City during this period. If Sheldon and Leonard hadn't mentioned it during their chat, he really wouldn't have known about it. The famous Superman also came to Winter City. You didn't even say to introduce him to everyone. Clark hasn't become Superman yet, and he doesn't really want to show off. After Clark came to Winter City, he cultivated the land he applied for very honestly, and went to work part-time at the Winter Hotel to earn living expenses. Not long ago, he rented a room, not an entire house, in Winter City. And he was considered stable in Winter City. In his free time, he would leave Winter City and return to his own world. David estimated that he was still wandering around there, looking for possible clues. But he has not delayed his daily life in Winter City. His life is very regular and boring. And he seems to have no intention of further exploring his abilities. In the original plot, Clark found the spacecraft launched by Krypton 20,000 years ago during the space exploration period, and activated the little thing in his escaped spacecraft. He met his father and learned about his life experience, origin, only then began to try to master their various abilities. Without the influence of these things, Clark is now an honest farmer, happily working and opening up wasteland every day. After listening to David's description, Tony only felt that this Superman was simply wasting his talent. He considered whether to go and meet the Superman in person, if possible, and ask for blood, hair, etc. He didn't like the Kryptonian. Quite curious. So, the real purpose is actually this. Right. Ahem. Just by the way. He skipped the question casually and looked at David. You must be free recently. Right. Didn't you agree to go to my place? David is indeed very free recently. Eva can just report the progress of various tasks every day, and there is no need for him to give any additional instructions. In fact, it doesn't matter if Eva doesn't report it. There aren't that many things that need to be reported. The army is being reorganized, the bridge is under construction, and the industrial zone has to wait for the bridge to be completed. The testing and screening of new arrivals is almost completed, the census, the filing of identity information, and the production and distribution of ID cards are all in progress. Even the Knights of Winter are preparing to upgrade to the next stage. The entire group masters extraordinary power, holy light or arcane magic. According to the current situation, there will be no major decision-making changes in Winter City for quite some time in the future. These things are enough to keep the entire Winter City busy for quite some time. If David wants to go out, this period is a very suitable opportunity. Then the question is, what do you want me to do when you want me to go over there? I want to see the universe. So, I think it would be more reliable to go with you. Tony spread his hands. In fact, he wanted Steve to go with him. But Steve had the responsibility of the Supreme Mage, and could not leave the Earth for too long. In addition, he also had the responsibility of the leader of Hydra. Responsibility cannot be left for too long either. For also has his own things to do. After all, he is the Crown Prince of Asgard. And Asgard has never been peaceful. Banner has both strength and knowledge. But he is also a huge hidden danger. As for Clint and Natasha, after much deliberation, Tony felt that a more reliable and stable partner would be David. If possible, it would be best to bring a few Cybertronians, such as those intelligence officers who are good at infiltration and information theft. That's it. After David understood what Tony meant, he felt that this matter would also be of great benefit to Winter City. The technological level of the Marvel Universe is very high. There are many high-level civilized countries in the universe. The technology of these countries is very advanced and covers many aspects, not to mention anything else. As long as he can obtain the technology of Xander or Sovereign. It doesn't even need to be the most cutting-edge technology. The kind of personal terminal he thought of before can be easily manufactured. I'm thinking about who I should take with me. Originally, he was thinking about taking Eva to the Marvel Universe for a vacation or a honeymoon. But now it seems that if he wants to get down to business, the accompanying personnel will have to consider the mission requirements. You need to bring your little brain with you. The little brain can also be translated into a brain unit. It was originally a purely civilian transformer of the Decepticons, responsible for uploading, downloading, and saving intelligence information. If you need to obtain various technical materials, he can come in handy. In addition, there is Confusion. This Soundwave subordinate is an intelligence officer who is very good at stealing information. Although Confusion was killed before, after arriving in Winter City, David restored this small mini King Kong, come back to life. At that time, he simply thought that such a professional intelligence officer was valuable. But he did not expect that he would be put to use so soon. When the time comes for the two mini King Kongs, one will be responsible for relatively open-source technical information for a highly developed cosmic civilization. Even those public technical information will be a huge wealth for backward civilizations. The other will be responsible for relatively confidential technical information. It is unclear whether Confusion can break through the firewalls of these advanced civilizations. After thinking about it for a while, David found that there were not many people to take with him. Only then did he remember an important question. Do you have a spaceship? What do you think I'm busy with during this time? After Tony obtained Cybertron's advanced technology, he naturally also obtained space navigation technology. He only needed to add the equipment needed for human survival to the spacecraft. And a spacecraft that could be used by humans was designed. The production is also very simple. After having a good relationship with the Cybertronians, they don't mind doing small favors for their friends. It seems that you have made all preparations. No wonder you came here to urge me to go. Tony had already completed all the preparations that needed to be done, so he came to urge David. In other words, are you here to ask David if he has any free time? If David makes it clear that he is not prepared to go, he will go to find someone else. Clark is pretty good. Maybe we can observe closely what changes will happen to Clark when he is directly illuminated by stars in the universe? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but say, how about calling Clark too? If you can convince him, it's all up to me. I'll definitely be able to convince him to go with him. After Tony said that, he stood up and left, preparing to persuade Clark to join his adventure team. Chapter 326 Heading to the Marvel Universe. David looked at Clark, who came to him with Tony. He was curious about how Tony convinced this honest Kryptonian farmer. Is it a lie? By sneak attack? Tony said he could help me find clues related to my identity. Through Clark's explanation, David understood how Tony did it. Clark is wandering around in his own world. Of course not because he is full. Even if he is confused, he will not wander around all the time. It is not impossible to find a place to be confused. Why wander around? He mainly wanted to see if he could get some clues? Although the hope is slim, it is not hopeless at all. It cannot be said that Clark's behavior was illogical at all. After he learned from his adoptive father that he was not from Earth, and got a small plug-in, he wanted to see if he could find similar things elsewhere. Since his biological parents would set up an escape capsule to land on this planet, they should have already explored this planet before making this decision. This also means that the Earth has been explored in my hometown for a long time. And there may be other things on the Earth related to my hometown. With this idea in mind, Clark found Krypton's scientific research and exploration ship and activated his small plug-in through the facilities in the ship. Tony may not be aware of these plots, but he said that since Clark has such a device, he can use some methods to search for possible clues by searching, detecting, and comparing energy fluctuations such as similar radiation. This is comparable to it's much more reliable for Clark to hit the jackpot and look around. Tony also reminded Clark, make reasonable use of your unique advantages. There are all kinds of talents and methods in Winter City. If you ask someone for help, Many problems can be easily solved. There is no need to do it alone. People were tossing around in silence. And with Clark's ability, everyone will need his help with many things. So there is no need to be embarrassed to ask others for help. In this way, Clark was brought to Fort Glamorgan by Tony in a daze, and became a member of Tony's space adventure team. If you're not free, I'll go with Clark. Seeing Tony's expression of I have found a more suitable teammate, David felt very speechless and directly asked Tony to take Clark to make some preparations, such as preparing some necessary equipment for him, and going to say hello to a few people. I know. Say hello to some of your confidants. Tony himself had to say hello to Pepper. And at most, he could tell his good buddy Roddy that he would be away for a while. Unlike David, he had to greet several people, and might even be questioned. That scene might be interesting. But Tony thought it would be better not to get too involved in the Duke of Glamorgan's personal life. Only by saving some face for the Lord could he live more comfortably in Winter City. After Tony and Clark left together, David first said hello to Eva. He is going to Tony's place to do something. Do you want to go with him? Going to business? Yes. Then I won't go along and cause trouble. Eva is self-aware. Although she has learned the Holy Light, and learned many skills from priests to use the Holy Light, she has never been a true warrior. Even if she insists on improving herself in the dungeon, she still lacks a warrior heart. It would be fine if she was going out to play. But if she had to deal with certain things, she felt like she was being held back. In comparison, she prefers to stay in the base camp to deal with various documents and information. Oh well. David also determined the locations of several other people from Eva. After asking around one by one, only Laura, who liked going out to do things the most, decided to go along. Although Helen and Gwen also have good strength, they have the same idea as Eva: don't cause trouble. It's just that Gwen said a little bit, if she is not going to do errands next time, she would like to go to Tony Stark's universe with David to have a good look. As for Sophia, he got along well with Her Royal Highness the Princess. But the two of them hadn't reached that point yet. So David just told Sophia that he was going out for a while, and did not tell her the specific situation. But this smart little princess must have known something, and she will probably ask Eva, Helen and other insiders later. David knew about this situation, but he never emphasized to Eva and others that they should keep Sophia a secret, which indirectly allowed Sophia to come into contact with some real core secrets. Later, he met with Ceremonial Officer Elias, Political Officer Weatherby Swan, Sheriff Elizabeth Swan, Captain Gareth Stanton of the Knights of Winter, Deputy Captain Floyd, and the Cybertronian Legion. Megatron and Optimus Prime successively greeted. They didn't think it was a big deal that the Duke was going out, as various plans in Winter City began to be implemented and everything was on track. It really wasn't particularly important whether the Lord stayed in his own territory. Even if there was an emergency, David could be contacted through Steve. By the way, get Luan and Little Nogwai ready. They will go there with me this time. Little Brain and Confusion will report immediately. Megatron has returned to Winter City from Snowfield Castle. The cleanup work in the Northern Plains is basically over. Now he only needs to conduct some aerial reconnaissance every now and then to ensure that there are no works. Just go and come back. As for building a new city in the eastern harbor of the Northern Plains, this matter can be discussed first. When David returns from the Marvel Universe, his subordinates should discuss some general ideas and decide what to do. In addition, Winter City's current population has finally reached the size of a city, so it is time for Winter City's administrative structure to be further improved. David called several important officials at his disposal, and actually issued new work tasks before he left. During this time, everyone will think about how to build a new administrative system. This job does not have to be done by Weatherby, Elizabeth, Weatherby, Eva, Addis, and you can even ask Gianna, Peggy Carter, and others for their opinions. You can also ask the Earl of Sutton Stewart, the Marquis of Prior Otto, and others. After combining the knowledge and experience of many people, the things they have summarized are definitely more suitable for today's winter than dryly applying a certain template. City. What should David do if he is not satisfied with the new plan he finally came up with? He is the absolute ruler of Winter City, so he can change it however he wants? After things were arranged, David began to pack his luggage with several women watching. Helen, Gwen, Sophia and Eva said they were here to help pack the luggage, but in fact they were just chatting and watching. At most, they suddenly interjected. Are you going to bring that suit of armor? No more. Marvel Universe. I was about to say that there seemed to be few opportunities to wear armor in the Marvel Universe. But then, I remembered that Thor often wears a suit of armor. Or that many people in Asgard wear armor. Better bring it with you! He put on the Lightbringer suit and checked his weapons. Sea King's spear, Hammer of Judgment, Light Hunter, and bullets. I haven't used it for a while. But I still bring my bow and arrows with me out of habit. After bringing some daily necessities, plus the Rubik's Cube and the Mind Stone that were put into the storage bracelet, David found that there was still a lot of space that was not being used. Even if you have to leave space to store any good things you might get, there is still too much space left. That's right. Laura was also doing similar things. After taking inventory, she suddenly remembered something. This time I'm going to the universe. Right. How? Should I bring a set of blizzard-powered armor? David didn't have to worry about his Cybertron transformation. He didn't have the ability to survive in the universe. He could only rely on the protection of the Holy Light for a while. To be on the safe side, it's best to bring a set of clothes that can ensure her survival in space. Speaking of this, David called Tony through the communicator and asked him if he had prepared spacesuits for how many people. He felt that the blizzard-powered armor currently used in Winter City was barely interesting. Of course, I have considered this. You don't have to worry about this. Speaking of which, who will come with you? Of course, Tony would not ignore David's transformation ability. David suddenly asked this, obviously asking for the others. Laura! Only herself? Yes. My spaceship is big enough. Are those around you really not considering coming to play together? Although Tony once again extended a sincere invitation, Helen, Eva, and Gwen still refused. Sophia, on the other hand, looked cute and pretended that she didn't understand. Seeing that everyone still had the original idea, David did not ask again. After packing his luggage with Laura, he made an appointment with Tony to meet at the north gate of Fort Glamorgan. Two mini-Kongs, Tony Stark, Clark Kent, Lara Croft, Pandora and Little Brain, including David. Everyone is packing light. After all, no one knows how many things are packed in everyone's storage bracelets. David glanced at Clark. The Kryptonian was looking at his bracelet curiously. After feeling David's gaze, he looked embarrassed. I've never seen anything so amazing before. A few years ago, I never saw anything like this. David smiled and told Clark not to be embarrassed. Everyone was in the same situation. In addition to giving you a storage bracelet, Tony also prepared some for you. What? Some basic survival supplies. Oh. David turned to look at Tony, as if he knew what he was going to ask. Tony answered directly. Most of the things are placed over there, including power armor that can survive and move in the universe. I will give it to you after we get over there. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go! Chapter 327 Luxury Version Blizzard Armor. It's still the Avengers Tower, and it has become an important base for Avengers members' regular activities. In addition to all the equipment needed by the Avengers, Tony Stark also stores a large amount of resources here for research and manufacturing. But it's still a bit inappropriate to be located in the city. I'm considering moving the base to the suburbs and building a new Avengers base there. Tony has already purchased the land, made plans, and started preliminary engineering. It won't be long before the new base can be officially put into use. If you lend me the digger, the new base can be built faster. If you don't mind the construction progress of the industrial zone being delayed, it's not non-negotiable. Hearing David's reply, Tony immediately gave up the idea without hesitation. Forget it. The Avengers Tower can last for a while anyway, and everyone is not in a hurry to move to a new home. When several people were talking in the lounge hall, a circle of light suddenly appeared next to them. Tony was used to this kind of scene and wasn't surprised at all. However, Clark, who didn't understand the situation, was startled and took a half step back with a look of caution on his face. Don't be nervous. Steve should be here. David's guess was correct. The person who came was indeed the current Supreme Mage Steve Rogers. This kind of teleportation spell that draws a circle and goes wherever he wants is considered to be Kama-Taja's signature spell. Unfortunately, this spell is not easy to use on the Brainian continent. It is only more convenient to use in the Marvel world. Why are you suddenly free to come to my place? As soon as Steve finished speaking, he noticed Tony staring at him with a dissatisfied look on his face. Here we are. Tony wants to go to the universe for a tour. It just so happens that I don't have anything important to do there, so I plan to go shopping with him. Space travel and roaming the universe are things that many people have dreamed about. David has also fantasized more than once about becoming an explorer or space adventurer and taking risks in the boundless starry sky. So that's it. Speaking of which, how did you know I was coming? David was curious about how Steve knew exactly that he was coming. It seems like Tony hasn't had time to say hello to the other Avengers yet. Right? Ahem. Steve looked embarrassed, as if he was temporarily thinking about what kind of lie he should make up to fool him. Before he could make it up, David had already guessed the truth. Kamar-Taj isn't monitoring me. Right. Actually, I only found out about this after I took over as the Supreme Mage. Steve immediately put the blame on the former Supreme Mage, Ancient One. He was definitely not responsible for monitoring David. It's not unexpected. David waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind this little thing. Anyway, Kamar-Taj is now one of his own. In a way, with the holy light in Kamar-Taj, with its popularity, his status in Kamar-Taj is catching up with Emperor Wei Shan. Speaking of which, the Ancient Master has. She's gone. The Ancient One left in front of many magicians of Kamar-Taj, and the entire body was transformed into a little bit of magical brilliance without leaving any residue. Most of the mages in Kamar-Taj thought that Ancient One had reached the end of her lifespan, and before the end of her life, she found a new practice route for the mages in Kamar-Taj. She is definitely an outstanding one. The Supreme Mage. Steve knew, however, that Ancient One actually no longer wanted to be the Supreme Mage. It was not that his lifespan had completely disappeared at the moment, but that he had gone to report to the new boss. Of course David also knew about this, so he never considered deceiving Gu Yi to go to Winter City. That's it. I just came here to say hello. I still have a lot of things to deal with, so I'm going back first. Go and do your work. Steve just came here to say hello, because he unexpectedly went to Winter City and met David, and his life changed drastically. In this case, David came to his own world, and it was impossible for him to miss him. On the one hand, no matter how busy you are, you will never miss these few sentences. However, he already feels that the burden on him is too much now, and he has begun to train his successors. Wanda Maximoff and Stephen Strange are both on his list of successors. Wanda has become his student, and is currently learning the basics of magic at Kamar-Taj. He is also planning to send Wanda to Winter City to learn the Holy Light in the future. Stephen Strange. He should come to your door soon. After Steve left, Tony greeted Clint and Natasha and told them that David was coming. He did not hide anything from these two men because they were still S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. After fighting side by side several times, several members of the Avengers had established enough trust. He believed that these two comrades knew what to say, what can't be said. For example, Steve has been inside Hydra for so long, and the two people who knew the inside story did not leak the information. S.H.I.E.L.D., the people who got rid of Hydra, still didn't know about Steve's secrets. Condition. Before departure, let's go take a look at the spacesuits prepared for you. Taking the elevator to the armor manufacturing workshop, David, Laura, and Clark quickly saw the spacesuits that Tony had prepared for several people. The appearance is roughly the same as the Blizzard Power armor, but it uses better technology and materials, and also integrates some new things, with the addition of vibranium and mithril, as well as some HL ore and light cast iron. Even this outer SHL is a very good armor. David wanted to complain. It was HL ore from the dungeon and light cast iron. Wouldn't these two things explode if mixed together? Because of the mithril and light cast iron, the energy conductivity of this armor is very good, especially the holy light. The shock absorption system is no worse than the steel armor he uses, and the energy shield is more advanced and powerful than the Blizzard Power armor. There is also a medicine injection device integrated inside. In addition to the healing medicine, there is also a mana medicine, which is actually pure energy and can replenish the mana consumed by the caster. This mana potion can be replaced with a pure arcane energy potion, which is more effective for arcane energy users, but is not as versatile as the standard mana potion. There are also stamina potions that can allow the user to recover a large amount of stamina that has been consumed. Antidote potions can remove and neutralize most toxins. These potions are all finished products obtained from dungeons and researched. The pharmacist Cordell, who had been recommended to David by the Earl of Sutton Stewart, had made a lot of contributions in these works, and David felt that he should give some rewards to this dedicated pharmacist. In addition to potions to deal with various situations, this suit of armor also has multiple posture adjustment nozzles to ensure that everyone can freely control their posture when in space. The back thrusters have also been strengthened to enable high-speed flight. Even if the spacecraft explodes, they can fly to a nearby planet and land with just this suit of armor. This suit of armor can ensure that the user can land smoothly from space to the surface of the planet. The internal life support device stores sufficient oxygen, clean water, and liquid food rich in nutrients. It also has a cleaning function inside. Even if you don't take off your armor for a month, you can still stay clean and smell good. Various resources needed for life support are collected in a special storage space, which can store enough life support resources. The cleaning function should use a technology similar to the cleaning orb. This thing should be regarded as enchanted equipment. Right? Is this new armor a product of a combination of science and magic? But if you think about it carefully, the Blizzard-powered armor that uses space storage technology is itself a product of the combination of science and technology. In addition, in order to avoid possible losses, a nanobox is installed inside the armor, which stores sufficient nanomaterials to repair the armor when it is damaged. After hearing this, David felt that this thing was perfect enough. Compared with the Blizzard Power armor, this armor was not a little bit upgraded. As for the weapons system, the weapons system of the Blizzard-powered armor was not surprising in the first place. In addition, the suit's current function was to sustain life in space. He felt that Tony would not mess with the weapons. He was wrong. Idle Tony was far more boring than David could have imagined. This luxury version of the Blizzard Power armor is the same as the Blizzard Power armor, except that it can release missile launchers from the shoulder position, and some flash shock grenades. Smoke grenades and other tactical weapons are hidden in the forearms. It also has an energy release device. When it is besieged or approached by a large group of enemies, it can release powerful energy shock waves to the surroundings, knocking away all nearby enemies, ensuring that it has an absolutely safe space. In addition, there are various functions such as energy shock wave, electromagnetic pulse, and counter-electromagnetic pulse. Is this a spacesuit? Clark, who had been listening obediently to the side without speaking, was now filled with question marks. Is this actually an individual piece of equipment for space combat? Yes, this is a spacesuit. Tony nodded affirmatively. After all, no one knows what situations we will encounter in space, so I have to be fully prepared. After listening to Tony's words, Clark felt that it made some sense, so he no longer questioned whether this thing was a spacesuit or a weapon. Tony then pointed to several unpainted spacesuits and asked a few people about their preferences. While there is still some time, you can choose the color you like for your spacesuits. We can take advantage of this time. Go see the spaceship. Also decide if you need to bring anything else. Don't wait until you are leaving the Earth to remember that you forgot something. Chapter 328: The First Step in Space Adventure. Considering the environment of space, Laura and Clark both chose pure white color matching, which would make them conspicuous enough in the universe. As for David, although he has Cybertron transformation and biological force field, he has the ability to survive in the universe, but it can be used as a trump card. David likes to go out with a bunch of trump cards, which makes him feel extremely at ease. The space suit that belonged to him originally wanted to continue to choose pure black color, but Laura rejected it, and also chose white for him, but added a gray and black wolf head pattern on the shoulders. And in Laura's spacesuit shoulder position, David also asked him to spray paint a red wolf head. Clark looked at the two people and asked Tony next to him in a low voice, "Should I spray a wolf's head on my spacesuit too? You can also spray something else, such as that pattern that may be related to your identity? Sounds good. Let's do it." As for Tony, he has his own battle armor and does not need to wear this spacesuit. The various functions integrated into his personal battle armor are definitely more powerful than these ordinary spacesuits. After deciding on the paint color, several people arrived at the top floor of the Avengers Tower. People on Earth in this world would never have imagined that there is actually a spaceship hidden in the Avengers Tower, and its technological content far exceeds the current level of the Earth. In terms of appearance, perhaps for the convenience of entering and exiting the planet, this spacecraft looks closer to an airplane. Overall, it is very similar to the Quinjet used by Winter City and the Avengers. However, the spacecraft in front of us is larger and the fuselage is thicker, so the internal space is wider. Coupled with space storage technology and Cybertronian compression technology, a large amount of space is liberated for storing resources, making the internal living environment quite comfortable. At least everyone can have an exclusive room. In addition, restaurants, bathrooms, and other facilities are all available. Tony Stark will not let himself suffer just to go to the universe to find more advanced technical information, so his preparations are very meticulous. In fact, if he hadn't been pressed for time, he would have built a larger ship, which would have been more comfortable to live in. There should be nothing forgotten. After making sure that the preparations were sufficient, and that there was nothing more that everyone wanted to add, Tony asked Jarvis to load the spacesuit that had been repainted with white paint into the spacecraft. What's the name of this ship? Enterprise. David looked at the ship and felt that the name did not fit. This new ship of yours is not round at all. Is this a suitable name? Anyway, it's just an overused temporary product. Just give it a random name. The name Enterprise also has a good meaning. Yeah. Very lucky. After deciding on the name and loading the supplies, Tony, Pepper, Happy and others successively explained some things regarding Tony's sudden decision to run into the universe. Pepper had no choice but to dissuade her. She could only say that although she managed the Stark Group, she should not forget that it belonged to the Stark family. Company. Don't have too much fun and don't know your back. Don't worry. I am also doing this to better develop the Stark Group. For this kind of talk, Little Pepper ignored it, and then chatted with David and Laura for a while, hoping that David could watch Tony and never let him do something outrageous. David feels a lot of pressure because Laura often does outrageous things. I'll try my best. During this period, Natasha and Clint sent messages to chat with David. They were both very busy. After all, they were both active agents and their relationship with David was not that close. It's a great honor to come here to say hello even though you're busy. After all the trivial matters were dealt with, several people finally boarded the Enterprise, which was ready for departure. Jarvis, unfold the upper floors of the building. The Enterprise is relatively large. If you want to fly out, you need to turn the entire superstructure into an open-air state. Then unfold the deformed and retracted wings. And then you can take off. Sir, I strongly recommend that you turn on the stealth system of the Enterprise spacecraft first. It doesn't matter. This is Avengers Tower. Everyone is used to all kinds of strange things appearing here. David, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly remembered something. Jarvis's signal can't be transmitted too far. Can it? There is a small server group on the Enterprise, which should be enough. If Tony is willing to spend time, he can install a complete set of servers on the Enterprise, making Jarvis the artificial intelligence system on the Enterprise. But as he said, the Enterprise is just an overused spaceship, and there is no need to be so troublesome. And as Tony gains more advanced knowledge, he may be able to further shrink Jarvis's hardware in the future and carry it around with him. While the two were talking, the top of the Avengers Tower was completely unfolded into the open air, and the Enterprise also stretched out its folded wings. There may be some bumps when the engine starts. This is normal, so don't be nervous. The sound of the engine starting and Tony's endless explanation sounded at the same time, making everyone feel less nervous. When the Enterprise soared into the sky and rushed out of the atmosphere into the boundless space in an instant, everyone's attention was even more focused. I was attracted by the scene outside the window. Start simulated gravity, and the gravity system operates normally. With Jarvis's voice, the feeling of weightlessness that everyone had just experienced for a few seconds disappeared, as if they were still on the Earth. Do you think we should go for a spin next to the sun? While checking various data on the spacecraft and conducting various flight tests, Tony suddenly glanced at David in the co-pilot seat and glanced at Clark sitting behind him. Clark saw all this clearly. Don't worry. There are a lot of yellow stars in the universe. David looked at the dark space and suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, does your spaceship have the ability to jump? Certainly. If you want to run around in the universe, the most reliable way is to use space jump. Otherwise, let alone running around in the galaxy, it will take a lot of time to leave the solar system. The cosmic civilizations in the Marvel Universe all have the ability to jump in space, which is divided into using existing space wormholes to complete the jump and using their own abilities to temporarily create a wormhole to jump in space. The vast majority of spaceships use the former technology. Just like in Guardians of the Galaxy, Star-Lord and the others need to fly to a specific location to jump and use ready-made wormholes to complete long-distance navigation. The Rainbow Bridge temporarily creates a wormhole, which can carry out space transfer anytime and anywhere. David thought of this because there is no space jumping technology on the Earth, and Tony seems to have no chance to master the relevant technology and knowledge. Was it obtained through Thor? Thor? Thor was just helping to take a look. With Tony's explanation, David understood that the technical threshold for using existing wormholes was not high. For Tony, who had already learned Cybertron technology, it was very simple to directly create a reliable jump engine. Cybertron has great achievements in space technology. Their technology is enough for Tony to easily find wormholes and use them to make long-distance space jumps. I have one more question. What? You can find the wormhole. But do you know where the other side of the wormhole is? Due to the lack of common star maps and various data in the universe. Although David and the others can use the wormhole for long-distance navigation, where will they jump to? Is completely unknown. Such an unknown voyage is called an adventure. David rolled his eyes, not thinking there was anything wrong. Anyway, all of them can go to Winter City at any time without worrying about dying in this vast universe. Only Clark, who didn't know much about the situation, was a little panicked. He suddenly felt that this guy named Tony Stark seemed unreliable. He seemed to have boarded a pirate ship. Was it too late to get off now? Sit tight and say goodbye to the solar system. Hopefully not saying goodbye to the galaxy. After accelerating and starting the jump engine, a hexagonal grid appeared in front of the spacecraft, with the wormhole locked and opened by the jump engine in the center. As the Enterprise plunged in, the environment around everyone did not change much. It was still a dark space. The nearest planets were just small dots, and their specific appearance could not be seen at all. Where is this going? I don't know, but I know that we are quite far away from the Earth now. Tony raised his head and motioned to David to look at the screen in front of him. A picture at the front window was immediately enlarged, including Laura and Clark in the back row, who all saw what seemed to be a strange planet connected by several spheres. There is absolutely no planet with such a strange shape near the solar system. Forehead. When David saw this unique shape, he immediately found the corresponding memory and picture in his mind. He already knew where he and others had arrived. His reaction was so obvious that of course everyone noticed it. Tony asked David directly, "Do you recognize where this place is?" "Yes." David was sure that his judgment was not wrong. After all, the shape of this planet was too unique. That planet is Sovereign. Planet Sovereign? Is there any intelligent civilization on it? Of course. And it's quite advanced. The slightly smaller sphere connected to the largest planet in the center is actually a technological creation, which is why the Sovereign planet has such a peculiar appearance. However, Sovereigns are not easy to deal with. If you want to obtain advanced technology, Sovereign is not a good choice. It doesn't matter. Tony shrugged his shoulders. You are the one who has to deal with the other party. After all, you are the only one who can communicate with aliens without any barriers. Chapter 329 Sovereign. David really didn't expect this. Tony kept urging him to come to the universe with him. Was it because of his ability to speak various languages? This is quite reasonable. After all, Tony has not learned the languages of various races in the universe, and he has no way to obtain a translator that is common among civilizations in the universe. In this case, of course, he must bring a super translator. It's really thoughtful. Tony considered everything that needed to be considered, and David couldn't find any problems. It was just that the Sovereigns were thinking about whether to try to contact these little golden men or let Tony search for another jumping point and go to the next place. While looking at one place, several space fighters flew out of Sovereign and soon stopped in front of the Enterprise. The shape of these fighters is very unique, and there is a huge screen in front of the fuselage, showing the influence of the pilot. What the hell is this? The Sovereigns have a very high self-esteem and believe that the lives of their own people are very important, so their fighter planes are all remotely controlled. After hearing David's explanation, Tony had a relatively clear impression of this cosmic race called Sovereigns. It seems that Sovereigns are quite difficult to deal with. However, it is precisely because of the character of the Sovereigns that we have the opportunity to truly contact the civilization of the universe. The public channel David connected to had already received an ultimatum from the Sovereigns, warning them that they had intruded into Sovereign's sphere of influence without permission and must declare their intentions as soon as possible. Otherwise, Sovereign's lens fighter formation will open fire immediately. In just a few words, David had mastered the Sovereign language and was talking to the opposing fighter formation through the public channel. We are a newly formed mercenary group. I heard that there are many jobs here on Sovereign. Came here specially to take a look. While replying to the Sovereign fighter formation, David also explained his thoughts to several people around him. Sovereign people have a high self-esteem and avoid dangerous things if they can. Therefore, they like to find outsiders to handle dangerous tasks on Sovereign. In addition, the Sovereigns pay quickly and neatly, making them a good employer. So, you want to do some work with the Sovereigns? Yes. Is it to earn money to buy technology? Tony and the others come from an Earth that has almost no connection with the civilization of the universe. He was rich on Earth, but he was a pauper in the universe. Even if he found a channel to sell technology, he did not buy it. Funds. At first, He wanted to look around and learn as much as he could. If possible, collect some cosmic civilization devices, and then carry out reverse engineering. Coupled with the little brains and Decepticons brought by David, he came with the idea of doing a business without capital from the beginning. The advanced technology sovereign will not be released. Every advanced civilization in the universe is very strict with its own top technology. There is no need to buy low-level technology. You can find a lot of public technical information by connecting to the universe network. But we need some basic equipment, such as a translation device that allows you to communicate normally with various races in the universe. This thing is about the size of a fingernail and can be attached to any part of the head, such as behind the ears. It can also be directly implanted into the body in the settings. Star-Lord has a translation device implanted. After wearing it, you can understand most mainstream languages in the universe, facilitating normal communication among all races in the universe. There are also common star maps in the universe, especially the jump points marked on them. With the star map information, you can choose the correct jumping point and go where you want to go, instead of just relying on luck and deciding where to fly. Just as David was explaining his ideas to a few others, the captain of Sovereign's fighter formation had already asked his superiors for instructions. There was indeed a lot of work to be done on Sovereign, and these tasks carried certain risks. If there were choices, the Sovereigns will never let their own family members deal with these matters. The arrival of David and others could just solve this problem. So David and others were directly received by Aisha, the High Priest of Sovereign. Are you the ones who want to take on some missions in Sovereign? The High Priest sat on a huge seat high above the people. The Sovereign people highly admired gold. The entire seat and the decorations on it were all gold. When the High Priest with golden skin and golden clothes sat on the chair, he seemed to be in contact with a huge golden statue. The seats are integrated into one body, and those with poor eyesight may even suspect that the entire chair is part of the High Priest. However, the people on David's side have very strong eyesight, and would not make such a mistake. At this time, the High Priest Aisha opposite was also looking at the very ordinary-looking people in front of her. High Priest Aisha's eyesight is very strong. Although the men and women in front of her all look the same human beings, she is very keen to see through that these people are all different and not ordinary people. Let her. I'm curious what race these people are, especially the young man named David standing at the front. She couldn't see through the depth of him. He seemed to have a very noble bloodline. Sovereigns think highly of themselves and look down on other races, but they will maintain considerable respect for beings with higher bloodlines. In other words, people with high bloodline will make the sovereign people look at them with a high regard. This high look is not just about showing respect in words, but also to the extent that they actively express their goodwill. Now Aisha was very fond of David. After looking at him, even her condescending look was reduced a lot. She got up and left her seat to stand and talk to David and others. Although I don't know your origins, Sovereign has indeed accumulated a lot of troublesome work, and I am willing to hire you to solve those troubles. High Priest Aisha stared at David. As long as you can complete these tasks, none of your previous requests are a problem. Aisha didn't even raise her arm. Her right hand, which was hanging naturally, just moved her wrist and pointed at a guard next to her, who then took out a box. The guard walked up to David and others holding the box, and then opened the box. There were several small props inside, which were the translation devices that David mentioned before, as well as the universal star map data. Unexpectedly, the Sovereigns directly gave a few people what they and others needed most urgently. According to the High Priest, these things did not even count as a deposit, but were just a meeting gift. David was not surprised. These things were indeed nothing to advanced civilizations, and he and others who had just come out of that remote village on Earth were in urgent need of these things. After dividing the translators among several people and telling them how to use them, David closed and put away the boxes containing several other translators and star map data. It was a very casual movement, but it made High Priest Aisha's eyes light up. She still couldn't figure out what planet this person came from or what race he was, but his level of civilization was not low. At least Sovereign hadn't developed such powerful space technology. Did it come from some distant galaxy? Now let's talk about the work content. After David watched Laura, Tony and Clark put the translators behind their ears. He discussed the work to be done with High Priest Aisha. In his opinion, the Sovereign should give themselves some simple tasks first, and they must be tasks that can be completed on the Sovereign planet. This way, you can keep an eye on yourself and others nearby, and it can also be considered an inspection. If David and the others perform well, they will continue to give more tasks. David feels that he and others should live on Sovereign for a while. Unexpectedly, Aisha, the high priest of Sovereign, did not follow the routine at all and directly gave him a difficult pursuit task. I want you to bring this man back! Without the need for an order from the high priest, someone had already used a holographic image to show David and others the appearance of the target. After David took a look, he found that the target was still an acquaintance. What did this man do? She sneaked into Sovereign and tried to steal the Anura's energy battery. Aisha's face was full of disgust, as if even looking at the holographic image would stain her eyes. She only stared at David the whole time. Although she did not succeed, she must pay the price for offending Sovereign. So I ask you to capture this thief back to Sovereign and receive the punishment she deserves. Aisha raised her finger again, and her men immediately turned off the holographic image. At the same time, she handed the small device in her hand to David. It contains all the information and clues about this person. If we find new clues, we will notify you in time. There is no need to say more about the rest. All David and the others have to do is to rush to the location of the target according to the guidance of the intelligence, and then arrest the target. In fact, given Sovereign's ability to easily find out where the opponent is, he is fully capable of sending someone to arrest him. But just like David introduced to Tony before, as long as the Sovereigns have a choice, they will not let their own people take risks. They can just find mercenaries for fighting or other things. It doesn't matter how many people die. If they succeed, they only need to pay a fee. A small reward. Sovereign is very wealthy anyway. Seeing David put away the intelligence information and prepared to say goodbye, Aisha couldn't help but ask, Can I ask? David, where are you from? Brinia. David gestured with his finger in an inconspicuous gesture. A very remote, inconspicuous little place. Really? Aisha did not continue to ask, but just said, I hope that when you come back from completing the mission, you can describe this little place called Brinia to me in detail. David was stunned for 2 seconds, said nothing, bowed slightly and left the hall. It's just being teased. I've long been used to it. Chapter 330 Target Nebula. Sitting on the Enterprise, David found that several people around him were staring at him. How? I think there is an easier way for us to obtain Sovereign's technological information. Tony started the spacecraft and looked at David sitting in the co-pilot position. If Laura doesn't mind. Oh, I don't mind at all. Laura spread her hands. She just thought this fun was quite interesting. Clark next to him had an expression of I don't know anything. I'm just watching the fun. His eyes turned on David and Laura a few times, and then he fiddled with the translation device stuck behind his ear. Laura is actually also studying this thing. Both of them found that there is a lot of language knowledge stored in it. I wonder if it can be retrieved and learned by themselves. Although she obtained such a convenient prop, Laura still wanted to master various languages himself, while Clark was simply curious. No kidding. How was your harvest there? Little Head? David also turned to look at Little Brain on the side. After the Enterprise docked on Sovereign, Little Brain began to try to connect to the public network of Sovereign and inquire about various useful information on it. Mainly those that were public. Various technical information. Upon hearing Tony's question, the little head placed aside in the form of a notebook transformed into a human shape, and at the same time a burst of white smoke came out of the head. I have downloaded all the information related to technology. Well done, Little Brain. David never hesitated to praise, but it was just a casual comment. Not to mention that Little Brain did a good job. According to David's idea, even if the communication with Sovereign does not go smoothly, as long as he finds a suitable excuse to stay on Sovereign for a period of time so that the Little Brain can download enough information from the public network, this trip will not be successful. All for nothing. What's more, now they have received some additional rewards, considering that they have reached a cooperation agreement with Sovereign. David is not prepared to let Fan Luan try to break through Sovereign's firewall and steal higher-level technical information. In fact, even if he did not reach an agreement with the High Priest of Sovereign, if he wanted to steal technical information, he would not choose the Sovereign Star. He would more likely choose the Xander Star, who calls the Xander Star relatively civilized. What's the point? If no accidents happen, Xander will be destroyed by Thanos and his men in a few years, which means there will be no future troubles. This is difficult to change, because the Guardians of the Galaxy led by Star-Lord have handed over the Cosmic Spirit Ball containing the Power Stone to Xander for safekeeping. It's not that he saw the relevant information about the Guardians of the Galaxy, but when the High Priest Aisha gave the information about the target to be captured, He knew that the current timeline is between Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and Guardians of the Galaxy 2. During that time, High Priest Aisha asked David and the others to capture Smurfette Nebula, one of Thanos' adopted daughters and Gamera's sister. David also remembered that the opening plot of Guardians of the Galaxy 2 was about Star-Lord and his friends helping the Sovereigns to fight off the monsters who wanted to devour the energy battery. The reward was Nebula, who was captured by the Sovereigns. So I captured Nebula and handed it over to the Sovereigns? While I was thinking this in my heart, the movements of my hands had no impact at all. First, they took out the star map data and transferred it to the spacecraft's computer. Then they took out the relevant intelligence information about the Nebula to determine their next destination. Intelligence shows that this woman named Nebula was last seen on Contra Shaw. After determining the destination, call up the star map to find the location of Contra Shaw, and then determine which jump points should be used to get from Sovereign to Contra Shaw. After having detailed star map data, this was a very simple task. Jarvis immediately gave the answer and mapped out detailed flight and jumping routes. Let's go! Enterprise! Target Contra Shaw! The spacecraft engine pushed the Enterprise towards the jump point with all its strength. Next, they had to make several jumps to reach the target planet. During this time, they can look at various information about the target and learn more about the enemy they are about to come into contact with. The notorious adopted daughter of Thanos in the universe, a powerful assassin, has been transformed many times, and is very dangerous. Tony looked at the information in front of him and realized that he and others had taken on a big job this time. The High Priest of Sovereign really thinks highly of us. The High Priest must have noticed our specialness, so he gave us this job. David did not emphasize himself, but looked at Clark and Laura. Hey, Tony spread his hands and gestured to himself. What did David's previous looks mean? Do you look down on me? David ignored Tony's stunt. How could he not know that among the several intelligent beings present, he was the only ordinary person? He just felt uncomfortable if he didn't show off. When the time comes, let Clark take action. Wait, me? Clark has been quietly watching the excitement, even though he has followed him to another world in a daze and went on an alien adventure. He does not feel that he is an important person. At most, he is there just people watching the excitement from a close distance. Why did he listen to David and prepare to deal with such an important job and an enemy with such a terrible reputation in the universe? Yes, just in time for you to exercise. That's not necessary. Is it? It's necessary. In fact, Clark's ability is already very strong, even though he doesn't know how to use biological force fields yet. So he can't fly. But his strength and ability to withstand blows are strong enough. An ordinary opponent, Clark, can stand there and let the opponent fight for half an hour, and then knock the opponent down with one punch when he is tired. Although it may not be a good thing for me to ask, why don't you take action yourself? You must be a very powerful warrior. Right. Clark was not ready to refuse. He was simply curious about why David didn't take action. Me? Warrior? David waved his right hand vigorously. You must have made a mistake. I am not a warrior. Yes, this guy is actually a holy light priest. Priest? Clark was stunned for 2 seconds, and then remembered the Holy Light Cathedral in Winter City. You mean the kind of priest who uses holy light in Winter City? Yes, that's it. Is that so? Although Clark is not a game fanatic, he has an understanding of the general situation of holy light priest. If it is in the game world, this is a purely auxiliary profession. He really didn't expect that David, the Duke of Winter, would actually be a priest. In this case, it makes sense to allow yourself. Tony watched for a while, and found that Clark actually believed what he said, and really regarded David as a supporting role. He rolled his eyes speechlessly. Do you really believe it? Isn't David a pastor? Don't worry about this problem. I am indeed a holy light priest, but I just learned some other skills. David looked at Clark. It doesn't matter if I tell you some things in advance. It will happen if I don't tell you anyway. Someone else tells you this information. There are many people from various worlds in Winter City, and many of them come from the world of information explosion. For a character as famous as Superman, I don't know how many people would come up to him and play spoilers. Unless others told him. Leonard and his group would definitely not be able to control their mouths. So instead of waiting for others to spoil it, it's better to do it yourself. The topic of conversation instantly jumped from Nebula's intelligence information to Superman's personal resume. David didn't say too many complicated things. He just told Clark that he was a very famous figure in many worlds and had many personal resumes. Everyone knows it. Clark didn't question why David knew these things. He was just surprised by his identity. A survivor of the destruction of Krypton, and the first child born naturally on Krypton in many years. He became the famous superhero Superman after being adopted by the Kents after living on Earth. Kryptonian? Kal-El? Superman? The series of information made Clark sluggish. He didn't know how to react for a while. He took a while before returning to normal. He had known that he was an alien. Among the things David said, what shocked him the most was the latter part, that he would become Superman, the superhero who protects the Earth. Therefore, he did not hide his strength and live an ordinary life like his father said. You will still live as Clark Kent. Ordinary people on Earth don't know that you are Superman. How did I do that? It's very simple. Just wear a pair of glasses. Clark looked at Tony, and he seriously suspected that Tony was making fun of him again. This is the point I want to say. David proved that what Tony said was not random nonsense. You must develop your own abilities. In addition to using biological force fields to fly and protect people or objects, it can also affect people's judgment of your appearance through a certain degree of brainwave interference. Can I still do this kind of thing? Clark looked down at his hands. He had never even thought about hypnosis or flying before. He thought he was just stronger. Stronger. With better eyesight and hearing. Relatively strong. Only then did he realize that his potential was so great that he could not even imagine it. Wait! After repeated shocks, Clark suddenly realized a question. If I become a superhero, does that mean there will be many crises in my world? Superhero-themed works are so common in North America. How could Clark not understand the routines when he grew up in that land? The key immediately came to mind. Will I encounter very powerful enemies in the future? Is my world more dangerous than this world with countless alien civilizations? David didn't answer, but reached out and patted Clark's shoulder. All I can say is good luck. Chapter 331 Contraxia Star. How dangerous is the world Clark lives in? It's really hard to comment on this. After all, it's a world that restarts at every turn. Who knows what will happen when it restarts? Maybe when you close your eyes and open them, Superman becomes Supergirl. As soon as you close your eyes and open them again, Batman's appearance changes. Speaking only of enemies, there are definitely many of them, and they are all very strong. If nothing else, your future compatriots are likely to kill the Earth and prepare to transform the Earth into new Krypton. What will you do then? This, after telling the other party that the survivors of Krypton were not only Clark himself, but also other people, and directly pointed out the fact that the other party would pose a huge threat to the Earth. Clark also developed some sense of urgency about his future. He realized that he really needed to master enough power as soon as possible. When those compatriots came to the Earth and ignored the lives of the Earth's people, and prepared to transform the Earth into a new Krypton like David said, at least he would be able to stop them. I should be able to stop the other party. Right. He is not very confident, since the other party is also a Kryptonian. Does it mean that the other party also has the abilities he has? David did not directly explain that Clark's potential exceeded that of all Kryptonians. Even if the opponent was a professional military talent who was proficient in combat skills, it would be difficult to defeat Clark. He hoped that Clark would have a sense of crisis and develop his combat power as soon as possible. In this way, when General Zod invades the Earth, he will help out and try to defeat the Kryptonians in a crushing way. After completely cutting off General Zod's thoughts, there will be a greater chance of defeating the Kryptonians. A group of Kryptonians were incorporated into Winter City. General Zod is indeed a Kryptonian supremacist. At the same time, he is also a person who truly wants to save Krypton and values his men very much. If possible, becoming a minority in Winter City is definitely better than being exterminated directly. As for the problem of Kryptonian reproduction, it can only be said that Zod was trained as a military talent. He had never thought of ways to increase the population other than nurturing. He firmly believed that he could not get the central book from Clark, meaning that Kryptonians will become extinct. It can only be said that Krypton's system does have serious shortcomings. Clark's biological father's judgment is correct. Do you want to take Clark to meet Zeus? As the spaceship sailed, Clark was silent, probably thinking about what he was going to do in the future. Tony didn't bother him, but stared at David. How? Are you targeting the Kryptonians? Tony's intelligence is undoubted, and he can guess David's thoughts from his successive actions. After all, it is not difficult to guess. Are you planning to establish a Kryptonian Knights? I didn't want to establish the Knights of Krypton, but those Kryptonians are very excellent talents. It would be a pity to die like that on Earth. These are outstanding military talents. Even if they are dragged to Winter Town, it would be better to merge bloodlines and cultivate better Winter people than to all die on that earth. He felt that as long as he used force to convince General Zod first, made him realize that there was no possibility of success in seizing the earth by force, and then suggested to him the possibility that the Kryptonians would not perish even if they did not have the central book. He should be willing to give it a try. So what if a Kryptonian settlement is opened in Winter City? The ratio of men to women under Zod is extremely imbalanced, and they must integrate with the locals in order to increase the population. As long as it is proven that this fusion can successfully produce offspring, a large number of offspring with Kryptonian blood will appear in Winter City over time. And Zod will also have to fight for these Kryptonians. The only thing to be wary of is that the education of these Kryptonian descendants must not accept Kryptonian education. They must be taught to love winter and dedicate their lives to winter. This is not difficult. After all, it is impossible for David to let Zod get involved in education. And education is not only about imparting knowledge, but also cultivating 3 values. The composition of your country is quite complicated. It's not complicated. They are all winter people. David curled his lips. Humans, elves, Cybertronians. As long as they are winter people, they will only have this identity in the future. He has been trying to downplay these things, but the effect will have to wait until more in the future. Only when people of non-human origin join will the results be truly known. Clark appreciated David's idea, while Tony knew how many difficulties there were on this road. He had fun and was ready to watch the excitement. Of course, if David really can't cope, he will still be willing to help. He may not be able to come up with a perfect solution, but he can provide David with sufficient equipment that can solve the problem of creating a guy. As for Laura, as an archaeologist, she is considered an expert in this field. She is also curious about whether the empire formed by the integration of multiple races and bloodlines can lead to glory or destruction. Well, I have a new research topic. At this time, Clark also made a decision. He wanted to become Superman, master his abilities as soon as possible, and become strong enough. The conversation between David and Tony did not deliberately avoid Clark, and Clark already knew a lot from what David had said to him before. He also has many compatriots. These compatriots are Kryptonian supremacists, so they cannot be very friendly to people on Earth. But they are his compatriots after all, on the premise of ensuring the safety of the Earth. He also hopes that his compatriots can have a good destiny. Krypton was destroyed, and it was completely understandable that our compatriots wanted a new home. It happened that the Lord of Winter City, Duke David Glamorgan, was willing to take in these Kryptonian compatriots. No matter how you look at it, this is a win-win situation. The Earthlings will not be harmed. The Kryptonians have found a new home. Clark has found his compatriots and knows their destination. The territory of Duke David Glamorgan has changed again stronger. To do this, all you need to do is convince General Zod. Clark is not a 3-year-old child. Of course he knows that if he wants to convince General Zod, he must come up with some hard goods. Not only does he have to win, he must also win beautifully. And the opponent who wins must listen to him. At this moment, Clark was no longer confused. He saw his future clearly, and knew what he wanted to do. Although he just wanted to understand something, David felt that Clark's whole temperament had undergone tremendous changes, and now he seemed to be able to show more terrifying strength. Things get more interesting. At this time, General Zod, who is in the DC universe, is still searching for the whereabouts of the central book in the universe. He does not know that the fate of his group of Kryptonian survivors has been stolen by several people while chatting in the next universe. The sentence is given. The few people who finalized the fate of the Kryptonians finally arrived at the target planet Contrasha after experiencing several space jumps in succession. Contrasha's star has entered a period of decline, and the energy emitted by the star has begun to weaken. This has caused Contrasha to be cold all year round. The entire planet rarely has sufficient sunlight, and is covered in ice and snow for a long time. Such an environment caused all the powerful people on Contrasha to move to other habitable planets. The locals who remained here were basically poor people, and it was impossible for these people to be managed well. Therefore, there is no security at all on the entire planet, and environmental factors make even the powerful cosmic civilizations too lazy to occupy such a poor place. For these reasons, Contrasha has become a favorite planet for criminals in the universe to gather. Illegal industries are very popular here. Space bandits and fugitives also like to sell stolen goods here, exchange for money, buy needed resources, or simply come here, relax and get drunk. After the Enterprise landed on Contrasha, Several people quickly felt the unkind looks from a group of people around them. It seems we are not very welcome here. Because the environment in Contrashaw was not good. Everyone put on space suits. The bloated armor attracted a lot of people's attention. Did Clark detect obvious disdain? No. We are very welcome here. Tony looked around. He was wearing his own steel armor. But he didn't put on his helmet. We have become the prey of most people here. The environment on Contraxia is very cold. And being able to wear ordinary clothes in this environment proves that you are physically strong. On the other hand, the few people who needed to be protected by their space suits proved that their own qualities were not very good. Similarly, this kind of bulky space suit also means that the equipment on a few people is not high in technology. Which of these people present does not have a lot of energy space suits on the spacecraft? Even the armor used for combat is very thin and light. How could such a bulky thing be used? So no matter how you look at it, David and his group are all hillbillies, with average physical fitness and using outdated and old technology. They don't know where they came from. Thinking of this, the group of robbers suddenly lost interest in him. They may have felt that this group of people had little to gain, including the seemingly brand new spaceship, which they were too lazy to rob. Soon, most of the eyes that were focused on David and the others disappeared. There was still a small number of crazy poor people who were not picky eaters and still paid attention to David and the others. What surprised David was that this small group of people who were crazy about poverty happened to include the targets of himself and others. Although Nebula hid very well and covered himself with a shabby cloak, he couldn't escape David's perception at all. After landing on the ground and leaving the cabin, David released his senses. This move was originally intended to target those who were still hostile to them. The various technologies on these people's spaceships would become the priority targets of confusion. I didn't expect an unexpected gain. Which is really great. Smurfette over there. No need to hide anymore. I've noticed you. Chapter 332 The Rat Enters the Granary. David looked at the crowd. And the group of people he was looking at looked at each other, as if wondering who David was talking about. But no one stepped aside. Probably because they thought that even if David's weak chickens were referring to themselves, they could easily get rid of these country bumpkins. So there was no need to move aside to stay out of the situation. A few even thought this was a good opportunity. Even those who originally disliked the lack of meat and wanted to give up robbing these country bumpkins did not refuse the meat that was brought to their lips. Just eat as little as you want. It's all in your mouth. There's no reason not to eat it. Nebula. Because you sneaked into Sovereign and tried to steal Sovereign's Anurath energy battery. So please come with us. Everyone who had not reacted before heard this sentence and suddenly rushed to the side. Who in the universe doesn't know Sovereign's name? Not to mention that the Sovereigns themselves have good technology and combat power. What scares these people the most is the Sovereign style. If you offend these little golden men in the slightest, they will keep chasing you like crazy. Even if you escape to the end of the universe, they will still send people to chase you and will not give up until you are completely dealt with. What's more, Sovereigns are extremely proud. And it's possible that you might offend someone by just making a few jokes, which is very unbearable. This also makes the Sovereigns have a bad reputation among all races in the universe. What these robbers, thieves, and fugitives fear most is provoking lunatics like the Sovereigns. So when they heard that it was related to the Sovereigns, they all hid quickly. Those who had previously felt that the meat that was brought to their mouths would be in vain if they didn't eat it. Now they just regretted that their movements were still not flexible enough. Soon, the only person in the direction David was looking at was a man who covered his whole body with a robe. Seeing that his identity had been exposed, the other person made it clear that the carriage and horse were coming towards him. There was no point in continuing to hide his identity. Opening up his robe, Nebula, whose half-body had been transformed, revealed his true face, glaring at David with his round, dark eyes. The Sovereigns actually hired a group of bumpkins. But it doesn't matter. I want to thank you for sending me a new spaceship. Nebula's left hand had been severely injured before, and now there was only a very simple mechanical claw on the front of the forearm. After being injured for such a long time, he was unable to replace himself with a better mechanical arm. It can be seen that Nebula has not been doing well during this period. It is no wonder that he went to steal Sovereign's energy battery, because the price of that thing is extremely high on the black market. But no matter how bad her situation was, Nebula didn't think David and the others could threaten her. So she took out her pistol and started to fight. She planned to kill these pursuers directly, and then use their equipment to replace her. A new arm. As for their spaceship, although it will be very backward, let's make do with it for now. David was wearing power armor, And the energy shield derived from Cybertronian technology was not easy to break. So he didn't do any dodge at all, and stood still, and took 2 shots. Nebula's attack did no harm at all except creating ripples of energy on the surface of his armor. Seeing this situation, Nebula realized that the opponent's armor was much more advanced than he expected, and the situation seemed to have become more difficult. Putting away the pistol and taking out the retractable electric baton, Nebula hoped that the opponent's energy shield could only protect against energy weapon attacks, and had poor defense against physical damage. Otherwise the situation would be troublesome. Unexpectedly, just as he rushed in front of the opponent, another man also wearing bulky armor, but with gold and red patterns on his shoulders, suddenly appeared in front of him. Question mark. How did this person appear? Whether it's because he used some weird ability, or he didn't notice it because he moved too fast. This is not a good sign. But Nebula had already picked up the short stick and hit her, and it was too late to stop at this time. All she could do was increase her strength, no matter whether she could hurt the opponent or not. She was prepared to retreat immediately after the blow, and then run as far as she could. How far? But something unexpected happened again. She was caught by the opponent with such a fierce and rapid attack. He was not blocked or defended by the opponent's armor, but the hand holding the short stick was firmly grasped by the opponent. Nebula looked at the man in front of him in shock. The man seemed to be about to say something. Nebula took advantage of the opportunity when the man was about to speak and immediately raised his left hand and hit him in the face. Boom! The mechanical arm hit the opponent's face firmly, crackling. However, the opponent's face showed no injuries at all, but his left hand was seriously damaged, as if it had been hit on some hard alloy. Xingyun wanted to ask aloud, "What race are you? Why is his skin tougher than the SHL of a spaceship?" Now she understood why the Sovereigns hired this group of people to catch her. But it was a pity that she found out too late. Her right hand was tightly grasped by the other party. She had tried but could not break free. This guy's hand was stronger than the strongest handcuffs. In this case, she was left with only one choice. "I surrender!" After Clark heard this, he let go of Nebula's right hand. When he saw that the other party actually let go of him, Nebula was thinking about whether he could run away at this time. "I advise you to give up trying, because you can't run faster than him." As soon as Nebula's thoughts came to her mind, she saw the young man who originally named her waving his fingers at her. At this time, a second plan popped up in her head. "This is not a good choice either. You can keep trying to think of a next plan." Nebula frowned and looked at David. "Can you read minds?" If this was the case, it would explain why the other party found him from the crowd at once. But it also meant that he needed to find a way to block the other party's ability before he could escape. "No, I was just testing it casually. I didn't expect you to really want to hold me hostage." Xingyun was silent. She didn't want to continue talking to this person. The main reason was that she didn't like the current situation. She was obviously not controlled by the other person, but she had no possibility of escaping. This was better than tying her up with chains, and then dragging her away would make her feel uncomfortable. Silently following the other party onto the spaceship, Nebula found that even though she was on the spaceship, the other party still did not put handcuffs or anything else that restricted her ability to move. This made her very unhappy. Doesn't this look down on her too much? Nebula has already come up with a third escape plan, although it will be embarrassing and get her into other troubles. It is definitely better than the current situation that makes her unhappy. The new plan is to send out a message to let the Guardians of the Galaxy know their location. With the battle on Xander, the name of the Guardians of the Galaxy has been known to many people in the universe. In addition, Star-Lord Peter Quill has been taking jobs all over the universe during this time, and more people know about them. The Guardians of the Galaxy are quite a star team now. Nebula knows that Gamora, who is in the Guardians of the Galaxy, will definitely come to find her once she learns information about him. Just when she was thinking and doing this, most of Nebula's body was transformed into a machine, and she was able to connect to the internet by herself. David, who had said nothing before, suddenly turned around. "Have you notified the Guardians of the Galaxy?" Nebula didn't say anything, but his expression clearly said, "Didn't you say you can't read minds?" "I just intercepted the information you sent." David really can't read minds, and he has never acquired any talent or skills in this area. It's just that he was confused at work and suddenly intercepted part of the signal information, or sent from his own spaceship. After learning about this, David asked Fan 1 to release this information, because he suddenly thought there was no need for him and Tony to collect all kinds of technical information from all over the universe. After catching Nebula, They can wait quietly for the technical information to be delivered to their doorstep. Rocket Raccoon in Guardians of the Galaxy knows a lot of technical knowledge. And Star-Lord Peter Quill actually knows a lot too. When the time comes to make a deal with the Guardians of the Galaxy, exchanging Nebula for technical information, the other party will definitely not refuse. In this case, David and the others only need to find a way to get the ownership of the Nebula from Sovereign to their own hands. He needs to think about how to operate it specifically. As for now, are we going back to Sovereign? Clark looked at David and then at Tony, wondering what they were still doing here. Hasn't this thief named Nebula been caught? This planet is relatively open, and the network defense is not high. You can obtain a lot of information. Tony has not spoken since just now. While Clark was dealing with Nebula, he was silently studying the public network of this planet and trying to enter to a more secret area. Little Brain is trying his best to download all kinds of public information, while Fan Liu is following Tony's instructions to use physical intrusion to steal information against specific targets. If everything goes well, all the current mainstream mid to low-level technical information in the universe can be mastered in one go. Even these relatively common technical materials in the universe are very advanced technologies for the Earth. If they develop step by step, the Earth will not know how many years it will take to develop to this level. According to Tony's estimation, as long as all these technologies are digested, Earth civilization will quickly enter the stage of cosmic civilization. In the same way, Winter City can also enter the cosmic civilization stage after digesting this information, provided that it is not bombarded to pieces by that guy in orbit who doesn't know what the hell he is doing. Huh? Look what I found! It's not just spaceship alloys and power engines. There is also technical information on medical treatment, artificial intelligence, mechanical life, and biological enhancement. Chapter 333 Chips. Just a trip to the Contrashop planet. The harvest was extremely huge. David and Tony were so happy that they couldn't smile from ear to ear. And Laura was also very happy after getting a lot of historical information about cosmic civilization, the public part. She will have something to spend her free time with for quite some time in the future. As for Clark, he was also interested in a lot of knowledge. But he felt that it would be better for him to do something serious and consciously watch over Nebula. So, you are the pawn in the team? That's not wrong. I originally wanted to provoke him, but I didn't expect that the other party would admit that he was a pawn so simply. With this man's strength, he was actually willing to be a pawn? Xingyun didn't understand very much. She felt that the strength of the man in front of her was considered powerful in the entire universe. Why would she be willing to be a little brother? Also, what planet did these guys in front of me come from? What race is it again? Nebula is here scheming, and at the same time testing whether the young man who seems to be the leader has the ability to read minds. The result made her relieved. It seemed that the young man really did not have the ability to read minds. He had simply guessed her thoughts correctly several times before. Although this is not a good situation, it proves that this young-looking man is very good at observing and making correct judgments. But it is better than having the other party know whatever he thinks. Nebula calculated over and over again in order to increase the success rate of her escape. David was also thinking about it, and finally found that it was not difficult for him to reach an agreement with the Sovereigns. The Sovereigns' energy batteries could easily attract attacks from monsters who like to suck energy. He can help Sovereign fight off the invading monsters like the Guardians of the Galaxy. And the requirement is to hand over Nebula to him. As for the theft committed by Nebula, just punish her for helping the Sovereigns protect the energy cells. Although he didn't know how likely his suggestion was to be accepted by the Sovereigns, David felt that the probability was still high. He then used Nebula to exchange technical knowledge from the Guardians of the Galaxy. And a Nebula brought them to the universe this time. Most of the goals have been accomplished, which is great. In a good mood, David was much more pleased with Nebula. In addition, if his plan was to be implemented smoothly, he needed Nebula's cooperation. So David was ready to have a good talk with Nebula. I know you want the Guardians of the Galaxy to come rescue you, and I have a suggestion that will save you from Sovereign imprisonment or other punishment. Nebula looked at David carefully for a while to make sure he was not joking. Tell me your suggestions. I am going to propose to the Sovereigns to help the Sovereign planet resist the attacks of monsters trying to attack the energy battery in exchange for your ownership. Then Nebula noticed that what David said was ownership, which meant that the other party just transferred him from the hands of the Sovereigns to his own, and his identity as a prisoner would not change. The other party wants to use himself as a hostage. What exactly does it want to gain? Is it to deal with Thanos? Thinking of this, Nebula's eyes became sharp. Are these people the enemies of Thanos? In this case, you might be able to use it. Before she could finish her thoughts, David quickly shattered her fantasy. Exchange you for some information from the Guardians of the Galaxy. Information? What kind of information? Did Gamora and her friends master some shocking secret? Is it the secret to gaining great power? Although Nebula is the adopted daughter of Thanos, deep down in her heart she has always wanted to defeat Thanos. So although she behaves obediently on the surface, she has secretly done a lot of things to go against Thanos. When Ronan got the Power Stone and stopped obeying Thanos' orders, she thought the Kree would cause enough trouble for Thanos. I didn't expect to be defeated by my own sister and a fool. It's really disappointing. The other party's answer made Nebula very disappointed, and even a little angry. The other party arrested me just to obtain some very common scientific and technological information? Is that what you're worth? Who do you look down on? If I give you some technical information, can you just let me go? You? David looked at Nebula. He knew that Nebula had undergone extensive transformation and was close to a semi-mechanical life. The other party had unique advantages in acquiring, receiving, and storing various information materials. But he never regarded Nebula as a knowledgeable being, mainly because she used to leave the impression on him that she was a warrior. What information can you come up with? What information do you want? Xing Yu will not tell her trump card directly. She wants to see the other party's asking price. Even if she doesn't have the technical information the other party wants, she can still find a way to get it. David looked at Nebula, and he guessed what Nebula was thinking. But when it came to technical information, he couldn't give an accurate answer. So he had to ask Tony to talk to Nebula. Although Tony has been busy, he has been paying attention to the conversation between David and Nebula. So he easily joined the conversation, and there was no need to explain the situation to him. The two sides communicated for a while, and Tony shook his head helplessly. He had either already obtained the technical information that Nebula could take out immediately, or was directing Milu to steal it. Higher level information cannot be obtained on Contrashaw. And apart from some specific information, the Nebula has no record of storing these things. If she wants to obtain advanced technological information, she can only find a way to invade the planet that holds the information and then steal the information. David and the others can do this kind of thing. If the technical information I know doesn't satisfy you, I don't think Guardians of the Galaxy can come up with anything more right away. David didn't say anything. At this time, most people didn't know the actual situation of Rocket Raccoon. For example, Nebula might just regard Rocket Raccoon as a weird creature that had been modified. She didn't even know what kind of creature Rocket was. You underestimate those guys. David used these words to end the negotiation, and the spacecraft fell into a brief silence. After a while, it was broken by the chat between David, Laura and Clark. But all these people were talking about was, what are we going to eat later? Clark, in addition to better mastering your own power, maybe you should learn how to fight. And things like that. Although some of the content made Nebula want to complain, she resisted the urge to speak and sat there quietly, continuing to observe these people. David and the others also ignored Nebula, as if she didn't exist, and David even began to teach Clark how to use the biological force field. This situation is very interesting. He obviously got the skill from Clark, but he mastered it before the original owner, and even had to teach the other person in turn. It felt strangely refreshing. It would be great if I could get such a reward again in the future. David, who was thinking this in his heart, carefully told Clark various tips on using biological force fields. It has to be said that Clark Kent, who is actually the central library of Krypton, has unfathomable potential, and his learning ability is also terrifying. David simply described it, and didn't even need to demonstrate it for him. And Clark quickly got the hang of it. As Clark began to use the biological force field, things around him experienced weightlessness for a moment. But it only lasted for a moment, and soon returned to normal. This situation does not mean that Clark stops using his ability, but that in just a few seconds, he can control this ability well, and limit the scope of the biological force field to himself. Watching Clark float slowly, Nebula became even more curious about the origins of these people. At the same time, she also revised her judgment of David. Originally, she thought that David had a higher status, or had a flexible mind to be able to play a role like captain. Now it seems that David probably also has good strength. Otherwise, why would he give advice to the powerful man named Clark? Done! At this moment, Tony suddenly said this, and stopped directing the chaos to invade a certain area. This is a great place in Contrashaw. He didn't even expect that things would go so smoothly. He had already completed the minimum goal after just traveling to 2 planets. Next, It depends on whether David can obtain higher-level technical information through some operations. But this may be a bit difficult. Through inquiries on the public network, he already knows that higher-level technical information is controlled by those powerful in the hands of the Cosmic Empire. Those are the most important things of each country, and will not be given to others. These data and information are strictly protected. And even if they are confused, it is difficult to steal them. Through this period of understanding, Tony discovered that the technological level of high-level civilizations in the universe is quite high, and the technology of the Cybertronians does not have any advantages. That means that it is difficult for Luan to break through the firewall silently and steal all kinds of information. Watching Chaos sneaking back to the Enterprise, Tony asked Little Brain again. He had already downloaded all the necessary information. Where are you going next? Back to Sovereign? Yes. Let's complete the task assigned to us by Sovereign first. David glanced at Nebula, who was looking at Luan and Little Brain, and then looked at Clark beside him. Just in time, we can find a few monsters to give to us. Clark, practice your hands. Clark is reluctant to fight with people, but he won't be entangled with monsters. In fact, when David and others took Nebula back to Sovereign, they happened to catch up with the monsters who came to attack Sovereign, trying to absorb the huge energy from the energy battery. David's suggestion of, "Let Nebula help Sovereign Star guard the energy battery to make up for his sins," was immediately agreed by the High Priest Aisha. Nebula then gets a close-up view of the true power of the Kryptonians. Chapter 334 Shining in the Final Gun. It was quite shocking to watch the man named Clark punch the huge monster away until it could no longer be seen. In particular, the monster that was blown away by Clark's punch was not an ordinary monster with a huge size. This kind of creature had a huge mouth, multiple layers of teeth, and several tentacles. It could jump in space and survive by sucking energy, regardless of its appearance. You can see how difficult it is just by looking at its ability to jump through space on its own, and its ability to directly absorb energy. Even Sovereign is very afraid of attacks by such monsters. This can be confirmed by the fact that they will never send their own people to deal with such monsters if they have a choice. Not even a Sovereign could be seen near the battlefield. They hid far away and waited for David and the others to end the battle. They would either defeat the monster and successfully protect the energy battery, or they would be defeated by the monster, at which time the Sovereign would have to send the people fought against the monsters. As a result, such a terrifying creature could not withstand Clark's punch. And judging from the reactions of David, Laura, and the man named Tony, it was obvious that they had expected this situation. Ever since he came to this platform filled with energy cells, Tony had been wandering around the energy cells without worrying about the monster's attack. As for David, he actually sat down directly on the steps, and he didn't look like he was ready to take action. "Okay, finish it and call it a day." Seeing that the monster was punched away, David stood up, patted the non-existent dust on his butt, and went directly to Aisha to hand in the task. High Priest Aisha is good at talking business. She said that David's team wants to get Nebula and needs to help Sovereign complete a mission. At the same time, Nebula needs at least one defense mission to clear her name. In addition, if David's team wants anything else, Sovereign can also consider providing it. And the payment will also be to help Sovereign protect the energy battery. How many people are targeting your energy battery? The Anura's energy battery is a famous and efficient energy source in the universe. There will always be some shameless guys who will target it. In addition, there are also some cosmic creatures that feed on energy and also like to invade Sovereign. Not only did High Priest Aisha not sit on the huge chair this time, she even walked down the steps and talked face to face with David. But compared to last time, her eyes began to stay on Clark, as if she was observing the difference between Clark and David. She could clearly see that David and Clark were not from the same race. The man who could knock off monsters with one punch also had a very high bloodline. But no matter how she looked, she could not tell which race Clark was from. "So what's your decision? I want to know. Apart from the reward we proposed, what else can Sovereign offer as reward?" David and his partner looked at each other and felt that it was okay to accept it. Just as I thought at the beginning. I stayed in Sovereign for a while, did some tasks, and collected the good things I wanted. Everyone got what they wanted. What a perfect win-win ending. I know you want to get advanced technological knowledge in the universe, and Sovereign can provide you with all the technical information you want. High Priest Aisha did not hide the fact that Sovereign monitored David and others, or she did not want to hide this at all. Except for Sovereign's most important life cultivation and genetic adjustment technology. Everything else can be used as payment for your work. Hearing this, David was very moved. He didn't expect that the High Priest Aisha would be so generous. You must know that Sovereign's technological level is very high. The remote-controlled drones they manufacture can still be controlled without delay even in galaxies extremely far away from Sovereign. The detection ability is also very powerful. When Star-Lord and others ran to the Ego Star, which was very far away from Sovereign, they were still unable to avoid Sovereign's detection and tracking, and sent a large number of drones to hunt them down. What he didn't expect was that the High Priest Aisha was more generous than he thought. If you are willing to provide something, then even Sovereign's unique genetic modification technology is not out of the question. Aisha's words shocked all the Sovereigns in the hall. A group of golden men focused their attention on the High Priest. Even Sovereign's army commander wanted to dissuade the High Priest Aisha. He did not understand this. What did the High Priest eat wrong? How could you say such a thing? Good suggestion. David didn't ask what the other person wanted. This kind of thing was obvious. I will consider it. If you think about it, you can come to me at any time. Aisha immediately arranged accommodation for David and others. Because David and Clark obviously have high blood, they can receive courtesy from the Sovereigns. As for the others, as David's entourage, they were entertained by Sovereign. In the following days, David and others lived on Sovereign and helped Sovereign solve several attacks and thefts. Clark was basically the one who took action. He became more and more skilled in using his power. In addition, whether Clark was dealing with other intelligent races who came to steal or monsters who wanted to suck energy, he never killed anyone. To deal with thieves, he mainly subdues them and then hands them over to the Sovereigns. When dealing with monsters, he chose to repel them. After helping Sovereign protect energy batteries several times in succession, David and others not only obtained ownership of the nebula, but also received more rewards, more advanced technological knowledge provided by Sovereign. By the way, Nebula was also given a shiny new mechanical arm. Will that sister of yours really come to save you? She wouldn't want you to be locked up in Sovereign forever, would she? Holding a Sovereign specialty fruit with a shiny golden appearance, David knew what it was in his hand. He looked at Nebula, who was getting familiar with him. He suspected that the relationship between Gamora and Nebula in this universe was not as strong as he thought. Deep, Nebula didn't know how to answer this question. In her heart, it was really possible for Gamora to make such a decision. It doesn't matter. If they don't come, then I will personally take action. Steal the information you want, and then give it to you. Nebula saw David's character. As long as he has a good discussion with David, he is willing to fight for it. A mutually satisfactory outcome. To put it bluntly, this person doesn't like hard things. In this case, I can definitely negotiate a suitable price with him and redeem myself. Moreover, he is strong enough not to take advantage of others. After being exposed to him for such a long time, Nebula still hasn't seen how strong David is. There should be a chance today. Standing on a circular platform filled with energy batteries, several people, including Nebula, raised their heads and looked high into the sky. Soon a huge crack appeared in the sky, and then a monster that Clark had beaten away countless times. Then one flew out. It seems there is some trouble this time. Clark frowned. Not because of the number of enemies, but because he discovered something. These monsters that flew out seemed to have been beaten back by him earlier. He saw the scars he left on some of them. This is the first lesson for you. Kindness to the enemy may not necessarily bring good results. David guessed that a similar situation would happen, so he didn't say anything when Clark held back. Many people are like this. When they don't really see the results they have caused, no matter what others say, they will not listen. They will continue to believe in everything they insist on. Clark glanced at David. As he gradually gained control of his power, he began to feel that he could perfectly control all situations. Now it seemed that his idea was still too naive, especially when it comes to issues of stance and survival. Any truth is meaningless empty talk. For these monsters, energy is their food and the basis for their survival. If you don't let the monsters eat, you will let them die. Therefore, these monsters will not be grateful to Clark for leaving their lives at all, and will only regard him as a mortal enemy that makes it impossible for them to survive. Just as Clark was thinking about what he should do to better solve this problem, David had already taken off his power armor and took out the Sea King's spear. Nebula wasn't surprised when she saw the weapon in David's hand. There are many strong men in the universe who like to use cold weapons. Of course, the cold weapons used by the strong men in the universe cannot be regarded as real, cold weapons strictly speaking. Many weapons come with various abilities, such as the equipment used by Asgardians. Is he an Asgardian royal? While Nebula was guessing, David had already flown into the air and was heading towards the monsters. Facing a large number of monsters in front of him, David raised the spear in his hand forward, then mobilized the holy light and concentrated it on the tip of Neptune's spear. Originally, he wanted to shoot him heart to heart, but when he mobilized the holy light, he discovered that he could condense the holy light into a larger force field, transforming himself into a holy light spear that penetrated the sky, killing all the monsters on the opposite side instantly. Although I have never done this before, it doesn't hurt to give it a try. As the holy light release became more and more intense, David's entire body was wrapped in golden brilliance, coupled with the long afterglow dragged by the high-speed flight. It was just as he thought. His whole body turned into a huge holy light spear, swallowing up monsters wherever it passed, leaving not even a trace of dregs behind. Lungo Miniane! The gentle chanting accompanied by the light falling from the sky reached everyone's ears, except for Nebula, who looked blank, Clark, who looked shocked, and Tony, who was just watching the fun. Laura looked like she was sick again. However, she also admitted that this move was much more shocking than the original move. Chapter 335. This is a trap. The huge golden light beam slanted towards the sky, and the little bits of holy light sprinkled down reflected the sacred atmosphere on the whole world. After the light faded, only David was left in the sky, suspended high in the sky, holding the spear of Neptune upside down. You should wear that Lightbringer suit. After David posed in the air for a long time and finally landed back on the platform, Laura gave a very pertinent suggestion. You are in this casual outfit. It doesn't go with what I just did. It was mainly a spur-of-the-moment idea. I will pay more attention to the details next time. David originally wanted to string the hearts of these monsters together, string them together with a clover, and string them together into concentric circles. Later, I felt that this was really not environmentally friendly. Trying to cook such a large skewer would definitely cause huge pollution. So I chose a cleaner and more environmentally friendly option. Putting away the spear, he immediately changed to the Holy Light Hunter and aimed at a large energy battery on the platform. Come out! There is no need to hide anymore. David was not the only one to notice someone sneaking into the neighborhood, but no one made any announcement. Following David's words, a green-skinned woman came out from behind the large battery and raised her hands to show that she meant no harm. Gamora. Nebula looked at her sister, who was asking about Thanos' adopted daughter, and knew that the other party was coming for her. Nebula. Gamora was indeed heading for Nebula. After receiving the news that Nebula had been captured by a group of mysterious mercenaries on Sovereign, she and Star-Lord Peter Quill, Rocket Raccoon, Drax, Groot came to Sovereign together. Due to Sovereign's reputation in the universe, they did not rush to save people recklessly, but carefully thought about a suitable plan. In fact, Peter Quill's initial calculation was similar to David's, because he understood the character of the Sovereigns. He also wanted to reach an employment partnership with the Sovereigns and use the Nebula as a reward for the mission, and then use the card as a reward. Mola's sister was rescued. Embarrassingly, because of the existence of David's team, the Sovereigns did not consider hiring an additional team. So High Priest Aisha directly rejected the Guardians of the Galaxy during the conversation between the two parties, because one party did not ask clearly, and the other party was too lazy to explain the situation. Aisha did not know that the reward the Guardians of the Galaxy wanted was Nebula. Star-Lord also did not know that the ownership of Nebula was in David's hands. In the eyes of the Guardians of the Galaxy, Nebula is now forced to work for the Sovereigns. And the only good thing is that she doesn't seem to have been mistreated and seems to be doing well. Therefore, they were not in a hurry to carry out rescue, and quietly waited for the right time. So, they waited until the moment when a large number of monsters attacked Sovereign. Peter Quill believed that this was the best chance to rescue Nebula. The team led by David will definitely be attracted by the large number of monsters. They can take the opportunity to take Nebula away and quickly leave Sovereign's sphere of influence. Everything was planned well, but I didn't expect that the opponent would defeat so many monsters so easily. I think running away now is the right choice. Elmbrut! Or have a great battle and die here. Stop joking. Okay. Fighting a monster like that? Didn't you notice that Peter was about to pee with fear? Elmbrut! What? I wasn't scared to death. Gamora listened to the various noises coming from the communicator, feeling angry and helpless. If these idiots stood in front of her, she would definitely kick each of these guys hard. But now, she had to pretend that nothing happened. But the next second, she realized that her disguise was completely meaningless. I know your friends are hiding nearby. Come out! The anger that Gamora had accumulated to the point of bursting out finally came out. And she roared into the communicator. "Shut up! Idiots! Now everything is exposed. It's all Peter's fault." Rocket Raccoon had a jetpack on him. When he flew up from below the platform, he was also passing the blame to the man in the other direction, who also used the jetpack to fly up to the platform. Apart from that, Drax was still standing there with his shirtless body and 2 daggers in his hands. As for the currently tiny tree man Groot, standing on Rocket Raccoon's shoulders, David looked at the Guardians of the Galaxy appearing around him one after another. This was the second superhero team he had seen. Compared with the Avengers, this team had a more noisy focus. From the moment they appeared, these people kept taunting each other, which made everyone's heads buzz. Because before that, David had already roughly introduced the situation of the Guardians of the Galaxy to Tony and Laura. And after Nebula got familiar with a few of them, he also told them what happened on Xandar. Hearing that the Guardians of the Galaxy saved the galaxy, Tony was still very curious about this group of people. But after seeing this group of people with his own eyes, his thoughts were, these people saved the galaxy? This joke is not funny at all. It's now! Seeing that Tony, Laura, and Clark were all speechless or confused, and David's attention didn't seem to be very focused. Star-Lord Peter Quill suddenly shouted, and then the Guardians of the Galaxy rushed towards David and the others. Past, these people have a clear division of labor and clear goals. And it can be seen that the main goal of Star-Lord and others is just to interfere with David, Clark and others. And the real target is Tony. Because he looks the weakest? Tony. As long as they have hostages in their hands, the Guardians of the Galaxy can have a good discussion with the other party about the possibility of exchanging hostages. However, no matter how well Star-Lord's battle plan is formulated, it will not be able to achieve the expected results when faced with an opponent whose power overwhelms them, and who is also very aware of the situation of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Everyone felt their eyes blurred, and at the same time a huge force hit them, and the next second they were lying on the ground. Waterfa. He stood up slightly and looked forward. David, who seemed to be distracted just now, was standing there gently moving his wrists, while the other people remained in place and did not move. In other words, it was this monster named David, who appeared from an unknown planet, who knocked everyone away in the blink of an eye. Previously, they saw that Nebula was not imprisoned and had no restraints such as handcuffs on her body. They thought that these people used some other means to control Nebula. Otherwise, why didn't Nebula run away? Now they understand that with the other party's strength, there is no need to use those methods. And it is impossible for Nebula to escape from the hands of someone with this strength. Peter, do you have a plan C? Plan D? Or Plan X? Faced with Rocket Raccoon's inquiry, Peter didn't know how to answer. He did have some emergency plans, but he felt that those plans were of little use at this time. The difference in strength is too big, and they are not on the same level at all. What's even more terrible is that the other party seems to know himself and others very well, and has no idea of underestimating the enemy because of the huge gap in strength. Maybe we can try to negotiate. Negotiation? Is this your plan? If you have a better way, speak up quickly. Rocket Raccoon finally shut up. He really didn't have a better solution, but he didn't think the other party would be willing to negotiate with him and others. Peter Quill, nicknamed Star-Lord, Captain of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Peter had already stood up. He touched the spot where he had just been hit. Miraculously, there was not much pain. This confirmed his guess. The other party did not seem to want to embarrass himself and others. At the same time, he also had a strange idea. The other party's posture was more like waiting for the arrival of himself and others. Is this a trap? I'm David. Nice to meet you. Looking at David's extended hand, Peter also reached out and shook it, although he didn't know why the other party was looking for him. From the looks of it, there should be no malice. At this time, several other people also saw what was going on, and Drax said it bluntly. We seem to have been trapped. Everyone ignored Drax. After Peter carefully looked at David across from him, he asked the other party's purpose. What do you want? David pointed at Rocket Raccoon beside him. Everyone was surprised, including Rocket Raccoon, who looked at the energy battery from time to time. Huh? Me? Rocket Raccoon looked at David. His first reaction was to think of the guy who created him. Could this group of people actually work for that guy? Thinking of this, Rocket Raccoon clenched the weapon in his hand again. If David hadn't added, "Don't worry, I'm not sent by the Supreme Evolution to capture you," he would have fired. I know you are very smart, and know a lot of advanced knowledge and technology. What I want is this information. David made his purpose clear in one breath to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. His purpose was technical information, not to take Rocket Raccoon away. Of course, if Rocket Raccoon feels that this universe is too dangerous and wants to find a safe place to live, then he is more than welcome to do so. That's all? That's all. Peter was a little skeptical, but the other party did not show any malice. And with the strength of the opponent, if he really wanted to do something to himself and others, it seemed that there was no need to use these small tricks. In the end, the Guardians of the Galaxy collectively put away their weapons, stood on the energy battery platform belonging to Sovereign, and had cordial and friendly exchanges with the small team led by David. The two parties discussed the transaction of Nebula's exchange of high-end, sophisticated and cutting-edge technical data, and quickly reached a consensus. David's first meeting with the Guardians of the Galaxy ended successfully in a warm and friendly atmosphere. Chapter 336 Temple Number 2. After knowing what David and others wanted, and that it would not harm himself and his partners, nor cause any irreparable harm to the universe, Peter Quill really had no need to refuse David's request. It's just some technical knowledge. Although I don't understand why I have to ask Rocket Raccoon for it, even though he and Rocket Raccoon have been partners for a long time. Peter still doesn't know much about Rocket Raccoon's past. Maybe we can learn something from this man named David Glamorgan? Since the agreement was reached, Nebula has regained her freedom, and the Guardians of the Galaxy have taken up residence on Sovereign. Rocket Raccoon spends all day with Tony, probably exchanging various knowledge. When I am idle, and I can just get some words out of the other party. But now, he could only watch the excitement. Standing in the empty training room specially borrowed from the Sovereigns, David was sparring with a man named Clark. Boom, boom, boom. The fists of these two men were fast and fierce, and they would make a very scary sound when they hit the body. Peter looked at these two pure men who punched to the flesh, and was shocked and speechless by the training of these two men. Who are these two guys? Duke David Glamorgan, Lord of Winter City, is said to come from a place called Brunia. Gamora also stood nearby and observed David and Clark. She was very surprised by the fighting power displayed by these two men. With such strength, maybe he can deal with Thanos. Right? She seems to have seen some hope too. After communicating with Nebula, she learned some information about David and his companions, and also understood why the other party did not deliberately control Nebula, and why Nebula still stayed here after regaining his freedom. As the adopted daughters of Thanos, they actually have a blood feud with Thanos, his adopted father. In the past, Gamora only guessed, but now she is sure that Nebula has the same idea as herself and is constantly looking for ways to defeat Thanos. Finally, they seem to see a little hope. At this moment, Clark's eyes released extremely thick red rays. At the same time, David on the opposite side also raised his hand and released a golden beam of light. The collision of the two energies produced a huge shock wave, blowing both of them away, and hit the wall hard. The room, which used advanced technologies such as special materials, energy fields on the walls, etc., experienced significant vibrations after the impact. Not only the few people staying here, but also the Sovereigns in the surrounding area could feel it, obviously a vibration. But no one was surprised. This had happened so many times recently that they were used to it. Watching the two monsters continue to fight like no one, Peter also turned his attention to David's opponent. What about this guy named Clark? Clark Kent is said to be a Kryptonian, but I have never heard of this planet. Gamora introduced everyone to Peter, such as Lara Croft and Tony Stark, and emphasized both of them are from Earth. When he heard about the Earth, Peter's expression froze for a few seconds, but he quickly adjusted his emotions and tried to act as normal as possible. Peter! What? I heard that they are going back to Earth soon. Aren't you going to go back and have a look? Peter was silent for a while, and finally decided not to go back, because the Earth was a sad place, and he felt it was better to live in the universe. However, as he became familiar with people like David, Peter passively learned about some things on Earth. He knows that the Earth has changed a lot, and maybe he won't even be able to find his home after he goes back. If you want to go back to Earth, remember to contact me. After spending some time with the Guardians of the Galaxy, Tony got along very well with Rocket Raccoon. Although Rocket often did things to deliberately make people angry, Tony felt that it didn't matter at all. Being a genius can enjoy privileges. After all, he often does similar things himself. As for Star-Lord Peter Quill, because the two teams stayed on Sovereign together and couldn't eat and drink for free, The two teams collaborated several times to deal with invading enemies or space monsters. So Tony soon discovered that Star-Lord is worthy of being the captain of the Guardians of the Galaxy. He has a very strong talent in making plans and combat command, and can make good use of all the resources at hand to achieve his goals. This is a very good commander who is good at dealing with various emergencies and can come up with the most appropriate solution in the shortest time. Tony has reason to suspect that David wants to use Nebula to lure the Guardians out, not just to get technology. This guy obviously wants to take the opportunity to establish contact with the other party. Maybe he is planning to take the Guardians of the Galaxy under his command and let him do whatever he wants. Next time you slander me around me, don't say what's on your mind. So, you really have this plan? Right. Just do it casually. There's no harm in getting acquainted. Maybe one day I'll need Peter's help? David didn't deny Tony's guess. He did have this idea. Maybe he might even ask Peter for help. It's not just me. You may also encounter something and need help from Peter and the others. What's the meaning? For example, if you have almost sorted out the technology in your hand, and you find that you need to convert it into physical objects, but there is a lack of technical data for a certain link, or materials that are not available on the Earth, you can ask Peter and the others to help you get it. That's what David thought, as he got in touch with the Guardians of the Galaxy and established a preliminary friendship. If he wanted to get something in the Marvel Universe in the future, he could definitely ask Peter to help. In addition, the Earth in the Marvel Universe has never been peaceful. Although the Guardians of the Galaxy belong to the mixed universe, Star-Lord's situation means that he cannot ignore the Earth. Once Earth's Avengers encounter trouble involving forces in the universe, they can turn to Star-Lord and his Guardians of the Galaxy for help. Speaking of which, in the many parallel universes of Marvel, not only one Tony has joined the Guardians of the Galaxy, but Tony even slept with Gamora. And because of the difference in physical fitness, the result was embarrassing. From this point of view, Star-Lord Peter's physical fitness is definitely not ordinary. All in all, this trip to the universe was a complete success. The small goals David and Tony set before departure were all exceeded. The only one who was unhappy was the High Priest Aisha. She couldn't get what she wanted, and she didn't dare to express her dissatisfaction. The longer David lived on Sovereign, the better the Sovereigns understood him, and the less they dared to be rude to him. Also, Star-Lord Peter Quill, who Aisha suspected seemed to have the same bloodline as David, was not ridiculed by the High Priest because of his mixed blood. So, let's say goodbye. Peter doesn't want to go back to the sad place on Earth just yet. After the deal is completed, he is ready to leave Sovereign and continue to do what he likes to do in the universe. We'll see you again when we have the chance. This is for you. With Tony's technology and the sufficient nanomaterials on the spacecraft, it is not troublesome to temporarily create a lightweight and large-capacity music device. As for the most pivotal song, the spacecraft's computer stores almost most of the songs and music on Earth to relieve their boredom during the journey. It stores most of the songs and music on the planet so far, and has my personal recommendation list. Wow! Thank you very much. Peter took this inconspicuous-looking little device and thanked Tony very sincerely. It also contains my personal recommendation list. I think your music taste is completely different from Tony's. David also said goodbye to Peter. He was not in a hurry to give Peter and the others free access to Winter City. Token. Anyway, when they want to find themselves, they can just go to Earth to find Tony Stark. Anyway, thank you. See you later. Seeing Star-Lord driving the spaceship and flying away from Sovereign with the Guardians of the Galaxy, David and others all set their sights on Nebula. How? Why didn't you leave with him? I'm not their partner. Nebula has her own plans and has already communicated with Gamora, who also agreed with her idea. Follow people like David to further judge whether the other party can defeat Thanos. David stared at Nebula for a moment and already guessed what she was thinking. You want to follow me so you can find out how strong I am? Do you want to deal with Thanos? You know Thanos? Of course. David waved his hand, and everyone boarded the Enterprise directly. By the way, they waved goodbye to High Priest Aisha in the distance, the madman who kills people everywhere in the universe. If the original plot continues, Thanos will soon begin to collect the Infinity Stones and successfully snap his fingers to wipe out half of all life in the universe. But now that the Mind Stone is in David's hands, Thanos may not be able to get it out by snapping his fingers, unless Thanos' cute little purple-skinned boy suddenly appeared in front of him and snatched the Mind Stone from his hand. Where have you seen that huge spaceship in front of you? Just after leaving Sovereign and before flying to the jumping point for the jump, David discovered a huge spacecraft lying in front of the Enterprise. It's Temple Number 2. David just thought it looked familiar. But Nebula recognized the spacecraft at a glance. It was Thanos' Temple 2. Why did Thanos suddenly appear? Nebula's problem was also a problem for everyone present, including David, who couldn't figure out why Thanos suddenly appeared near Sovereign. Could it be that Thanos just wanted to wipe out half of Sovereign's population? Is there a plot like this? Chapter 337, Unsuccessful Start. A beam of light was emitted from Temple 2, directly enveloping the Enterprise. Mr. Stark, the Enterprise is out of control and is being dragged towards the huge ship opposite. Jarvis's voice sounded at the right time, letting everyone understand what was going on. But no one looked panicked. They all looked at David, as if waiting for David, the captain, to make up his mind. Look why this Thanos came to us. Temple Number 2 stopped here instead of going directly to the Sovereign planet not far away. It seemed that it was waiting for him specifically. It was not preparing to clean up Sovereign's population as he just thought. The Enterprise quickly flew into Temple 2. This huge space battleship has a very large internal space. After entering the spacecraft, it felt like entering a planet. It was not like being in a closed space at all. Feeling of depression. After parking the Enterprise, Tony simply turned off the engine. He also noticed that parked next to the Enterprise was Star-Lord Peter Quills Milano. Oh! It seems that Peter and the others have also been invited as guests. David didn't look around. He took advantage of this time to take out the Lightbringer suit and put it on. After this space adventure and sparring with Clark, he has become quite proficient in the use of biological force fields and has the ability to survive in space without the need for an old space suit to protect himself. Clark was in a similar situation, so he didn't want to continue wearing a fixed space suit. He watched David take out a set of armor and turned to look at Tony. Are there any clothes that suit me? Well, Tony looked at the equipment next to him. I can help you make a set on the spot. Do you have any requirements? As long as it's convenient for movement. Receive. When David put on the Lightbringer suit without even leaving the cape behind, Tony also helped Clark make a new suit. The iconic blue suit. But it is different from the original Superman's tights. The suit made by Tony has a more metallic feel, with shoulders, chest with a huge Kal-El family logo, and waist and hips. The forearms and lower legs are all equipped with armor. This costume looked very imposing after being worn by the strong Clark behind him. Is this red cloak too flamboyant? Although he said this, the expression on Clark's face revealed his true thoughts. He liked this bright red cloak very much and had no intention of taking it off. This will become your symbol. Tony also equipped himself with a steel suit. As for Little Brain and Confusion, David ordered the two mini King Kongs to find a place to hide on the spacecraft. It was their mission to ensure their own safety. Don't worry. I will definitely hide myself perfectly. Little Brain waved to David and others, and then transformed into a very inconspicuous electronic device together with Fan Luan, mixed in a pile of electronic devices, let alone outsiders. If David had just been distracted for a moment, it would have been difficult to find these two little guys among them. Let's go and meet that Thanos! From beginning to end, everyone acted very calmly. Nebula knew that David and Clark were powerful, but David's attitude of not taking Thanos seriously still made her a little worried. Is it because David doesn't understand the horror of Thanos? Is it really okay to go directly to it? But on this ship, Nebula had no say, and David and the others would not listen to her. They could only quietly follow the group of people off the Enterprise and move forward with the team. There was no one to guide the way, but there was only one road that was open all the way, as if to tell David and the others, as long as they keep walking along this road, they can see me. Thanos is a very famous and powerful man in the universe, so it is not surprising that he adopts this posture. In the eyes of this strong man, David and the others were just a group of unknown people who appeared out of nowhere. As for why Thanos took the Temple 2 and came to find these unknown people with great fanfare, I just want to get what's rightfully mine. Thanos did not sit on his chair, but sat on the steps. He glanced at David, who had just appeared, and made his purpose clear. Your things? Things that I lent to Loki before, but were left behind by him on the Earth. Thanos originally wanted to continue to say a few words to his daughter Gamora, but when he glanced at David a few times, suddenly realized something was wrong. Standing up from the steps, the tall Thanos stood there, like an unreachable mountain. But in Thanos' eyes, this young human who suddenly appeared gave him the feeling of looking at the vast land. Unfathomable, and it seemed like a bright star, shining brightly. Things seemed to be getting into trouble. He didn't expect that the Mind Stone would be taken away by a strong man. Who is this person? For his own dreams and plans, Thanos is constantly collecting all kinds of intelligence. He has a detailed understanding of everyone who may hinder his plans. There had never been such a person in his list of plans. This unexpected situation made him very unhappy, and at the same time very cautious. You mean this? David looked at Thanos for a while. Then looked at several of Thanos' men beside him. Then took out the Mind Stone, and tossed it up and down casually in his hand. After realizing that everyone was focusing on the yellow gem in his hand, David turned over his hand, and put the Mind Stone away again. I have a question. How did you know that the Mind Stone is with me? Through the nebula. With Thanos' simple explanation, those present finally understood why Thanos suddenly appeared. Nebula, who has been undergoing various transformations since she was a child, never expected that she would inadvertently become Thanos' monitoring, detection, and positioning device. She only learned today that every move she makes can actually be known by Thanos. But Thanos doesn't care about trivial things most of the time. What really concerned him was the information related to the Infinity Stones. Therefore, once an Infinity Stone appears near Nebula, Thanos will know it, and then locate Nebula's location so that Thanos can come directly. As for Thanos rushing to Sovereign to intercept David, it was because he had lost the whereabouts of the Mind Stone since Loki lost it on Earth. This is not a good sign, and it is absolutely unacceptable to Thanos, who is planning a great plan. But no matter what methods he used, and all kinds of intelligence forces he mobilized, he was still unable to detect the location of the Mind Stone. As if the Mind Stone had left the universe. In fact, the Mind Stone was sent to Winter City by Steve, and Thanos naturally couldn't find it no matter how hard he looked for it, until David came to the Marvel Universe with the Mind Stone and appeared next to Nebula. In order to prevent the Mind Stone from disappearing again, Thanos locked the location of the Mind Stone and immediately rushed over in Temple 2. Just in time to intercept the Guardians of the Galaxy, David and others who were about to leave. So that's it! David brought the Mind Stone because he actually wanted to take advantage of this trip to the Marvel Universe to see if he could gain any benefits through the power and authority of the Infinity Stones. Unexpectedly, he didn't get any benefits and actually provoked the purple sweet potato spirit. What could he say about this? I can only say that Thanos, you are so unlucky. What is this called? This is called dying before leaving the army. The two people were talking here, ignoring everyone around them. They seemed to only have eyes for each other. But the ignored people did not express dissatisfaction, and everyone felt the increasingly tense atmosphere in the scene. I just want to get back what belongs to me. As long as you hand over the gems, you can leave. I'm not going to hand over the gem to you. Not to mention it's not yours in the first place. It's pretty much what I guessed. I knew from the first moment I saw you that things would definitely develop in this direction. You're a good judge of people. In that case, why are we still talking here? Thanos raised his hand. An ebony throw beside him gently waved his hand, and sent the double-headed war blade placed in the corner to Thanos' hand. Bring it on! David had also taken out the Neptune spear and the Hammer of Judgment. As soon as the pink Hammer of Judgment appeared, it burst out with bright holy light, and was then thrown out by David. Boom! The Hammer of Judgment, which carried the huge holy light, hit the sword in Thanos' hand firmly without causing any harm to Thanos. The huge energy that burst out was also defeated, and the pink Hammer of Judgment fell. Beside it, the energy attached to it had long since dissipated. David did not pick up his hammer. The spear in his hand was already wrapped in thick holy light. It seemed that what he was holding was not a real spear, but a beam of light exuding terrifying power. However, before David's ultimate move could be released, Thanos rushed to David with a speed and astonishing agility that did not match his body size, and slashed David's face with the big knife in his hand. Shield. Boom! Pieces of light like fallen leaves instantly filled the entire space. After the strong flash, most people took a few seconds to regain a clear view of the situation in the field. Thanos' sword did hit David, and slashed the holy light shield on David until it collapsed. But all the power was absorbed by the shield. The sword now seemed to be resting on David's shoulders. Really hurt David. At this time, the light beam in David's hand had already stirred up strong wind, exuding a bright and frightening brilliance. When facing an opponent like Thanos, David did not shout out the name of the move as he did. But this move was indeed the shining gun at the end that he had just used not long ago. The sacred light pillar that once penetrated heaven and earth shines in front of everyone again, completely engulfing everything in front of David. Chapter 338 The Invincible Purple Sweet Potato Falls. The bright holy light illuminated the slightly dark interior of the spacecraft, creating a huge hole, and even poked a large hole in the energy field on the outside. Fortunately, the functions of Temple 2 were perfect. After the holy light gradually dissipated, the energy field quickly recovered. So no unlucky person was suddenly sucked into space and died. But it doesn't mean that everyone will have an easy time. David's gun not only severely damaged Thanos in front of him, but also damaged the giant spaceship. No one knows how many facilities were damaged. There are still holy flames burning around, including Thanos, who are wrapped in some sacred flames. David looked at Thanos, who was knocked down by his own shot, and was surprised that the purple potato spirit was not directly killed to pieces. This guy's physical strength was frightening. When watching Avengers Thanos, many fans asked various questions, like why not use a portal to cut off Thanos' arm? Why not make Ant-Man smaller and burrow into Thanos' body, and then grow bigger and burst him? The official reply is that Thanos' physical strength is very high, and these methods are ineffective against him. But no one has an accurate impression of how high it is. Now David has an accurate concept. And the intensity is indeed amazing. With Thanos' physical strength, if Ant-Man dares to use that trick, his end will definitely be very miserable. Stepping forward, as soon as he took a step, David found that several of Thanos' loyal men were already rushing toward him. As soon as he landed on the ground, he used the consecration technique, and a huge amount of holy light was poured into the ground, turning the entire ground into golden yellow, exuding a sacred brilliance. The several men who rushed into the consecration range were all burned by the more ferocious sacred flames. Only the big black dwarf still pounced on him firmly because of his rough skin and thick flesh. The hammer of judgment, which happened to be within the range of the consecration, was infused with holy light and established contact with David again, without any gestures or movements at all. Just a thought came up, and the hammer of judgment turned into the hammer of Avengers again, hitting the black dwarf accurately with full of holy light, blasting it away directly, and the whole body was embedded in the distance, among the walls. After putting away the hammer of judgment that flew back to his hand after blasting away the target, David still held the spear in his hand and walked in front of Thanos. This famous madman in the universe looked very embarrassed at this time, with burnt black spots all over his body, including obvious damage to the golden armor. However, the big knife in his hand was not damaged at all, which made David look at it curiously. This double-headed war blade is a good thing. It seems you can't get what you want. Thanos has stood up again, holding a double-headed sword in his hand and looking at David in front of him. Who are you, David? This is not the answer Thanos wants. He wants to know David's identity more. A name means nothing to him. You just don't want to give up. Right. When David saw Thanos' expression, he knew that the Overlord still hadn't given up on his plan. He was thinking about how to reverse the situation and how to lay out a plan to kill David. Get the Infinity Stone in your hand. Everything I do is for the balance of all things in the universe. Thanos raised his sword, ignoring his injuries, and prepared to fight the guy opposite him who hindered his just cause. Even if he dies, he must die on the road to saving all things in the universe. What you did makes no sense at all. The act of wiping out half of all life will at most make those races grieve for a short period of time. As for the population, the resources you have painstakingly saved for them will become the population explosion of the planet in the next period of time. Foundation. Thanos was stunned. He stared blankly at David in front of him. He was stunned for a while before asking, "What do you mean by this?" David was speechless. According to the setting, Thanos knew a lot of high-level knowledge in the universe. Why didn't he even know such basic things? Also, he also has a lot of scientists and think tanks under him. Why didn't anyone remind him? Maybe Thanos has been concentrating on doing what he thinks is right, and his plan to save the universe is like a slogan. Those subordinates have not thought about what it means, and they just simply carry out the tasks assigned by Thanos. Thanos himself may have gone too far. Right? Either that, or he was blinded by a certain superpower. Now being pointed out by David, Thanos suddenly realized how unreliable his previous plan was. Bang! His fighting spirit was completely dissipated in an instant, and Thanos fell into a state of confusion. What on earth have he been busy with in the past few decades? Where will he go next? David didn't care what Thanos thought. Although Thanos didn't want to fight, David had no intention of stopping. Neptune's spear pierced Thanos' chest cleanly and pierced his heart. At that moment, Thanos was a little surprised. Maybe he didn't expect a strongman of David's level to actually fight after he obviously didn't want to continue fighting. Without saying a word, he directly launched a sneak attack. Although I'm not a good person, You are definitely one of the most evil guys in the universe. So, in fact, at the beginning, David also considered whether to persuade Thanos to give up his outrageous plan through talking, and then become Winter City's new ally in the Marvel Universe. But then I immediately thought that Thanos has destroyed countless planets over the years, and is the most notorious murderer in the universe. Although David is not a superhero, he really did not let go of such a supervillain who came to his door. Reasons. In addition, I also thought that if I let Thanos leave, Thanos suddenly realized after he returned, since the method of killing half of them doesn't work, then just kill them all and create a new, clean universe. It's not impossible. Thanos and Avengers 4 think so. Yes, I did kill a lot of people. Thanos looked at David and calmly accepted his impending death. Unexpectedly, the guy on the other side still didn't play according to the routine. Only halfway through his last words, the other guy suddenly pulled back his spear, then turned around and slashed. The spear blade with clear water flowed directly cut off Thanos' head, and there was no chance for him to say the second half of his last words. Picking up the spear lightly, David easily took Thanos' double-headed sword into his hands. This double-headed war blade is very huge and extremely heavy. Of course, David will not be unable to pick it up, but it is definitely not easy to use if it is too big. But that doesn't mean that this weapon is useless to David. His real purpose is to study the material of this weapon. This thing can split Captain America's vibranium shield into pieces. If David can use alchemy to analyze this material, his weapons and Cybertronian body will become more powerful in the future. Looking around, the shock of Thanos' sudden death has not yet brought everyone back to their senses, especially Gamora and Nebula, the two adopted daughters of Thanos. Never expected that Thanos, who existed almost like a nightmare to the two of them, would be so casually popped out of nowhere. Of unknown people were killed. Looking at David's relaxed posture, it seems that a few more Thanos won't be enough to kill him. Who is this David? Why is it so powerful? In addition, Clark originally wanted to stop David, but ultimately held back. He already knew what Thanos had done, and David had taught him a lesson not long ago. He knew that kindness should not be given too much to bad people. What's more, Thanos' appearance is too different from that of a human. Clark's inner resistance to killing such an inhuman villain is not that strong. But when David looked around at the several Thanos men who had been injured by the previously released Holy Light, what he said gave Clark a very strange feeling. You think this could be pain? No. This is salvation. All things in the universe will reach balance because of your sacrifice. Smile. Even if you are an evil person, you can still be baptized by the Holy Light. Watching David kill General Deathlade, Dark Proxima Centauri, Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf one by one, Clark had the illusion that David was the supervillain. Is it my imagination? Or does David really look like a villain now? Clark just thought so in his heart, and Tony said it directly. What made him even happier was that this time, a group of people from the Guardians of the Galaxy responded to his complaints. To be honest, I've been here for a long time. I didn't feel anything just now, but now I'm really starting to feel scared. Peter had no impression of Thanos, even though Gamora had previously taught him a lot about how powerful Thanos was. Terrible knowledge. But looking at David at this moment, he felt that this handsome young man was much scarier than the big purple-skinned man. David, who was extremely feared by everyone, actually just recited a few lines casually, because these lines fit perfectly with the current scene. When he turned around after doing this, he realized that these people were looking at him with such eyes. How? It's okay, everyone said in unison, neatly as if they had rehearsed countless times. So Lord Duke of Glamorgan. Peter and the others all know David's full name and the identity of the Duke of Winter, although they don't know where Winter City is. It doesn't matter. What are you going to do with this spaceship and the things on it next? A member of the Dark Order? Members of the Dark Order should be rewarded by many forces. Right. Together with the corpses lying on the ground. He should be able to exchange for a large bounty, which is enough to upgrade David from an absolute pauper in the Marvel Universe to a rich man. As for the Temple 2 underfoot, it can be handed over to Tony for research first, and then Ant-Man can be asked to help and use Pym particles to bring it back to Winter City. If the technology does not develop fast enough, this battleship can even be for a long time. It was used as the flagship of Winter City, Chapter 339 Kent Group, because of the large number of prisoners of the Dark Order and the unexpected harvest of Temple 2. David and the others were unable to leave Sovereign as originally planned. Huge spacecraft require constant maintenance and a place to park. The Earth is obviously unsuitable. The key reason is that there is no ability to maintain a large spacecraft like Temple 2 there. Sovereign Planet does have technology and resources, and David easily killed Thanos, the leader of the Dark Order, a famous madman in the universe. Sovereign Planet's committee repeatedly reminded the High Priest Aisha, "You must not offend this new cosmic powerhouse." Of course, they also seemed to know some of Aisha's plans, and the committee expressed their full support for this. If it can succeed, and the sovereign people can climb to a new level on the road of evolution, then Aisha will be sovereign. The status of the star will be unshakable. Aisha is full of fighting spirit. When she treats David and his many partners, she no longer assumes a condescending attitude. She is a kind person. So kind that Star-Lord suspects that what he is seeing is actually a group of fake Sovians. Lin people. In short, we will collect the bounty on your behalf and get part of it as reward. Yes, that's it. David is not going to travel all over the universe to collect bounties. It is more appropriate to leave this job to the Guardians of the Galaxy. Besides, if you have the ability to collect all kinds of advanced knowledge in the universe, I'm also willing to pay for it. The Dark Order's wanted notices are almost everywhere in the universe, and it is not an easy task to track them down one by one. But this also means that the bounty is extremely generous, and David has the capital to hire the Guardians of the Galaxy. Of course, even if he didn't have a penny in his hand, there was a rich woman standing next to him who was willing to pay for David. This is a good job. Peter Quill had no reason to refuse this task. Anyway, the Guardians of the Galaxy usually wander around the universe. This task does not conflict with their daily life, and they can also make a fortune by the way. If you are lucky and find some special technical knowledge, you can make extra money from David. He wasn't worried that David wouldn't be able to pay the bill. The bounty alone was an astonishing sum of money. Besides, he could also see how much the Sovereigns were fawning over David. Maybe Star-Lord and the others would come to Sovereign in the future. When buying things or replenishing supplies, you can directly say put it on Mr. Dai's account, and the Sovereigns will never object. As for the option of taking a large bounty and swallowing it himself, he has not considered it. He doesn't know how terrifying Thanos is, but he has seen how terrifying David is several times. He doesn't want to be targeted by such a powerful being, especially when this strongman is surrounded by a group of equally difficult golden men. The Guardians of the Galaxy left again, and this time Nebula didn't stay, but boarded Star-Lord's Milano with her sister Gamora. Thanos is dead, and the sister's biggest nightmare has been eliminated. The two of them no longer have to search the universe for a way to deal with Thanos, and can pursue a life that is entirely their own. Is it really okay for Temple 2 to stay here? Do I have to fly to Sovereign when I want to do research? Tony was somewhat unwilling to accept this arrangement, but he couldn't think of a more suitable way. In this case, I won't be able to stay in Winter City for a long time, because Temple 2 is too large. There is no place to place this spaceship in Winter City for the time being. You got so many skills this time. Can you master them all so quickly? You underestimate me too much. I have mastered a lot of these things now. As long as I have more time, I can further upgrade the Enterprise and make the Enterprise one of the fastest small spacecraft in the universe. Tony is not sure how far the fastest spaceship in the universe is currently, but it is no longer difficult for him to transform it into a spaceship of the same level as Star-Lord's Milano. After the construction of the industrial zone in Winter City is completed, he plans to upgrade the industry in Winter City and then start his own spacecraft construction plan. With the construction of new ships, he can better understand and master these new technologies, and then upgrade the industrial area again. By repeating this cycle, Winter City will soon reach the level of advanced civilization in the Marvel Universe. It's not that Tony is whimsical, but that Temple 2, in addition to being the flagship of the Dark Order, also stores a large amount of technical information. The knowledge possessed by Thanos was not inferior to those of the powerful countries in the universe. But now all of these things have fallen into David's hands. However, even if ordinary people get these things, it will be difficult to transform them into something truly useful without dozens or even hundreds of years of hard work by countless elite scientists. Tony is confident that he can completely digest all the knowledge in just a few years, and then lead Winter City into a new era. David could only say, he is indeed a fellow cheater. Clark looked at the two people and had a question about what Tony and David were about to do. Is this really good? What do you mean? What I mean is that technology is forced to a higher level, allowing people to enter an unfamiliar era without preparation. Why not? Aren't you worried that ordinary people won't be able to accept this change? David knew that Clark had substituted himself as an ordinary person because of his upbringing. Clark believed that this kind of environmental change, that could almost change his outlook on life, was beyond the ability of ordinary people to accept it. But David believes that for ordinary people, whether they can accept a new environment does not actually depend on their ability, but on their willingness to accept it. Most people's inability to accept changes in the new environment is essentially due to their resistance to new things. To put it bluntly, they are unwilling to jump out of their comfort zone. Environmental changes happen all the time. Do you think the environmental changes on the Earth are very small? David just started, and Tony immediately gave a lot of examples. From food, clothing, housing, transportation, to life and entertainment. The Earth has undergone tremendous changes in the past few decades. Although some discomforts have occurred, the vast majority of people can quickly adapt to the new life. Human beings' adaptability and potential are actually very powerful. But sometimes some pressure needs to be applied. David's Winter City is not lacking in pressure. As the kingdom of Thailand collapses, Winter City becomes the Principality of Winter, and the influx of a large number of people will have an impact on the original order. And those who just want to immerse themselves in the past and refuse to move towards a new future are destined to be eliminated by the new forces. Sufficiently advanced technology can bring benefits to many things such as medical treatment, planting, and production. People don't have to worry about not having enough to eat, not having enough clothes to wear, and they don't have to worry about pain and suffering. Why do you think that technological progress and development will be a bad thing? It can only be said that because Superman was raised by an ordinary couple. Although he developed a kind character, his vision was not broad enough. This is not difficult to solve, as Superman sees enough things to gain experience, and continues to learn and accumulate more knowledge. His vision can be improved. Just like this adventure in the universe took Clark with him. And he learned a lot during this trip. The improvement in combat power is only the most inconspicuous part of it. The real change is inside. And this change may even affect Clark's world. David wants to know, when Clark understands the importance of technological progress, will he return to his own world to establish a Kent technology group, and then use some of Krypton's black technology to benefit all mankind? What an interesting idea! When he was free in the evening, David mentioned this idea smoothly, and Tony immediately felt that it was very promising, and even considered joining forces with Clark to form a high-tech company. Let's call it Stark Kent Technology Company. Why not Glamorgan Stark Kent Technologies? It could also be Crawford Glamorgan Stark Kent Technology. Clark felt very speechless as he listened to the issues discussed by these people. Did they forget that they were just a poor boy from the countryside? And no matter how rich they were only rich in their world. Poor? No. You are not poor at all now. Tony waved his arms to the sky casually. Have you seen the stars in the sky? For many people, wealth can only be seen from a distance. But it's very easy to get them. You mean? All kinds of mineral deposits in the universe? Clark looked up at the stars and immediately understood what Tony meant. But how do I explain the origin of these mineral deposits? Explain? Why explain? Tony is an authentic big capitalist. Although he does not have this ambition, it does not mean that he does not understand how capital works. As long as you show the results, no one cares how you did it. Moreover, it's a technology group. The first thing I tinker with is space mining technology. Right? As long as Clark comes up with the prototype. He believes that people who want to invest in Clark can cover the equator. It's too exaggerated. No exaggeration. In addition to space mining, there are many businesses to choose from, such as clean energy technology, sewage and garbage treatment technology. These are the main businesses of the Stark Group in the Marvel Universe. Watching the Stark Group's progress, the rising market value will tell you the attitude of the Earth towards these technologies. If you are willing, you can easily become the richest man in the world. At this point, Tony suddenly paused for 2 seconds. You will definitely become the richest man. Step on that bat under your feet. If it was just a casual joke just now, Tony has begun to seriously think about the feasibility of this matter. If you give him some time, a detailed plan will be produced. Chapter 340 New script. David wants to collect infinite gems. The affairs of the Kent Group were included in the subsequent to-be-determined schedule. After handing over Temple 2 to the care of the sovereigns, David and others set out on their way back to Earth again. Regarding High Priest Aisha's earnest efforts to persuade him to stay before leaving, David said, "Next time I will definitely do it." There were no other accidents on the way back this time. The Enterprise returned to Earth very smoothly, and turned on the stealth system before approaching the Earth to ensure that it would not be detected by anyone or any force. Watching the fighter plane land steadily on the top of the Avengers building, The top of the unfolded building then closed again, and the engines were completely shut down. By this time, several people present felt a very magical feeling. It was clear that I was living on an alien planet not long ago, and saw many alien intelligent races and strange monsters. But now that I have returned to Earth, I still feel a strange sense of unreality, as if everything before was just a dream.
If someone told me at this time that we have never left the Earth and that it was just a dream, I would probably believe it.
Laura felt that she had experienced a lot of magical things, but this space trip still made her feel incredible.
Don't worry. No one will say such things to you.
Tony checked various information, and then asked Jarvis, who had re-established the connection with the host, to transfer all the information in the database to his private server Go.
And if you want to go to an alien planet in the future, you can go at any time.
For Tony, in the future he will be in constant contact with aliens, not only with the Guardians of the Galaxy, but also with Sovereign. Temple number 2 attracted him too much, and as long as he didn't thoroughly study it for a day, he couldn't really sleep peacefully. Although he didn't say it out loud, David had already seen that Tony would spend his energy and time on study for quite some time in the future.
It seems that your kit group will be opening later.
Clark shrugged his shoulders. He didn't think it was a good idea to start a company at first. But Tony had previously said that he would help him make an instrument that could search for specific energy fluctuations. I wonder if this would delay him.
This matter is very simple. You can hand that thing over to me later. I will hand it over to you along with the detection equipment in a few days.
For Tony, this kind of thing is no more troublesome than making yourself a cup of coffee.
Thanks.
Clark got what he wanted. He could better find things related to his life experience in his own world. At the same time, he also understood better what Tony said to him at the beginning, in Winter City. Everyone can help each other, solve problems faster. What you think is a big trouble may be just a small problem to other friends, and the crisis that other people encounter may be something you can easily help them solve. By helping each other this way, everyone can live a good life.
Are you going to rest here with me for a few days? Or are you going to go back directly?
Tony will definitely not accompany David and the others next. After completing the equipment commissioned by Clark, he will go to spend a few days with Pepper. Then, he would just keep running back and forth between several labs without anything special happening. He probably won't stay in Winter City permanently, and will only go there to visit from time to time. From now on, he will mainly be busy on Earth and Sovereign. He is not worried that David can't find him. If necessary, David can ask Cassius or Mordo to come back to deliver a message.
Take a 2-day break and maybe go chat with Steve. Speaking of which,
I haven't been to Comatage yet.
He was very curious about that mysterious place and might as well go and visit it.
Laura was equally interested in this kind of mysterious place and thought David's idea was a good one. As for Clark,
he had nowhere to go anyway, so he continued to walk with David and Laura. He did it as he thought. David was not even prepared to continue wasting time in Avengers Tower. He called Steve directly, and then Steve opened the portal to pick up a few people. After crossing the golden spark-like circular portal, David discovered that Steve was teaching his disciples.
It didn't affect you, right? David looked at Wanda Maximoff,
also known as the Scarlet Witch, sitting there cross-legged, and felt that he seemed to have come at the wrong time.
It doesn't matter. I'm just keeping an eye here to avoid accidents.
Steve was dressed in modern casual clothes, and his half-length hair was slightly messy. The whole look did not match the antique environment around him at all. And what he held in his hand was not a teacup, but a glass filled with half a glass of whiskey.
I have to say, you don't look like you have anything to do with the Supreme Mage. It's meant to be temporary, and it won't last long.
Steve didn't care about this, and he never thought about changing himself to make himself appear more in line with the identity of the Supreme Mage.
When more people in Comatage learn the Holy Light, they will after the successor is trained to become a true mage. I can relieve myself of the responsibilities of the Supreme Mage.
David looked at Wanda, who was meditating with her eyes closed, looking like she was concentrating on practicing, but was actually eavesdropping, knowing that the Scarlet Witch was one of Steve's chosen successors. But is Scarlet Witch right for this position? This guy gets nervous whenever he disagrees with you. It is said that in the comic universe, the tragic experience of the Scarlet Witch is the price she has to pay for using magic. David is not sure whether this universe has such a setting, but he knows that the original future of the Scarlet Witch in front of him is also miserable, and also got nervous, since Steve has used the Time Stone to see the future. He should know this. Can being a Supreme Mage pose such a big hidden danger? As if he had read through David's thoughts, Steve didn't even find a place to avoid Wanda alone, but made it clear in front of Wanda.
Stephen Strange is the first choice.
David turned his head and glanced at Wanda. The young Scarlet, which didn't seem to be affected at all. She still sat there quietly and listened intently. It seems that Wanda is not worried about whether she can become the Supreme Mage. This is not surprising. She has never pursued these things. No matter which version of Wanda she is, her biggest obsession is always her family. Oh, David suddenly thought of a possibility. This girl wouldn't put her obsession on Steve, would she? There has been a history between these two in the comic book universe. Captain Carter versus Scarlet Witch. Could it be that there will be famous scenes in Winter City? And who will Steve help then?
By the way, you're here just in time.
A thought just popped up in David's mind when Steve suddenly pulled him back from consciousness.
I originally wanted to tell you about this when I went to Winter City for a while. What's the matter? About Wanda going to Winter City to learn the Holy Light.
Steve thought about it for a long time. He knew that chaos magic would be the most suitable for Wanda. But learning chaos magic would probably allow Wanda to step on that cloth again. The path full of chaos.
If possible. I hope this child never understands chaos magic.
Well, it seems that the much-anticipated scene of Captain Carter fighting the Scarlet Witch is gone. Does Steve regard Wanda as his daughter or granddaughter? The most suitable is not necessarily the best. A stable choice may make Wanda's life easier.
Send to Winter City now? Stephen Strange has already appeared?
David also thought of another thing. Since Steve is ready to send Wanda away, does it mean that he is ready to send Wanda away? Are you ready to groom another successor?
It's not long before he comes to Karma Taj. I suddenly want to stay a little longer.
What would happen if Dr. Stephen Strange, whose hands were seriously injured, finally found Kamal Taj after all the hard work and effort?
Met the legendary Master, and found out that the Master was actually the famous Captain America. It must be fun. Right? Then Master Steve Rogers will show him what magic is. And how will Strange's outlook be shaken? Does he think that the Allies were able to win World War II with the help of the magical power of magic? Captain America has never been the crystallization of science and technology, but a miracle created by the use of magic.
We won't be here so soon.
Steve knew that David wanted to watch the fun, but he didn't mind. If David was in Karma Taj, he was also going to let David give some advice to Steve. Lon, she said.
If you really want to see it, I can inform you then. Don't forget to notify me.
After chatting about the Supreme Mage for a while, Steve and David talked about Thanos. He didn't expect that David would come to his world to stay for a while and kill Thanos by the way. Even Steve, who holds the Time Stone, had no way of predicting this in advance. After all, David himself was not from this world. Now when Steve uses the Time Stone to observe, the future has become a lot of fragments, which gives him a headache. But one thing he saw clearly, because David killed Thanos, the Earth will face another crisis.
The awakening of a new god will lead to the destruction of the Earth.
David was stunned for a while, before he realized what Steve's words meant.
This. What can you do?
David thought for a few seconds, and he did think of a way, but he wasn't sure how effective it would be.
Do you think if I collect all the Infinity Stones and snap my fingers, can I prevent this destruction?
He remembered that the Celestials were very powerful in setting, and he didn't know what the Infinity Stones in the movie universe would do to them. Is it effective? Even if it is an embryo that is not yet born. Steve didn't expect David to come up with this method, but it was at least a plan.
You can try it.
Chapter 341 again and again. If you want to snap your fingers, in addition to collecting all the infinite gems, you also need a carrier that can withstand the combined effects of the infinite gems. This carrier does not have to be a glove. Other things can also be used. Under normal circumstances, it would be a more reliable choice to seek help from the dwarves of Nidawi to help build it. But this is not a normal situation for David. He can use alchemy to make a suitable carrier, and then install the 6 Infinity Stones on it.
The gloves are too ugly. I wonder if I can get something that looks better.
Steve didn't know how to describe this situation. David seemed to have regarded the 6 Infinity Stones as his own.
Before that, shouldn't you first determine the location of these Infinity Stones? I know where the gems are. I didn't expect you to remember it so clearly.
Steve's original intention was that if David was unclear or forgot, he could remind him a little bit. I didn't expect David to know so much about the 6 gems. Would he have marked them long ago? Any ideas for these gems? David shrugged his shoulders. After all, the Marvel Universe was popular all over the world back then, and he accidentally fell into it. It was normal to know this information. As his various qualities continued to improve throughout his life, his memory became better and better, and he remembered everything after just a moment of recollection, coupled with the changes caused by his own influence. In the current universe, the Mind Stone is in his hands, and the Time Stone is in Steve's hands. Others, such as the Power Stone, are in Xander. The Space Stone is in Asgard. The Reality Stone is in the hands of collectors in the Void, and the Soul Stone is still in Vormir. David suddenly thought of something troublesome. The other gems were easy to talk about. The Collector of the Void was the troublesome one. But there were ways to solve it. The Soul Gem is not so easy to get. Do you have to sacrifice your soul or something to get the Soul Gem? Who should he sacrifice? Can you kick the Red Skull, who is responsible for guarding the Soul Stone? Pinching the bridge of his nose with his hand, David discovered that this matter was not as simple as he thought just now. If he wanted to gather 6 Infinity Stones, he would have to plan carefully. The most reliable way is to go to other parallel times and spaces and borrow soul gems from others. If you want to go to the parallel world, you need to use Ant-Man's technology in the quantum realm. And Tony Stark must seize the time to develop a positioning device so that you can travel to other parallel time and space through the quantum realm. This is not an easy job. In the original plot, Tony studied hard for several years before succeeding by chance. Even if Tony is asked to start relevant research immediately, it will take several years at the earliest. He can wait. I wonder if Earth-Lord can persist until then. Looking at Steve. Steve shook his head.
I need to observe a few more times. You don't even understand how to use the Time Stone. How can Gui trust you with the position?
Steve was speechless. He was unable to observe the accurate future. Wasn't it because David, the Dimension Demon, ran into his own universe and messed around? But he couldn't say anything. After all, from a certain point of view, Karma Taj had now begun to respect the Lord of Holy Light in front of him. And he really couldn't stand up when facing this guy.
When will you return to Winter City?
What should you do when faced with a powerful person you cannot afford to offend? Of course, he was politely sent back to his own territory. Anyway, collecting infinite gems is a long-term matter. Even if David really wants to collect gems, it won't be now. If Denung feels that it is not appropriate to go back empty-handed, you could also give him some souvenirs. Wanda, your disciple, has extraordinary talent and can serve Denung. Those weren't Steve's exact words, but that's what they meant when translated. So, after Clark got the instrument that Tony helped make, and David talked to Tony about the quantum realm and parallel time and space, he took Laura, Clark, Little Brain, Confusion, and Wong, who had not yet become the Scarlet Witch. De Maximov returned to Winterfell.
I'm back. I feel like I missed this place more than the last few times I went out.
He reached out and touched the chair in his office. He didn't expect that he would miss this chair. I have been to Azeroth myself and played there for a long time. I also went to White Rock City in the south of the Kingdom of Thailand and spent a lot of time in both the royal capital and White Rock City. But he didn't miss Winter City particularly those times. He didn't know why this time.
Is it because this trip to space feels so far away? Maybe.
After looking at Wanda, who was standing in front of him, looking a little reserved, David put aside his emotions for the time being and prepared to put this person in place first.
Students from Karma Taj should be sent to Liadrin as usual.
But before being sent to Liadrin, Wanda must first learn Brinian Common.
I have studied Brinian Common.
Wanda's accent is very strange, with a bit of Eastern European flavor and a bit of North American New York accent. But at least it is understandable, judging from the fluentness of her speech. Her cloth he has a good command of Linian Common.
That way, it will be much more convenient.
Call Eva and take her to meet Liadrin. The Holy Light Bishop of Winter City will arrange various things for Wanda. Then she will learn Holy Light knowledge from Bishop Liadrin. At the Holy Light Cathedral, there are 2 senior brothers, Cassius and Modu, taking care of her. There is no need to worry that Wanda is unfamiliar with the place and will not be able to integrate into local life. David then chatted with Clark for a while, asking him what his next plans were.
I'm going to continue to reclaim the land.
This trip has been delayed for a while, and he must seize the time to catch up on the delayed work progress. In addition, he is also planning to use the equipment provided by Tony to search for clues related to his life experience in his own world. If everything goes well, he may soon be able to find the ship from his home on Krypton. Although Clark still didn't know what kind of spaceship it would be, he was already sure that there was such a thing on Earth. After all, Tony and David talked a lot about him when they chatted with him.
I wish you good luck.
David thought for a while and finally suggested.
Actually, if your mother is willing, she can come and live in Winter City.
He remembered that in this version of Superman, the situation at his adoptive mother's house was not very good. Later, he relied on Batman to use his superpowers to save his family's farm.
I will think about it.
Clark confirmed that he had really considered this suggestion. After spending some time with David, Tony, and Laura, he had regarded these people as his friends in his heart. In fact, Clark at this time had few friends at all due to his own special circumstances and experiences. David and the others were the only people who had stayed with him as friends for so long over the years. After saying goodbye to David, Clark happily continued to cultivate his own farmland. David looked at Laura, but Laura smiled slightly, turned around and ran away. During this period of time, they were either on the spaceship or on the sovereign planet. The unfamiliar environment and the fact that there were always people around them meant that the two of them had never been too intimate. David in this state was not easy to deal with, and she had some feelings for it. A profound lesson. It's better to let Helen, Eva, and the others endure the violent storm. If they are lucky, they may just catch up with Gwen and come to Winter City. Wait until David is strong, then weak, and finally exhausted. He is exhausted and I am overflowing. So he is in shock. After a good night's rest, at dawn the next day, a refreshed David got up early and glanced at Laura, who was still sleeping soundly, with a proud smile on his face. Do you want to defeat yourself by relying on the art of war? Innocent. After washing and dressing, when they came to the restaurant, the maid had already prepared breakfast, and there were only Sophia and Hood at the huge table.
Morning! Good morning, Your Majesty the Duke.
Sophia said good morning to David enthusiastically, rolled her big round eyes a few times, and then asked,
Are you going to call Laura at noon? Let her have a good rest. She went to a very far place this time, so she is probably tired.
Sophia curled her lips with an expression of I'd be surprised if I believed you. I didn't see Eva at dinner last night. Helen, who likes to hang out in Glamorgan Castle, was nowhere to be found after dinner. Even Laura was missing at breakfast today. Do you really think that Sophia knows nothing? During the time when David was out, his mother often caught him there to give her lessons. However, she always felt that there were many things wrong with the knowledge her mother taught her. What about cows, fields, etc.? Is that the opposite? Sophia felt that David didn't look like a cow at all, but those who didn't appear at the table looked more like him. While eating breakfast with random thoughts, Sophia suddenly mentioned something, which aroused David's interest.
Did you know? Miss Hood helped James choose several battleships, and one of them has been shipped back to Winter City.
Oh! After David came back yesterday, he just said hello to everyone and let them know that the Duke of Glamorgan had returned to his territory. But he didn't deal with any specific matters, and he didn't specifically ask about the changes in Winter City during his absence. Didn't expect that James and Hood had already brought back a battleship? I wonder which ship brought it back. How was it transported back to Winter City?
It was Optimus Prime and the Diggers who helped move back to Winter City.
Hood summarized the whole thing in a clear, smooth tone and concise language.
And I didn't help select this ship. Commander James Norrington believes that the naval soldiers in Winterfell are more familiar with this battleship.
So, after hearing Hood's words, David already guessed which ship it was.
It's the Belfast.
Chapter 342. It turns out that this is how the Rubik's Cube is used. When Skyfire chose to scan the Belfast, in addition to its own suitability, he believed that this light cruiser was suitable for the current Winter City. James Norrington and the naval soldiers he trained also came into contact with, and became familiar with this World War II-era battleship. It can be said that if you give them the Belfast, they can move the ship very skillfully and operate it for naval battles. Therefore, it is actually a very reasonable choice for James to choose this battleship again.
Is there not enough firepower?
As soon as he said these words, he knew that he had asked a stupid question. Does Winter City lack firepower now? There is no shortage at all, whether it is the Decepticons or the Winter Knights. Sufficient firepower can be ensured. Including Hood can also provide fire support. Although the equipment used by humanoid battleships, like her, is many times smaller than that of real battleships, its actual power is equivalent to that of the original naval gun. And even better.
After dinner, I'm going to visit the Coldong River. By the way, you didn't know. Right. The military dock has been moved further west.
After going out for a while, David realized that there have been many changes in Winter City, and he was afraid that he would have to walk around the city in person before it would be okay.
Just in time. I can also look around to see what changes have occurred in Winter City during this time.
Eva couldn't get out of bed, so there was no way to report to David every time. Although Elias could also do similar work, David thought it was better to walk around in person. He doesn't want to be the kind of ruler who sits in an office all day and reports to learn about his territory. Some things described through words and language are far less intuitive than seeing them with your own eyes.
Let's go together. I can also be your guide.
Sophia's biggest pleasure is to know everything about Winter City. After living in Winter City for such a long time, she already has enough understanding of all aspects of Winter City, especially her special identity and current situation of living in Glamorgan Castle. Many of the secrets in Winter City will not be hidden from her. It can be said that Sophia knows everything she should know, and she also knows what she should not know. Quite a few.
Then today Sophia will introduce to me the various changes in Winter City during this period. Put it on me.
Continuing to eat, perhaps thinking about the upcoming trip, Sophia ate much faster, prompting several reminders from Hood before she could barely maintain the elegant posture that her Royal Highness should have. But it was useless no matter how fast she ate, because she had to sit here and wait for David and Hood to finish breakfast before she could leave. Fortunately, neither of them could bear to watch Sophia swaying around as if on pins and needles. They quickly finished the breakfast in front of them and left Glamorgan Castle with Sophia. David did not drive himself, but called a guard to drive a vehicle in Fort Glamorgan, taking him, Sophia, and Hood to the new military dock. When the car drove towards the bank of the Winter River, then turned north along the newly built road on the river bank, and finally drove onto the newly built bridge, David had not yet reacted. It wasn't until the car was speeding on the bridge, and he looked at the wide river below through the car window, that he sighed.
The efficiency of the diggers is really high.
While feeling emotional, he wanted to increase the welfare benefits for the diggers. But after much deliberation, he still didn't know which aspect of benefits should be increased, or give some separate rewards. But what to reward is still a headache for him. Find a time to ask the diggers what they want. After crossing the long bridge to the other side, this place looks much more desolate than the other side of Winter City. But there are already several factories standing in this area.
The industrial zone has also been established.
This is the originally designated Winter City Industrial Zone. According to the plan, a large number of factories will be built in this area. Among them, the more important military-industrial factories will be in relatively hidden areas. These factories on the surface are more likely to serve Winter City. For the people of Winter City,
yes, the basic framework has been established.
In the future, as various demands in Winter City increase, various factories will be established here. According to Sophia, the nobles from Tehran capital wanted to build a car factory to produce Winter City's own cars. Of course, the aristocrats who want to manufacture cars do not think that this is a blank industry and want to seize the market in advance. The thoughts of the nobles are simple. Because Winter City is currently being built larger and larger and covers an increasingly vast area, travel has gradually become a problem. For civilians, they don't mind using their feet to walk to their destinations. What's more, there is an increasingly perfect public transportation system in Winter City, and public buses are a favorite choice for everyone. As the population increased, Governor Weatherby Swan also ordered the transportation department to increase the number of public buses and develop better bus routes. But the nobles were not willing to squeeze into public transportation with the common people. As for the carriages they were used to using in the past, because there was a lack of enough horses in Winter City, a small number of them were left in the army, so the nobles could not get enough horses. Pull the cart. What does it sound like for a dignified nobleman from the Thailand kingdom to go out without even having a car? Therefore, the nobles focused on Winter City's specialty product, cars. This kind of vehicle that does not require horses or animals to be pulled is very good. And judging from the fact that civilians can also take the bus, Winter City has mature automobile manufacturing technology. The problem now is how to obtain technology and create various vehicles specifically for the nobles. They don't have to worry about the appearance of the vehicle. The various cars transformed by the Autobots among the Cybertronians are excellent templates. No matter the appearance or function, they are all perfect. If the nobles want to build cars, they can just copy them directly from the Autobots.
That's it.
The cars in Winter City do not use gasoline as fuel, but use crystal ore as a power source. They are definitely not suitable for making private cars. If it had been a while earlier, David would have rejected the nobles' ideas without hesitation. But it was different now. We have received a lot of technologies from the Marvel Universe, including sufficiently advanced battery technology. There is no technical difficulty at all in replacing the crystal engine with battery drive.
It seems like some factories could be given to these people to build.
At that time, let the nobles spend money to purchase the corresponding technology from the Winter Alchemy Workshop and themselves, the Lord, and then let them build automobile factories. In addition to the first payment, a portion of each vehicle will also be given to Winter Alchemy Workshop and myself in the future. Is this a stable income channel for the Alchemy Workshop and myself? What if the car factories built by nobles cannot sell the cars they make? That is a matter for the nobles, and has nothing to do with David. As soon as this idea came up, David felt that not only automobile technology, but many technologies could be handed over to ordinary people to operate, and perhaps the commercial tax system in Winter City could be improved.
We'll talk to Weatherby and Pierre about it later.
When David was thinking this, the car had already arrived at the new military dock. This is the westernmost area of Winter City. It can be regarded as the western border of Winter City. There are only a few barracks and docks in the distance in the large open space. From the size of the open space and the location of the barracks, David guessed that James Linton is preparing to build this place into the Winter City Naval Base. Entering through the sentry at the door. When David arrived at the dock, James Norrington also arrived after receiving the news.
Your Majesty the Duke, I heard that you have moved a new warship. Let me come over to see which one it is.
There are 2 Thunder speedboats and 2 Belfasts parked on the dock. One of them is transformed from Skyfire. It looks exactly the same at this time. At a glance, it is hard to tell which one is Skyfire and which one is ordinary battleship.
This one.
James Norrington pointed to the battleship on the left in front. Belfast, transformed by Skyfire, is located further west and is the first line of defense in Winter City.
Let's go up and have a look.
The light cruiser HMS Belfast is moored on the Thames as a museum and is a fairly easy to find warship. After being transported back to Winterfell, James Norrington directed his sailors to thoroughly clean and organize the Belfast, clearing out all the unused things in it, and restoring it to a battleship status.
However, all internal facilities still need to be thoroughly overhauled and tested. It may take some time to fully restore its combat effectiveness.
James Norrington was very excited when he boarded the battleship with the Lord, when he was still in Port Royal a few years ago. Even if he became a Commodore of the Royal Navy, he never thought that one day he would be able to command such a powerful steel battleship. Although there are still many problems to be solved, a bright future is beckoning to him, and he believes that it will not be long before he can return to the vast ocean. Just when James Norrington was looking forward to the bright future of returning to the sea and sailing freely, David, who was standing on the front deck of the Belfast and stroking the barrel of the main gun, suddenly had an idea in his heart. He didn't think about where this idea came from, and directly took out the mental cube that he had put into the storage bracelet. At this time, David was touching Belfast with one hand and holding the blue cube with the other. Then he clearly saw that the blue cube in his hand began to emit blue light and slowly left David's palm to float. In midair, it emits an increasingly dazzling light.
Everyone, get off the boat immediately!
Although James Norrington didn't know what happened, he felt that his dream of sailing the ocean again seemed to be postponed. Chapter 343 Belfast. Blue light enveloped the entire Belfast. David, James Norrington and others had quickly ran to the dock and stood there quietly watching the ship which had just arrived in Winter City. Battleship. Just when James was imagining, perhaps the Duke has exerted some mysterious power on the battleship, making the battleship more powerful and equipped with some magical abilities, and he can also benefit from it. The cruel reality simply hit him. The idea turned into rubbish. The blue light shrank and condensed until it disappeared. The light cruiser HMS Belfast on the river had disappeared, replaced by a white-haired girl wearing a blue and white maid outfit, with a triple naval gun and a torpedo launcher suspended next to her.
Your Honor, Maid Belfast, from now on, I will dedicate my life to you.
Belfast gently held up the hem of his skirt and saluted David in front of him. Then he began to look around curiously, and soon saw another Belfast not far away. She didn't look at the other battleship for too long, and quickly returned her gaze to the young man in front of her. Belfast knew that the handsome young man in front of her was the master she would serve, and she was quite curious about this master.
At Belfast? Yes.
When Belfast was looking at himself, David had been looking at the white-haired woman in front of him. From the other person's appearance and clothing, David could confirm that Belfast and Hood next to him were from the same product. Square. But in this situation, it shouldn't be considered as coming from the same world. Right?
Do you know who you are and where you come from?
Unless, the Rubik's Cube obtained from Hood not only transformed the Belfast into a human form, but also gave her the memory of that world. But Belfast's response proved David's suspicions wrong. She is Belfast, a meritorious battleship that was brought back from the world of the Walking Dead and participated in World War II. These experiences have become her memories and are the basis of her existence and birth. In addition, she also gained some technical knowledge about made work. But she had no relevant memory or information about the blue world.
That's it.
Through a simple conversation, David finally figured out how to use the Rubik's Cube. He needed a corresponding battleship, and he reached out to touch the battleship while holding the Rubik's Cube. The Rubik's Cube will then turn the battleship into a human form, and the image will basically come from Hood's world, although it requires a corresponding battleship to be summoned. In general, this is still a very powerful item. Judging from Belfast's attitude, is it possible to directly bind the master recognition effect after use? Will all summoned humanoid battleships be absolutely loyal to themselves? Is there such a good thing? David touched his chin and began to think quickly about which warships he could find or collect. The humanoid battleships in that world are mainly battleships from World War II. There are not many battleships that can be found in the modern world. They are basically docked somewhere as museums. And many of them are not. Humanoid template. Can I use the Rubik's Cube if I don't have a human template? In addition, many battleships were sunk in the war. Can these ships be summoned? Anyway, David has the ability to go even to the bottom of the deep sea. Not to mention the Cybertronian body. He can easily reach the bottom of the deep sea even with the help of a biological force field. If you could, there would be more choices. It is a pity that those warships were dismantled. If you want to find those warships, you may have to go to a world with the background of World War II. There is currently no one in Winter City who happened to be in that period. Peggy originally lived in a world with the background of World War II. But due to dealing with monsters, she entered a different space. When she escaped from the different space, it was already modern outside. Although coming to Winter City has changed some things. The difference in time flow rate between different spaces and on Earth will not change just because Peggy came to Winter City. In other words, when Captain Carter and the monster enter a different space together, she cannot go back to the original era. This is also the main reason why Peggy Carter still lives in Winter City. She has not started to stay in her own world more like Sharon, and only occasionally visits Winter City.
I thought too far. Now I only have one Rubik's Cube left in my hand. I couldn't summon many in the first place.
Now there are too many battleships to choose from, but not enough Rubik's Cubes. When you have a lot of Rubik's Cubes in the future and don't know how to use them, you can worry about where to find a suitable battleship. No matter what, his navy has become more powerful. The humanoidization of Belfast means that David does not have to ask Tony to develop special power armor for the navy. These humanoid warships are enough to ensure the Winter City Navy surface combat capability.
James, it seems you need to choose a new battleship.
James Norrington saw the whole process and heard the conversation between Belfast and the Duke. In addition, he had seen Miss Hood's ability. He was not opposed to humanizing the battleship. After all, it also enhanced Lynn's abilities. Winterfell's naval strength. Is it possible that when he gets a battleship back, the Lord will humanize one? As if he had guessed what James Norrington was thinking. David made a clear promise. If he planned to humanize a certain warship, he would personally find the corresponding ship. James Norrington would then retrieve the warship. He doesn't humanize it. With the Duke's words, James felt relieved. And he began to think about which ship should be brought back. The last time he went to the world of the Walking Dead, he didn't go straight to the Belfast and then back to Winter City. Instead, he looked around and carefully observed several other well-preserved battleships. After thinking for a few seconds, he decided that he could choose one of the Missouri, Iowa, or New Jersey. Anyway, the cold winter river is wide enough, and the water is deep enough. He doesn't have to worry about the warship being too big to maneuver in the cold winter river. As for the larger warship, it will take more time to repair and modify it after it is brought back. This is not a trivial matter. It doesn't matter. Just train the soldiers under your command. With the sudden increase in the population of Winter City, he can recruit a large number of new soldiers. After taking the Lord to visit the newly built naval base, James also introduced the future plans of this base. In addition to garrison barracks and office buildings, an officer school, a separate recruit training camp area, etc. will also be built in the future. This will become a large comprehensive naval base with a vast area and complete functions. According to James Norrington's plan, In the future, Winter City will establish a real naval base further to the west, at the mouth of the Winter River, which will be Winter City's first outer line of defense. This base serves as a training base for naval command, logistics support, and recruits and officers.
I love this plan.
David's original idea was to build Winter City, or the first seaport city of the Principality of Winter, in the eastern part of the northern plains. However, considering the core significance of Winter City in his own power, James Norrington's plan was more it is in the interests of Winter City.
If possible, when you are training soldiers, you can go to sea to inspect the specific location. I've already made plans.
David nodded. After all, James Norrington was an orthodox naval commander. He had taken these things into consideration. The original plan was to take a ship with him after the Belfast was completely repaired and renovated. The officers and soldiers made their maiden voyage and headed straight to the sea, taking the opportunity to observe whether there was a good place near the seaport suitable for establishing a naval base. However, due to the Duke's whim, this plan could only be postponed. After visiting the new naval base, David took Hood, Belfast, and Sophia back into the car and left. In the car, Sophia continued to introduce David to the general situation of this industrial area, while Hood was communicating with his new compatriot Belfast, introducing her to the situation in Winter City. The car drove onto the Winter Bridge again. This time their destination was the Winter Military Camp. Compared with the newly built Winter Naval Base, most of the buildings are still in the plan. After such a long period of development and construction, the Winter Military Camp has become increasingly perfect. Even if a large number of new recruits poured in at once, the Winter Military Camp could still easily swallow these people, and there was no need to build additional facilities to accommodate these recruits, because Winter Military Camp had taken into consideration the subsequent development from the construction period. When David designed Winter Military Camp, he was building it for a large base from the beginning. After the influx of a large number of Cybertronians, it underwent additional special modifications. So the Winter Army Camp is now more lively and does not feel crowded.
After the first round of reorganization, the former Tiran legions have been reorganized into the Winter Legion. There are a total of 1,500 people. Only a very small number have been eliminated and sent to Sheriff Elizabeth Swan.
When Gareth Stanton learned that the Duke was going to check out various changes in the city today, he waited at the entrance of the military camp. After greeting the Lord, he walked inside the barracks and reported on the results of the reorganization during this period.
The quality of these soldiers far exceeds that of ordinary recruits, and there is no difficulty in reorganizing them.
After all, they are all professional soldiers, and their quality cannot be compared with ordinary people. With such an excellent source of soldiers, Gareth Stanton can't wait to keep them all. The more than 100 people who were eliminated were not due to lack of quality, but due to personal wishes. After living for a period of time, these people knew what the security team did. They felt that this risk-free and easier job was more suitable for them than serving in the army. They offered to quit the army and join the security team. Otherwise they would all stay. It's not impossible.
The second round of reorganization will begin next, which is training in various skills so that they can master Winter City's combat methods and weapons and equipment.
Chapter 344. Who to choose for the other Rubik's Cube. Gareth is very confident in this. After all, the goal of this group of people is to become the standard infantry of winter. The requirements for them are not as strict as those of the Winter Knights. With the quality shown by these soldiers, they should all be able to meet the passing standards. After that, the Winter Legion can become the main force in stationing sentries and patrolling the border, freeing elite troops such as the Winter Knights and Spartan heavy infantry from these trivial matters.
As for the Knights of Tyran,
according to the original order given by the Duke, all members of the Tiran Knights and the Guards Knights were integrated into the new Tiran Knights. Although the old designation was used, it was impossible to train and fight according to the original model. How should the new Tiran Knights be positioned? Gareth had no idea. Fortunately, this matter is not urgent. After completing the initial reorganization, the Tylan Knights, a total of more than 400 people, have initially mastered the use of Winter City equipment.
According to the plan, the next step is to continue to improve physical fitness and learn how to use the Blizzard Power armor.
The Tiran Knights and the Guards Knights are the elite of the Tiran Kingdom. The members of the Knights are all Knights who have received rigorous training. Not to mention their physical fitness is compared with ordinary people. Even if they are compared with their fellow Knights, compared with the other legions of Tylan's army, they all have huge advantages. With the cooperation of medicine, alchemy, and magic, Each of these people are small-sized super soldiers. So after they complete the initial reorganization, they can start training on the operation of the Blizzard Power Armor. At this rate, the Tiran Knights will be combat effective in 1 year, which means they can wear power armor on the battlefield. At that time, the Winter Knights had no obvious advantage. Could it be that the Winter Knights were about to give way to the Tyrant Knights? Let the Tyrant Knights become the ace force of the Principality of Winter? I felt a little unhappy in my heart. Although Gareth Stanton was born in the Tyrant Knights, the Winter Knights were established by him and Floyd. The two men brought the team that originally had only 10 soldiers to an elite group of nearly 100 people, all of whom had strong combat capabilities. He really didn't want his hard work to be crushed so easily. So while the Tyrant Knights were undergoing winter-oriented military training, the Hell training plan of the Winter Knights became even more lish. Gareth has made a clear request within the Winter Knights. All those who cannot master extraordinary power will be eliminated within a year. And from now on, the Knights of Winter will stop recruiting ordinary knights. If you want to join the Knights of Winter in the future, in addition to meeting the physical fitness standards and mastering necessary combat skills, mastering a kind of extraordinary power will become a mandatory requirement.
In addition, the logistics force has also been improved day by day.
In addition to the Winter Knights and the Spartan Heavy Infantry, Winter City has actually been forming a logistics force. Talents including driving, maintenance, etc. have been recruited and trained. After such a long time, we have finally seen some results. At present, the logistics force already has enough maintenance personnel and drivers of various vehicles. When carrying out some tasks of transporting supplies in the future, there is no need to let the Spartan Heavy Infantry or Winter Knights work part-time.
Although it is difficult to train fighter pilots, we have found several potential pilots, and perhaps more pilots will be trained in the future.
David nodded. This is really good news. After all, you can't expect mass production of Decepticons, right? He does not expect to train a large number of ace fighter pilots immediately, as long as they can take off and land steadily. There will be dedicated people to handle air transportation.
It sounds like everything is going great.
It seems that all is good news on the military front. But that is not the case. As the army reorganizes and a large number of new recruits join the Winter Army, problems with weapons, equipment, and ammunition begin to emerge.
Everything else is easy to say. The main reason is that the ammunition is consumed too quickly.
Originally, the number of soldiers in Winter City was limited, and enough ammunition was stored at the earliest. So there was never a shortage of weapons and ammunition. It was a coincidence that the problem occurred this time, after the Garand rifle was converted into a training firearm. There was still a lot of ammunition in stock, so the bullet production line only produced a small amount of this bullet. At that time, I felt that as a training firearm, it was mainly used to train recruits how to use firearms. When the recruits have been trained to a certain level, they should use Piccolo assault rifles. So a small reserve is enough. As a result, 2,000 people were reorganized at once. And after practicing vigorously, the inventory was completely exhausted.
Control it and make a good training plan. In addition, since the physical fitness of the Tyrant Knights is strong enough, they can directly train with the Piccolo assault rifle.
David thought for a few seconds, wondering whether to build more Garand bullet production lines, even set up a production line for Garand rifles. The reason for considering this is to prepare the Winter Legion to use the Garand rifle as its main weapon in the future, accompanied by light armor and tactical grenades. But he gave up the plan after thinking for a few seconds. The number of your own troops is only this small, and it is far from being unaffordable. During this period, you should arrange all kinds of good things and let your soldiers use one for 100. Otherwise, how can you guarantee the cold winter? The city's basic combat power? But there are only 2,000 recruits. And it's not like I can't afford good equipment. Therefore, he decisively decided to continue to slowly manufacture the bullets for the Garand rifle at the current output. This thing will inevitably be eliminated in the future, and he will have to find a way to deal with it after more production.
Maybe sell it to Varian and Stormwind?
After coming out of the military camp, David took the car and drove around in Winter City. David was very happy when he saw more and more houses, shops, and more pedestrians on the streets. Finally, I went to take a look at the previously built temporary camp and found that the entire camp had begun to be dismantled.
Weatherby is very efficient.
Nearly 100,000 new people have poured into a city, and it is not easy to properly resettle them, let alone 100,000 people. Even 100,000 ants would take a lot of effort to raise, even if there are many nobles among them. These nobles have settled themselves properly. Winter City has already prepared a large number of vacant new houses, which can quickly house a group of residents. But there will still be many people who cannot be accommodated in a short time. David thought that this temporary camp would exist here for at least a year. But he didn't expect that it had only been a few months, and the demolition work had already begun before the summer was over.
How did Weatherby do it? The administrative officer has come up with several resettlement methods to allow the shop owners, farmers, and factory owners who employ these people to provide housing for these employees.
David had gone around in a circle before, but had overlooked several apartment buildings near factories and farmland. Such buildings were very suitable for housing these civilians. Although the current shop owners in Winter City are self-employed traders, they all have good relationships with the neighbors. They hire 1 or 2 consultants themselves, and then ask the neighbors who is willing to rent a room, which is better than the official door-to-door inquiry. It is much more convenient and effective. In addition, the speed of infrastructure construction in Winter City has always been astonishing. After the new houses are built, these new civilians who come to Winter City do not mind being squeezed into several houses, further reducing the cost of renting a house. With these multi-pronged methods, it was possible to resettle all these civilians in such a short period of time. Of course, as these new residents have stable jobs and incomes in Winter City, they will naturally have higher requirements for the quality of life. But a batch of new houses must have been built in Winter City at that time. Even if these people paid to customize a new house individually, it would not take much time to build it. The most chaotic and urgent period has passed.
That's great. It seems I have to think about how to reward Administrative Officer Weatherby Swan.
With the influx of a large number of people, the government departments of Winter City are also constantly expanding. David believes that it is time to reorganize the internal structure of the Principality of Winter. He also planned to take this opportunity to explain some situations to his men. For example, it was impossible for David to implement the enfeoffment system in the Principality of Winter, which meant that he would never become a lord under his men. At this time, I made this matter clear in advance because I didn't have many people at this time, and there were many from other worlds. Yet there are more and more local officials in the future, especially in the military. Most of them are full of meritorious service and eager to entrust their own territory. And David suddenly says that he will not engage in enfeoffment. Then it will be more likely to cause problems. Rather than sit back and watch the hidden danger grow, it would be better to directly raise the issue while the soldiers of the Winter Knights and the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment are not yet pursuing territory. Nowadays, the only serious knights in the Knights of Winter are Gareth Stanton and Floyd. But these two also have the identity of David's personal knights. Even if they get a fief, they can only send someone to take charge of it. I cannot sit in charge personally. Therefore, if the enfeoffment system is abolished, these two people will not be so resistant. In Winter City at this time, as long as these two people do not eject, the army will not have any problems. Even if the Knights of the Thailand Knights were dissatisfied, they would not be able to cause any trouble. Even if these people quit the Knights, David would not feel that it would have any impact on Winter City. What's more, as long as the various incomes and benefits of the Knights are guaranteed, these Knights may not leave. After wandering around Winter City, David finally returned to Glamorgan Castle. Hood took Belfast to choose a room. The new humanoid battleship made it clear that in addition to fighting, she also served as Lord Glamorgan's maid. So she must live in Glamorgan Castle. Of course David would not object. When he returned to the office and waited for Weatherby to arrive, he thought about who should be used to summon the other Rubik's Cube.
Now that we have Belfast and Hood, shouldn't we find an aircraft carrier?
Chapter 345 New Structure and System. David can think about who the remaining Rubik's Cube will be used to summon. But there's no rush anyway. After Weatherby Swan arrived, David and his political officer began to seriously discuss how to form the internal affairs system of the Winter Principality. Before leaving Winterfell for the Marvel Universe, David had already had a deal with Weatherby Swan, asking Weatherby to think carefully during this time, and even discuss it with others, and come up with a plan. Come out. So when David came back and summoned Weatherby Swan, the political officer had already handed the plan he had prepared in advance to his lord.
Administration, finance, personnel, supervision, agriculture, transportation, education. The new Government Affairs Department will include these subordinate agencies.
The specific powers and scope of responsibilities of each department are written in detail on the plan. There will be no overlapping of powers and mutual competition for power. At least that is what it seems for now. David took a rough look at it, and in conjunction with Weatherby Swan's introduction, he felt that the plan was complete enough. and that several major departments had covered all the things that currently needed to be dealt with in Winter City.
I can understand that the military is not included in the calculation, but public security is also separated out. After discussing with others, I believe that the security department should be treated as a military force.
On Britannia Road, security work is originally the responsibility of soldiers. Whether Winter City's security forces are considered soldiers or not, there is no clear statement within Winter City itself. The vast majority of people believe that security teams that have received military training and have certain military qualities should be treated as reserve military groups and can be armed into real soldiers in emergencies. In addition, because the scale of Winter City continues to expand, Elizabeth believes that the security department also needs to be reorganized, and it can no longer be what it is now.
Elizabeth suggested establishing a police station and a fire station to separate public security management and rescue, fire extinguishing, disaster relief, and other tasks.
Yeah. Okay. The schedule was very thick, and David flipped through it and found that it included not only Weatherby Swan's plan to reorganize the Government Affairs Department, but also Elizabeth's plan to reorganize the Security Department. David looked at it and found that compared to the Government Affairs Department, which was divided into a large number of departments, the Public Security Department was only divided into the police, disaster relief, and fire departments. It was not complicated at all, and was much simpler than the reorganization of the Government Affairs Department.
Let's reorganize according to this plan.
After the reorganization, the Winter City government building southwest of Fort Glamorgan will become busier, and the originally empty floors and offices will gradually be filled. Especially the administrative department will be divided into two parts, the Principality of Winter and the City of Winter. The Principality of Winter has to deal with the affairs of the entire northern plain, including Winter City. In the future, with the expansion of power, the management will become more and more difficult, coming to more and more areas. Now Weatherby is the political minister of the Principality of Winter and also the political officer of Winter City. In the future, he will definitely leave the management of Winter City to others. Later, David told Weatherby that the Principality of Winter would not use the enfeoffment system, and Weatherby thought it would have no impact. There are not many internal officials in Winter City, and many of them are newly recruited low-level staff who have not yet felt that they have a chance to become lords. What David really wants to appease is the military. Although they are all crushed, the army has fought several wars and made a lot of achievements. Before David announces the enfeoffment system, it is best to prepare complete rewards in advance. The reward system will ensure the welfare benefits of military personnel, and then announced.
I do have some ideas, and would like to hear your opinions.
David already had some ideas in his mind, so he proposed these things at this time. The reason for asking Weatherby is because Weatherby Swan is the person with the most experience in politics in Winter City, and he should be able to make a reasonable judgment. Weatherby nodded and waited quietly for the Duke's narration, while David stated his arrangements for the army in the simplest and most straightforward language. According to his idea, the knighthood will not be invalidated and will still be retained, but the land will not be divided. In the Principality of Winter, the only ways to obtain land are land reclamation and purchase, and David will issue a series of laws to impose certain restrictions on land purchases and transactions. He knew that land annexation was not easy to restrict, but doing nothing would definitely not work. He could only take it one step at a time. Weatherby felt that the Duke seemed to be off topic, but he closed his mouth and listened quietly. Fortunately, David just mentioned a few words casually, and then changed the topic back to the original topic. Although you will not receive land rewards after obtaining the status of a knight, you can receive various benefits from the Principality of Winter, including but not limited to money. Knighthood and benefits can be enjoyed for life, but are not passed on to heirs. In other words, although they no longer have their own land, the knights still have long-term security, and are more closely bound to the Principality of Winter. The Principality of Winter is strong and will always exist, so your knighthood will always bring you benefits. Moreover, this kind of welfare income is more stable than land. In addition, David has also prepared a series of regulations for promotion and salary increase. For example, the additional income for just becoming a knight, which does not overlap with his own military income, is equivalent to the normal income from the territory of ordinary knights in the Lawn Kingdom. Then as the knights continue to make meritorious deeds, they can obtain more rewards such as medals, and this income can continue to increase. In addition, without having to bear the risk of losing money due to problems in the territory, David believes that no one should object to this plan.
Sounds okay.
After listening to the Duke's description, Weatherby felt that if this plan was announced, Even if the Principality of Winter completely abolished the enfeoffment system, the military would not object. The real problem with this plan is that as the army expands, and the class of knights that the Principality of Winter wants to support continues to expand, it will put greater pressure on the finances. But it seems that Winter City won't have to worry about financial problems in the short term.
Right? Then how do you plan to settle the nobles from the royal capital of Thailand? Ignore them for now.
Theoretically, they are nobles of the Kingdom of Thailand. And it is not up to David, the Duke of Winter, to think about what they should do. But the current situation is that with the announcement of His Majesty Abelson, the entire Kingdom of Tilan knows that Duke David Glamorgan is currently the real leader of the Kingdom of Tilan. So the rights of the nobles should also be protected by the Duke of Glamorgan.
In this case, these people may cause some trouble in Winter City. At this time, it depends on Elizabeth's performance.
Ignoring them is actually screening out fools. The guy who jumps out early will become the example David uses to warn other nobles. In addition, since the Principality of Winter has not expanded its power to the original land of the Kingdom of Thailand for the time being, it has not essentially caused any damage to these nobles. Therefore, there is a high probability that after being warned, they will just stay there and stop causing trouble. By the time the Principality of Winter begins to officially move south, the power in David's hands should be strong enough and stable. At that time, such a small number of nobles will not be able to make any noise. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that these nobles act as spies and undercover agents for other countries for their own benefit. Therefore, for a considerable period of time in the future, the focus of the Winter Intelligence Department will not be external, but internal tracking. David only mentioned these things to Weatherby incidentally. The experienced Weatherby Swan knew how to cooperate with Edwin Van Cleef's work. After finishing talking about the matter and getting approval from Weatherby Swan, David talked to Garrett Stanton and Floyd alone. As expected, these two people have no objection to the abolition of the enfeoffment system. The next step is to improve the Knights' reward standards and salary increase regulations. At the same time, the two bodyguard knights were also reorganizing and spreading the information about the abolition of the enfeoffment system appropriately among the army. During this period, the Winter Intelligence Department began to frequently shuttle around the city in order to get the truth as soon as possible. Feedback of. As the news gradually spread, some people expressed dissatisfaction. However, the army is very stable, and there is only a slight dissatisfaction within the Thailand Knights.
This is much better than I expected.
As time passed and midsummer arrived, David officially issued a series of announcements as the Grand Duke of Winter. These include the cancellation of the enfeoffment system and new benefits for knights. With the release of the announcement, the dissatisfaction in the army immediately disappeared. The knights of the Thailand Knights felt that under this kind of treatment, not having a fiefdom was not a big deal. The Knights of Winter are in a state of crazy striving. Almost all Knights of Winter hope to obtain a real knight status as soon as possible, instead of just being a member of the Knights. In this state of hard training, in addition to a few commanders and instructors, real paladins finally began to appear in the Winter Knights. This is not surprising. Under the guidance of paladins such as Tyron Fordring and Renaud Maubrain, the Winter Knights have already received orthodox paladin training. It is only a matter of time before a real paladin is born. What really surprised David was that Megatron actually learned the Holy Light, followed in the footsteps of his old rival Optimus Prime, and consolidated his position as the #1 military commander of the Cybertronians.
Congratulations, Megatron!
Megatron didn't say anything, but everyone could see his proud look. However, he did not become complacent because of this. Although he finally learned the Holy Light and seemed to have caught up with his old rival Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime had upgraded himself not long ago. This guy actually upgraded the carriage has been modified, so that it can be integrated with the carriage and have a more powerful posture. Now, Optimus Prime is the #1 master on Cybertron. And he, Megatron, can only be ranked second.
Leader, should I also upgrade myself?
Chapter 346, All my subordinates are workaholics. It's normal for Megatron to want to upgrade and become stronger. But David couldn't think of any suitable upgrade route for a while. At the moment, it seems that the most reasonable way is to choose a strengthening method similar to that of Optimus Prime, and prepare a pendant for yourself that can be combined. But Optimus Prime has a boxcar. So what should Megatron choose? In my memory, Megatron has many transformation modes, including space fighters, tanks, trucks, pistols, etc. But none of them seem to have any additional accessories. Realizing that a strange Megatron might be born, David directly asked him what he thought.
I'm going to add more deformation modules so that I can have more forms.
Although the Megatron in front of him has the most classic appearance, it does not mean that he can only turn into a pistol like in the classic era. After all, the Megatron in front of him is the one from the movie world, and he is currently mainly transforming into a Cybertronian space fighter.
In addition, I will specially make a ground attack device that can stay at high altitude. It can be combined with me when necessary.
After Megatron revealed his plan, David was quite surprised, because there are enemies on the outside of this world. Winter City cannot launch satellites, but it can do whatever it wants within the atmosphere. Therefore, the equipment Megatron wants to manufacture will not be launched into space orbit, but will use anti-gravity technology to float high in the northern plains, overlooking the entire northern plains. This also means that Megatron can launch air strikes at any time on any area on the northern plains. David said in his heart, "Good guy." If he hadn't been sure that Megatron was absolutely loyal to him, he would have suspected that the Decepticons were going to start causing trouble again.
If there are no technical problems, I certainly won't object.
In fact, Megatron can directly transform and upgrade himself without asking himself what he wants. He would do this, in the final analysis, because of that core command. Now that Megatron's loyalty is guaranteed, David certainly hopes that his loyal men will become more powerful.
That's it. I will start to undergo upgrading and transformation in the next period of time. I'm afraid I won't be able to serve you for a while, leader. It doesn't matter. There will be no war-related matters in Winter City for the next period of time.
Megatron will undergo transformation. The initial plan is to first make himself a changeable warrior and simultaneously manufacture railgun components that can fly in the air for a long time using anti-gravity technology. In fact, Megatron wants to directly evolve and upgrade himself into a giant King Kong. However, with the current resources and technology of Winter City, it will be a bit troublesome. So he will transition to a new form first. When Winter City grows stronger in the future, there will be with more resources. He will upgrade himself to the space flagship Megatron. In the future, he will and must be the flagship of the Winter Space Fleet. Coming out of the Cybertron area, David was about to summon the Mustang sports car, but a pink McLaren stopped in front of him.
RC, I'll take you back. That's fine.
Sitting in the car, David remembered that he had previously said that he would reward the diggers. But as a result, he first confirmed the welfare of the Knights and reorganized the government departments. And then, he was busy asking Edwin to send intelligence agents to keep an eye on Winter City. As a result, the matter was completely forgotten. If he hadn't come to Cybertron today, he would have forgotten about this matter again.
Going back to Fort Glamorgan? No. Let's go find the diggers first. Do you know where they are? Right. I know. But the diggers have been scattered around Winter City recently to build various facilities. Which one are you looking for? Go find the Shovel first.
Shovel is the captain of the diggers and the chief designer of the digger team. After learning a lot of relevant knowledge, Shovel is responsible for designing the new facilities in Winter City. David took RC and quickly found the Shovel, because the Shovel was on the edge of the Cybertron area. It seemed that he was thinking about how to continue to expand the Cybertron area and improve the various features of the Cybertron area. Facility.
Grown-ups.
When David appeared in front of him, the Shovel didn't notice it at first. It took him a while to find David standing next to him.
Are there any new tasks for us? No. You have done a very good job during this period. I came here to ask if there is any reward you and the digger team want.
Although David holds the status of a leader of Cybertron, he really doesn't know the living habits of this group of Cybertronians, nor what they like. At most, he knows that they most hope to have new people, homes, and can have stable energy.
Reward?
The Shovel was stunned for a while before realizing what David meant.
This is what we should do. Being able to contribute to Winter City and the adults is the best for us. Award.
David was stunned for a few seconds. His subordinate's consciousness was so high that he didn't know how to answer the call. As if he didn't notice his leader's embarrassment, Shovel continued to express his thoughts sincerely. For him, building various things is not just work, so he will not get bored and tired. On the contrary, if you ask him to do nothing, he will feel uncomfortable. Construction is the nature of the diggers. They are always busy. In fact, it is their favorite thing to do. Whenever a new facility is built, the huge sense of accomplishment and joy will make them extremely satisfied. So they don't expect anything else. They just hope that David will continue to arrange work for them.
In this case, you can rest assured that Winter City will still have many facilities waiting for you to build in the future. That would be best. My lord. Then, keep busy. After saying goodbye to the shovel, David sat back in the McLaren sports car that RC had transformed into. He originally wanted to talk to the diggers one by one, but now it seems that there is no need. Where to go next? Go check out Cordell's. The diggers don't want rewards. They just want to keep working. However, as the pharmacist Cordell has made continuous contributions to Winter City, appropriate rewards are still necessary. It can't be that this person is a workaholic like the diggers. Right? The McLaren P1 was speeding on the smooth roads in Winter City, and soon drove from the Cybertron area to the pharmacist Cordell's residence. Compared with the increasingly dense residential areas in other areas, the area around Cordell's residence still seems relatively empty because there are large medicinal fields surrounding his residence. In addition, it is located next to the winter forest, so Cordell's residence not only has a wide view and greenery, but also often smells of various medicinal herbs. Because of where she lived, RC couldn't drive all the way into the medicine field this time, so she could only stop at the door and then change into human form. Watching RC transform into a human, David was surprised to find that RC had changed herself into a human form without knowing when. You look like this. How's it going? I got a new one not long ago. Very nice. David originally wanted to say, if you change to this look, do you want to ride a rocking horse in high spirits? Just considering that there was a suspicion of teasing, he swallowed the words back. Together they walked into Cordell's residence. The pharmacist would stay here on weekdays, either busy in the medicine field or in his studio. It's not that he can't afford assistance. His residence has been expanded, and he has many assistants around him to help him handle various tasks. However, he has not been idle, and is still busy every day, researching new prescriptions, researching new potions, planting and observing new herbs, and recently opened a new area where some special organisms are being cultivated and raised, also for the purpose of making potions. When David came to find him, Cordell was checking on a batch of newly planted herbs in the medicine field. Your Majesty the Duke! Cordell was originally sent to David by the Earl of Sutton Stuart. At that time, David believed that Cordell was either the Earl of Sutton Stuart's spy or the Temple's spy. At that time, he was still a little wary of the pharmacist. Unexpectedly, such a long time has passed, and Cordell has always shown loyalty and dedication. He has never had any contact with the Temple, nor has he passed any information to Sutton Stuart. Only some time ago, after Earl Sutton Stuart came to Winter City, Cordell made a special trip to visit him. Through his performance, Cordell has successfully proved himself, and David has also put down his guard and is ready to treat him as one of the most important people in Winter City. Your place is getting more and more beautiful. From the outside, Cordell's medicinal fields are still mainly green, but when you walk in, you find that the colors here are still very bright, and there are areas where there are colorful flowers, which are very gorgeous. However, he had no idea of getting closer to watch. There was a huge plaque next to that area, "Don't come near. Giant poison. Do you need anything, sir?" Cordell glanced at the woman following the Duke. He didn't recognize it as RC. He only thought it was the Duke's new friend. As an old man who came to Winter City early and experienced an era when there were only a few cabins and almost no sound insulation, he knew very well the daily style of his Duke. Should I persuade the Duke to please moderate his behavior? No. I have a lot of free time today, so I came here to see the medicine field and have a casual chat with you. Is there anything else you need here? Thank you very much, Your Majesty the Duke, for your concern. With two simple sentences, Cordell realized that he had been recognized by the Duke, and his future in Winter City would become brighter. Perhaps he can fulfill his dream earlier, create a strengthening potion with powerful growth, no side effects, and no threshold for use. Chapter 347 Invitation from Lord Darren. Cordell's dream was his biggest motivation after becoming a pharmacist. At first, he thought that joining the dissolute nobleman Earl of Sutton Stuart would help him get enough research funding. What he didn't expect was that not long after he defected to Earl Stuart, the Earl gave him away to someone else. He is still a young man who has just become a noble. This is nothing, since they are all nobles anyway. If I become the personal pharmacist of a noble, the funding and treatment may be better than working for Earl Stuart. But David Glamorgan is a small border noble, and his territory is still a newly reclaimed wasteland, which is the most remote and harsh area of the Tilland Kingdom. At that time, Cordell felt that his future was dark, and he had some thoughts in his heart of just hanging out for a while, saving some money, and then leaving David to find another place. So when Cordell first came to Winter City,
He acted relatively withdrawn, focusing on his own affairs and not having contact with other people. But as he lived in Winter City for longer and longer, Cordell became keenly aware of the differences in Winter City. The Northern Plains are a very barren place. This is the consensus of almost everyone in the Thailand Kingdom. Through observation, Cordell can confirm that there is nothing wrong with the people of Thailand Kingdom. Most of the areas in the Northern Plains are indeed very barren. Only some medicinal materials that require a specific environment can grow here, and the yield is still very low. However, the situation in Winter City is different. The land in Winter City is so fertile that it hardly resembles the cities on the Northern Plains. After a series of tests, Cordell discovered that within the sphere of influence of Winter City, he could successfully cultivate all the medicinal materials he knew. Even some medicinal plants that must grow in a specific climate in the south have successfully survived after trial planting. For such a miraculous thing, he would never believe that Winter City was not blessed by any mysterious power. Lord David Glamorgan's status in his heart has skyrocketed. So although he still maintains a relatively solitary lifestyle, he attaches great importance to Winter City and the tasks assigned to him by the Lord, and is eager to achieve through his own abilities the Lord's approval. Now he has finally waited for this day, and he did not expect that his previous discovery was just the tip of the iceberg of the many secrets of Winter City. He knew about the sanctuary dungeon, and where those potions came from. Also know where some strange herbs come from. I also know the existence of other worlds. There are many people from other worlds in Winter City. No wonder a lot of strangers often appear suddenly in Winter City. In addition, the Lord also took out a lot of things, including the strengthening technology that he had been thinking about. Although it is not achieved through potions, these techniques will give him a better understanding of the direction he wants to work towards, and may be able to find the right path faster. Cordell began to research like crazy, but he was no longer as withdrawn as before, and had less contact with others. Because of the special situation, he had to frequently contact colleagues from different worlds, such as Jaina and Sylvanas from Azeroth. Cordell needed to ask them to bring some unique things from that world to them. The medicinal materials come back. In this way, several meritorious deeds that David originally wanted to reward, after he personally found and talked to them, started a new round of crazy work, which made him feel a little embarrassed. The next few days were busy for everyone, but David continued to live a relaxed life. Walk around every day, look at his increasingly prosperous and lively territory, and chat with Megatron about the upgrade plan. It is said that Megatron is eyeing the space carrier design that Tony brought to Winter City, Captain America 2. He felt that this thing was very suitable as a device flying in the air. David said to him, "As long as you like Lao Wei." By the way, David also helped Peter Parker bring Harry Osborn from Winter City to treat his genetic disease. Although the genetic disease in Harry's family is difficult to deal with, it is not difficult for the people in Winter City. A large group of strong men who are proficient in mysterious powers. Even if ordinary healing spells couldn't eradicate it, Harry's problem would no longer be a problem after finding David, the Lord of Holy Light. After a baptism of Holy Light, if you are worried about recurrence in the future, get a golden apple. After eating the golden apple to optimize your body, the genetic disease will definitely be completely eliminated. Peter Parker was very grateful to David for his help, and David felt that his spirit had become better, and everyone was very happy. After Harry Osborn came to Winter City and learned about this magical place, he also became interested in everything in Winter City. After all, he is also a young man. How can young people not be interested in mysterious and extraordinary powers? To this end, Harry directly contributed some of the Osborn Group's many research results in exchange for some of Winter City's technology, preparing to use this to increase his control over the Osborn Group. If everything goes well, Harry Osborn will become the representative of Winter City in that world. At the same time, he is also preparing to build an Osborn Manor and laboratory in Winter City like Tony Stark. As for what kind of help Osborn's technology can bring to Winter City, we can only wait for time to answer. After wandering around for a while, David also tested it after becoming the Principality of Winter. Has there been any change in his golden finger? In addition to the easier to find changes such as increased crystal ore production, increased energy intensity contained within, and more fertile land, he still couldn't be sure whether his golden finger had opened up new functions. Regarding this, he is no longer as entangled as he was at first, and just lets nature take its course. During this time, Peter Parker was not the only one who came to Winter City for help. Ethan Hunt, the ace agent, is also in trouble. His team was wiped out in an unexpected situation, and he was suspected by his boss of being an undercover traitor. He needs the help of some friends.
This is easy.
David knew that this was the beginning of the mission impossible plot. David felt that he had some leisure time and might as well go and have some fun. Then he was stopped by Ethan, Leon and others. Just kidding. Ethan wanted to clear his name and find out who was behind it. If David, the man who played infiltration and blew up the orcs' hometown, went there, wouldn't he blow up Langley? When the time comes, I will no longer be able to clear my name, and I will be a traitor. For real. He felt that it would be more reliable to ask Leon, who was also an agent, for help. At most, he would call on Little Brain. If he had such a Cybertronian to help him in his plan, the success rate would be greatly improved. As for the great Lord David Glamorgan, you should continue to govern the world in Winter City. The small CIA really cannot afford to offend this powerful man. Seeing that there was no fun to watch, David had no choice but to do other things, such as checking out Megatron's upgrade plan from time to time. And then he remembered RC, who had recently been his car.
RC, haven't you thought about getting a new vehicle template? You don't like McLaren sports cars? No, I'm talking about airplane form.
The McLaren P1 is a very classic car. The flat and open roads in Winter City can also perform well as a supercar. David doesn't think there is anything wrong with this car. On the other hand, RC's flying vehicle is still an A-10 attack aircraft, so she might consider changing it.
What would it be like instead? How about this shape?
David used Cybertron mode to construct a data model, and then displayed the constructed data map as a holographic image.
BF-27 Lucifer.
In addition to the appearance demonstration diagram, various parameters of the fighter are also listed next to it. These things he once learned through a certain video up host. As his memory gradually becomes stronger, these information he has seen can be used by him. Find it out, so you can give such detailed information parameters. RC looked at the data in front of her and realized that this fighter plane was not the same as the fighter planes on Earth. This thing just looks like an airplane on Earth, but it is essentially a very powerful space weapon. Judging from the data, it is a transformer controlled by a pilot. RC looked at it for a while. Through these data parameters, she could transform into this fighter plane, but she might not be able to show some of its abilities. For example, that folding crystal coating that can completely absorb radar waves. She doesn't even know what a folding crystal is. However, energy shields, Barrington cannons, and small missile technology are not a problem.
This plane is quite beautiful.
RC asked David to transmit the relevant data to her, and she could go back and study it slowly. If it didn't work, she would ask someone for help. Maybe other Cybertronians knew how to do the abilities that she couldn't perfectly demonstrate. After receiving the data, RC left Fort Glamorgan and headed to the Cybertron area to find her compatriots. It wasn't that she was in a hurry to complete her new transformation, but that Fording suddenly came to Winter City to find David.
Rare visitor.
Since returning to Azeroth and helping the Kingdom of Lordaeron successfully resolve the Undead Scourge, Tyrion Fordring, as the region of Lordaeron, has only been able to visit occasionally. With the upgrade of David's ability, allowing representatives to travel between the two worlds, Fording came less frequently. Everyone can understand. After all, the Kingdom of Lordaeron is in dire straits, and Fording, as regent, is busy all day long and does not have the time to wander around. Coming here suddenly under such circumstances must be because of something very important. Right?
The Queen of Lordaeron's succession ceremony will be held next month. This is the invitation. Is the succession ceremony finally going to be held?
Fording mentioned this to him several times, but it was delayed again and again for various reasons, and he didn't expect that it would be held suddenly.
Yes, it has been delayed for too long. It must be done as soon as possible. Otherwise, many things will not be done.
Chapter 348 Urbanization. As long as there is no real succession, many things will not be justified, and the Kingdom of Lordaeron will always feel like its hands are tied when dealing with various matters. Because of this, ministers including Regent Fording all requested that the royal city of Lordaeron be repaired as soon as possible, even if only the main roads, some neighborhoods, and the palace could be repaired. As long as the necessary areas for the ceremony were repaired, the subsequent ceremony would be held immediately. Bit ceremony. Otherwise, the orders issued by Kalia today lack authority and cannot issue any truly useful policies.
So, the royal city of Lordaeron is almost repaired? Thanks to Dig D who for his help some time ago.
During the time when David was away, Fording lent several diggers to the Kingdom of Lordaeron. It was with the help of the diggers that the repairs of the royal city of Lordaeron accelerated. And now they have begun to continue. All preparations are underway for the ceremony.
By the way, I haven't congratulated you yet. The Grand Duke of Glamorgan.
The last time he came here, Fording had heard about David becoming an archduke, which meant that Winter City had become a principality. David was no longer a king except in name, and had nothing to do with a real king. There is a difference.
One step closer to achieving our goal. Thanks.
David smiled and accepted Fording's congratulations. At this time, there was no need to pretend to be Tylan's loyal minister. He had long stopped hiding his true thoughts. From the moment, he started issuing orders and issuing proclamations declaring that the Principality of Winter would not use the enfeoffment system. Many people had guessed what the Duke of Glamorgan was really thinking. Although the Principality of Winter does not implement the enfeoffment system, and one cannot become a lord by serving the Duke, it does not mean that one cannot become a noble. Judging from the previously announced treatment of knights, the Duke will not treat his meritorious officials badly. Therefore, David's men are still full of motivation. They are working hard to make progress, and are waiting with full expectation for the day when the Principality of Winter will become the Kingdom of Winter.
It's a pity Mark hasn't come back yet. It should be soon. We can return to Winter City by winter at the latest.
The first few people to come to Winter City were Fording, Laura and Mark. They had spent the longest time together, and naturally had the closest relationship. However, as Fording returned to the Kingdom of Lordaeron and Mark boarded the flight back to Earth, Laura was the only one who often stayed in Winter City.
Sometimes I often think that if I can spend the rest of my life in Winter City, it would be a very good choice. Huh.
David didn't wait for Fording to say more, directly shattering the dream of the legendary paladin.
Stop dreaming. If you stay in Winter City, you will definitely become the first paladin in winter. Commanded countless paladins to conquer the north and south, and became the founding father of the empire.
Fording was speechless. Although what David said was true, was it really okay to say it so straightforwardly? He used to think that David needed to hone his face if he wanted to become a king. But now, he realized that David's face didn't need to be honed at all. He didn't show it before because his strength didn't allow it.
Besides, it's impossible for you to be idle. That's true.
Fording had the opportunity to say goodbye to everything and live in seclusion as an ordinary old man. But when he knew that his world was about to face a huge crisis, he stood up without hesitation. Whether it was because of David's influence or Fording in the original world line, he was not the kind of character who ignored the raging evil and quietly found a secret place to spend the rest of his life.
Besides, Renaud and Sally have been here for a long time, and it's time to return to the Kingdom of Lordaeron.
Renaud Mograine and Sally Whitemane have broadened their horizons here in Winterfell. The most important thing is that without Alexandros Mograine fighting each other, the relationship between the two is now very stable. No resentment broke out, and the Dread Lord would not let out his dissatisfaction with the old Mograine in his heart, and play a classic drama of a loving father and a filial son. Without the high pressure of his old father, Renaud Mograine demonstrated his abilities very well, indirectly proving his abilities to his father. In addition, old Mograine had not been able to see Renaud for a long time, and he missed his eldest son very much. He proposed to Fording more than once that his son should come back to help. David didn't know the specific content of the discussion between the two paladins. In short, Fording hopes that after Kalia Menethil succeeds to the throne as Queen of Lordaeron, Rhaenyra and Sally will return to serve in the Kingdom of Lordaeron.
Who is the Kingdom of Lordaeron planning to send to take over the position of diplomat?
The official status of these two people in Winter City is that they are the diplomats of the Kingdom of Lordaeron in Winter City. Paladins and Holy Light instructors. They are part-time jobs in their free time.
Talon? No. Tylon wants to go back too.
Tyron Fording was sent by old Fording to learn new knowledge and broaden his horizons. He felt that with his son's intelligence, he should have learned a lot in such a long time, and it was time to go back and help him. As for the person who succeeded Renaud Mograine as a diplomat, it was his younger brother Darion Mograine.
Why are they all from the Mograine family? Is there no one left in the Kingdom of Lordaeron? To be honest, there really aren't many talents left.
The Scourge of the Undead and the Scourge have caused a lot of harm to the Kingdom of Lordaeron. Not only the loss of life, the displacement of the people, the pollution of the land, and the death of a large number of soldiers. It also includes the deaths of a lot of lords and nobles, which is devastating for a feudal kingdom. There is no one to manage this huge place, and the only people Kalia Menethil can use are them. And the outstanding talents of the younger generation are Mograine's son, his own son, and Abi, the girl of the Sea family. Under such circumstances,
It is not surprising that these young people received key training and were sent to Winter City to learn various knowledge. It is a key training method. Ordinary people are not qualified to be sent here. However, not all forces regard Winter City as an excellent study abroad destination. The mage city of Dalaran has another idea. Although they knew a lot about Winter City from Jaina, they also had some understanding of this city in another world. But the mages don't think there is anything special about Winter City. In comparison, they value the fact that Winter City is far away in another world. This is simply the most perfect place to deal with some troublesome mages. The mages of Dalaran have decided to send their most troublesome mage Ronan to Winter City to replace Jaina as Dalaran's diplomat in Winter City. As for Gianna, she will not be recalled to Dalaran, because in addition to representing Dalaran, she also represents Kul Tiras, so she will continue to stay in Winterfell. Why did this news come from Fording? Because Dalaran directly sent Ronan to the kingdom of Lordaeron. The mage will first represent Dalaran to attend the succession ceremony of the Queen of Lordaeron, and then go to Winterfell. After arriving in the kingdom of Lordaeron, Ronan directly visited Fording and told the regent of Lordaeron his next arrangements. So Fording knew all this. Lu Ning! He is still so unpopular with fellow mages. This shouldn't be a problem for you. Although Ronan is not popular with other mages in Dalaran, he is indeed a powerful mage and his character is trustworthy. David should welcome his arrival as long as he doesn't blow up Winter City. After chatting for a while about things in Azeroth, Fording also asked about the situation in Winter City. At first, he often came to visit, but then he came less and less. Occasionally, he only came to see the general situation of Winter City. After making sure that everything was fine with David, he did not ask too detailed questions. I had time today, so I asked more questions. Only after asking this question did I know that Winter City has undergone such a big change. Not only does Winter City cover a wider area, a naval base has been built across the Winter River. There is even a new development plan to completely connect Winter City, Frostbite Outpost, and Snowfield Castle, forming a huge urban agglomeration. It's amazing! Fording has understood what a modern urban agglomeration is and knows that this design is in line with the direction of future development. But after all, he lives in a relatively backward world. The castles, cities, towns, and villages he has seen since childhood have already formed in his heart. Fixed impression. Even here, David initially developed in a way he was familiar with. As a result, David's Winter City had just begun to look like a big city when it began to prepare for a modern urban agglomeration. This kind of leapfrog development made him feel a little confused. Actually, this is not even a city cluster. It's just connecting the scattered areas in our hands into one. At least until the entire northern plain is developed, it can be considered a real urban agglomeration, and then gradually radiate outwards. The ultimate goal is that there is only one city in the entire Brynia continent, or even only one city in the entire planet. Winter City. It sounds very grand and spectacular. Fording said that he had learned it. He seriously thought about whether the kingdom of Lordaeron could do the same. He doesn't have to worry about technology, since Winter City can do this. It proves that they have the relevant technology. He only needs to consider what kind of bargaining chip he should use, and buy the relevant technology from David. By the way, there's something I want to hear your opinion on. After listening to David's detailed account of the various changes in Winter City during this period, Fording wanted to ask David, an increasingly mature ruler, how he would choose if he faced this kind of problem. After Her Majesty the Queen succeeds to the throne, should she continue to quietly clean up the effects of natural disasters and restore the power of the Kingdom of Lordaeron? Or should she immediately mobilize the army after initially stabilizing the situation in the kingdom and go to sea with other allies to expedition to Northern Virtue? Although the succession ceremony has not yet been held, the development direction of the Kingdom of Lordaeron after Her Majesty the Queen ascends the throne has been discussed many times, but no one has reached a consensus. From my plan for Winter City, you should be able to see my tendency in this matter. Right. Chapter 349 Iron Tree Fort wants to buy weapons. Let David choose. He must quietly farm and recuperate, and wait until the strength of the Kingdom of Lordaeron has recovered to a sufficient level before considering an expedition to Northrend. It's not that he loves peace, but he simply feels that unless he suppresses his strength until he is strong enough to destroy the enemy in one wave, it is difficult to achieve his goal by sending troops rashly. However, the threat the Lich King poses to Azeroth is too great, and it is indeed not suitable to stay there forever. David understands that situations vary and decisions must be made based on the circumstances. The Lich King's threat to Lordaeron is not at the same level
as the kingdom of Tyran, the temple, etc. here. If he stays in Northrend, he doesn't know what trouble he will cause. By then, Fording will have no plot advantage to rely on. The two sides will return to playing games on equal terms, and an unexpected crisis may break out. Fording did not interrupt and waited quietly for David's follow-up. However, after waiting for a while, David did not continue.
Finished?
This seems to say something, but also seems to say nothing. Fording looked at David speechlessly. Although he knows that you are already a mature lord, don't imitate those politicians who play tricks on you.
Actually, I want to say that under normal circumstances, I would choose to recuperate and restore the kingdom to its prosperous age, but this time the enemy is in a special situation. So it is safer to eliminate them as soon as possible.
In other words, when faced with the problem of the Lich King, David supported Lordaeron in uniting its allies in the expedition.
Indeed, the existence of the Lich King is too dangerous.
The Lich King Nazul will not only lead the Burning Legion to Azeroth, but there is also a conspiracy in the Shadow Realm behind it. No matter from which aspect, getting rid of the Lich King as soon as possible is the right choice. Fording had already made a decision in his mind, and after returning, he tried his best to convince those who opposed the expedition. After David reminded him, he also thought of a suitable reason. If the Lich King is not eliminated, the undead natural disasters in the territory of Lordaeron will not be eliminated. It may be completely eliminated, because the Lich King hiding in Northrend is the source of all natural disasters. Only by completely wiping out the Lich King can the kingdom of Lordaeron truly begin to recuperate and return to its original prosperity and power.
If you need any help, just ask. I won't be polite to you.
Fording is calculating the forces that can be mobilized. In addition to the army of Lordaeron, Quel'Thalas and Dalaran will definitely contribute. After all, the harm caused by the Scourge has also affected these two forces. Ironforge is one of the staunchest allies of the kingdom of Lordaeron, and this expedition will still provide them with sufficient support. In addition, maybe you can call Kul Tiras. If Kul Tiras' fleet helps, the expedition to Northrend will become much easier. If possible, Fording would like to contact the Night Elves and ask them to join the coalition. But it is a bit difficult to achieve this goal. As for Stormwind City far in the south, he initially counted on Stormwind City to provide material support. After all, Lordaeron was in dire straits, and many places could not grow food due to pollution. The Kingdom of Stormwind had a large area of fertile land, so it should not be a problem. There is a lack of food, especially since I helped Stormwind Kingdom get rid of Onyxia, a huge trouble, a few years ago. After so many years, Stormwind Kingdom should have recovered its strength. Right? As a result, I met Varian not long ago and found out that the situation in the Kingdom of Stormwind has not improved much at all. It is still full of problems. Various hidden dangers have caused King Varian Wrynn to start losing his hair. Under this circumstance, it seems that the expedition to Northrend cannot be expected from the Kingdom of Stormwind. In addition, the only ally Fording can find is Winter City. When the battle situation is unfavorable or stalemate, Fording can come to Winter City to call for a group of reinforcements. Whether it's the Knights of Winter, the Spartan Heavy Infantry, or the Cybertronian Warriors, they're all great choices to tip the balance in combat. Not to mention the incarnation of Holy Light, Duke David Glamorgan.
I'm going back first. Remember not to forget to attend the ceremony. Don't worry. I won't forget it.
David casually handed the invitation to Eva, who was called in. After checking the date, Eva directly recorded the matter in her work schedule, and would notify David to prepare 2 days before the ceremony, and arrange David's itinerary in advance to ensure that David will not have anything else to do during those days. Fording was relieved after seeing this, and was going to find his son Tyran, and let Tyran take him around Winter City. When the time was up, he would go directly back to Azeroth.
I won't come here to say goodbye to you then. There's no need to do these false etiquettes. Just feel free to do whatever you want.
After waving goodbye to old Fording, David immediately looked at Eva.
Is anyone coming to see me?
Eva didn't leave directly after recording the things, which proved that she had other things to report. Most of the time, someone came to see him suddenly.
It's Viscount Maloney Mansfield. Viscount? Well, old Mansfield passed away not long ago, and Maloney Mansfield inherited the title.
Maloney Mansfield was an old acquaintance of David. When they first met in Irontree Fort, Maloney Mansfield was only the inspector of Irontree Fort. At that time, David only knew that Maloney Mansfield was of noble birth. But later he learned that he did not hold a title. But now his identity is different. And with his good abilities, He has now become a more important figure in Iron Tree Castle after inheriting his father's title. At the same time, Maloney Mansfield is also the contact person between Iron Tree Castle and Winter City. The Lord of Iron Tree Castle, Marquis Dudley Morgan, has always allowed Maloney Mansfield to travel between the two places to maintain the relationship with Winter City. Relation.
In addition to Viscount Maloney Mansfield, the Earl of Sutton Stuart is also outside. Why is he here?
After Earl Sutton Stuart came to Winter City from White Rock City, he spent some time quietly cultivating himself. Then, like most Huron nobles, he began to look for a suitable place in Winter City to build his own mansion. In addition, David went to the Marvel Universe a while ago, and he doesn't know Sutton Stuart's recent situation.
I said I wanted to catch up with you.
David decided to meet Maloney first. This person usually came to Winter City for business, so the meeting with Sutton could be postponed a little later.
Where is Sophia? Chatting with Belfast.
After Belfast came to Winter City, or settled in Glamorgan Castle, he began to learn various things, mainly the various living and eating habits of the people living in Glamorgan Castle, as well as the conditions and skills of all the maids in Glamorgan Castle. At present, Belfast has written down all kinds of information, and is well coordinating and arranging the internal affairs of Fort Glamorgan. Even if she does not use any strong methods, she has still successfully become a de facto official. Housekeeper.
Let Sophia go entertain her uncle first, and I'll talk to Viscount Maloney Mansfield first. Okay.
Eva turned and walked out of the office, and immediately came in Viscount Maloney Mansfield. The aristocratic officials whom David once had to treat politely now had to salute David first. But Maloney Mansfield did not show any dissatisfaction, and his etiquette was perfect. When he told him the purpose of coming to Winterfell, David understood why Maloney was so respectful and polite. Iron Tree Fort has been at war with the elves of Iron Tree Forest recently. The long-term war has caused Iron Tree Fort to suffer very serious losses. Not only has the soldiers suffered heavy losses, but the reserve troops cannot be replenished, and the weapons have also suffered serious losses. Therefore, Iron Tree Castle wants to purchase a batch of weapons from Winter City.
Buying weapons? Yes. I'm afraid this won't be easy to handle. Winter City is reorganizing its army, and the weapons we currently produce are not enough for us.
David is not fooling Maloney. Winter City's weapons are indeed not enough. Even if the entire army has been replaced, we must also continue production and maintain a certain amount of inventory to ensure sufficient backup resources. In this way, whether it is a temporary expansion of the army or the replacement of damaged equipment, sufficient frontline weapons can be ensured as soon as possible.
Besides, Iron Tree Castle may not be able to use the weapons and equipment of Winter City. Right.
Maloney was a little regretful at first, but after hearing this, he realized that the other party had misunderstood.
No, I am not talking about the Blizzard Power Armor and Piccolo Assault Rifle of the Winter Knights, but the training equipment of Winter City. Training equipment?
David finally realized that the training equipment in Winter City is actually the kind used before, which is lightweight armor and cold weapons mixed with crystal or powder. Is this what Iron Tree Fort wants to buy?
And the Garen Rifle.
Maloney Mansfield has traveled between the two cities many times, and has also lived in Winter City for a while, so he has a certain understanding of the situation in Winter City. Things like Blizzard Power Armor, Piccolo Assault Rifle, and Garen Rifle are not secrets in the first place. You can find out with just a little inquiry. David looked at Maloney Stanfield in front of him, and he understood that the other party's real intention was actually a Garen Rifle, and that the armor, sword, and spear might all be smoke bombs. As for power armor and Piccolo Assault Rifles, anyone in their right mind knows that this thing is impossible to buy. So the question is, can the Garen Rifle be sold? David thought about it, and decided that he would have to discuss this matter with his subordinates. If he wanted to sell it, his original plan of maintaining the existing production line might have to be changed. Maloney did not push, and Duke David Glamorgan did not directly refuse, which is a good sign and proves that this matter is not impossible to discuss. As long as a batch of Garen rifles can be purchased, the loss of a large number of strong archers in Iron Tree Fort can be made up for in the shortest time. After all, training a gunner is much easier than training a strong archer. Chapter 350. I understand you. If possible, Moroni would also like to buy some weapons such as grenades. If he can buy them, relying on the fortress Iron Tree Fort, he will no longer have to fear the attacks of the elves. He felt that the possibility of negotiating this matter was not low, because David Glamorgan, Duke of Winter, could not sit back and watch Irontree Castle be captured by the elves. This would not be a good thing for the newly appointed duke, and would have a great impact on his reputation. A blow. Many lords in the Thailand kingdom are watching. Maloney never imagined that Duke David Glamorgan didn't care about these things at all. Nor did he care what the lords until then thought of him. Even if Irontree Fort was captured by the elves, it was still a good thing for him, so that he could, reasonably, send troops south to expel the elves and occupy the entire Irontree Fort. To put it bluntly, he wished that the entire Thailand kingdom would be in chaos. It would be best if all the places except the northern plains were to fight, and clearly stated that he was rebelling against the Thailand kingdom, which would clear the way for him to move south in the future. As now, only a small number of lords have left the Kingdom of Thailand, and most of them are still under the banner of the Kingdom of Thailand. But it is not easy to attack them. That is to say, he is still managing the northern plains. Otherwise, he would have to think of a reason to go south and take the land into his own hands. At that time, it may cause dissatisfaction from all sides, and after many tossings, force will be used in the end. It would be better to wait for the lords to rebel against the Kingdom of Thailand from the beginning, and it would be simple and straightforward to clean up the matter yourself. Watching Maloney leave, David also stood up and walked around from behind the large desk. Walking out of the office, Eva seemed to have expected that David would come out and was waiting here.
The Earl of Sutton Stuart and Her Royal Highness Princess Sophia are on the rooftop.
Oh,
do you want to tell them to come down?
David waved his hand. Feeling quite bored as he had been sitting there, he decided to go up to the rooftop to find Earl Stuart. Just to relax.
I'll go find them.
Anyway, the Earl of Sutton Stuart is considered one of his own, so he doesn't need to worry too much about etiquette and regulations. Elias next to him also thought so. So he did not express any objections, and still followed the Duke quietly, pretending that he did not exist. Going up to the top floor and walking to the open-air terrace, David immediately saw Sutton Stuart standing on the edge looking around, and Sophia, who was introducing something to his uncle next to him, not far behind the two of them. Belfast, still wearing a maid uniform, stood there. When he saw David arriving, he immediately saluted and greeted him, and at the same time reminded the other two that the Duke had arrived.
Your Majesty the Duke!
After Sutton Stuart turned around, he saluted and greeted David immediately, with some emotion on his face. He never expected that the young man who was his prey at the beginning would now be at the top of the Tyrant Kingdom. Although he has not become the king yet, looking at the current development trend, it is only a matter of time before the Principality of Winter becomes the Kingdom of Winter. Sutton didn't feel any dissatisfaction. The interior of Thailand Kingdom was infiltrated into a sieve, and something went wrong. But at that time, he never thought that the guys from the temple would be so cruel. It was only then that he realized how naive his original plan was. Thinking of the things the temple did, he was very lucky to still be alive and well. Not to mention that Duke David Glamorgan had not treated him badly.
What's the reason for you suddenly coming here today?
Hearing David's tone and words, Sutton Stuart's face became much more relaxed. From this inquiry alone, Sutton could conclude that Duke David Glamorgan was relatively kind to him. At least, he did not use formulaic statements to deal with him.
I'm here to apply for a job.
David guessed several possibilities, but he really didn't expect that Sutton came to him to find a job.
Job hunting?
Yes. After a brief explanation, David learned that compared to the nobles who came to Winter City immediately, Sutton arrived half a beat later, and most of the Stuart family's property was confiscated by the Duke. The nobles who came to Winter City after their resurrection could personally identify which properties were their own and spend some money to ask the Cybertronians to help dig them out. Although they lost their houses and were far away from their fief, the savings of the nobles were still there, which was enough for them not to worry about their current lives. Some of the nobles who were in White Rock City and survived had their families staying in the royal capital of Thailand, so their family properties were also saved. The property of the nobles who could not be resurrected became the trophies of Duke David. After being dug out, they went directly into the Duke's private treasury. Among them was the Sutton Stuart property. Although Queen Sophia and Rosie pointed out that some of the assets belonged to Sutton, there were also some assets that Sutton later developed and stored separately. The mother and daughter were not aware of it. Sutton was not present at the time, so they entered David's fanny pack. When Sutton came to Winter City, he found that his assets had shrunk significantly. After recuperating and spending money to build a luxurious and comfortable manor, he urgently needed a stable income to ensure his comfortable life in the future. In fact, even if his property is severely reduced, The savings in the hands of Earl Sutton Stuart can ensure that he can live the rest of his life without worrying about food and clothing. However, if he could not enjoy a luxurious life, for the Earl of Sutton Stuart, it would be the same as death. In order to ensure that he could continue to live the same happy life as before, he urgently needed a stable income.
If you want to make money, there should be many ways. Right.
Winter City does not restrict business, and David even encourages his people to engage in commercial activities to a certain extent, so that he can collect taxes from them.
It's not a conflict.
In addition to wanting to do some business, Sutton was also preparing to receive a salary from David, and he felt that he was absolutely capable of earning this salary. David looked at Sutton Stuart, and he didn't know how to evaluate this Earl at first. Earl Stuart gave him the impression that he was a swinger who relied on his aristocratic status to get by. After contacting him for a period of time, he discovered that this person's ability was not bad, and the playboy was just his daily life. The fact that he was stationed in White Rock City to resist the attack of the Temple's army showed that Earl Stuart's military ability was impressive and even powerful. He was definitely one of the top commanders in the Tiran Kingdom. It is indeed a bit of a waste to just throw such talents around and have fun and drink every day. As for the connection between Earl Stuart and the Temple, he knew from the beginning that Earl Stuart did not trust the Temple, and was even wary of it. From the fact that he was not directly made into a bomb, he knew that he was better than most people in the Temple. Noble Lon is much smarter. Others involved with the Temple have completely disappeared from this world, and even David cannot save them. It's just that he underestimated the determination and ruthlessness of the Temple. He didn't expect that the Temple would blow up all the Tilan dignitaries and chess pieces that they had worked hard to win over, divide, and absorb. You can't blame him. No normal person would have imagined that such a thing would happen. It was only after this incident that David labeled the Temple as abnormal.
What position do you want? Let the Duke arrange it. That's it.
David thought about it, and found that there really was a position suitable for Sutton Stuart, because that position was quite special, and other people really couldn't sit still.
How about commander of the Knights of Tiran? Knights of Tiran? You want me to lead the Knights of Tiran? Should I be the leader of the Knights?
Sutton Stuart thought that David would arrange a similar position for himself, doing something similar to a consultant. Didn't expect that the young Duke of Glamorgan would actually hand over the Knights of Tiran to him? Is it so grand?
No. The leader is someone else.
David was talking about the commander, not the leader. There is still a difference. And he didn't pretend to be mysterious. He pointed directly at the man standing next to him. Sophia.
I am going to let Sophia serve as the leader of the Tiran Knights.
Oh, Sutton understood David's thoughts immediately. After all, the Tiran Knights are the ace force of the Tiran Kingdom. The reorganized Tiran Knights also absorbed some members of the Guards Knights. This team has a very high degree of recognition and loyalty to the Tiran royal family. Even with the miracle of resurrection in front of them, the Knights of Tiran are more in awe of the Duke of Glamorgan than loyalty. In this case, the idea of who should serve as the leader of the Tiran Knights gave him a headache. David could not trust the leader selected from within the Knights. The leader appointed by David might also cause trouble for the Knights of Resistance. After much deliberation, it was the best way to directly let Princess Sophia name herself as the leader of the Tiran Knights. The person who is actually in charge of commanding is Earl Sutton Stuart, as the uncle of Her Royal Highness. The members of the Tiran Knights naturally will resist it.
Sounds like a good position.
Earl Sutton Stuart was very happy that his income for the rest of his life should be guaranteed. But he did not forget the more important purpose of his coming here today. After winking with David, the two walked a few steps further along the edge of the roof, putting some distance between themselves and other people on the roof.
Since we are going to let Sophia serve as the leader of the Tiran Knights, shouldn't some things be finalized as soon as possible?
Seeing some embarrassment on David's face, Sutton, who had always regarded Duke David Glamorgan as his lifelong confidant, naturally knew what the Duke was struggling with, and immediately gave him a reassurance.
I'm not urging you to do anything. No one can urge you to do something you don't want to do now. I'm just reminding you that in Winter City, whether to marry or not, how many to marry, it's all up to you.
Chapter 351 The bloodline of Tilan royal family will last forever. To the Earl of Sutton Stuart, the Duke of David Glamorgan was a very peculiar man. In a way, this young man should be on the same page as him. But on the other hand, this young man attaches great importance to his relationships with several women, which makes him seem very conflicted. Of course, Sutton believes that it is possible that Duke David Glamorgan has a strong possessive desire. If he cannot monopolize it for a long time, then he would rather not eat it. In short, Her Royal Highness Princess Sophia has obviously been brought to the Duke's lips. It would not be surprising if it were anyone else. Sophia, who is pregnant at this time. It turns out that the Duke is very determined and does not cross the line at all. If it weren't for the few confidants around him, and the Duke of Glamorgan's certain reputation had long been spread in Winter City, it would have been easy for people to misunderstand whether the Duke had something to hide. His Majesty Abelson and Queen Rosie analyzed, and finally invited Earl Stuart to come to an almost reliable conclusion. The Duke may be worried that he will not be able to give His Royal Highness a title. So this matter he froze. His Majesty Abelson was very speechless. He did not expect that it would be such a reason. In fact, by this time, Abelson and Rosie no longer worry about status. As long as David can accept Sophia and have a substantial relationship, then they will be satisfied. If Sophia can give birth to a child for David, it will be even more worthy of celebration. Maybe the kingdom of Thailand will perish, but the bloodline of the Thailand royal family can continue to exist for a long time, and may even be indistinguishable from the Winter royal family. It is for these reasons that Stuart took the initiative to come to the door and clarify some things directly. The royal family of Thailand does not force you to marry Her Royal Highness the Princess right away. You can also do it later. As for those confidants, when the Principality of Winter becomes the Kingdom of Winter, David will be the king. At that time, David will decide the laws of the kingdom. You can marry as many as you want, and you can marry whomever you want. Anyway, don't drag it on like this. This will make His Majesty the King flustered. He is always worried that one day the Grand Duke will suddenly have the idea to respectfully invite His Majesty the King to reunite with his ancestors and their families. After listening to Earl Sutton Stuart's advice, David also realized that this matter could not be delayed any longer. He originally thought it would be a good way to give Sophia some time to let her slowly accept some things. But unexpectedly, he let her. A group of onlookers were extremely anxious. Sophia may also be a little anxious. I heard that she asked Laura to buy some clothes a few days ago. I wonder what style they are. Without directly answering Sutton's words, David naturally turned the topic to Sutton's work, as if he didn't want to mention it. But the moment of pause and thinking did not escape Earl Sutton Stuart's eyes. Sutton knew that David understood what he meant, and had thought about it seriously. From the fact that David continues to discuss with himself the commander of the Tiran Knights, we can know that David is not planning to do anything against the Tiran royal family. Princess Sophia will soon become a duchess, although she will only serve as a reserve. But the news he heard next made Sutton Stuart not so happy, because David asked Sutton to receive military training in Winterfell.
You shouldn't need this. Right. It's necessary. Otherwise you don't even know how the Winter Legion fights, and how to command your men. Aren't I just a person in name only? Sophia is the one in name only. Go directly to Gareth tomorrow, and he will arrange a detailed training plan for you.
Sutton was shocked when he heard this. What does this mean? Let yourself train with the Knights of Winter? Not long after he arrived in Winter City, he visited the training of the Winter Knights. That was not training. That was simply life-threatening. Although Winter City has the magical power of the Holy Light, there are also permanent priests and paladins in the military camp to ensure that the soldiers will not suffer attrition due to training. But this also means that the training intensity of the Winter Army is astonishingly intense, and injuries are commonplace. Although Sutton Stuart has received a certain degree of reinforcement and learned martial arts, he is not sure that he can really endure it. That kind of intensity training.
Maybe you can also learn Holy Light or Arcane Magic. I only know a little bit about mysterious powers. I don't think I can become a powerful spellcaster. There is nothing to lose if you try. Once you succeed, there are many benefits.
No matter what, Sutton Stuart must receive training. According to David's vision, the Tyrant Knights are not just a symbolic regiment with only one number, but should become one of Winter City's ace troops. Only in this way can they in the future battle against the Temple. It will play its due role. When David expressed his intention to retain the title of Knights of Tyran, he was destined to completely destroy the Temple, and was entrusted to this team. As long as everything develops according to his vision, the Tylan Knights will not only be strong enough, but also loyal to themselves. After arranging a new post for the Earl of Sutton Stuart, David asked about the situation in the lower city. The government reorganization is almost complete, and the security department has been divided into the police department and the fire department. Squirtless are basically assigned to the fire department, and Bulbasaur is on both sides. The industrial zone has been established, and some nobles have really begun to ask the Duke about the possibility of building a private civilian automobile manufacturing plant. David left this matter to Will to discuss with the nobles. Howard, Leonard and Penny can provide Will with appropriate suggestions. David really wants to see how this thing will develop. After he had asked about the general situation and confirmed that everything in Winter City was developing as planned, David called Garrett Stanton and Weatherby Swan into the office. Discussed with these two about Iron Tree Fort's purchase of Garen rifles.
Should I do this business or not?
From a business perspective, the order from Iron Tree Castle will not bring any huge wealth to Winter City. And Winter City does not have to rely on this business to make a living. There seems to be no need to sell weapons to Iron Tree Fort. But if we think in another direction, this business is not impossible.
It can be sold. Not only do we sell weapons, we can also be responsible for teaching the soldiers of Iron Tree Fort how to use firearms correctly, and even send instructors to provide guidance.
Garrett Stanton and Weatherby Swan's suggestions were surprisingly consistent. They both suggested that the Duke agree to Iron Tree Castle's purchase proposal, and even give Iron Tree Castle various discounts and benefits, such as the price of guns and ammunition. Don't even mention it. It's like it's a trivial matter that isn't important at all.
Considering that the entire Thailand Kingdom is beginning to show a trend of chaos, more and more civilians will come from all over the country to the Northern Plains in the future. And Iron Tree Fort is the gateway to the Northern Plains, so it is best not to have any problems.
Although David did not focus his intelligence department on the entire kingdom of Tehran, he still appropriately paid some attention to the south. The current situation of the Thailand Kingdom is similar to what David had previously speculated. As time goes by, the chaos will become more and more obvious. In order to avoid the war, the Northern Plains, which are currently the most peaceful, will become the first choice for countless people to flee. The location of Iron Tree Fort determines its importance to the Northern Plains.
In addition, by personally sending people to train the army, you can directly infiltrate forces into Iron Tree Fort. Maybe you can take over that area in a relatively peaceful way in the future.
Both Gareth and Weatherby believed that it would be a good idea to use Iron Tree Fort's money and people from Iron Tree Fort to train a force that had a high enough favorable impression of Winter City and might even turn to Winter City at a critical moment. Plan of. As for how to ensure that the trained troops will obey the command of Winter City, it depends on the methods of the instructor team sent there.
Are you going to go in person? No. I'm actually not good at this kind of thing.
Garrett Stanton believed that Floyd was the most suitable for this task. As for how to make the army of Iron Tree Fort loyal to Winter City, both Gareth and Weatherby, I thought it would be appropriate to send 2 Holy Light priests there together. The magic of Holy Light could easily shock these people's hearts, and they would then develop a favorable impression of Winter City who use this power. Especially Iron Tree Fort is now on the front line of the battlefield. After one wounded person after another is healed by the Holy Light, how could they not have a favorable impression of the Holy Light user? David has done this kind of thing before. It can be said that a large part of Iron Tree Castle's army has a good impression of Winter City. If they continue to work hard, they can win over to Winter City. If Iron Tree Fort takes the initiative to put Floyd and the others in to train the troops, it is inevitable that Marquis Dudley Morgan will lose control of his troops.
Then it's decided. As for the specific details of the transaction, Weatherby, you choose someone to talk to Maloney. Gareth, you go explain the situation to Floyd, and let him choose the instructors, guards and priests who are accompanying him.
The general direction is certain, and all David has to do is make the decision. In terms of details, he no longer needs to follow up on everything. He has more and more subordinates, and some of them are people who can do things. Otherwise, what is the point of paying them wages? Do you have so much money that you have nowhere to put it? After this matter was dealt with, David found that he probably didn't have any official business to deal with recently.
Oh, no. There is another important thing to do.
Coming out of the office, David specially greeted Eva.
Don't disturb me today. And there's no need to call Sophia for dinner. Be careful. Sophia is still young.
As Eva reminded, she stopped David as if remembering something, then took out a bottle from the drawer of the desk and put it into David's hand.
Maybe it will be useful. Superior.
Putting the things in his pocket, David went straight to Sophia's room, preparing to give the blonde female school student a tutoring lesson. Chapter 352 Durandal.
Is David in the office?
Eva looked up at the person who came and greeted him with a smile.
It's Gwen. I haven't seen you much recently. Are you taking an exam? No. I was delayed by other things.
While answering Eva's words, Gwen pointed to the door of the office, and then saw Eva gently waving her hand to indicate that David was not there.
Going out? At this time?
She checked the time specifically. If she read it correctly, would she have dinner later?
Have you had dinner? Not yet. Then let's eat together.
Eva took care of everything at hand and walked towards the restaurant with Gwen. Normally, she would greet the people staying in Glamorgan Castle, such as Helen, Sophia, Hood, etc. But Eva didn't call anyone today, as if she guessed that Gwen would ask. Eva explained directly.
Helen went back to Sparta to visit relatives these days. Hood went to the naval base and did not stay at Fort Glamorgan. But she should be their head to the restaurant for dinner.
In addition, Belfast, as a competent housekeeper, was already busy in the restaurant, so there was no need for Eva to shout. Laura belongs to the elusive category. Eva can't be sure where Laura is without using a communicator to ask. There is no need to use the communicator to find things as small as eating. Laura will naturally show up when she comes back to eat. If she doesn't show up, she will eat outside with other friends, or simply go back to her own world. After listening around, Gwen keenly realized the important point. Eva did not mention Sophia, the princess of the kingdom of Tilan, who is resident in Glamorgan Castle, and she has nowhere else to go. No, her parents are also in Winter City now. Are they going to see them? When Gwen guessed this, she had already arrived at the restaurant and sat down. Sure enough, Laura showed up not long after. And surprisingly, she also invited Sylvanas to Glamorgan Castle as a guest. But Hood did not come back. Belfast said that Hood had said Low before, stayed at the naval base for dinner, and then continued to teach the naval soldiers a lesson on modern naval warfare theory.
Where's David?
Laura took a look and found that David didn't come out and Sophia didn't show up either. She immediately thought of something and then looked directly at Eva. Eva nodded, and Laura immediately acted like a hostess when she saw this.
That's it.
Then there's no need to wait for them.
Although it was not stated directly, several people present immediately understood what happened. Gwen was stunned for 2 seconds, then picked up the knife and fork and started to enjoy her dinner. She had gradually become accustomed to this situation. Not to mention that it had already been determined that Sophia would become David's woman. And there was nothing surprising at all. Tangled. However, I finally ran to find David after finishing my work recently. But it turned out that David was accompanying someone else. It was impossible to say that he was not unhappy at all. Pricking the steak in front of her with her fork a few times, Gwen's actions caught Laura's attention.
Gwen, do you want me to stay with you tonight?
David is busy with something.
But I'm very free. That's no need.
Gwen suddenly felt the hairs on her body stand on end, and a huge sense of crisis filled her body. She felt that if she agreed, she would be in bad luck today.
What a pity.
Laura licked her lips lightly, and Gwen was so frightened that she lowered her head and ate quietly, and the previous dissatisfaction in her stomach had long been forgotten by her in the corner. Laura smiled proudly, put the fish on the fork into her mouth, and continued to chat with Eva and Sylvanas about various things in Winter City, mixed in with some recent rumors. Of course, David was also one of the topics they discussed, but they mainly talked about what David would do next. As for what David is doing now, he is devoting himself to teaching Sophia. Today, David is going to give Sophia a driving lesson. Considering that Sophia has already completed the study of theoretical knowledge, David begins to guide Sophia in practical operations. Before driving, you must carefully inspect the entire vehicle, especially the front and rear lights and exhaust pipes. Since I was driving a new car today, the lights were bright and intact, and the dual exhaust pipes were extremely smooth. David couldn't wait to teach Sophia how to start the car correctly, because it was also a new car. The engine quickly came into its own. After David determined that there was no need to add additional oil, he began to instruct Sophia on how to correctly start the car. Shift into gear, add fuel, slow down, downshift, and turn on the turn signal. Although she was a little stumbling and unskilled at first, Sophia quickly found the feeling and started driving steadily at a relatively slow and steady speed. Seeing that Sophia was learning at a good speed and her enthusiasm was gradually rising, David began to teach her how to refuel, speed up, and set the gear to the highest speed, and then run for 2 hours. However, I was a newbie after all, so I was already a little nervous. After learning so many things at once, it was not easy to digest. In addition, I had no previous experience, so not only was my spirit tense, but my muscles were also extremely tight. After driving for less than an hour, I got cramps in both feet. If David hadn't been experienced and responsive, Sophia would have had bad memories of her first driving experience. More than an hour later, the exhausted Sophia was covered in sweat, and her blonde hair was soaked. Her usually round eyes were half-lidded, making it hard to tell whether they were about to close at any time. I still shed tears at any time, seeing that Sophia in front of him was not very conscious, but still entangled with him like an octopus. David reached out and gently stroked her hair. While using the other hand, he repeatedly rubbed her hair back.
If you're tired, just go to sleep.
He seemed to be mumbling something vaguely, but David didn't hear a word clearly. When he looked again, he found that Sophia had fallen asleep, so he honestly used it as a pillow and waited quietly for Sophia to wake up. After a night, Sophia, who had already woken up, did not get off David and wanted to review the knowledge she had just learned yesterday. However, her jerky shifting of gears and her inability to find the right clutch moment fully exposed the fact that she was a rookie driver. After messing around all morning, by the time David finished washing and dressing, the sun had already reached its highest point.
It's already noon.
Sophia had cleaned herself up and put on her usual clothes. However, her feet were shaking when she walked, and she could only walk slowly.
You'd better stay in the room and have a good rest.
It shouldn't be necessary. Right.
Sophia originally thought that she was young and in good health, and David was very gentle to her. He didn't teach her any strange knowledge, and she didn't have any serious physical discomfort, so she should be able to move normally. As a result, she tried to walk from the dressing room to the bedroom door, but she walked for a long time before she reached it. She realized that she couldn't go anywhere today, and it was better to stay in the room and rest. At this moment, Sophia suddenly understood why those sisters were so invisible that they could only lie down in their rooms. She was a little curious. Laura, the first person to be with David, didn't mind if David found someone else because she couldn't bear this guy alone? Thinking of Laura, Laura came running, after knocking on the door, to identify himself. As David opened the door, Laura's face appeared in Sophia's sight, looking at her with a weird smile on her face.
Huh? You're actually up.
David was speechless, and just as he was about to say something, he was pushed out of the room by Laura.
Okay, you have your own things to be busy with. Right. Leave Sophia to us to take care of her. Us?
David turned his head and saw Gwen and Eva standing nearby, and then walked into the room one by one. Before David could ask anything, the door was slammed shut. Looking at the closed door, David thought for 2 seconds and made no strong intention to go in and take a look. He has been with a few people for so long, and they already have enough tacit understanding with each other. He knows that Laura and the others are really here to take care of Sophia, and they may also give Sophia some science information, such as about how many beasts he has, many livestock and the like. He didn't mind this. After all, not everyone had extraordinary curiosity, desire for knowledge, and psychological endurance like Laura. There were some things that only Laura could accept, while the others were more or less resistant. Laura should be here to remind Sophia that not everything needs to be endured silently. If you don't like it, just say it directly. David can understand this kind of thing. Laura's reminder to Sophia will definitely be more effective than David saying it himself. Back in the office, David suddenly realized that he had no official business to deal with today. So he left the office and headed to the practice room, because he was going to Azeroth to attend the succession ceremony of Kalia Menethil in a while. It was inconvenient for him to run around, so he simply took advantage of his free time to transfer alchemy, Cybertronian body and his own weapons. Make another upgrade. He hasn't yet understood the double-headed war blade he brought back from the Marvel Universe. In addition, there are many alloys. If you can integrate this material into your Cybertronian body, weapons and armor, your strength will be improved.
By the way, can I also change the fire form?
Although the Tomcat fighter jet was very handsome, it was too old after all, so he began to consider changing his fighter form to a VF fighter jet. Should you choose VF-25 Messiah? Or what about the YF-29 Durandal? Originally, VF-27 Lucifer was also an option, but after giving the data to RC, David was no longer prepared to use this appearance. He didn't really like using the same template as others.
Let's use the YF-29 Durandal as the new appearance.
Chapter 353 Is Aiden a thing in the pool? David found various data and information about the YF-29 Durandal from his memory. These parameter data were of little significance to him. The key was the appearance, especially the appearance of the aircraft. This was the most critical part. The VF series fighters in the Macross world all involved folding crystals in their later stages of development. This unique product from that world is not available in Winter City, and even the relevant data cannot be found.
Daiwei could only ignore the various technologies involved in warping crystals. As for other things such as engines with powerful thrust, energy shields, energy weapons, etc., these can be replaced by technologies from Cybertron and the Marvel Universe. Changing the form is not difficult for David, even if there is no physical object to scan. As long as he has detailed data, he can present it perfectly. This is similar to pinching someone in a game, except that he has a corresponding data template. And it's more like copying homework. Soon, he figured out his new flying vehicle form, the YF-29 Durandal. This variable forward swept-wing 4-engine space fighter has a cool appearance and powerful combat effectiveness. Even without the external backpack featured on VF series fighters, it still has super firepower, including hidden missile launchers located throughout the fuselage. It can launch a large number of micro-missiles at once, carrying out an extremely dense saturation attack on the target, leaving the enemy with no room to hide. Combined with Cybertron's compression technology and Winter City's unique space storage technology, the amount of ammunition available is no longer a staggering problem. There is a hidden double-barreled beam cannon on the upper part of the fuselage, in addition to a pod-type graviton beam cannon. As for the other pair of cannons, the cannons at the head of the original VF fighter, they were abandoned by David. After all, he just wanted the aircraft appearance model of this fighter plane, and it was not a complete copycat of this kind of fighter plane. The appearance of the robot still retained its original appearance. In addition, Data did not change himself to red and white paint, and still chose black. Men just like darkness! After getting his new skin, David continued to strengthen his Cybertronian body. Ever since he obtained various materials and formally started practicing alchemy, he has been strengthening his Cybertronian body. Light iron, HL ore, space ore, vibranium, etc., have all been properly integrated into this body by him. In addition to very powerful defense, his Cybertronian body also has the functions of holy light, magic resistance, and absorption, energy and other characteristics. Now that he fights in the mode of Cybertron's body, he no longer has to release the holy light shield on himself first like before. Even if you stand still and let the opponent take the first shot for a few rounds, the opponent may not be able to break your skin. It should be said that the paint is peeled off. Even so, he continued to strengthen this body. After completing the new skin, David began to analyze the double-headed sword he received from Thanos. This weapon made of unknown materials has amazing strength, both toughness and sharpness. David is curious about where Thanos got this weapon. Dwarves? Probably not. The weapons made by the dwarves in the Marvel Universe seem to have various magical effects. This double-headed war blade does not look like their style. David suspected that this was something created by the technology left over from Titan. If it was traced back further, it might be related to the Celestial group. Regardless, this thing was incredibly strong, and David was sure that was enough. If you integrate the material of this war blade into several weapons in your hand, I wonder how powerful it can make the weapons in your hand. Neptune's spear, Light Hunter, and Hammer of Judgment, as well as the Lightbringer suit. David strengthened it one by one, and finally completed the helmet for his Lightbringer suit. In the past, he thought the crown-like helmet of the Lightbringer suit was a bit flamboyant. But now it doesn't matter anymore. After finishing these things, David suddenly remembered the fragment of Frostmourne that Fording had given him. Should he use this as a strengthening material and integrate it into the weapon? Fused into Neptune's spear and upgraded to Neptune's sorrow? That sounds unlucky. The fragments of Frostmourne carry a very powerful power of death, which he is not familiar with and doesn't know how to use. Even if he creates Neptune's sorrow, it doesn't mean much to David. Do you want to go out of your way to learn necromancy? The thought of dealing with piles of decay, corpses and skeletons made David lose interest. Not only is he not handsome enough, he also looks extremely evil. If he arouses the resentment of several close friends around him, his loss will be too great. This is not unfounded worry. Look at the Rathmut priests in the world of Sanctuary. They are obviously a sect that believes in neutrality and pursues the path of balance. However, because of the style of painting, countless passers-by regard it as an evil existence. No matter how they explain it, no one has changed much. There's nothing I can do about it. Playing with skeletons and corpses all day long doesn't look like a good person. Therefore, even though David often chose professions such as necromancer and death knight when playing games, when he really becomes a user of a certain power, he will definitely choose the Holy Light, which looks like a particularly righteous force. Even if he knew the nature of the Holy Light and understood that the Holy Light did not represent true justice,
he would still choose this way. After all, many times, the first impression of people is obtained by looking. After coming out of the training ground, David checked that it was still early, so he turned and went to the entrance of the dungeon, ready to chat with Aiden. When he got here, he found that Aiden was not fighting in the dungeon today, but was sitting at the desk next to the gate, playing on the computer, looking at the huge dungeon entrance in front of him. David first glanced at the bulletin board next to him to make sure that no one was spawning monsters in the dungeon at this time. This is rare. Usually when there is no one competing for the right to use the dungeon, Aiden will use this time to grind hard. So Aiden gave David the impression that he was a monster spawner. Apart from spawning monsters in the dungeon, he rarely did anything else. What's going on now? Is Aiden getting tired of it? Moreover, after living in Winter City for a long time, the Aiden in front of him was also hugely different from before. He no longer wore the cloak that could cover his whole body, and his whole person looked dark and mysterious. At this time, Aiden was wearing clothing made locally in Winter City that was obviously modern in style, a short-sleeved t-shirt, baggy shorts, and a pair of slippers on his feet, with the beer bottles and snacks on the table. Who can identify this hero who saved the world a sanctuary?
Your Majesty the Duke.
Although Aiden was staring intently at the computer screen in front of him, it didn't mean that he didn't know someone was coming. Seeing that it was David, he stood up and bowed to salute. However, it was too inconsistent with what he was wearing at this time. David looked particularly awkward and immediately raised his hand to stop Aiden's movement.
Don't be so polite. What are you doing?
What are you playing? The games Leonard, Howard, and Raj recommended to me are quite interesting.
David walked to the computer, looked at the screen, and found that it was not the Diablo game he thought it was, but Call of Duty.
After playing these games, I know how to better use the weapons and equipment in Winter City.
Although killing monsters in the dungeon world is of great benefit to Aiden, killing every day or every month will make him feel bored, especially as a warrior. His monster killing efficiency is indeed a bit low. In comparison, thermal weapons could make up for Aiden's disadvantage in this aspect, and he gradually fell in love with the battle mode of using rifles and bombs to quickly clear out the mobs, and then concentrate on dealing with the elite bosses.
Speaking of which, you've already cleared all 3 difficulties, right?
Yes. Aiden touched his smooth forehead. The soul stone that was originally embedded there had completely disappeared. He never heard the whispers that made him feel headache and dizzy again. In addition, he also felt that his strength had improved a lot. If he faced Diablo again now, he should be able to win a little easier. But the premise is that you still have outstanding comrades. You can't make mistakes. And you also need some luck. So when David asked him,
"What do you think is the difference in strength between Diablo in the dungeon and the Diablo you have actually faced?"
Aiden gave a relatively conservative answer.
The Diablo in the dungeon is just a severely weakened version. Although it is difficult to deal with, it cannot be compared with the real Demon King. That's it.
David was not surprised by this, but he learned from Aiden that he could still improve his strength by repeatedly completing dungeons with HL difficulty. This was definitely good news.
I wonder what the upgrade limit of this dungeon is.
If he could keep getting stronger, then Aiden could completely upgrade himself here to be stronger than Diablo, and then return to his own world to completely eliminate the devil and that damn paradise. That's right. Aiden also knows the plot. He already knows why humans in the shelter world always encounter so many disasters.
Although heaven and hell can be regarded as the ancestors of human beings in their own world, these ancestors who always cheat their descendants should not be ignored.
Speaking of which, your own problem has been solved. Aren't you going to look around now? Who will guard the dungeon? It doesn't matter if there's no one watching.
The entrance to the dungeon is located in the underground training room of Fort Glamorgan. Not just anyone can come in here, and there is no need to set up a special doorman. Aiden is in a special situation. Now that the problem has been solved, it would be a waste for a strong man like him to continue to stay here. Chapter 354 Ghost Spider. When he went to Azeroth to observe the ceremony some time later, David planned to take Aiden there and let Aiden stay there to help forting. Aiden shouldn't refuse, right? He was also a little curious. Would Aiden have eyes with Kalia Menethil? It was an interesting question, and David wanted to know the answer. After chatting with Aiden for a while and asking Aiden to pack his things and prepare for a long trip in the next period of time, David left the practice room and walked back to Glamorgan Castle. Looking at the fruit tree full of golden apples, David picked a golden apple. This fruit tree can only grow one golden apple at first, although a second one will grow immediately after being picked. It will take some time. Now it has grown a bunch of golden apples, which should be the result of the upgrade of his golden fingers and the increase of Helen's favorability towards him. I just don't know if the effect of golden apple has changed. David thought about it and picked a few more, planning to eat them all again to see how things went. Anyway, there are plenty of golden apples now, so there is no need to worry about not having enough. Back inside Glamorgan Castle, David asked the maids and learned that the women were resting in the tea room. This room is actually a living room in the popular sense. David and the girls usually drink tea, relax or chat in this room, and it gradually became known as the tea room. As for why tea? Because David likes to drink tea, Laura likes to drink tea, and Eva is also used to drinking tea. In order to please David, Helen not only drinks tea, but also grows tea in her hometown in Sparta. This also makes tea the third popular drink in Winter City besides juice and wine. Now even Gwen is getting used to drinking tea, although she often drinks iced lemon black tea.
Oh, I'm back.
When David walked into the tea room, several women, including Helen, who had just returned, were sitting around the coffee table, drinking tea and chatting comfortably. Laura was the first to say hello to David.
Helen just happened to bring back a batch of new tea. Do you want to try it?
Certainly. After walking over and sitting in the seat specially given by Laura, I found that Sophia happened to be next to me. Sophia's face was flushed, and she looked so shy that she didn't dare to look at herself, which made David confused. It was normal to be shy before, but you took the final step last night? What's going on like this? Looking at Laura in confusion, Laura just waved her hands to show that she couldn't say.
This is a secret between women.
Curling his lips, David did not rush to drink the freshly brewed tea. Instead, he placed the freshly picked golden apples on the table.
One for each person. What are you doing picking so many golden apples?
Gwen looked at David's movements and wondered why David suddenly picked out so many golden apples. Although she knew it was a good thing, especially for women. It was simply a sacred object. Even if David's identity, appearance, figure and outstanding fighting ability are not taken into account, David can become the target of countless women just because of things like golden apples. If you put all the conditions together, David is simply the perfect match. The only flaw may be that he is a bit philanthropic. Thinking about it from another perspective, if David was not so philanthropic, he would not have a chance.
Let's all have one. I've already eaten it.
Gwen didn't reach out to take it, although she knew it was a good thing. There seemed to be no need to eat an extra one. Right? Could it be that eating a few more would have better effects? Looking at David strangely, David had no choice but to explain.
I see that the golden apples have grown so much,
and it would be a waste to leave them there. Besides, after so long, the effect of the golden apples may have been enhanced. Just let you try it.
Treat us as guinea pigs?
Laura wouldn't be polite to David, and she didn't think there was anything to be polite about. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. He directly took a golden apple and took a big bite.
It seems to have become more delicious.
David was speechless. What he said was that the effect might be enhanced. Who asked you if it tasted good? With the effect of the golden apple, even if it tastes as unpalatable as a devil fruit, no one would mind. Right?
How do you feel? I don't feel anything.
Laura bit the sweet and fragrant pulp and closed her eyes to feel it. She found that there was no special feeling.
Maybe it needs some time?
In the past, it took some time for the golden apple to take effect. Maybe the effect has been enhanced, but it still takes time to take effect. It is not surprising. David noticed that Sophia next to him was whispering something to Gwen, holding a golden apple in her hand that she had not yet eaten. David listened and heard questions like, what's the use of this? Freckle? What is that? Do women also have leg hair? And things like that. After a while, although Sophia looked confused, she still ate the golden apple obediently. Judging from her expression, she probably regarded it as a simple and delicious fruit. Right? David looked at it and found that there were a few golden apples on the table. So he said hello to Belfast, who was serving a few people on the side.
Aren't you going to eat? Ah. Do I have a share too?
Certainly. Not only did Belfast have a share, David also reserved it for Hood. He was curious. What would be the effect of eating this food for humanoid battleships like Belfast and Hood? Most of the functions of the golden apple don't seem to have any meaning to them. Right? Just as she was thinking this, Laura took another one. But instead of eating it, she put it into her storage bracelet.
It's for Shiva.
In fact, David had no intention of asking at all. It didn't matter even if Laura didn't explain. It was just a golden apple.
Speaking of Shiva, I forgot to tell you earlier that Shiva is preparing to officially join the Knights of Winter. Huh? Isn't she going to continue being a diplomat in Quel'Thalas? Well, she plans to return to Silvermoon City in a while and officially resign from Quel'Thalas' position as the diplomat in Winter City.
Laura is often with Sylvanas, and she is concerned about the situation of this Ranger General. No one in the entire Winter City knows better than her.
She doesn't want to be the Ranger General of Quel'Thalas anymore. I feel like she wants to train a new Ranger force in Winter City.
Of course, David agrees with this. But does Winter City have so many suitable talents for her to train as a Ranger? Although Sylvanas does not discriminate against humans, the probability of good Rangers being born among humans is indeed much lower than that of elves. In Winter City, even if they rely on cheating, there are only a few people who can barely be called Rangers. Laura, Addis, Krausa, and half-elf Alfie. Among them, Addis still relies on cheating to forcibly improve his strength. Laura and Krausa are both elites among humans. One is a wilderness adventure survival expert, and the other is a special operations elite. They are both rare species. Alfie is of elf descent. After the Winter Knights conducted various L-like trainings, the entire Knight soldiers were closer to becoming paladins, and no one has been found to have the potential to become a ranger.
Can we recruit some rangers from her old subordinates? In that case, Prince Kael'thas may have to sever diplomatic relations with our Winter City.
Liedron previously returned to Silvermoon City to recruit a group of Holy Light priests. This time Sylvanas recruited a group of rangers to poach Silvermoon City twice in a row. Can Kael'thas endure it? However, this way, my Winter City will have more elves. I wonder if this can be an opportunity to absorb the elves in the Iron Tree Forest to the south into Winter City. Although the elves in the Iron Tree Forest hate humans and are at war with Iron Tree Fort. But David knew from Addis's previous story that some elves are still willing to live in friendship with humans. Does this mean there are huge differences within the elves? Not all elves want to fight to the death with humans. Attracting more elves to settle in Winter City will make the races within Winter City more diverse, and may be able to promote the racial integration in a different direction. The more races, and the greater the differences, the easier it is to stabilize the interior of Winter City. Because by that time everyone has become accustomed to living with various races around them. When they grow up in this environment, they will naturally notice there too much hostility. Maybe this idea is too idealistic. But David knows that if the model of simply ensuring the dominance of one human family will inevitably break out in the long run, it will be much more troublesome to resolve it than it is now. Thinking of this, he felt it was a pity. It would have been nice if Cecil could have brought in some dark elves before. Now, there are still only those 2 dark elves in Winter City. Speaking of which, I haven't paid attention to them for a long time. And I don't know what is going on with the brother and sister now. After chatting for a while, Gwen suddenly mentioned what he had been busy with during this time. It turns out that the reason why Gwen has not come to Winter City recently is because she has officially made her debut in her own world and became a superhero. Codenamed Ghost Spider. During this time, she teamed up with Spider-Man Peter Parker to defeat Dr. Octopus Otto Octavius, who is controlled by his own robotic tentacles.
So, Peter and I just subdued Dr. Octopus. He didn't die.
Oh! David's eyes immediately lit up. Although Winter City already has 2 scientific research giants, Tony Stark and Harry Osborn, there are also scientists like Sheldon and Leonard who have been here for a long time. But there are never too many excellent scientific researchers, especially cheating scientists, who can produce nuclear fusion by hand.
And, because I stopped Dr. Octopus in advance, he didn't commit a lot of serious crimes.
Gwen's face was full of pride. She felt that she had accomplished something big.
But he has lost financial support. There is no way to continue researching. So how are you going to reward me? How about the Macho Man Experience ticket?
Chapter 355. The Transformation Plan of the Tylan Knights. Gwen didn't ask for the Macho Man Experience ticket. How could something that could be used at any time be used as a reward? What exactly should be used as a reward? Gwen said that she would think about it carefully and tell David after she thought of it.
Would you like me to help you invite Dr. Octopus to Winter City? Would it be more sincere to invite in person? I think it would be better for me to invite you. My father has been checking for information about you, and Dr. Octopus is his key target.
David didn't expect Director Stacy to value him so much and still want to bring him to justice. But in this case, Gwen would also be discovered by the police if she invited Dr. Octopus.
Right? Have you forgotten that I have mastered stealth?
Gwen has learned the most important stealth skill for thieves and assassins in Azeroth. And when wearing the Black Venom Queen's uniform, the stealth effect is even more powerful.
even when facing enemies several times more powerful than her, will be discovered by the other party. In this state, Gwen really didn't think that she would be noticed and caught by the police. Her codename of Ghost Spider was obtained by relying on her stealth ability to appear invisible. Okay, I'll leave this to you. Including persuading and inviting Dr. Octopus Otto Octavius to visit Winter City, etc. I believe Gwen can complete this task well. However, Gwen may have to go to see Dr. Octopus again in a few days, because after the serious talk, Gwen still got the macho experience reward. And in addition, she used the provocative skill without overestimating her ability. And as a result, she suffered continuous critical hits and was completely lost. His mobility has been reduced, and it seems he needs a good rest to fully recover. Gwen's fate also reminded Sophia again. So in the following time, Sophia did not overestimate her ability to provoke David, and learned driving skills honestly and step by step. Although she was always tired and had a sore waist and weak legs, she was not miserable. To the point where I can't even move. In such a happy time. The day came for Kalia Menethil to hold the succession ceremony. David made arrangements 2 days in advance, packed his simple luggage, and set off for the kingdom of Lordaeron in Azeroth. If there is anything special about this time, it is that Elias Parker, as David's ceremonial officer, became the first Brinian to travel to other worlds. Before departure, Elias Parker deliberately learned the common language of Azeroth through props, all in order to better serve the Duke. As for traveling to another world, although I have already known that this magical situation exists in Winter City, it is still a bit nervous to experience it for the first time. Relax. There's nothing special about it. It's just like going to places like Iron Tree Castle or the Royal Capital. In addition, the Kingdom of Lordaeron is also a human kingdom, and there is no difference in appearance from the Brunnian humans. So this is just a normal mission to another country. In addition to Elias, several diplomats stationed in Winterfell also accompanied him to the Kingdom of Lordaeron. These people also went to the Kingdom of Lordaeron with David. And then they would go to different places based on their identities. Kul Tiras, Quel'Thalas, etc. And these diplomats have different purposes. After they hand over the tasks in hand, they may have a different identity when they meet again. For example, Sylvanas is no longer the Ranger General of Quel'Thalas, but officially joins Winterfell and becomes a Knight of Winterfell, contrary to David's previous expectations. After a brief conversation with Sylvanas, the former Ranger General of Quel'Thalas was not prepared to become a member of the Knights of Winter. She is ready to join the Tiran Knights and prove her ability by building the Tiran Knights into an ace force comparable to the Winter Knights. This was not a decision that Sylvanas made just by slapping her head on the head. She even made a detailed plan for the direction in which the Tiran Knights should be trained. Because Sylvanas has lived in Winter City for a long time, and has seen with her own eyes how Winter City was built into what it is now. He is also relatively familiar with the various technologies possessed by Winter City, and has a clear idea of the development direction of Winter's military power in the future. Therefore, the development route she planned for the Tilan Knights perfectly fits the actual situation in Winter City. David only listened to part of it, and knew that Sylvanas' plan was quite feasible. Sylvanas believes that the Winter Knights have good mobility, but this mobility comes entirely from aerial vehicles. Launching surprise operations from the air can indeed have a surprising effect, but it is not without its weaknesses. That is, the Winter Knight's own mobility is limited. Of course, this limited mobility depends on who you compare it to. Compared with ordinary people, the Winter Knight wearing power armor is still very strong. The Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment is already there to stabilize the position, garrison and advance the position on the ground. So what the Winter Legion currently lacks most is actually a ground force with excellent maneuverability. After being reorganized, the Tilan Knights should not continue to focus on airborne operations like the Winter Knights. Instead, they should strengthen the ground mobility capabilities of this unit so that it can have functions such as rapid maneuvering, pursuit, and encirclement and suppression. In this regard, Sylvanas made a request to David. The reorganized Tilan Knights should not use the current Blizzard power armor, but should use a new power armor that must have super mobility, so that the Knights themselves have the ability to run long distances, pursue, etc. For this reason, it is not unacceptable to sacrifice some defense power appropriately. How to design and manufacture new armor specifically is something that Tony Stark, Harry Osborn, and the group of people in the Winter Alchemy Workshop need to consider. Sylvanas just made the request and waited for the sample if David was willing to accept her plan to reorganize the Knights of Tilan. In fact, David had already agreed from the bottom of his heart. Next,
He was going to find Tony, Harry, Pierre, Leonard and others to discuss the new armor plan in detail to see how it could perfectly suit Sylvanas C's request. However, I'm afraid that we'll have to wait until he returns from the kingdom of Lordaeron.
This is the royal city of Lordaeron?
After arriving in the king's city of Lordaeron, David did not stay in the accommodation arranged for a group of them. Instead, he went directly to the streets and visited this famous city. In the past, he had only seen the ruined city of Lordaeron. At that time, the city had been renamed the Undercity, and the main functional facilities were placed underground. On the ground, there are only a few remaining ruins, and there is nothing to see at all. It is different now. In this world line that was changed by himself and Fording. Although the royal city of Lordaeron also suffered the destruction of the Scourge. With the efforts of the people of Lordaeron, the diggers also helped. The city of Lordaeron has generally restored some of its splendor to its heyday.
It is a pity that some of Winter City's infrastructure throughout the city has only been partially laid out.
David wanted to visit the royal city, and Tyrion Fordring personally came to act as a guide. Although tomorrow is also the day when he becomes the regent, and there is a lot of preparation work to be done. Tyrion Fordring believes that nothing can compare to accompanying David, because in a certain respect, it is David's the existence enables Lordaeron to continue to exist on Azeroth.
This can be done slowly, and it can also provide stable jobs for the refugees in Lordaeron.
David doesn't think this is a bad thing. In the future, Lordaeron can rely on more than 10 years of repair and infrastructure work, ensuring that people on kingdom soil have jobs to do. As long as there are jobs, and the most basic income is ensured for the people to eat, many bad things will be avoided in the entire kingdom. It doesn't matter if there are difficulties. At least the people can see the trend of getting better. And no matter how bad it is, it cannot be worse than the situation a few years ago, when the undead natural disasters ravaged everywhere. People who have endured hardship and witnessed horrific scenes actually have very low requirements for life. This is also the reason why David likes to recruit people from the apocalyptic world. Their requirements are lower. They are easier to satisfy. And they will not cause trouble easily. Of course, there are special cases in all groups, so there is no need to mention such people.
Who will be attending Her Majesty's coronation ceremony tomorrow? His Majesty Varian Wrynn from the Kingdom of Stormwind, His Majesty Anasterion Sunstrider from Quel'Thalas, Archmage Antonidas from Dalaran, Alliance Navy Admiral from Kul Tiras will Dale in Proudmoore.
Listening to Fording's introduction, David discovered that the leaders of the major forces in the Eastern Kingdom would gather in the city of Lordaeron. If the Lich King Nazul had the ability to make a big move at this time, he might be able to completely destroy Azer, the human forces of Lars, and inflicted heavy losses on the High Elves. It's a pity that the Lich King was trapped in the ice mass and couldn't move. And he couldn't make it out. After walking around for about a while, David did not move towards areas that were still very dilapidated or even unrepaired. As a foreign leader who came to visit, it was not appropriate for him to go to such a place specifically at this time. So after he was done shopping, David returned to the residence arranged for him by the Kingdom of Lordaeron and quietly waited for tomorrow's ceremony. A night of silence. David, who had changed into his attire early the next morning, was invited by Lordaeron to the best viewing position. Basically together with the King of Stormwind Kingdom, King of Quel'Thalas and others. Lordaeron showed great respect for him, whether it was his position or the grandness of his introduction. He even surpassed several kings by half. But no one thinks there is a problem with the arrangement of the Kingdom of Lordaeron. And no one questions that David is not worthy of such treatment. After all, he is not unknown in Azeroth. The name of the incarnation of the Holy Light has spread throughout the Eastern Kingdom. He even traveled across the sea and was heard by the races on Kalandor. Chapter 356 Tourist Group from Azeroth. Because of David's fame, it is said that some Night Elves want to see this incarnation of the Holy Light with their own eyes. Some Tauren are also curious about David, and even want to go to Winter City to have a look. According to rumors, David Glamorgan is the Lord of Winterfell. So Winterfell has become a famous city in the world of Azeroth. It's a pity that those who want to visit Winter City and take risks don't know that Winter City is not in the world of Azeroth. It is estimated that many people will waste a lot of time looking for the legendary city. Of course, David had no idea about this. If he knew that his name had spread throughout Azeroth, then he would definitely start planning how to absorb the Draenei refugees into Winterfell. Anyway, those Draenei people are not particularly popular in Azeroth. Is it better to settle in Winterfell than in Azeroth? As for the Burning Legion, David is really not worried about those guys. If Sargeras can really find the location of Brennea, He will be happy to stand on the mainland and quietly enjoy the wonderful scene of the Brinian gods fighting the Burning Legion. Big drama. He stayed aside quietly. Although the succession ceremony was very impressive, it was actually meaningless. He could only stay there quietly like a human sculpture. Today's protagonist, Her Majesty Kalia Menethil, feels worse than David. Starting last night, Kalia had to make a series of preparations for today's ceremony. And even from then on she was not allowed to eat or drink. She was busy with bathing, changing clothes, makeup and other things until the morning. And then performed various ceremonies like an exquisite puppet. She finally completed the ceremony and was crowned queen. But this was the beginning of the real suffering. First of all, Her Majesty the Queen must accept the congratulations of many leaders who came to watch the ceremony and who were also witnesses. Her Majesty will then accept the allegiance of her ministers. Then, Her Majesty the Queen will ride on a tall and divine war horse, starting from the royal palace, and conduct a parade around the city of Lordaeron, accepting the strong onlookers of the people of Lordaeron. By the time this set of procedures was completed, a whole day had passed. During the whole process, there was basically no chance to eat or even a few sips of water. If you don't have strong enough physical strength and mental will, you won't be able to survive this time. Even so, it hasn't really ended yet. After accepting the allegiance of the ministers and people, a grand celebration party followed to congratulate the birth of the new king. But this kind of cocktail party is still not a suitable place for eating and drinking. A bunch of big shots are having various social activities here, and everyone is trying their best to maintain their own etiquette. After all, here, they represent not only themselves, but a country.
It's terrible. I don't want it to be so troublesome then.
After seeing the whole process of Kalia becoming the king, David suddenly didn't want to be the king. The Duke was actually quite good. Gwen, who followed David to Azeroth to see another world, looked at David next to her and imagined in her mind the scene when David ascended the throne and became king. Don't know where you will be when the time comes? Considering the number of good friends around David, they might be arranged together, right? While thinking wildly, Gwen looked around. She was wearing a vintage-style dress. After looking at it for a while, she realized that this cocktail party was actually not interesting. It was not as interesting as the dance party held by the school. The key is that she can't run around yet. She must stay by David's side, holding his arm and keeping smiling.
My cheeks are starting to get sore. And now I understand why Laura said she wasn't interested.
Not many people followed David to attend the ceremony this time. Apart from Elias, the etiquette officer, Gwen, who wanted to come to Azeroth to watch the fun, served as the female companion. When they heard that they were going to attend Kalia Menethil's succession ceremony, Laura and Sophia immediately expressed no interest. Eva and Helen gave up after hesitating for a while. It was clear that these men understood how boring such a formal ceremonial occasion could be.
Hold on a little longer, and we can say goodbye and leave.
Due to the special circumstances of Winter City, David did not need to stay until the last moment of the dance, and leaving early would not have any impact. Anyway, the Kingdom of Lordaeron is a staunch ally with Winterfell because of its Regent Tyrion Forge ring, and this situation should not change for quite some time.
David, I never had a chance to congratulate you.
David wanted to leave early, but some social events are not something you can avoid if you want, especially when your position reaches a certain height. There are not many people who can make Anastarion Sunstrider, the king of Quel'Thalas, take the initiative to talk to him. Even if all those present are kings, dukes, etc., there are only a few people who can be valued by the High Elf King. Just a few people. David, Duke of Glamorgan, is undoubtedly the most important one.
Congratulations on your promotion to Duke. Thank you, Your Majesty the King. It's not appropriate to call me King here. Just call me by my name.
Anastarion Sunstrider is not an easy person to talk to. But when facing David, he always behaves enthusiastically and kindly.
This is my son. Kale, that's
the main reason why he came specifically to say hello to David was to pave the way for his son. His health is getting worse and worse, and he can no longer continue to lead the High Elves forward. The tomorrow of Quel'Thalas does not belong to him. The last thing Anastarion can do is to clear the obstacles for his son, paving the way forward. David Glamorgan of Winter City is a force that must be made friends with. Although Sylvanas was deprived of military power and was almost exiled to Winter City to serve as a diplomat, the loyal Ranger General still completed his job perfectly. Information related to Winter City would appear in her from time to time. So Anastarion knows how powerful Winter City is. And even if he doesn't consider David's own strength,
He will never give up on this ally. As for Lydron recruiting a group of priests from Silvermoon City, and Sylvanas preparing to resign from all positions in Silvermoon City and switch to Winterfell, he had no objections. For Anastarion, if Sylvanas can be reused by David, it will only be good for Quel'Thalas, and there will be no harm. After all, the two parties are not in the same world, and there are no disputes over territory or resources. There is no irreconcilable conflict between the two families. On the contrary, if you make good friends, you will leave yourself a strong trump card. He believed that Sylvanas, who was born in Silvermoon City and was still a high elf, could not sit back and watch the huge changes in her hometown and remain indifferent. Therefore, when Sylvanas expressed her intention to leave Quel'Thalas and go to work in Winter City, Anastarion not only did not stop her, but even asked Sylvanas if she needed help. As long as Sylvanas opens her mouth, he is willing to support a large number of Elven Rangers to serve as Sylvanas' team. In addition, Anastarion is also planning to let his son visit Winter City to see if there is anything worth learning from. Now the undead in most areas have been cleared away, and post-war recovery work has begun in all areas. Cael'Datz no longer needs to continue to lead troops to sweep away the undead, and now he has to make final preparations to officially take over the throne. As for going to Winter City, he was really just going to visit. He couldn't stay for a long time. He would stay for 10 days, and a half at most before returning to Quel'Thalas. Anastarion came to David at this time. In addition to expressing that he wanted his son to visit Winter City, he also invited David to attend the succession ceremony of his son Cael'Datz not long after. I'll definitely be there. Anastarion chatted with David for a while, and then left. And then Varian came over again. Thank you also for taking care of and teaching Anduin during this time. Actually, I didn't teach anything. Anduin was too sensible, so he didn't need to worry about David. When David had time, he would give some pointers, and when he didn't have time, he would consciously find something to learn. It can only be said that people who cheat will eventually succeed no matter what. And Anduin is in this state now. Next, Anduin will no longer live in Winter City. In the future, he will inherit the throne of the Kingdom of Stormwind, and will have to learn a lot about the Kingdom of Stormwind. However, he will often go to Winter City, especially now that Anduin has awakened the Holy Light. Winter City is currently the most suitable place to learn the Holy Light, and it is definitely more reliable than the Cathedral of Light managed by Benedictus. Varian doesn't know what to do with this archbishop who is on the blacklist. Anduin has awakened the Holy Light. David didn't even know about this, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Varian didn't think there was any problem. He learned from his son that David had gone out to do errands not long ago, and it was during that time that he awakened to the Holy Light. It was normal for David not to know. Varian hopes that David can continue to guide his son's practice on the path of the Holy Light. He feels that David can achieve a perfect balance between using the Holy Light and ruling the territory. Under his guidance, his son should not become a pure believer in the Holy Light. Anduin is very smart, and he will definitely make an excellent king. After finishing the conversation with Varian, David found that although he wanted to leave early, he had unknowingly become one of the few people who stayed until the end. Moreover, Kalia Menethil and Magni Bronzebeard came to him one after another, talking about strengthening cooperation with Winter City and even conducting various trades, which made David stay here until midnight. Just ended the social interactions from all parties. But it is only a temporary end. Even if David returns to Winter City, these things are still not over. A large group of people, including Magni Bronzebeard and Cael'Datz, directly organized a group to visit Winter City. Chapter 357 The Warehouse of Winter Alchemy Workshop. In addition to visitors such as Cael'Datz Sunstrider, Magni Bronzebeard, Antonidas, and Dalen, there are also people like Ronan, who will be permanent residents in Winterfell. After today, Ronan will officially succeed Jaina as Dalaran's diplomat in Winterfell. But Jaina will not return to Dalaran or Kul Tiras, because she is still the representative of Kul Tiras in Winterfell, especially when Jaina's father Dalen Proudmoore saw Winterfell. After seeing the two steel battleships parked at the military port, the newly transported USS Missouri and the Skyfire transformed USS Belfast, I very much hope to strengthen relations with Winter City so that I can purchase the blueprints and related information of such steel battleships. Manufacturing equipment. Magni Bronzebeard is also very interested in such beautiful, exquisite, and huge mechanical creations. But Ironforge is located on a higher ground, and there is no outlet to the sea around, so he is not particularly eager for battleships.
But when he saw a lot of experimental weapons and equipment in the Winter Alchemy Workshop, he became excited. Tanks, wheeled armored combat vehicles, tracked armored combat vehicles, four-legged combat vehicles, etc. These are all experimental products tinkered with by Leonard, Howard and others. In addition to satisfying some of their fantasies, they also serve as technologies made from reserves. In fact, even David didn't know how many weird things were made in the Winter Alchemy Workshop. Anyway, if it lasts for a while, there might be more new things coming out. David even saw a humanoid mecha similar to Iron Overlord. And,
look at this beautiful big guy. These two long and thick barrels are really art.
After Magni Bronzebeard saw a tank, his eyes were about to spit fire, and he was shooting back and forth. I looked back and forth several times, and even climbed up to take a closer look. Unfortunately, many places were obviously not finished yet. The armor of the turret had not been installed, and the interior was in a mess. When David saw the appearance of this tank, the name popped into his mind. But he still looked at the sign next to it that recorded various information.
Red 2 Model Apocalypse Heavy Tank. Equipped with twin 120mm weapons. Gun and multifunctional missile launcher.
The engine has been changed many times, and it can use diesel, battery and crystal mineral engines, have energy shields, use new composite armor, etc. But due to various reasons, this prototype has not yet been completed.
What a waste! Why don't you finish building such a beautiful tank quickly?
Magni Bronzebeard really wanted to drive it for a while to feel the actual combat power of this metal behemoth. This idea obviously cannot be realized immediately. The Apocalypse tank in front of us does not even have an engine installed.
Because the technology in Winter City has been updated too quickly. The previous engine has become obsolete.
Howard on the side is the chief engineer, self-proclaimed, of the Winter Alchemy Workshop. When a large group of famous people came to visit, he spontaneously acted as a tour guide. When Magni Bronzebeard expressed his dissatisfaction, he was also responsible for explaining why he had tinkered with the tank. And it was indeed up to Howard to explain why it was not completed.
Is that true? Our technology updates too quickly, causing so many test machines to stagnate?
David stood aside and asked Leonard in a low voice. And Leonard also honestly sold out his good friend.
Although there are factors in this regard, the more important reason is that there are too many things in Winter City that will distract Howard's attention.
In all his years, Howard was worshipped as a strong man for the first time, instead of being treated as a freak, an otaku, and a weakling. This made him like Winter City very much, and he had long decided to live in Winter City forever in the future. When that time comes, he can also strengthen himself to make himself more powerful and attract more beautiful girls.
It seems that you have adapted to life in Winter City. Yes, this is simply the city of dreams.
Leonard can't shut up his smile every day now. The world and characters that once only existed in fantasy have truly appeared in front of him. And he can do whatever he wants here. Make something interesting real. In addition, my body has become better, and I can learn a lot of magical and advanced knowledge. They are living a dream life now. They all cherish this opportunity. So everyone has a tacit understanding to maintain the original state of life, to avoid leaking secrets and causing trouble. After continuing to visit for a while, Magni Bronzebeard said that there are many things in Winter City that the dwarves are very interested in. If possible, they hope to have more in-depth exchanges and trade with Winter City. Dwarves are very interested in new rifles, individual grenade launchers, new artillery, missiles, tanks, and even humanoid mechas. Not only the dwarves are interested, Kultiras, Dalaran, and Quel'Thalas are all interested in these equipment in Winter City. Although there are many arcane puppets in Silvermoon City, Kael'thas feels that the weapons possessed by Winter City can enhance the combat effectiveness of the arcane puppets. Although the powerful firepower will cause huge damage to Silvermoon City itself. When the crisis comes, it won't care so much. Just imagine, if Silvermoon City's arcane puppets had such ferocious firepower, would the Scourge still be able to pose a threat to Silvermoon City? If I remember correctly, the Lordaeron Legion relied on its artillery units to eliminate most of the undead of the Scourge Legion. Prince Kael'thas directly ignored Arthas, the biggest threat to the Scourge. After all, in the eyes of the proud genius mage Kael'thas, he himself was also a powerful spellcaster, even if he was not as good as Fording an MO. With Greenie and a group of strong men joining forces, it shouldn't be a problem to hold Alsos back. After his troops wiped out most of the undead of the Scourge, what threat could Arthas pose if he was left alone? Kael'thas, who was thinking this in his heart,
seriously discussed the arms deal with David. In this way, several major forces who came to visit Winter City, including Dalaran, wanted to buy some weapons from Winter City and go back. This made David very speechless. Why were they all focusing on weapons and equipment? Do I, the Winter City, only have weapons that I can handle? Is it too disrespectful? In fact, in the eyes of these people, Winter City does only have advanced weapons, and there is nothing special about the rest. As for the many conveniences in life, for these senior officials, nobles, and leaders, they are just that thing. In addition, there are more practical reasons why these people want to buy weapons when they open their mouths. The Kingdom of Lordaeron, or rather the entire alliance, has officially decided to jointly send troops for an expedition to Northrend. Alliance member states will make various military preparations for the expedition in the next 6 months to 1 year. Weapons are naturally the top priority. It can be said that everyone is rushing to buy new weapons, mainly to use them in the next expedition to Northrend. That's it. It would definitely be unrealistic for Winter City to mass produce it, and it would also be quite troublesome to transport it to Azeroth. However, it is much more feasible to cooperate with the dwarves, with Winter City providing the technology, and then the dwarves manufacturing it in Iron Forge and providing it to the entire Alliance army. The Alliance countries are also more accepting of this plan. As for how to pay the bill, the price is clearly marked, and the corresponding payment is made according to the quantity required by each company. The settlement can be made with gold coins, ores, medicinal materials, and other resources. The Ironforge dwarves, who are responsible for manufacturing, and Winter City, who provide the technology, share these revenues. In short, the more you build, the more Winter City will earn. Considering that David didn't need Azeroth's coins, he wanted various ores, medicinal materials, and other resources, leaving all the gold coins for Ironforge. After talking about the business, these big shots from Azeroth dispersed one after another. Next, they would stay in Winter City for a few days, looking around at the scenery of Winter City and seeing what else there was. What interests you? As for discussing other aspects of the transaction with David, that will be discussed in private. Not this kind of public negotiation where a group of people get together. Only then did David have time to greet Sylvanas Windrunner, who had just decided to join him. He also said hello to the new mage Ronan, who came to Winter City as a diplomat, and his wife Arisa Windrunner. Welcome to Winter City. After shaking hands with Master Luo Ning and nodding to Arisa, the younger sister of the Windrunner family, David welcomed the arrival of these two people in his heart, which was a change of direction and increased the combat effectiveness of Winter City. Together with Darian Mograine, who replaced Reno Mograine, the number of elite combat forces in Winter City is still maintained at a very high level. However, it will take some time for Master Luo Ning to restore his peak combat power. Even with Jaina's guidance, this is still an unavoidable situation. But that doesn't mean that Luo Ning was a weakling who could be slaughtered during this period. After all, Luo Ning was still a melee master who liked to wear plate armor and was very good at swordsmanship. If you need anything, you can go directly to Fort Glamorgan to find me. After greeting these two people and Darian Mograine, David still couldn't breathe a sigh of relief, because he still had another job to complete as soon as possible. Discuss with Tony Stark and others the new equipment of the Knights of Tyran, and see if there are any ready-made options. However, Tony was not in Winter City at this time. Instead, people like Harry and Leonard were there. David walked around in a big circle and found that he had to go back to the alchemy workshop again. Fortunately, it was not in vain. After stating their requirements, Leonard, Howard, and others immediately gave a lot of suggestions, and even some physical objects for display. How many weird things have you made? Well, actually, it's not much. Chapter 358 Light Cavalry System and Heavy Cavalry System. What Leonard and others call not much is actually a warehouse of various items. The Apocalypse heavy tanks that David took a group of people to visit before were only part of them. There are also more semi-finished products, or things that are not even semi-finished products that are purely for fun. Looking at these piles of various and strange things, David was extremely amazed. Once these scientists have the right conditions, they can really do a lot of work. Not only David was amazed, but Harry, who happened to be supervising the construction of the Osborne Laboratory in Winter City, and the extraordinary Peter Parker, who had nothing to do, also had shocked expressions on their faces. Together with David, they kept turning their necks and looking left and right. I want to see what is there. Is this a flying skateboard? Harry, who was looking at the fun, suddenly became uneasy.
He discovered that there was something here that the Osborne group had kept secret. Although this thing seemed to be quite far away from completion. This seems to mean that Osborne's highest level of technological crystallization is just a common technology in Winter City. Originally, he thought that the Osborne group had some good stuff at the bottom of the box, which could be used as a basis for him to gain a foothold in Winter City. But now it seems that he is still too naive. Harry didn't know that the flying skateboard in front of him was actually a copy, that these guys got inspiration from the Osborne group's flying skateboard and used the technology owned by Winter City. Although it is not finally finished, there are no difficulties that need to be overcome. If you give them time, the finished product can be produced in a few days. This includes the time for building the SHL, painting and drying. When David followed Sylvanas' request and suggested that the new armor must have sufficient mobility, several Winter City scientists mentioned this type of equipment.
If you add this kind of anti-gravity equipment to the power armor, it should be able to meet the needs. Right.
Howard said that if you think the skateboard is not enough, it can also be transformed into wings. Listening to Howard's description, David was thinking of the villain Vulture, who would appear in the Marvel Universe in the future. The equipment he used was very similar to what Howard proposed. In short, the current suggestion given by several scientists is to modify the existing Blizzard power armor and add external equipment to improve mobility. This is indeed the simplest and most affordable solution. However, David felt that there was no need to do this to save money or save trouble. After all, Winter City was not so big that it needed to save on scientific research and military equipment costs. So developing a new armor alone was not a big deal.
In that case, we can consider providing new vehicles for the Tyrant Knights.
A flying skateboard that turns into powered armor, motorcycle, or even a large transformable vehicle? The more they talked, the more their imaginations grew, with David interjecting a few words from time to time. They quickly came up with a lot of ideas. Finally, Howard summarized these ideas and gave the ultimate suggestion. The Knight standard armor of the Tyron Knights is a lighter set of armor than the Blizzard power armor. Because it has no built-in weapons and equipment, it will not look bulky when worn on the body. Its main function is protection and has an energy shield. While talking, he demonstrated with the holographic image on his hand. No equipment was needed. These people have entered the door of alchemy. Using energy to construct a holographic image is not a very advanced skill.
The Tyron Knights in light armor can operate vehicles such as anti-gravity skateboards, armed motorcycles, and armed cars. These vehicles are equipped with various firepower weapons and are also the main sources of firepower for the Tyron Knights.
It seems that the Tyron Knights have become a group of pilots. But here comes the point. At this time, the equipment of the Tyron Knights wearing light armor is called the
Light Cavalry System,
and the Knights of the Tyron Knights can also activate the
Heavy Cavalry System.
During battle, after the Heavy Cavalry System is activated, the large flying skateboard or armed motorcycle originally driven by the Tyron Knight will turn into heavy power armor, directly wrapping the Knight in the light cavalry state. At this time, the Tyron Knights have become the same heavy armored knights as the Winter Knights, who use Blizzard power armor. The Heavy Cavalry System has stronger defense and firepower output, ensuring that the Tyron Knights still have the ability to fight when entering a positional battle. Strong combat effectiveness.
Sounds good.
Skateboards, motorcycles, and adding more powerful armor to power armor were not all proposed by David. Although he did mention Skywars, Cyclone motorcycles, Hulkbuster armor, etc. The rich knowledge reserve of these people is the key to their ability to provide detailed plans in a short time.
More exciting things are coming!
David originally thought that the Light Cavalry System and the Heavy Cavalry System were enough to meet the needs of the Tyron Knights. But Howard and the others had obviously opened up more ideas, and were not satisfied with this.
In addition to the Heavy Cavalry System, there are also more powerful transforming vehicles. For example, an armed car transforms into a huge humanoid mecha. Because of its size, it can carry more heavy firepower. As for the size after transformation, it should be the same as Transformers. They are almost the same.
According to Howard's design, this larger armor can be directly installed on the Tyron Knights, who use the Heavy Cavalry System. And he has not yet decided on a name for this more powerful system.
Titan System? Giant System?
Good guy. David just started, and Howard took one more step on the road of Matryoshka. Now that the Titan System is available, should we consider the Titan System next? Leonard and Sheldon also took the opportunity to give additional suggestions, since Sylvanas is responsible for cultivating and training the Tyron Knights. and is even preparing to train all the knights of the Tiran Knights into rangers. Does that mean the Knights of Tyran need a battle pet in order to be suitable for fighting in various environments? Instead of catching an animal as a combat pet, it is better to make one directly, which means that the Tiran Knights can have drone-like equipment to assist the Tiran Knights in completing various tasks.
What would be a suitable name? Baby system? Why not call it pet system? It doesn't sound any different.
Leonard and Sheldon continued to argue about names, and Howard had sorted out all the information. According to current assumptions, the Tiran Knights are a military group in which all members drive vehicles. The vehicles can be transformed into heavy power armor and giant power armor, and use unmanned equipment to assist in combat.
Can such a thing be made?
Peter and Harry, who had been listening quietly the whole time, fell into a state of sluggishness when Howard introduced the heavy cavalry system. After listening to it, the two felt that this thing was even more ridiculous than the equipment that appeared in science fiction movies and animations. How cool would it be if this thing were built?
If possible. Can I have a motorcycle like this?
Peter said that he had reserved one in advance. He did not want to become a Tiran Knight, but such a cool car was really attractive.
I want a flying skateboard. Actually, according to my idea, this is a vehicle that can freely switch between a motorcycle and a flying skateboard.
Howard felt that he had reached the peak of his life. Even Spider-Man Peter Parker and Little Green Goblin Harry Osborn. He has to book products with himself. This feeling is what he wants.
Finalize the design drawing as soon as possible. If you are not sure about the design drawing, you must also finalize the parameters, and then tackle the problems one by one.
David has already determined that this is the Tiran Knights he wants. No matter what build these equipment, he believes that by combining Cybertron's transformation and compression technology, the Marvel Universe's battery and anti-gravity engine technology, plus precious materials from multiple worlds, and the wisdom of a group of cheaters, these equipment can be successfully built. Judging from the design given by Howard, it does not contain special concepts that Winter City cannot solve, even if there is some black technology concept. Once Tony receives the message and rushes over to take over the new power armor project, there is a high probability that the problem will be solved in a short time. There is no way. Cheaters can do whatever they want. And Tony is also David's lover, so he can do whatever he wants. The equipment problem of the Tiran Knights was solved. David continued to look at the various miscellaneous items in the warehouse. What made him speechless was that he actually saw a pair of pantyhose here.
Who forgot this here? That's a test sample created after studying Miss Hood's clothing,
Howard explained immediately, fearing that the Lord would regard them as strange guys.
To be precise, these are not pantyhose, but an alloy steel plate.
Oh,
there seems to be some special power in Miss Hood that twists the steel plates of battleships into the form of ordinary clothes. So her clothes have such strong defensive power.
Sheldon also explained what happened to Hood. He was most interested in the magical power of the human body. He felt that it seemed to be somewhat similar to the alchemy he and others were learning.
As for turning into pantyhose, it was purely Howard Wulowitz's choice.
David originally wanted to touch it to test the tactile feel, but stopped decisively after hearing the following paragraph.
Now that we have the test sample, does it mean that we have also mastered this technology? It's not accurate to say you have mastered it.
After listening to Howard's explanation, David realized that this technology currently consumes a lot of energy, has poor conversion effect, and has a high failure rate, so it has no practicality. However, if we really understand this technology, we may be able to figure out how the so-called humanoid warships are manufactured. In the long run, this technology is still worthy of in-depth study. David is not in a hurry. Just study it first. Maybe a few more cheaters will come in the future, and they can easily bring all the stuck skills in Winter City to full level. Chapter 359 Environmental Protection. Days that have things to do always go by very quickly. Today David will meet Antonidas. Tomorrow he will discuss with Kale that's how to better arm arcane puppets. And the day after tomorrow, he will discuss new warships with Dylan. Technical and manufacturing issues. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. From the initial planned visit of 3 to 5 days, to 10 days and a half, to nearly a month. There are still people who have not left Winter City. These leaders from Azeroth want to buy more things the longer they stay. In the end, I took into account my own limited assets, so I didn't discuss any business other than military weapons. However, Dalen Prowmore and Magni Bronzebeard still lived in Winterfell for a month. Dalen ran to the battleship every day, eager to write down the position of every screw on the Missouri. Magni Bronzebeard went around Winter Barracks, Winter Alchemy Workshop, Stark Manor, and other places to select the technology they most urgently needed from a lot of things. In the end, Magni followed his original idea and chose new rifles and new artillery. Ironforge has enough foundation for these weapons, and everyone will not be clueless after taking the new technology, and can get started directly. A batch of missiles can also be made appropriately, but it is Winter City's tanks and humanoid mechas. Magni Bronzebeard doesn't know how to choose, because he doesn't know whether tanks and mechas can play a huge role in Northrend's environment. If it works, it's okay, but if it doesn't, it means a lot of resources and time are wasted. Not only the materials for making these weapons, but manpower is also a very important resource.
Before the expedition, isn't the Alliance prepared to send a group of advanced troops to Northrend to conduct reconnaissance of the terrain and enemy situation?
Not only to investigate various situations, the Vanguard is also responsible for finding suitable landing points and establishing stable strongholds and ports to create various conveniences for the arrival of follow-up troops.
What do you mean? Build 1 or 2 first, and then follow the Vanguard to Northrend for field testing? Well, this is a reliable suggestion, so let's do it.
Magni Bronzebeard also left Winterfell after making his decision. Next, he will make a series of adjustments to Ironforge's production line. The entire Ironforge dwarves will be mobilized to become the entire Alliance weapons production factory. We strive to solve all the problems within 1 or 2 months, produce the first batch of trial products, and provide them to the Vanguard troops who set off first. Therefore, the dwarves of Ironforge have a heavy task. Magni Bronzebeard can no longer stay here as the king and must go back to take charge of the overall situation. At this point, David's reception work is over. Through this period of communication, Winter City will receive a steady stream of minerals, medicinal materials, and other resources in the future. With the addition of the Walking Dead world and the Marvel Universe, he does not have to worry about resources appearing in Winter City's subsequent development period. Inadequate situation. The inflow of a large amount of resources will also stimulate the acceleration of the local industrialization process. Civilian automobile factories and the like can also be considered to be officially opened. The establishment of various factories will bring a large number of jobs and tax revenue to Winter City. Only at this time can Winter City truly become a sound city. Sufficient population. Light industry and heavy industry are also on the right track, and military strength is steadily being upgraded. David feels very happy. When he is happy, people around him suffer. Especially Helen, who is easily caught.
Speaking of which, my father hopes that my brother can go back and help. Oh, you don't need to say hello to me specifically about this. Right.
Pollux and Castor have been staying with the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment since they arrived in Winter City, training with the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment. Both of them have great potential, and with their status, they have become one of the commanders of the Spartan Heavy Infantry Regiment. But Helen's father, Tyndareus, hoped that his son, who had completed his training, would return to Sparta and lead his newly formed legion to unify the entire Balkan Peninsula first and complete the first task assigned by the gods. This is a superficial statement. In fact, the Spartan kingdom of Tyndareus has recently been besieged by several surrounding countries, city-states. The coalition forces headed by Agamemnon and Theseus are preparing to siege Sparta. The reason is simple. In order to snatch away Helen, the famous beauty of Sparta, Theseus may have some thoughts of revenge. It was impossible for Tyndareus to tell these things to the god David. But Helen did not need to be taboo about these things, and directly told David about the difficulties faced by her father and her motherland.
Then let Castor and Pollux go back with some Spartan heavy infantry, and teach these ungrateful barbarians a lesson.
Helen smiled very happily. David showed that he valued her, which was what she wanted most. As for the title of barbarian, after living in Winter City for a long time, when I go back to see my hometown Sparta, I feel backward and barbaric, let alone other places. A group of ignorant barbarians actually want to snatch me as a wife. It is simply a daydream.
Is it necessary to send Spartan heavy infantry there? Destroying the fighting spirit of these people once and for all may be able to end these boring fights once and for all.
Let the city-states around Sparta see clearly the huge gap in strength between the two sides early, so that they can give up the idea of competing with Sparta. If the king on the opposite side is clear-headed enough, the best choice would be to directly surrender the whole country. Directly completing the annexation of surrounding forces, without spending a single soldier, would be a better result for David. The human resources of that era were not abundant. Even if all the forces in the Balkans were unified, there would not be much population. It is a luxury to dominate the Mediterranean coast with just this population, let alone go further. Although Winter City can provide various assistance to Sparta, allowing the Kingdom of Sparta to occupy a larger area of land with minimal human resources. No matter how it develops, the key factor cannot be bypassed in the end.
How about I go back for a while and convince these places to join the Kingdom of Sparta?
At this time, there were a lot of large and small kingdoms on the Balkan Peninsula. They were called kingdoms, but they were actually cities. Some of them didn't even have cities, but were just countries formed by some people gathering together. In comparison, the Kingdom of Sparta is gradually evolving into a real kingdom because of the support of Winter City. Helen feels that giving those people a chance to join is a great gift to them. Don't agree? Then beat them until they agree. Her first target was several surrounding countries. In addition to these countries, she also targeted celebrities such as Agamemnon, Theseus, and Odysseus. Helen often reads books to pass the time. She feels that instead of wasting their talents in that backward era, these outstanding talents should come to Winter City to shine, and maybe get David's appreciation, and then reach a new peak.
Are 100 Spartan heavy infantry enough? Enough.
It was enough for 100 Spartan heavy infantry to sweep across that world. David wanted to completely frighten all the enemies. Then, he would bring 2 more Jericho missiles, specially used to blow up mountains, and scare these unseen gangs to death. A barbarian from this world. Let Helen continue to rest and think about an interesting future. While David went to see Freud, negotiations with Maloney Mansfield also came to fruition, and Winter City agreed to sell a batch of Garand rifles and ammunition to Irontree Keep. At the same time, Winter City will send a teaching team headed by Knight Floyd to Irontree Fort to help Irontree Fort train a force that knows how to use firearms in combat. Theoretically, this force is still the army of Irontree Fort, but the command is controlled by Floyd. During the training period, if Irontree Fort requires this unit to join the war against the Elves, instructors such as Floyd will be responsible for commanding the operations. It would not be until 3 years later, when all soldiers had completed a detailed course and a competent commander emerged, that command would be transferred back to Irontree Fort. In 3 years, a lot of things will happen. Perhaps Irontree Fort will have been swallowed whole by Winter City by then. It is even possible that Irontree Fort no longer exists. David believes that his Winter City will develop even faster in the next few years. Snowfield Fort and Frostbite Outpost will become part of Winter City in the next few years. The eastern part of the northern plains will also gradually develop and expand starting from the new port city. As for the south, according to David's long-term plan, the Irontree Forest will become a huge park in Winter City in the future.
Speaking of which, the scale of Winter City continues to grow. Do we need to consider the issue of greening?
David doesn't want his city to have only a few patches of green in the future. He hopes his city will have fresh air and many plants. Don't look at it from the air and see that there is nothing but steel and concrete. Even if his ultimate goal is to make Winter City the only city on the entire planet, he is not prepared to drastically change the planet's environment. He hopes that the entire planet will still retain a large amount of green. David is not an environmentalist, but he feels that a good environment is definitely more comfortable than a bad environment, even if it was purely for himself. He did not want the environment in his territory to become bad. It is best that smog, acid rain, smelly water, harmful radiation, etc. should never appear in my territory. Because of David's sudden thought, he found that his city had to set up an environmental sanitation department, and who would be the director was a headache for him.
Mark, why don't you come back?
Although Mark Watney is not a druid, as a botanist and shaman, he is also qualified for this position. Besides Mark, the only other part-time shaman in Winter City is Steve Rogers.
Why don't you just go to Azeroth and trick a druid into coming over?
Chapter 360 The express delivery from Krypton is on the way. David, who turned into the Duke of Environmental Protection, thought about it, and found that the druid he could think of, and who might be recruited to Winter City by him, was Brawl Bearskin. Because this druid has lived in a state of depression for a long time. Even this person would be very troublesome to find, because this night elf should not be in the Eastern Kingdom at this time, but in the continent of Kalandor.
Make time to come over and take a look.
David hasn't decided whether to go there soon? Sometime later, when he took a confidant with him to travel to Kalandor to recruit this druid, Clark suddenly came to him.
Is something wrong?
It was definitely important for Clark to come here, because he could usually solve small things by himself, and he generally didn't want to trouble others unless it was necessary. But this time it was different. He had to say hello to David.
I used the equipment Tony made to find the Kryptonian research ship that came to Earth a long time ago.
Based on the key-like device provided by Clark, Tony made an instrument to search for the same fluctuations, so that Clark could better find clues related to his life experience. With the help of this thing, Clark didn't have to wander around like he was lucky. Then, through a coincidence, he accidentally heard that the military had found a mysterious object, and then found the scientific research ship that Krypton sent to the Earth many years ago. Clark used the key to activate the spacecraft, so he knew his own life experience, although he had already known it from David and Tony. Now he knows more detailed, mainly because it is more suitable for his own situation. Because David and Tony only told the general situation of Superman, not his situation. There are many differences. Knowing who his father was, who his mother was, what happened on Krypton, etc. A big obsession in Clark's heart finally disappeared. But he also knew that as he launched the scientific research ship, he would face trouble from Krypton next. General Zod will lock his position through the restarted scientific research ship, and he will arrive on Earth soon. Clark still remembered what David and Tony reminded him. So after launching the scientific research spacecraft and driving the spacecraft to the Arctic region that was inaccessible to ordinary humans, he hurried to find David.
I see.
Clark spoke very briefly, but David immediately understood what was happening. The Kryptonian genes he was thinking about were about to be delivered to his door, and he needed to seriously consider how to accept the delivery. This is not an easy task, because General Zod is a particularly stubborn person, and protecting Krypton has been integrated into his genes. This is not a metaphor. The reproduction method used by the Kryptonians really integrates the concept of protecting Krypton into the genes of General Zod and other Kryptonian soldiers. Therefore, many of General Zod's actions have deep-seated reasons, which is also the fundamental reason why Jor-El never considered saving other people on Krypton. In the eyes of this scientist, the Kryptonians have reached a dead end, and the destruction of Krypton is an inevitable result. Even if the Kryptonians are allowed to migrate collectively to a new planet, the future will still not change. They will just repeat what they have experienced in the past. Only Kal-El, Clark Kent, who was born through natural childbirth, truly has a future.
What should we do next? Wait until General Zod and the others show up. Yes. After all, we don't know where they are in the universe at this time, from which direction they will come to the Earth.
If we knew, we could intercept these people halfway in advance. After all, when a group of Kryptonian soldiers like General Zod and Superman fight, there will be a lot of noise, and it is difficult to ensure that they will not cause damage or casualties to the surrounding environment and innocent passersby.
I wonder if we can lure them there if we drive the spacecraft to Mars.
The second option is to take action on the opponent's spacecraft. For example, when General Zod's spacecraft arrived near the Earth and issued a notice to the entire Earth, Clark flew directly to the spacecraft to negotiate with the opponent.
By the way, besides this, there is another little thing.
Regarding General Zod, David and Clark have already reached a consensus, so there is no need to say much at all. It was another little thing that gave Clark an even bigger headache.
It seems that my true identity was discovered by a reporter. Lois Lane?
Because he had popularized information about Superman, and also knew about the famous journalist Lois Lane. Clark was somewhat curious about this destined other half. However, as soon as he paid attention, he discovered that he had long been in Lois Lane's sight, and the other party is doing his best to investigate him. The reason why the other party investigated him was precisely due to his increasingly uncontrolled behavior of helping others. After communicating with David and the others and understanding his true pursuit, Clark began to help others more frequently. Now in Clark's world, he has become Superman and then found the research ship, which is completely contrary to the original plot. Clark did not wear the tights provided by the research ship and continued to wear the battle armor that Tony helped him make. He was already used to this equipment, and it was too shameful to only wear tights.
If you find it, just find it.
For David, it's not a big deal if Clark's true identity is discovered. So what if the whole world knows about it? Delay him from continuing to help others?
You can ask Louise to do a few exclusive interviews for you, so that the people on Earth in your world can know you better. Is this a joke? No. I'm serious.
David used Tony as an analogy.
You see, Tony never hides the fact that he is Iron Man, and no member of the Avengers hides his true identity. Isn't this situation different? Actually, it's not that different.
After David said a few words, he didn't continue to persuade him. This matter still depends on personal opinion. Clark didn't want to reveal his identity, so there was no need for him to continue to persuade him. He is now beginning to wonder if he should reveal Wonder Woman's identity. Can you bring out the demigod, who is too lazy to care about human affairs? When Superman and Wonder Woman join forces, General Zod suddenly discovers that the water in this little broken ball is much deeper than he thought. He should give up his original plan. Right? In addition to Wonder Woman Diana, there is also Aquaman Arthur Curry, who is hanging out at the beach, and Martian Manhunter, who pretends to be an ordinary Earthling. It's a pity that there is currently no Green Lantern in Clark's world. Otherwise, calling the Green Lantern Corps would definitely have a greater impact on General Zod's worldview. The universe you think is not the real universe at all. The real universe is better than what you know. Horrible, brutal, and far more complex. I was thinking about it in my heart. But when I looked up, I found Clark still staring at me.
How? I was wondering if I should find some help. Are you worried that you can't deal with Zod by yourself?
Is Clark so cautious? Could it be that he was influenced by himself? As a result, after asking, he realized that he had misunderstood. Clark was not worried that he could not deal with Zod, but that he was worried that he could not take care of others. What if he and Zod fight and other Kryptonian soldiers cause damage to the Earth? David can block some of them, but maybe some fish will slip through the net. Clark felt that it would be safer to find a few more people, such as Supreme Mage Steve. If he could use the mirror space to lock up all the Kryptonians, that would be perfect.
When did you learn about the Kamar-Taj spell? I learned about it, by the way, when I visited Kamar-Taj.
David squinted his eyes. Superman has a super brain. Didn't this guy learn a few Kamar-Taj spells, by the way? Can it be used in his own world? It's not necessarily useless. After all, the Marvel multiverse and the DC multiverse are basically next to each other, and there is a lot of interaction between the two universes.
That's not true.
Clark shook his head and waved his hands to express that he had never secretly learned Kamar-Taj's spells. He just knew the names and effects of a few spells.
I don't think I have the talent in that area either. What a shame. You should have tried it.
If Clark shows great magical talent, I wonder if Steve will kick Stephen Strange aside and trick Clark into taking over the position of Sorcerer Supreme. That would be too funny. And David thought it would be more interesting than letting Clark continue to be Superman. What a pity. Clark has no interest in magic. After chatting for a while, David sent Clark out of Fort Glamorgan and asked him to go back and wait. Clark will not be able to stay in Winter City recently, at least until General Zod's matter is resolved. Just when the two of them walked out of the gate of Glamorgan Castle and were about to say goodbye, a purple circular light door suddenly appeared in front of them. And then a woman with long purple hair and green eyes fell out and appeared in front of them. A solid performance on the street. Speaking of which, this was the second person after Eva to throw a tantrum in front of David. But unlike Eva, the woman with strange hair and eye color in front of her jumped up from the ground immediately after falling down, and assumed a very standard fighting posture. She seemed to have rich fighting experience. However, after seeing the surroundings clearly, he looked around with a surprised look on his face and stopped at David and Clark.
Who are you?
While asking, he was still looking around cautiously. David noticed that the other party secretly pinched his thigh with his hand, perhaps suspecting that he had seen an illusion.
Where is this place again? Don't be nervous. It's safe here.
David made a relaxing gesture with his hands and answered the other party's question.
This is Winter City, and I am David, the lord of this city.